I have clearly awakened a divine pet with legendary bloodline, and I am about to smash the ferocious beast with my fists, trample the demon from the abyss with my feet, and soar into the sky. But I didn't expect that the wealthy and powerful family would become so jealous that they tried to forcibly take away my contract rights under the pretext that poor people can't afford to keep a divine pet. They didn't expect that my divine pet would rather die than surrender, and actually destroyed its own origin and broke the contract in public, falling from red legendary bloodline to white no rank, just to not betray me. In order to cover up this scandal, that group of wealthy families slandered me, saying that I destroyed the legendary divine pet with my own hands, and even manipulated the media to make me a sinner and the laughingstock of the whole school. But they didn't expect that I had also awakened the Beast Master's strongest talent, unlimited gold entries. As long as you level up, you will automatically get a mythical gold entry. In this new world of datization, everything is determined by blood. From the lowest white to green bronze, blue silver, yellow gold, cyan lord, purple king, red legend, orange legend, to the top golden myth, every color is a symbol of power. In today's world, whether it's bloodlines, equipment, pets or food, all of them are about entries. And legendary items with gold entries have long been out of stock. I clenched my fists and looked at the crow that had fallen for me, my heart churning. You are willing to fall into the abyss rather than betray me? Then how can I give up on you? I squeezed the wound open without hesitation, and a drop of blood fell on the pet card. At first it resisted and was unwilling to absorb it. It wasn't until I threatened it harshly that it slowly absorbed the drop of blood. In an instant, a crow with black feathers and a stubborn look in its eyes jumped out from the card, landed on my shoulder, and pecked the tear marks on my face with its sharp beak. At that moment, the bloodline resonance quietly took shape. I stroked its feathers and whispered a promise. Even if you are no longer a legend, I will never abandon you. Chirp! The night crow chirped softly, its eyes full of loneliness and guilt. Suddenly, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Congratulations on contracting your first pet, Night Crow. You have become an official Beastmaster. The information panel is open. Your awakened talent, unlimited gold entries, unique. Level is upgraded to level 1, and the talent is automatically triggered. Please draw gold entries. I was stunned until the reminder sounded 3 times in a row, then I suddenly reacted and clicked on the panel. Guchangqing. Pet, Night Crow, white, normal. Level 1. Talent, unlimited gold items, unique. Each time you level up, you will automatically gain a mythical gold item. After you give it to your contracted pet, it will never betray you. My eyes widened, and I could hardly believe my luck. Golden entry? The moment I clicked on the draw button. Congratulations on obtaining the gold entry, Great Sun Golden Flame Bloodline. I saw a ball of golden light exploding in the beast controlling space, illuminating the sky and the earth, as dazzling as the scorching sun. How could this be some ordinary flame? It was simply a projection of the sun itself. I trembled as I checked its attributes. Golden Flame of the Sun, gold item, mythical level. Effect: after being given to a pet, it will have the abilities of fire immunity and form evolution. Bloodline promotion will no longer fail. Requirements: fire-type bird pet. I took a deep breath, forced myself to calm down, and then decisively clicked, give. Should we give the gold entry, Great Sun Golden Flame, to Night Crow? Yes. I clicked immediately. The next second, the system prompts to refresh again. Given successfully. Your pet Night Crow has evolved into First Sun Bird Bronze rank. Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Agility plus 10, Spirit plus 70. Skills: First Sun True Flame, Golden Crow Body, Flame Immunity, Form Transformation. Future Advancement Route: Night Crow, Ordinary, First Sun Bird Bronze, True Fire Bird, Silver, 3 Young Burning Eagle, Gold, Cave Void Fire Eagle, Lord, 9 Flame Holy Lord King, Supreme Fire Vermilion Bird, Legendary, Sun Flame Phoenix, Legendary, Big Sun Golden Crow, Mythical. I opened my mouth, my mind buzzing with only one word left. Fuck! Grade is the key node for the growth of a pet's strength. Only when the grade reaches the requirement and specific materials are used can a breakthrough be achieved. The strength of the terms contained in the bloodline determines how high it can eventually reach. But when I saw with my own eyes the other form of the night crow, I truly understood what it meant to go against the will of heaven. The night crow, which has merged the blood of the great sun's golden flame, has all 4 attributes rushed to 100 points, directly reaching the ceiling of newborn pet beasts. Except for the first skill, form transformation, which can switch freely between night crow and sunbird, the other 3 bloodline skills are also jaw-dropping. You should know that generally, beast pets only have 1 initial skill after the contract is signed, and some are even in a blank state. Only when the grade is promoted will there be a chance to awaken a new skill. What's even more amazing is that the advancement route of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline has been fully disclosed. As long as the level is high enough and the materials are complete, you can evolve step by step without any obstacles. The golden entry is indeed as terrifying as its reputation. What's going on? Xiaoqing? As the door opened, Sister Yurian saw that the living room was in a mess. I was sitting on the sofa with a fluctuating expression, and there were still traces of blood on the table. She walked quickly forward and shook me gently. The next second, her face suddenly changed. Who did it? Which family in Jinhai City did it? Her tone was rarely filled with rage, like an enraged lioness, with murderous intent in her eyes. Sister, it's okay. I forced myself to suppress the excitement, an excitement that was surging in my heart. I only briefly explained to her the malicious slander of the Chen family, the city lord's mansion, and Jinhai No. 1 high school. I didn't mention a word about the gold entries and the mythical pets. I dare not touch the crazy faces of those people for the time being. Even though I now have the potential for unlimited gold items, before I have completely mastered the power of self-protection, I must continue to pretend to be a helpless weakling in order to let the enemy relax their vigilance. Them? Yurian held my hand without changing her expression. Don't worry, I will definitely seek justice for you. Yurian, my late parents once mentioned that she was an elite member of the city defense team with them. 7 years ago, during the Abyss disaster, Jinhai City was once in a life-and-death crisis. The seal of the copy was out of control, and a tide of ferocious beasts attacked the city. In that battle, countless beastmasters died, and she was one of the few survivors. Since then, she resigned from her job and became a teacher at Jinhai No. 1 high school, and also took on the responsibility of taking care of me. Behind her true identity, there seems to be some power that cannot be underestimated. Hearing her promise, I became more determined, but I finally shook my head and rejected her suggestion. Yurian's expression changed, and a hint of hesitation flashed across her eyes. It was not because she was afraid of the other party, but because she was wondering whether she should use the background that she was unwilling to reveal. Over the years, we have become like family. She must have had her own reasons for hiding her true identity. I'm afraid, once she uses her power, she will move away from me. Sis, I will get it back myself. Trust me. Yurian looked at me, her eyes serious and calm, and after a few seconds she calmed down her hostility. Okay, I believe you. She knows me too well. I am not a person who acts rashly. If I don't have a trump card, I will never act rashly. If I fail, it's not too late for you to take action, I said with a meaningful smile. Yurian was stunned for a moment, then raised her lips. You little brat, your mind is full of nonsense. Go to bed quickly, you have classes tomorrow. Okay. I agreed with a smile and went into the bedroom. As soon as the door closed, the smile on Yurian's face disappeared. She looked at the blood on the table. Her eyes gradually became colder, and a dangerous cold light flashed in her eyes. After confirming that Night Crow's talent and bloodline were indeed correct, I finally relaxed completely and fell asleep peacefully with a hint of satisfaction. The next morning, I woke up to the sound of Yurian knocking on the door. After washing and eating, we walked to school side by side. After walking through the long and narrow corridor of the teaching building and a few steps away from the classroom, a voice suddenly came from behind. Gu Chongqing, wait a moment! I turned around and it was my homeroom teacher Lu Mei. She wore a pair of thick glasses, and her features were ordinary but full of intimacy. She pulled me to the corner of the stairs and said in a low voice, I heard about your story. The teacher believes in you and you would never do such a heartless thing. I was touched. Lu Mei has always been very caring towards me. Although she is not of high status, she is genuinely concerned about her students. Teacher, I can't say anything. After the meeting just now, the school wants you to go home and adjust first. But this is good, just prepare for the exam with peace of mind. I nodded, not surprised. Thank you, teacher. I'll go back to the classroom to pack my things first. Don't lose heart. I've been rooting for you since the beginning. Come on. As soon as I entered the classroom, the originally noisy atmosphere froze instantly, and all eyes fell on me. I pretended not to see it, walked back to my seat and started cleaning up. Suddenly there was a pop sound and I felt a sharp pain on my face. I looked up in surprise, and saw a beautiful, elegant girl glaring at me with her hand raised high, as if she wanted to slap me a second time. My eyes turned cold and I dodged sideways. Susi, are you crazy? She was stunned, as if she couldn't believe it. You scolded me? How dare you scold me? With this attitude, you still want me to agree to your pursuit? Dream on. Now I order you to kneel down and apologize, otherwise don't even think about seeing me again. I laughed out loud. I thought she was just politely rejecting me, but I didn't expect that she would become a master of tea art in just a few days. Idiot, we'll never see each other again. I was too lazy to pay attention to her, so I picked up my things and prepared to leave, gently pushing her away. As a result, she suddenly fell towards the door. Oh, I don't want to care about you anymore. Hi, save me. It's fine that you don't respect your teachers, but now you even bully girls. You're really lawless. A cold snort came from the door, and a tall, gloomy-faced young man blocked the way. I saw who it was, and my anger surged up chin high. Jinseng's son, the genius of the Chen family, and the future heir. I suddenly realized that the reason why Jinseng coveted the mythical pet last night was probably because of this person. I took a deep breath and calmed down. I had to calm down. Hi, look, my hands are all broken. Susi deliberately lowered her voice and spoke in a coquettish voice, which gave people goosebumps. Chenhai, however, enjoyed it. He embraced her in his arms and rubbed her head with his hand, saying with sarcasm, "Apologize to my girlfriend." He smiled, but his eyes were cold. You don't know yet, do you? Susi is my girlfriend now. Are you a bootlicker like you qualified to confess to her? These two people, one is a self-righteous young master of aristocratic family, and the other is a green tea master who has mastered the tea art to perfection. They are truly a match made in heaven. I stood where I was and said coldly, "Get out of the way. I asked you to apologize, can't you hear me?" Chenhai's eyes were sinister. Susi snuggled in his arms, raised her chin, and added sharply, "Kneel down and apologize, or you won't be able to leave this school today." My eyes shone, and I said calmly, "How about I tell you what happened last night with some exaggeration?" As soon as he finished speaking, Chenhai's face changed instantly. He gritted his teeth and growled, You are looking for death. What if you said it? How many people will believe you? I will crush you to death, as easy as stepping on an ant." I was not afraid at all and reached out to push him away. "Then let's try it. Now get out of my way." "You're looking for death." Chenhai was furious and was about to attack with his fist. "What are you doing? Isn't the class over? Go back to your seats." A sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Teacher Lu Mei appeared at the right time and stopped Chenhai's fist with a roar. I nodded and walked out of the classroom quickly. The moment I stepped out of the school gate, I quickened my pace, and the impulse that had been suppressed in my chest for a long time erupted like a volcano. Must upgrade. Before the national exam, you must raise the level of your pet. Jinhai No. 1 High School, the principal's office. Yi Ruiyan's chest rose and fell violently, and her tone was cold. He is a student of our school. He was injured and offended, and in the end he has to bear the punishment. Principal Wang was embarrassed. Teacher Yi, this is the decision of the city lord's mansion. I also. Okay. Yi Ruiyan suppressed her anger, and her tone became sharp. Then please ask the principal to pass on a message to the Chen family from me if they dare to have evil thoughts toward Shaoqing again before the national exam. Even if they have someone backing them up, they can't stop someone from kicking the Chen family out of Jinhai City. Principal Wang's pupils shrank and his expression finally changed. Teacher Yi, why bother? It's my fault too. If I had known that the child was stubborn, I shouldn't have. He paused. Don't worry, I will warn them. Then I'll trouble you, Principal. She squeezed out these words from between her teeth. As soon as Urian left, Principal Wang immediately picked up the phone with a serious expression. Hello, this is Wang Gang. Urian came to the front of the teaching building, looked at the blue sky, and murmured, Xiaoqing, the time I have to buy for you is running out. I left school and headed straight to the Copy Square in Xiqing District. This is a trial ground specially set up for new beast masters. From level 1 dungeons to top-level lower-level dungeons, there is everything. Although the resources are scarce, the battle atmosphere is real and suitable for training novices. After getting off the bus, the square was filled with people. Olds are bringing in newcomers, we are short of one, hurry up. A level 1 beast pet set is out. It adds 10 points of strength, a magical weapon for common people. Level 5 held difficulty, recruit a fire-type beast pet. I walked straight through the crowd and stood in front of the light gate of the level 1 copy. As soon as the hand touched it, a red light swept over and the system prompt sounded. Instance green grassland. Difficulty, normal. Level 1. Introduction. The originally peaceful grassland has become full of dangers after the arrival of ferocious beasts. The red light burst out from the light gate and enveloped me. After a short dizziness, the view suddenly became clear. A green ocean-like grassland came into view. The fragrance of green grass in the air was mixed with a hint of blood. A hexagram appeared under my feet, and the night crows chirped softly and flew onto my shoulder. Xiao Jin, come on! The night crow now transformed into a sun bird, its entire body pitch black, with a single golden hair on its head fluttering in the wind. This was the initial form of the golden crow bloodline. It was circling in the air, and I was following it, just as I pushed aside the grass. Me! There was a sudden cry of a sheep, and a black sheep with bloodshot eyes suddenly jumped out. What the hell? I was horrified and turned around and ran. The black sheep's blood-red eyes and exposed fangs kept chasing us relentlessly. With a clear sound, Xiao Jin turned into a golden flame and fell from the sky. Boom! Fire exploded. Looking back, I saw that the black sheep had been engulfed by flames. It struggled for a few seconds and then fell to the ground, charred. Kill the fierce beast, the powerful black sheep, and gain 5 experience points. I was stunned. Is this the power of a mythical beast pet? I quickly opened the panel. First a true flame, spirit times 2 long-range burning, cooldown of 5 seconds, consumes 50 spiritual power. Fire immunity passive, completely immune to fire attacks of the same level. Golden crow body, fire skills are doubled, and subsequent forms are unlocked after bloodline is upgraded. This is too powerful. With only 500 spiritual power at birth and the ability to throw out 10 fireballs per minute, the new generation of pet beasts can't compare to it at all. Xiao Jin, keep going. I became a fire support machine, taking drugs to recover blood, and Xiao Jin's fireballs flew everywhere. 20 minutes later, a reminder sounded, congratulations on reaching level 2. Unlimited gold items are triggered, please draw. I pressed extract, without hesitation. In an instant, golden light exploded, and thousands of golden rays of light danced like meteors, finally condensing into a bright light, rushing straight to my eyebrows. The entry was successfully extracted. Congratulations on obtaining the gold entry. Fighting will is boiling. Fighting will, assistance type. Introduction. The fighting blood is boiling in the heart, and the fighting will is like a raging flame. Even if there is an abyss and gods and demons appearing in front of you, you will move forward fearlessly. Special effect. During the battle, the beast pet gains 0.1% of all attribute increases per second, with no upper limit. Restriction. Can only be given to combat beast pets. Fuck! Even though I have always been very well-mannered, I couldn't help but swear. This is what we call a golden entry. Infinitely stacked combat states, a true war engine. I gave the gold entry to Xiao Jin without hesitation. I saw a ball of golden light spread instantly, and finally turned into a blood-red light and merged into its body. You! Xiao Jin let out a loud and clear cry, his fighting spirit soaring to the sky. I opened the properties panel and almost dropped my jaw. Pet First Sun Bird. Rank Bronze. Level 2, Bloodline, Great Sun Golden Flame, Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 140. Spiritual power, 700. Skills, form transformation, first sun true flame, fire immunity, passive, golden crow body. Wow, a gold entry, double the 4 dimensions. Combined with the 4-fold increase of golden crow body and first sun true flame, it's simply too outrageous. While others desperately burn resources to build up combat power, I rely on gold items to directly ascend to the sky. At this moment, Xiao Jin has already jumped out of the existing grade system and truly entered the mythical level. If a few more gold items were added, I can't imagine how powerful it would be. At this time, the battle on the Qingqing grassland was coming to an end. The Ares beasts that had bullied the newcomers before could not even hold out for a round in front of Xiao Jin. If the dungeon rules hadn't intentionally dispersed the monsters to give the new generation some adaptation period, I would have cleared the dungeon long ago. As the last Ares turned into charcoal, the system prompt popped up: newborn dungeon cleared, will automatically exit in 10 seconds. Is this the end? I haven't had enough fun yet. After exiting the copy, I jumped directly to level 4 and chose to challenge the level 5 copy. The result was disappointing. In addition to the upgrade and a few pieces of beast meat, only a few white clothes without any attributes were dropped. The dungeon experience is low, and the drop rate is poor, which is ridiculous. But I can't stop, because I still need a few key materials to advance to the Golden Flame bloodline. There are only 2 ways to obtain it. One is to spend money to buy it from the pet store in the city, and the other is to challenge the level 10 copy boss and try your luck. I gritted my teeth, stopped killing monsters, took a taxi home, and took out the gray savings card from the drawer. This is the pension left by my parents after their sacrifice. I don't want to touch it, but I have no choice. He turned on the computer and searched the price of materials in the city. Space Stone 100,000. Fire Beast Stone 50,000. Bloodline Evolution Agent 59,000. Blood Curing Agent 66,000. The total of the 4 items is exactly 300,000. My scalp tightened, and I ruffled my hair with a bitter smile. The poor became poorer, and the nobles became richer. Just one promotion in rank had exposed all the cruel realities. Buy it. I made up my mind, entered the information, and submitted the order. However, the system blocked me at the payment interface. This store is not open to you for purchase. I was stunned and changed several stores, but was still rejected. Even if I raised the price, I still couldn't buy it. I'm back. A familiar voice came from the door. Yurian walked in, took off her coat, glanced at my screen, and her face instantly sank. Can't buy it? It must be the Qin family's doing. As the number 1 family in Jinhai City, the Qin family only needs to say one word to have all shops block potential threats, like me. She tried to purchase it using her own account, but was also rejected. It may be, I said those words to Principal Wang today. She smiled bitterly and whispered, the Qin family is afraid that you will use my influence to uncover the truth of that matter. I gently held her hand. Sister, you are doing this for my own good, I understand. Before she finished speaking, her eyes were complicated. I touched her lips with my index finger. Sister, I'm not a child anymore. Yurian was stunned, then slapped him. You little bastard! How dare you tease me? The atmosphere in the room suddenly became lively, with laughter and noise. By the way, you bought these materials for the contracted pet? She suddenly realized something, paused, and asked. Could it be that the bloodless Chuyang bird is the one you are bound to? Yes. I didn't hide it, and directly summoned Xiao Jin out of the beast-taming space. As soon as it landed, it seemed to sense the subtle atmosphere between me and Yurian, jumped a few times excitedly, and ran straight to her feet. The golden hair swaying back and forth was as shiny as if it was smeared with gold powder, and it looked very pleasing. Girls simply have no resistance to such cute things. Yurian bent down, carefully held it in her hands, smiled like a spring breeze, and teased Xiao Jin softly. After playing for a while, she couldn't help but sigh and said, Xiao Qing, I know it would rather burn its blood to stay. But you signed a contract with it. What about the national exam? Your parents have high hopes for you. I smiled and said, Sister, you might as well take a look at Xiao Jin's attributes yourself. As I said that, I turned on the detection function, but it was a piece of information that I had fine-tuned. Yi Ruyan stared at Xiao Jin seriously, blinked, and suddenly a look of surprise appeared on her face, and then a look of confusion. Golden level bloodline? Xiao Qing, how can it? I nodded and explained. It's not completely burned up, and its bloodline still has room for evolution. After all, it's a legendary pet, how can it just be useless? It's not that I don't trust her, but precisely because I trust her, I chose to hide it. The world of beast control is unpredictable and full of strange things. I want to gamble, but I can't let her take the risk with me. Her joy was fleeting, and was soon replaced by worry. I'm not trying to discourage you, but even if it's like this, it's too much of a stretch to rely on just this one. If I hadn't been in a hurry to leave and stayed with you to complete the contract, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. I looked at her self-blaming eyes, sighed secretly, and could only continue to tell a white lie. Sister, Xiao Jin will recover slowly. No one has the ability to predict. Since it has happened, we can only look forward. Really? She was slightly stunned, with a hint of anticipation in her eyes. I nodded seriously. When have I ever lied to you? I want to eat the braised pork you made right now. You little glutton! She chuckled and tapped my forehead. She knew I was comforting her, but these words still made her feel inexplicably at ease. The next morning, I was still asleep when I was awakened by a chirping sound. When I opened my eyes, I saw Xiao Jin flying around me with a dissatisfied look on his face. He was obviously hungry. Got it! I turned over and sat up, taking out the piece of meat of the ferocious beast I killed yesterday from my backpack. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up, and he almost pounced on it, opened his mouth and started to bite, eating with great pleasure. I suddenly slapped my forehead and said, "Oh right, I still have one more chance to draw a gold entry." I was busy studying materials yesterday, and then I chatted with Yi Ruyan until very late, and almost forgot about this. You still have one chance to draw. Do you want to draw? Extract! I rubbed my hands and said to myself, give me something useful. Golden light swirled, light and shadows flew, and finally only a ray of golden light rose into the sky. Congratulations on getting the gold entry Spring for Foodies. Spring for Foodies? This name is getting more and more abstract. I clicked on the details with a puzzled look on my face. Foodies Spring, gold foodies also have their spring, everything can be eaten, refuse to be picky about food. Any item eaten by the pet will absorb its attributability to the maximum extent. Although the description is difficult to understand based on my belief that there are no waste items in golden entries, I decisively gave it to Xiao Jin. In a moment, Xiao Jin's movements of gnawing meat became noticeably faster, almost leaving an afterimage. The piece of beast meat weighing more than 10 kilograms was completely devoured in the blink of an eye. Huh! Not full yet? It stared at me and kept chirping, so I quickly searched my bag. At this time, the system prompt sounded, Foodie Spring Trigger, the pet eats bloodthirsty porcupine meat, and the physical fitness increases by 1. The attribute has been increased. My eyes lit up and I quickly took out a piece of white equipment from my bag. Basic equipment, wood rattan armor, attributes, strength +1, agility +1. Xiao Jin's eyes lit up, and the next second he pecked the armor into pieces as if it were meat steak and swallowed it bite by bite. Foodie's Spring Trigger, eat white equipment, increase strength by 1, increase agility by 1. I watched the system prompts constantly refresh the screen, and the corners of my mouth couldn't help but twitch. This is not a real foodie, this is an evolved version of the equipment recycling machine. A few minutes later, I saw Xiao Jin's belly bulging and he was lying on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. In just one breakfast, his 4-dimensional attributes had skyrocketed by 12 points. I gritted my teeth and took out the few remaining pieces of equipment. Forget it. I can earn money again if I lose it, but it would be a real loss if I missed the entry. After a few mouthfuls, Xiao Jin lay on his back and burped contentedly again, and I looked at the big characters on it that looked like a cheat. It felt so good, it really felt good to cheat. Come on, I'll take you to find something to eat. I slapped my thigh, carried Xiao Jin out, and took a taxi straight to the city center. The pet plaza is brightly lit, dotted with all kinds of stores, and bustling with people coming and going. The most dazzling one among them is the Eternal Beast Pet Shop, with carved golden doors, inlaid with magic crystals, and rumored to be backed by the city lord's mansion. "It's you!" As I stepped onto the stairs, two receptionists with cold faces blocked the door. "Please leave. Sorry, we don't accept customers like you." I was stunned and pointed at me. The other party sneered. "Yes, you and your pet are not welcome." I frowned and turned around, trying to find another store, but every time I went, I got the same treatment. Even the sign at the door had a unified format, which clearly read, "Gu Chong Qing and dogs are not allowed to enter the pet shop." I stood in the center of the square, and I seemed to be surrounded by an invisible aura. No one dared to approach within 5 meters. Customers passing by stopped to watch, and some whispered in confusion, "This person looks so familiar. Who is he?" The discussion gradually gathered, and the eyes turned from curiosity to sneer. "Oh, I thought it was some big shot, but it turned out to be a celebrity from Jinseng No. 1 High School. Haha, you're the one who would rather use up all of your pet's essence than let it go. Jinseng No. 1 High School really knows how to teach its students. Genius, do you want to buy something in the store? Do you want some ferocious beast poop? We'll give it away for free in limited quantities. Ha! This person is so toxic, even the genius's face is trampled on the ground." Laughter and sarcasm came from all directions. Even the employees of the surrounding shops cooperated and raised brooms and ropes, as if to drive me away. I listened to the performance of this group of people with a smile on my face. Just then, the crowd suddenly became agitated. "Get out of the way!" Chenhai came over aggressively with a few lackeys. His eyes fell on me, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he finally let out his anger. He looked around and stared coldly at the shop assistants who were still making a fuss. "Do you know who he is? A student from Jinseng No. 1 High School. With this attitude, have you asked me?" A clerk responded quietly. "Mr. Chen, we are just following the rules. This man has a bad reputation. He is the descendant of a hero, but he has lost his integrity. We can't ruin our reputation because of him." As soon as he finished speaking, the other shop assistants nodded in agreement. Chenhai pretended to be helpless, spread his hands, and whispered in my ear, "Gu Xueba, if you admit your mistake in public now and beg me to help you, they will naturally make way for you." He said it calmly, but in fact he knew it in his heart after the order last night. They had already started to make efforts. He just didn't expect the action to be so swift. I looked at him and smiled faintly. "I appreciate Mr. Chen's kindness. It's a pity that I am a stubborn person." After saying that, I turned and left, walking towards the station without looking back. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Chenhai's face turned pale and gloomy. "Master, are you just going to let him go like this? This piece of trash doesn't deserve a name." Chenhai glared at him coldly. "Do you want the whole Jinseng to know that our Chen family is suppressing him?" "No, I didn't mean that. Keep pushing the hype and creating public opinion, but don't move the person first." Chenhai's voice was low, but his eyes were flashing with madness. Let him fall into the quagmire completely amidst the laughter and scolding of the crowd. But he also knew that his father had already warned him that any revenge against me could only be carried out through resources, and not through killing. He clenched his fists. "Humph, relying on resources alone is enough to make it difficult for you to move forward in Jinseng City. What? No pet store in the city sells your materials?" In the living room, Yurian slammed the table and stood up, furious. "You ignored my words?" She was so angry that she picked up her phone to make a call, but I quickly stopped her. "Sister, don't be in a hurry." "How can I not be anxious?" She sat down angrily, panting. "I thought about it for a long time last night. If you want to take the top spot in the national exam, you have to break through to become an intermediate beast master and open up a second beast master space." I was stunned for a moment, then my heart warmed. She had already planned the next step for me. Once a Beastmaster contracts his first pet, he is at the primary level. To upgrade to the intermediate level, he must advance to level 10 and prepare rare materials, the most important of which is the Space Stone. But now, it is blocked by the blacklist, and it is simply impossible to obtain it through the market. Want to rely on dungeon drops? The probability is even lower than winning the lottery. I once saw a post by a Beastmaster who said that he had been challenging level 10 dungeons for a month, and hadn't seen a single hair. So, I don't plan to rely on the explosion rate. Then you She was halfway through her sentence when she suddenly realized something and looked shocked. You want to steal the clearance record? I nodded. The dungeon clearance record is an additional reward set by the Deep Blue system. As long as you refresh the top 10 records in the Hell level difficulty and keep it for 24 hours, you can get rare resources. This is the only way for me to get the space stone. Yurian looked at me with worry in her eyes. Do you know the strength of the Hell level copy? That is almost equal to the combat power of a real beast. I didn't say anything, but opened my phone to check the rankings of all level 10 copies. Top of the list, the gold medal team of the Eternal Pet Shop, clearance time, 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Yurian looked at the almost perverted record with a frown on her face. You can slowly grind to clear a level, but breaking a record? It requires not only strategy and speed, but also teammates with good understanding, experience in mastering dungeons, and top-notch pets. As a high-level beast master, she is unable to enter low-level copies. And now I have become a rat crossing the street. Who dares to form a team? Just as she was about to find an excuse to leave, I had already closed my phone, stood up and smiled. Sister, we're ready. Let's go buy some goods. Where to go? She was stunned. I raised the corner of my mouth and said, Destroy all the resources they have stored. When I pulled Yurian out of the car, she was still in a daze. She glanced at the dungeon light gates in the square and instantly became nervous. She pulled me aside and said, Xiaoqing, don't be impulsive. You don't really want to enter the dungeon alone, do you? Yeah. I shrugged. It's too troublesome to find teammates. There was another sentence I didn't say. Keeping the experience to yourself is the most stable way to develop. Yurian almost spat out a mouthful of blood on my face. She really wanted to pull my ears and ask, which ear did all the words she said over the years go into? This brother whom she had taken care of since childhood was becoming more and more unfamiliar. He had lost his legendary pet, was framed, suppressed, and forced into a desperate situation. If it were her, she would have collapsed long ago. But he didn't. He didn't sink, but was looking for a way out step by step. She suddenly understood that maybe Xiaoqing really had something to rely on. Am I getting old and starting to be cautious? She was shocked and suddenly patted my shoulder. When I turned around, I saw her tall figure and confident face, as if I had returned to the deputy captain who was as brave as any man. Xiaoqing never fights a battle she is not sure of winning. Go, if anything happens, I will take care of it for you. I saw the changes in her and felt relieved. The first time I saw her was in early summer of that year. She rode a wind beast across the battlefield, as invincible as a Valkyrie. But after my parents died, she took off her armor and became a caregiver who lingered around the kitchen and naggled non-stop. All for me. Now it is my turn to set off, and it is time for her to pursue her glory again. I turned around and smiled. With you here, what do I have to fear? I'll go first. I had just stepped in front of the level 10 copy when suddenly, the light gate flashed a dazzling red light. Congratulations to the Zhenhewang team for breaking the record for clearing the Lanshigiling dungeon. The system prompt exploded in the square, instantly causing exclamations. I quickly opened the record list, and my eyes fixed. The original number 1, the Eternal Pet Shop, was actually squeezed out. Clearance record of the Stone Ridge, Hell Level, Dungeon. First place, Zhenhewang team, clearance time, 29 minutes and 11 seconds. Second place, Eternal Pet Shop, clearance time, 30 minutes and 3 seconds. Third place, Beastmaster Rose, clearance time, 33 minutes and 64 seconds. Yurian also checked the list and whispered in surprise. Within 30 minutes. Could this Zhenhewang team be from the Beast Tamer Association? You'll know when they come out. I smiled faintly. Sure enough, not long after, a vortex emerged from the copy's light gate, and 5 figures slowly walked out. Behind each person, there's a high-level beast pet of gold level or above, with an astonishingly strong aura. Yurian recognized their uniforms at a glance. They are the elite city guards of Dongqing District. My heart was slightly shaken, and I immediately thought of the Chen family behind it. Dongqing District is where the Chen family's old house is located, and the city guards are almost the Chen family's minions. This move, they really thought about this level. A 5-man team starts with the golden pet. The Chen family has invested a huge amount of money. I said in a deep voice. At this time, the leader suddenly said, "Hey, isn't this the former deputy captain Yi?" Yurian sneered, her eyes sharp. "Your city guard's duty is to protect Jinhai, not to steal the copy records. What's the matter? The Chen family is short of resources and has started to accept business orders?" The other party shrugged and smiled playfully. "Why do you say that, Deputy Captain? We are just pawns, unlike you, who were born on the bright road. Resources are tight now, we have to rely on ourselves to get promoted. Are you here to compete for a place on the list as well? But considering your condition and your pet, I'm afraid it's a bit risky. Oh, do you still have any shame? A high-level beastmaster sneaked into a low-level dungeon to break records. I've never seen such a thing before." Yurian checked their ranks and frowned. Xiaoqing, the 5 of them used a secret method to forcibly lower their ranks. It seems that they don't want you to even touch the edge of the record. I nodded. They knew Yurian, and their words were full of contempt and provocation. They felt so superior when suppressing a younger generation, how shameless. "Is this the record you set?" My voice was not loud, but it was heard firmly by everyone. There was silence all around, and all the beast masters stopped. "Where did this idiot come from, with such a big mouth? The dungeon record is your cabbage? Within 30 minutes, it is a monster level, okay? Are the new generation of beastmasters so arrogant?" Someone in the crowd recognized me. "It's that Gu Chongqing, why did he appear again? Don't mention his legendary beast pet. I heard that he gave his pet to TSK, how dare such a person come here?" Amidst the noise and bustle, I remained calm and silent. The leader's eyes were sharp. "Are you the one who awakened the legendary beast pet at the Abyss altar?" I chuckled. "That's right. Why don't you add the label selfish, the cancer of Jinhai, to make it more complete?" His face froze and he didn't know how to respond for a moment. "Are you here to break the record?" he sneered back. I raised my hand and pointed. "Your teammates behind you are almost pale with fear. Your legendary pet is already useless, and you are still so scared." I was too lazy to listen to his nonsense, so I took a step forward and pushed him away. "Get out of the way. Please select the difficulty of the copy of Stone Ridge." "Hell level," I responded. "Detected that there is only one person in the team. Do you want to enter?" "Enter!" While everyone was still confused, I had already stepped into the light gate. Chapter 10, Unknown NPC, Mysterious Pet Card. You have entered the Hell-level dungeon, Stone Ridge. The light from the copy's light gate gradually faded, and Gu Changqing's figure appeared. Before I could see the environment inside the copy clearly, I could only hear the sound of breaking air, which was getting more and more urgent. "Oh shit!" When Gu Changqing looked up, he saw a huge rock with a diameter of 1 meter falling down like a cannonball. He raised his foot to dodge, but his footsteps paused. At this moment, my feet have already sunk into the soft and fine sand. "Xiao Jin!" Xiao Jin cried out, and a white, hot fireball spewed out. It collided with a huge rock in midair, and a layer of the rock's surface slowly melted under the high temperature of the flames. A pitch-black stone man fell out from it. After landing, it stirred up a huge cloud of sand. In Gu Changqing's eyes, information about the Black Stone Man jumped out at him. Unknown beast, Black Jade Man, not included in the rank list. Level 10. Attributes: Strength plus 100, Constitution plus 300, Agility plus 55, Spirit plus 0. Skills: Rockfall, Blackened Rage, Perpetual Motion. Looking at the stone body reflecting black light covered by the swirling sand, Gu Changqing was not surprised by the frightening attribute. How come I met the NPC from the dungeon here? Before coming to the Stony Lonely Hill dungeon, Gu Changqing had thoroughly studied the strategy to pass it. What he didn't expect was that after it was his turn, the rhythm of the copy changed. According to the guide, the first level after entering the dungeon should be the sand monster. The teleportation location was indeed within the sand range. But the Black Jade Man can only be encountered after passing this swamp and arriving at the foot of the Kanjing Ridge. Call! Gu Changqing took a deep breath and didn't think too much about why the copy level changed. The early appearance of the Black Jade Man resulted in no sand monsters in the swamp coming out to attack. Moreover, as an NPC, Although it has no quests, it also has no tendency to attack. Xiao Jin! He called out again. The sharp claws grabbed Gu Changqing's shoulders and then soared into the air. After Xiao Jin gave the Foodie the spring, his four-dimensional attributes doubled again. 40 points of strength was more than enough to grab Gu Changqing. The Black Jade Man really did as the guide said. After coming out of the stone shell, he stood there motionless. Xiao Jin took him over the Black Jade Man's head and flew towards the vague huge mountain that could be vaguely seen outside the swamp. Laugh! Suddenly, the piercing sound of breaking through the air was heard again. Xiao Jin instinctively flew diagonally to one side. I saw a black stone rushing past Gu Changqing's cheek. The warm liquid flowed down. Gu Changqing stretched out his hand to wipe it. The bloodstains were actually black. Poisonous. This is the first thought that comes to mind. But I didn't feel any discomfort in my body. Gu Changqing was just about to command Xiao Jin to stay away from the swamp, but he saw first a true flame with a long flame tail blasting towards the Black Jade Man. Then, Xiao Jin threw Gu Changqing to the ground, turned around and grabbed his collar with his mouth. Its sharp claws burned with white flames as it swooped down. Clang! The claws arrived before the fireball. However, the white flame disappeared instantly as soon as it touched the Black Jade Man's neck. The iron claws only caused a few sparks and did not leave even a scar. Xiao Jin rose vertically, and the true flame of the first sun finally arrived. Boom! There was an immediate explosion, and a powerful shock wave raised a cloud of sand all over the sky. In the center of the vortex, white flames rose up, burning the Black Jade Man inside. Xiao Jin flapped his wings and used his sharp claws to grab Gu Changqing. He put his face close to the dizzy Gu Changqing's face and rubbed it. It seems to be saying, "Don't be afraid, I will avenge you." Gu Changqing felt dizzy and had to suppress the churning in his stomach with great difficulty. No, the side effects of moving the turret are too great. It's better not to go unless it's a critical moment. Unprotected high-speed movement was not something that a junior beastmaster like him could enjoy. After a while, the flame of the first day true flame slowly went out. Gu Changqing stared closely. In the guide, someone also mentioned whether it is possible to kill the Black Jade Man. A lot of people have commented. Only 2 points. The irony of not being able to break the defense, and the Black Jade Man being too lazy to fight back. First Aid True Flame is currently the skill with the most damage, especially the spiritual attribute is as high as more than 280 points. If you can't break the defense, there's no point wasting time. The raging sand dissipated and the flames died out. That black body stood firm like a god of war. Not only was there no damage, the black color even became deeper. Walk! Gu Changqing patted Xiao Jin on the back and didn't stay. An unknown species that even Deep Blue cannot identify, at least for now, cannot be captured. Cracking! Xiao Jin roared at the Black Jade Man, as if warning him. But the next second, a shadow suddenly covered the area. Gu Changqing looked up suddenly and saw a rock with a diameter of more than 10 meters, like a small hill, hanging above his head. Damn! This copy is poisonous. The amiable and invisible Black Jade Man actually killed him. Fortunately, facing the attack of the boulder, Xiao Jin fully demonstrated the strength of a mythical pet. But the Black Jade Man's attack became more and more evil. Just as they entered the safe area, Liu Yan appeared out of nowhere and chased them and beat them. Obviously don't want them to leave. As time went by, with the fighting spirit boiling, Xiao Jin didn't run away either. He fired the first Aid True Flame once every 5 seconds at the Black Jade Man without regard for his life. What was even more strange was that, as the flames burned, the falling rocks that were chasing them collapsed and dissipated into sand and gravel. Gu Changqing frowned, and suddenly, one of the 3 skills of the Black Jade Man, the perpetual motion body, came to his mind. Could it be that it doesn't let me go because it needs the energy I provide? At this moment, Gu Changqing forgot about breaking the record. Seeing the flames disappear faster and faster, the deep black color is even more shiny. Until 10 minutes had passed. Xiao Jin's spiritual power was replenished, and then emptied. Gu Changqing took a lot of pills and was almost beaten to death by Xiao Jin. Suddenly, a huge repulsive force spread from the black jade man's body. Then, a crack appeared on the originally indestructible black jade. 1, 2, 3. In a short while, the black jade man was covered with cracks and would shatter at the slightest touch. Xiao Jin, get down! Xiao Jin flew to the black jade man and Gu Changqing jumped down. He reached out and touched it gently. Crash! Half of the black jade man's body shattered in an instant. Its body is hollow inside. A black card quietly floats in the heart position. At this moment, the wound on his cheek that was scratched by the black stone spurted out black blood. It just fell on the black card and was quickly absorbed and integrated. Everything happened so fast. Before Gu Changqing could figure out what was going on, the prompt sound rang. Congratulations on completing the special hidden mission, the Unfillable Perpetual Motion Body, and receive the reward, an Unknown Beast Pet card. Chapter 11, Setting Fire to the Mountain, Specific Gold Entries. A black pet? Gu Changqing held the card with a frown on his face. Obviously, its grade is not within the ranking of the rules of the Abyss. Such an unknown thing, I don't know whether it is good or bad. After putting the black pet card into the package, Gu Changqing raised his hand, grabbed Xiao Jin's claws, and flew out of the swamp. After you pass the level, you should collect extra information about unknown species. Thinking of the terrifying defensive ability of the black jade man, he was still very tempted. If the second pet can be contracted to be a meat shield defense type, then on the stage of the national exam, there will be no more worries. The sand and dust in the swamp gradually thinned, and the outline of an isolated 100-meter-high mountain range slowly became clear in sight. When the wind and sand fade away, the bright green scene fills your eyes. At the foot of the Goshawk Ridge, the vegetation is lush and the trees are dense. The mountain road leading to the ridge is filled with the sound of birds singing from time to time. As soon as Xiao Jin and Gu Changqing landed, the prompt sound rang. The first stage of the Stone Lonely Ridge dungeon was completed in 15 minutes and 4 seconds. The ranking of stage time is 19th. The second phase begins. In order to give the black jade man sufficient energy, most of the time was wasted in the first stage of the swamp. If you want to break the record, you must go all out in the next stage. Xiao Jin, can you still hold on? At this time, Xiao Jin's spiritual power was less than half. The uninterrupted bombardment lasted for more than 10 minutes, and even with the 3 gold attributes added, it was still a bit too much for the current grade and level. Xiao Jin lowered her head and rubbed Gu Changqing's lower abdomen, making coquettish and flattering sounds from her beak. Gu Changqing was helpless and patted its head. I entered the dungeon originally just to upgrade and get food for it. Now I didn't get any food at all and almost emptied my body. It's normal to feel a little emotional. Children who act like spoiled children have the best life. Okay, the rest of the progress is all food, all yours. As soon as he heard about food, Xiao Jin's foodie nature was activated. They are all yours, and it has aroused an unprecedented desire to fight. Gu Changqing stepped forward, and suddenly, the ground shook. A vine as thick as a thigh broke through the ground. The straight spike, sharp as a blade, pierced straight into Gu Changqing's heart. The flames of hunger rose in Xiao Jin's eyes, and he instantly flashed in front of Gu Changqing. There is an instinct in my blood to deal with something that is long, straight, soft, and hard. After grabbing the vines with both claws, he sprayed out a breath of first-day true flame. The vines were afraid of fire, and with a click sound, the rear end that was burned by the flames broke off on its own and then sank into the ground. In just a short while, Gu Changqing found its information. Human-faced cattail tree, intermediate level vicious beast. Level 10. Attributes: Strength plus 72, Constitution plus 208, Agility plus 5, Spirit plus 30. Skills: Earth Spike Combo, Vigorous Vitality. A level 10 intermediate ferocious beast. With these attributes, it is really a sitting duck. But Gu Changqing looked at the rows of densely packed tall trees as far as his sight could reach, and his scalp began to tingle. This dense forest extends all the way to the mountainside, and the total length of the mountain road is about 1,000 meters. In other words, in the second stage, in addition to distinguishing which ones are human-faced cattail trees, one also has to deal with attacks that may come at any time. It can be said that it is a competition of speed and reaction. But the next second, a smile appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. He turned and looked at Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was eating the softened vines with great relish. A bite of it is full of juice, crisp and juicy, with a fragrant grass scent. Xiao Jin, I heard there is a particularly delicious beast on the mountain. Compared to it, what you eat is just garbage, just leftover food from the gutter. I have endowed you with the gold attribute, which means you are already a supreme being at the super god level. You who are beyond God eat these. You can bear it, but the master can't. Xiao Jin is currently in his infancy and his IQ is that of a child of a few years old. After hearing what Gu Changqing said, his eyes suddenly brightened. It looked at it firmly, as if to say, I will do whatever my master says. Gu Changqing pointed to the dense forest. It's all garbage, let's burn it all and have a feast. Call! A gust of wind blew past, and Xiao Jin spread his wings and flew into the sky. The blazing true flame of the first day condensed and bombarded the dense forest below. There was a loud explosion, and white fireballs scattered everywhere, landing on trees. Whether it was an ordinary tree or a cattail tree, they all caught fire. Within 2 minutes, most of the dense forest became a sea of fire. What's even more terrifying is that Xiao Jin doesn't even need any special care from him. The cattail tree is afraid of fire, and once the fire starts, it is unstoppable. Gu Changqing stood there leisurely. It's still easy to fool your own children. It's a pity that the equipment from the fire can't be picked up. Suddenly, a series of prompt sounds exploded, echoing wildly. Kill the level 10 intermediate beast, the human-faced cattail tree, and gain 50 experience points. Kill the level 10 intermediate beast, the human-faced cattail tree, and gain 50 experience points. Kill the level 10 intermediate beast swift wind eagle and gain 25 experience points. Kill the level 10 lower level beast swift wind eagle cub and gain 10 experience points. Experience is like a rising tide, coming in chunks. As expected of a hell-level difficulty dungeon, this experience. Even if the experience required for each level is doubled, it is still easy to handle at this monster spawning speed. Within a minute, the exciting upgrade prompt came. Congratulations on your level up. Unlimited gold terms are triggered, and you can draw a random gold term once. Gu Changqing. Pet Sunbird. Level 4. Experience, 20 out of 800. Title, Junior Beast Tamer. Talent, unlimited gold items, unique. Level 4 requires 800 experience points, and the speed of gaining them is gradually slowing down. The copy was nearing its end. Gu Changqing rubbed his hands and prepared for another incredible golden entry. This way, the final boss won't be too time-consuming. Extract! Golden entries are being drawn. Congratulations on obtaining the gold entry, Road to Destiny. The path to destiny? Gu Changqing clicked on the introduction of the golden entry with confusion. The Road to Destiny, a special bloodline entry, a road against the will of heaven full of thorns and obstacles, which can only be controlled by special beast pets. A specific golden entry has been released. Useless. There are thousands of kinds of pet animals and illustrations of ferocious beasts recorded in textbooks alone. Not to mention those that have not been discovered and recorded. Trying to find one among them is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. Just when Gu Changqing regretfully wasted an opportunity. Suddenly, the black pet card in the backpack seemed to be guided by something. It began to shake violently. Chapter 12, The Overstandard Dungeon Boss, Does He Still Have Humanity? The black pet card was buzzing violently. The mysterious pet beast temporarily residing inside seemed to want to break free from the constraints of the card. But Deep Blue's rules were too overbearing, rendering all its actions in vain. A pet that has not been contracted cannot be given gold attributes. Gu Changqing took out the black pet card from the package and held it in his hand, saying uncertainly, "Are you attracted by a familiar smell?" The pet card moved again. "Stay in there obediently, and I will consider letting you become my second pet." With Gu Changqing's promise, the black pet card finally calmed down. Putting it back, Gu Changqing couldn't help thinking. As soon as the designated special gold entry was obtained, the black pet card responded. Could it be that the talent of unlimited gold items is provided randomly based on his own experience? The more I think about it, the more likely it seems. Don't think about it anymore. There is still a long way to go before reaching level 10. At this time, Kenjing Ridge had completely turned into a sea of fire. After the first true flame was extinguished, the fire did not die out. Instead, it formed into blazing fire dragons that vowed to burn the entire ridge. The experience bar is still growing, but the rate has slowed down. Just when he was about to break through the level 5 barrier, he stopped abruptly. Be content with what you have. The other teams that were trying to set the sprint record wished they didn't want to fight any monsters at all and tried their best to compress the time. The fire had only been going on for less than 7 minutes. The experience points gained were more than 1.5 levels. There is still a lot of time left to complete the clearance process before reaching the first place. Behind, there was only one old monster. Xiao Jin hovered over the fire scene, swooping down from time to time. When he ascended again, he was holding a broken equipment in his mouth and threw it down in disgust. The Foodie's spring cannot absorb the attributes of those equipments. The second stage of the Stone Ridge dungeon was completed in 7 minutes and 31 seconds. The ranking of stage time is first. The final stage begins. Because you set fire to the mountain, the beast in the dungeon went berserk, and the difficulty of this stage has increased. Killing the final beast will increase the explosion rate. There is a greater chance of obtaining rare items such as Bloodline True Blood and Space Stone. Ah! The beast went berserk. Gu Chongqing had just heard the prompt tone of the abyss. There was a loud bang. I saw a big hole several meters deep blown out in the open space on his left. At the bottom of the pit, most of the white flames that were swirling around Xiao Jin dissipated. Xiao Jin! Gu Chongqing was shocked and quickly jumped into the pit to check its injuries. After a while, he finally let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is fire protecting me. Xiao Jin is fine. At this moment, the earth began to shake violently. Xiao Jin regrouped and flew into the air, grabbing Gu Chongqing. The scene before him left him stunned. Not only was the ground shaking, the entire dungeon seemed to be on the verge of collapse. In the direction of the swamp, several tornadoes formed by fine sand were seen converging towards the ridge with the force of breaking through the sky. The entire Kenjing Ridge was filled with huge rocks rolling down, and the speed was increasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue-green swift eagles that survived the fire gathered in groups at the top. As the shrill eagle cries rose and fell, the feathers of hundreds of swift eagles fluttered and merged together strangely. It forms a huge eagle head. The main body of the goshawk ridge, after rising nearly 3 meters, slowly extended its limbs. Huge amounts of fine sand filled the surroundings, transforming into a flowing armor cloak. I'm fucking stupid! At this moment, standing in front of him was a fusion monster that was 30 feet tall, with an eagle head and sand clothes. His knowledge of taming beasts is very solid. He has unlimited gold items, not to mention several incredible gold items. But now, looking up at such a ferocious beast, I really want to say something. The stuff in the textbooks is just to fool the kids. What the hell is this called running away? The original form is almost the same. In the regular copy strategy, the final guarding beast is the extremely fast Swift-Wind Eagle King and its subordinates. It's just a fire. Is it necessary to use nuclear weapons to kill a mosquito? Gu Chongqing swallowed his saliva. Information about this fusion monster also appeared before his eyes. Special beast fusion type of fierce monster and lonely mountain watcher. Level 10. Attributes: Strength plus 300, Constitution plus 300, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 300. Skills: Swift Wind and Eagle Howl, 1,000 miles of quicksand, Spring comes to all things, Eternal Motion, passive. Introduction: A mutant beast forcibly fused by an unknown force. If you defeat it, you will receive an unprecedented special reward. If you die in battle, you will become a part of it. Oh shit! Demon level! Although the number of ferocious beasts that died at the hands of Gu Chongqing was at least 200 if not 1,000. But the highest level is only intermediate. Now, the one in front of him is a ferocious monster. It spans 3 major levels. Gu Changqing looked up at the sky in the copy. Damn it! Abyss, if you want to kill me, just say so. The terrifying 4 attributes of 300 have completely surpassed the strength that a level 10 copy should have. The 3 active skills are also unique to the 3 stages of ferocious beasts in this copy. No wonder Xiao Jin was slapped away. Even the mythical bloodline bestowed by the gold entry is nothing but little Karami in front of this fusion monster. Xiao Jin's mouth was emitting hot air, and the temperature of his body surface was rising. While the white flames wrapped around Gu Changqing, they quickly condensed in front of him. Xiao Jin became ruthless and vowed to avenge the slap. The fireball accumulated for a full minute and reached a diameter of 1 meter. Then, with an angry cry, it charged towards the evil monster with its flaming tail. Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly blurred, and he seemed to see the phantom of an extremely handsome divine bird wrapped around Xiao Jin. Could it be that this is the body of the golden crow? Xiao Jin's spirits suddenly perked up, but he was a little depressed. With this blow, the spiritual power that had been recovered with great difficulty was consumed in an instant. Gu Changqing frowned, because this fusion-type monster had the most troublesome skills. Perpetual motion. This skill is possessed by the Black Jade Man. Gu Changqing was unsure. The evil monster had a special ability that integrated the skills of the evil beasts in the dungeon. Or, like the Black Jade Man, it is a kind of unknown ferocious beast. Wherever the powerful first-day true flame passed, the space became distorted and blurred. The evil demon did not move. The fireball was getting closer and closer, heading straight for the eagle's head. Suddenly, the eagle's tightly closed eyes opened. The black pupils are like beautiful jade. An invisible wall of air collided with the speeding first-day true flame. Seeing the fireball's power slowly decreasing, Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I guessed it right? If that's true, then what's the point of playing? Start the next game as soon as possible and waste time. A crisp, pop sound interrupted his thoughts of quitting. I saw spider-like cracks spreading on the invisible wall of air. The next second, the true flame of the first sun broke through it. Although its power was weakened, it was still strong. There's hope. Gu Changqing was overjoyed. Soon, he was stunned again. At some point, a giant sword made of quicksand had condensed in the hands of the evil monster. The stone arm swung heavily. A crescent-shaped sword energy of quicksand spread out like covering the sky and the sun. As soon as the first-day true flame came into contact with it, it was instantly enveloped. Extinguish. Chapter 13, Dark Origin, Clear the Dungeon. The sky was filled with quicksand, with the evil monster at its center, covering most of the sky and the dungeon. This attack not only dissolved Xiao Jin's first-day true flame, it also completely brought Gu Changqing's heart to the bottom. How can we play this? My own attack is just tickling. A casual attack from the evil demon can cause devastating damage. They are not in the same dimension at all. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing called out and was about to leave. But Xiao Jin looked up at the yellow-orange sky and whimpered softly twice. He thought the little guy was unwilling, so he comforted him in a soft voice. Don't worry about it. Victory and defeat are common in the military. Your future is definitely not comparable to that of a mere evil monster. When you grow up a little more, you will be able to kill it with ease. Unexpectedly, Xiao Jin became unusually irritable despite his owner's comfort. It suddenly turned its head and pecked at Gu Changqing's lower abdomen with its sharp beak. Gu Changqing was shocked. He didn't expect Xiao Jin to attack him. The next second, before he could react, the beak seemed to have passed through a barrier. When it was pulled out, it had a black card in its mouth. Gu Changqing took a closer look and found that this was the black pet card in the package. Could it be that? The black card was held in his mouth, and the white flames instantly enveloped it. The card was nourished by the power of fire and immediately reacted, spreading out circles of black ripples. And in Gu Changqing's ears, a childish, stumbling voice rang out. Stupid, stupid bird, let go of me, you bit my brother! Hurry up and let go, or I'll hit you, beat you! Gu Changqing stared and confirmed for a long time, and finally determined that the sound came from the black pet card. Compared to its baby voice, the other one is more gentle and sweet. Hiwa, you are the one who caused all this trouble. Hurry up and lend me your strength, otherwise, humph. What power? Silly bird, I'm still a child. Damn you, kid, if anything happens to the master, I will tear you apart, roast you slowly over low heat, and eat you after you sizzle and ooze oil. Vulgar, violent. Your master has nothing to do with me. Gu Changqing listened quietly and felt happy. We learned in textbooks that animal pets can communicate with each other through resonance. The prerequisite is that they are the same beast tamer. Xiao Jin is of mythical bloodline, so it's not surprising that he has this ability. However, the pet in this black card can actually communicate with it. At least it shows that its own ability is very powerful. You don't want to admit defeat, huh? Great! After we get out of here, I'll ask the master to find something shiny and bright, so that I can bathe you in holy light every day to wash away the darkness all over your body. The two pets were arguing stubbornly, and suddenly Xiao Jin said something that immediately ended the argument. All I could hear was the beast milk in the black card cursing, and unwillingly, surging black energy overflowed from it, wrapping itself in white flames. Cracking! Xiao Jin Qingming stuffed the black card back into Gu Changqing's package space. It suddenly flew high into the sky, and under the stimulation of the black energy, its body grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. It didn't stop until it grew to a terrifying size of nearly 10 meters. The body of the golden crow. This is the real body of the golden crow. Gu Changqing hurriedly checked Xiao Jin's condition. Pet sunbird. Rank bronze. Level 4. Bloodline entries: Big Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Boiling Will to Fight, Gold, Spring for Foodies, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 40 plus 4, Foodie attribute, Constitution plus 40 plus 3, Agility plus 40 plus 2, Spirit plus 280 plus 4. Spiritual Power, 21100, Bloodline Ability Activation plus 20,000. Skills: Form Transformation, First Aid True Flame, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Body. Status: 1. Dark Perpetual Motion, Dark Negative Attribute Destruction is increased by 100%, Absorption is increased by 100%. 2. Dark Origin, maximize the stimulation of the pet's bloodline ability, and the upper limit is determined by the pet's physique. After the status disappears, all the pet's attributes and skills enter a cooling band period for 5 hours. Looking at the status page in the information bar, Gu Changqing understood why Xiao Jin took out the black card. From the moment he entered the dungeon and met the Black Jade Man, he unlocked the hidden mission. And precisely, the pet in the black card is the only key to defeating the evil monster. Go! Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing couldn't help but shout. Xiao Jin, who was elevated by the dark origin, responded to him with a sharp cry. Immediately afterwards, raging flames rose up all over his body. White and dark. Two opposing color energies blend together surprisingly peacefully. Xiao Jin spread out a pair of wings that were several times wider than his body and charged towards the ferocious monster. Gu Changqing watched quietly and couldn't help but sigh. This is the tyranny and power that the mythical bloodline Great Sun Golden Crow should have. The fierce monster, as big as a hill, looked at Xiao Jin with his black eagle eyes as he approached with fierceness. As if feeling threatened, he drew out the quicksand sword again and swung it several times. A wall of quicksand seemed to be drowning the entire instance. But the next moment, a giant fireball with a diameter of 9 meters, burning the black mist, broke through the barrier of quicksand. In the fierce demon's eagle eyes, pure black light flows. But under the influence of the status, its perpetual motion skill is completely ineffective. Boom! When the giant fireball was about 10 meters away from the evil monster, it suddenly exploded. Countless small flames, like a meteor shower, completely covered the entire huge body. Bang! 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 Every time a fireball fell, there was a loud explosion. The black and white flames are intertwined. As the explosion continued, a huge column of fire rose up to the sky. Raging waves of fire and shock waves spread outward. The overbearing force seems to want to reshape the earth. In desperation, Gu Changqing had to jump into a big pit to hide. Suddenly, his brain felt dizzy and his strength was rapidly draining away. Are you going to beat me to death? Once a beast master and his pet sign a contract, they enter into a symbiotic relationship. Once one side suffers a serious blow, the other side will also suffer varying degrees of damage. In the past, when killing ferocious beasts, they could completely rely on their bloodline to crush them. Now Xiao Jin's blood strength is forcibly increased by dark origin, which is to overdraw the master's power to achieve his own recovery. Gu Changqing did not hesitate. He took out a bottle of pills, poured them out and stuffed them into his mouth. Fortunately, it didn't last too long. The sound of bombing outside disappeared, and a black shadow appeared above Gu Changqing. He looked up. Xiao Jin had transformed into a night-shining raven and fell weakly into his arms. Its body was riddled with holes, including wounds from being pecked by birds and debris left by tree thorns. Have a good rest. With a flash of light, Gu Changqing put it into the beast controlling space. He climbed out of the pit and looked into the distance. What came into view was the raging fire and the pits and rubble of the ruins. Gu Changqing couldn't bear it. It is best not to use this skill. Congratulations on killing the special fusion beast of the fierce demon level Lonely Ridge Watcher, and gain 2,000 experience points. Congratulations on completing the final hidden mission in the dungeon and obtaining the special item Eye of Darkness. Congratulations on clearing the Hell level dungeon, Stone Ridge. The time you cleared it is. Chapter 14. What qualifications do you have to be expelled from school? Dog ears listen. Copy of the light door. Yurian stood outside quietly waiting, her tightly rubbing hands betraying her current mood. Gu Changqing spoke with full confidence. As time went by, Yurian's worries continued to explode. From time to time, he looked towards the light gate of the copy, feeling nervous and complicated, just like the first time he officially fought with a ferocious beast. Deputy Captain Yi, don't worry. Even if you can't pass the dungeon, you still have the momentum to go alone. Yurian glanced at the team leader and snorted. Jiang Sun, is the Qin family's reward so generous? Are they willing to let you give up your future just to break a low-level dungeon record? It seems that more than a decade of peace has made you forget a lot. Jiang Sun was also absent-minded. You don't need to provoke me. You can only gain something if you give something. You know that the city guards are loyal to the city lord's mansion. I really don't know what those heroes who died in the beast tide for Jinhai City would think when they saw their descendants being treated like this. You are still so compassionate. As a person in a high position, you naturally care about the world. But at the same time, it is also a shackle. Otherwise, how could you be trapped in Jinhai City for more than 10 years? Yurian was so upset that she scolded. Shut up, if you don't want me to cut it off for you. Jiang Sun immediately shook his hand and made a zipper gesture at his lips. The last sentence before you shut up is because of our former master. Although the Qin family is restrained because of you, they dare not take Gu Changqing's life, but it's hard to say about other aspects. What's the meaning? Yurian asked further, but Jiang Sun returned to the team and resumed his attitude of indifference. At this moment, the crowd gathered in the square separated themselves to make a path. Lu Rinjia, the head of the grade at Jinhai No. 1 High School, walked over with Chenhai in a solemn manner. Susi was holding Chenhai's arm, and when she saw Yurian, she lowered her head out of shame. Yurian looked at them in surprise and asked, Director Lu, what are you doing? Before Lu Rinjia could speak, Chenhai coughed and took the lead. Teacher Yi is here too, that's great. The City Lord's Mansion has issued the latest notice regarding Gu Changqing's previous outrageous behavior. For this reason, the school's top management was furious and held a meeting to decide on his punishment. Director, show Teacher Yi the result of the punishment. Lu Rinjia put on an apologetic smile, took out a judgment book, and coldly handed it to Yurian. Teacher Yi, since Gu Changqing is not here, you can pass it on to him. Yurian unfolded the judgment book, read the contents, and could not help but scold. You expelled him from Jinhai No. 1 High School? Director Lu, do the school really want to do this? Regarding the legendary beast pet you just... Lu Rinjia interrupted Yurian with just the right amount of anger on his face. Teacher Yi, the school has done its utmost to expel him from Jinhai High School. What he did regarding the legendary beast pet is a smear on Jinhai City and a blasphemy against beast masters. Yu Ruian's towering chest was shaking, but reason told her that she couldn't confront him head-on. The judgment book says it all. Although expulsion from school will not cut off the path to the national exam. But what famous schools care about most is reputation. A beastmaster who was expelled from school had a questionable character, and was even ostracized by the entire city. Basically, they will not be considered by Beastmaster University. This move is cruel enough. It was so cruel that it forced Gu Changqing into the abyss, from which there was no escape. The school should have dealt with Gu Changqing long ago. With such a character, it's a good thing he didn't sign a contract with a legendary beast pet, otherwise he would have become the biggest scourge of Jinhai City. Susi held Shanhai's arm, wishing she could rub it into her nice-sized flesh. Shanhai smiled with satisfaction. Teacher Yi, you have a great background. Why do you have to lose face for a guy with a bad record? Originally, the school's decision was to be announced nationwide, but considering that he is the descendant of a hero, he was given one last chance to turn over a new leaf. Yi Ruian was extremely angry, and pointed at Susi and said sternly, "At such a young age, you have mastered the art of tea. Am I wrong?" With Shanhai by her side, Susi became more courageous. "Who is Gu Changqing? Is he worthy of having a legendary pet? He is just a poor man. Even if he gets special care, how much can he get? Legendary beast pets are not something he can own. Wouldn't it be better to exchange them for something more suitable for himself? A bottom-level crawler should try every possible way to crawl out of there, not aim too high. If the legendary pet was in Hai's hands and cultivated with the Qin family's abundant resources, it would have become the guardian beast of Jinhai City in the future. He ruined his great ambition just for himself. Tell me, is he a criminal of Jinhai City? Expelling him from school is a light punishment. He should be kicked out of Jinhai City." After listening to Susi's words, everyone fell silent. Are you two a couple? If so, isn't that too broad a scope? Who wouldn't want to keep a legendary pet for themselves? If not, it's none of your business what choice they make. This outrageous statement is really, birds of a feather flock together. As she spoke, Susi pointed at Yi Ruian and said contemptuously, "Teacher Yi, you have always been so self-righteous, but that's because you don't understand the life logic of the lower class. If you really have the ability, then use it." Yi Ruian's face flushed, and surprisingly she did not refute. She did have the ability to change Gu Changqing's fate, but she didn't do it. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind Yi Ruian. "Who do you think you are? My sister makes a choice that she doesn't need a stinky bitch like you to talk nonsense about." In the copylight gate, Gu Changqing walked out weakly. Yi Ruian was delighted and walked up to him and asked anxiously, "How is it? Are you hurt?" Gu Changqing shook his head. Seeing the judgment book in her hand, he smiled contemptuously. "Jinhai No. 1 High School is rotten to the core." When Lu Rinjia heard this, he immediately became angry. "Gu Changqing, you are a selfish traitor who endangers Jinhai City. How can you be so shameless? What qualifications do you have? What qualifications do you have? Shut your dog mouth and prick up your dog ears and listen carefully." Buzz! As soon as Gu Changqing finished speaking, the reminder sound of the abyss sounded in the square. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for clearing the hell-level dungeon of Stone Lonely Ridge and topping the dungeon record list. Time, 27.63. Chapter 15. Belated Affection. Cheaper than grass. The reminder of the abyss, like a bombshell, hit everyone's head directly. On the record list, Gu Changqing's name ruthlessly trampled on the Zhenhewang team that had just broken the record. The most incredible thing is that the other record holders all had a full team of 5 people. Gu Changqing, there is only one person. Jiang Sun and other members of the Zhenhewang team cast horrified looks at Gu Changqing. Others may not know the difficulty of the 2-minute difference, but they naturally know it. Not to mention increasing it by 2 minutes, even if it was only 2 seconds, that would be beyond the limit. Not to mention the sand swamp that seriously slowed down the progress, they spent a lot of time and financial resources on the second stage alone. Moreover, he used special means to fall from the level of a high-level Beastmaster to that of a junior Beastmaster. Dimensionality reduction attack, advantages in numbers and experience, and the blessing of various precious medicines with super recovery effects. Even so, the record was broken. A 2-minute lead. Being crushed so easily by a selfish waste? How did you do that? Zhang Sun's CPU burned out, and he couldn't figure out what was going on. Cheating! How could I possibly break your record without cheating? After all, the punishment for wantonly dropping levels to compete for low-level dungeon records is not small. Gu Changqing didn't try to hide it at all and said it directly. By the way, stabbed Zhang Sun and others in the heart. He originally relied on his cheating talent to pass the level. But there is no other way, my talent is against the sky, come and bite me. Shanhai and others woke up from the shock of Gu Changqing's record-breaking performance. Following his words, she scolded. Sure enough, you relied on cheating, Gu Changqing, you still have the nerve to admit it. Susi also joined in. That's right, you are so shameless. You used cheating methods to maliciously steal the dungeon records. The City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association will not let you go easily. Beastmasters of the same age who were unaware of the truth also joined the wave of condemnation. Gu Changqing is a disgrace to Zhenhai City. I suggest that the City Lord's Mansion expel him from the city and let him fend for himself. When you cheated, did you ever think about your parents? The glory they earned with their lives has been tarnished by you. It is a great humiliation for us to be born in the same era as this person. Expel from the city! Expel from the city! The calls for expulsion are growing louder and louder, and are threatening to become a huge uproar. But there are still some Beastmasters who did not participate. All the Beastmasters who had experienced the difficulty of hell-level dungeons were silent at this moment. Cheating? After the rules of the Abyss were applied to the present world, there were rumors that powerful geniuses had excess power, causing the rules to collapse. But there has never been a situation where they took advantage of loopholes to make profits for themselves. Although what Gu Changqing did was too bizarre. It's impossible for a copy that has been refined by generations to have a backdoor open just for him. Yi Ruyan held Gu Changqing's hand tightly to express her position. Gu Changqing responded with a warm smile. Sister, it's not over yet. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for completing the hidden mission in the dungeon. The Luanshigiling dungeon will be temporarily closed for 1 hour. After the dungeon is reopened, new beasts will appear. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for unlocking the unique hidden task chain. The first phase of rewards has been issued. The sound of the abyss is a little quieter than when the record was broken, still suppressing the huge voices of opposition. In an instant, everyone's eyes turned to Gu Changqing. There is curiosity, envy, greed, and all kinds of desires. Quest? Are there any quests in the dungeon? I don't know. I'm only at level 2. I'm not qualified to listen to this. Is there any level 10 brother who can tell me what the hidden mission is? Is the reward rich? I don't know the details. I can only tell you that the copy has existed until now. I only analyzed that there might be a mission. I didn't expect it to really exist. And it's unique. The rewards are absolutely amazing. Yi Ruyan was dazed at first, then excited. She thrust her 2 majestic peaks into Gu Changqing's arms. You've made it, little brat. Smell the fragrant wind, feel the wonderful touch after the elastic collision. Gu Changqing blushed, which was rare for her. Sister, calm down. Yi Ruyan realized that the posture was not suitable for such an occasion, so she raised her hand and tapped his forehead. Little devil, you have such messy thoughts. Gu Changqing cried out that he was wronged and said, I didn't think about anything. No wonder. We didn't lose unfairly. Zhang Sun walked forward, feeling relieved. You are excellent enough to solve the task that countless beast masters are suspicious of. It seems that your beast pet has been brainwashed by rumors. Thank you for the compliment. It was just luck. Abyss and Zhang Sun's live commentary. Those beastmasters who shouted that they were cheating all lowered their heads, and some even ran away in shame. Shanhai's face turned ashen, and he gripped Susi's hand with greater force, causing the latter to grimace in pain but not daring to get angry. Gu Changqing! Gu Changqing! We'll see! Having said that, he dragged Susi away from the square. Lu Rinjia did not follow Chen Hai, but put on a smiling face and said, Changqing, don't hate the school. We had no choice. Don't worry, I will talk to the principal when I get back. After all, it is not our original intention to let outstanding children live outside. Yurian chuckled and said sarcastically, Director Lu, your attitude has changed so much. Didn't you just shout that Xiaoqing cheated? Well, there's nothing we can do about it. The school has to follow the decision made by the city lord's mansion. However, we still think that Gu Changqing is a good student. Lu Rinjia changed the subject. By the way, Changqing, what is the reward for this mission you received? It's not that the director wants to pry into your privacy, but you need to have a strong point. In this way, we can argue with the city lord's mansion and let you return to school. Reward? Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a blue card. There is an eagle pattern printed on the card. This is the first stage reward given by the hidden mission, the Swift-Winged Eagle King. It only has a beast pet card with Lord-level bloodline, and the rest are just a bunch of precious materials. I guess in the future there will be King level, Legendary level, and even higher levels. Bang! Lu Rinjia slapped his thigh suddenly, feeling very disappointed with his friend. The school is so confused. How can such a genius be expelled from school? Come on, follow me back to school. Even if the director loses his position, he will let you go back to school. As he said that, he was about to pull Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing dodged. Looking at the surprised passerby, he sneered expressionlessly. Director, have you ever heard a saying? Belated affection. Cheaper than the grass you trample on horses. Chapter 16, The Three-Path Falcon, An Uninvited Guest. Gu Changqing you. Lu Rinjia's face flushed red, and he ridiculed and mocked without any scruples in front of so many people. Due to Gu Changqing's current special situation, he had to suppress his anger, and still kept smiling. Okay, stop talking in anger. You are a genius student trained by my Jinhai No. 1 high school, and your parents are both honorary beast masters of the school. And your subsidies, your encouragement money, etc., all come from here. Changqing, I know you still have the school in your heart. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, don't act like a child. Gu Changqing looked in astonishment at Lu Rinjia, who was talking freely but looked calm. He really couldn't understand how anyone could have the nerve to say such things. Just now, same place, same people. His voice shouting about cheating was still loud and clear, deafening. I can only say that when one's face is cultivated to a certain level, it can really withstand a nuclear attack. Yi Ruyan rolled her eyes and exposed them mercilessly. Director Lu, it seems that what you just said is either an honor awarded by the Provincial Beast Master Association, or I ran around to get it. When you say it, it all becomes the function of a school. Facing Yi Ruyan's dissatisfaction, Lu Rinjia remained unchanged. You are a teacher at No. 1 high school, and the school has noticed this. Teacher Yi, please don't worry about it. What matters now is to restore Changqing's student status. Everything is for the national exam. Gu Changqing wanted to vomit at the sticky attitude. He took Yi Ruyan's hand and said, Let's go, sister. I need to sort out the tasks and rewards I have received. Let's go home and make you something delicious. The two men walked past Lu Rinjia and pushed away his outstretched arm when the latter tried to keep him. Director Lu, I, Gu Changqing, cannot afford the kindness of the school. From now on, I will have nothing to do with Jinhai No. 1 high school. Before Lu Rinjia could explain, the two men had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Damn Gu Changqing. He just let him take the blame once, but he still holds a grudge like that. He even forgot the kindness of the school in nurturing him. What an ungrateful bastard. On second thought. No, you must report this to the principal immediately. Not to mention the reward for the hidden mission. If other schools in Jinhai City get there first, they will lose face. Gu Changqing and Yi Ruyan returned home, and the latter went into the kitchen and started cooking a delicious meal. Gu Changqing sat in the living room and first checked Xiao Jin's condition. The buff status of dark origin is really terrifying. Xiao Jin lay motionless in the beast-controlling space, and the powerful flame burned, healing its wounds. The spiritual power that had returned to zero showed no signs of recovery. Gu Changqing was not without emotion. This is the second time that Xiao Jin has given his all for himself. There is a connection between the Beast Master and his pet. It also knows that a replica can exit at any time. Still, it holds nothing back. From Xiao Jin, he felt the same warmth as Yurian. Have a good rest. When you recover, I'll let you eat as much as you want. Hearing the sound of food, the lifeless three-legged golden crow raised its weak head, nodded a few times, and then lay down again. Gu Changqing smiled. Among the 3 golden entries, the one that affects foodies the most is the one that has the greatest impact. Afterwards, Gu Changqing began to take stock of the gains from the copy trip. First of all, there are 3 space stones that are most needed at the moment. 2 pieces were dropped from the fusion-type evil monster, and 1 piece was rewarded for completing the hidden task. The progress bar moves up a lot. Other than that, there are some materials. The Heart of the Sand Monster, food ingredients. Swift Wind Eagle Stone, food ingredients. Cattail Fruit, food ingredients. The most valuable reward is undoubtedly the pet card of the Swift Eagle King. Gu Changqing gently stroked the Eagle King pattern on the card, and information about it immediately emerged. Swift Wind Eagle King. Bloodline 3 paths Swift Wind, lowered level blue. Skills Swift Wind Eagle Howl, extreme speed, low level evolution. Introduction. Possessing the weak bloodline of the 3 paths falcon, there is a very low probability that the bloodline level can be evolved. There is not much introduction about Swift Wind Eagle King. Just having the bloodline entry of 3 paths Swift Wind is enough to make it a top-notch beast pet among lower-level beast pets. It's just because the 3 paths falcon, whether among the fierce beasts or the pets after being captured, they are all well-deserved king-level pinnacles. The bloodline skill of the Sandu Wind Falcon, according to legend, the wind it blows out can destroy the body, strength, and even the soul of the beast master and his pet. There is a terrifying rumor that when the wind blows from the 3 paths, souls will fly away. Among the beast tamers, only 1 3-path wind falcon was captured and tamed to become the beast tamer's pet. The owner of this pet is Zhao Zhanxiong, the current lord of Jinhai City's City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association. However, in Gu Changqing's eyes, these are all insignificant little karamis. No matter what your bloodline is, as long as I like you, I can transform you into a new person immediately. Gu Changqing was hesitant. The second pet should be the Swift Wind Eagle King, or the unknown black pet. It is better to complete the hidden task first, and see if there will be a better pet as a reward later. In his heart, he really looked down upon the Swift Wind Eagle King. Since we already have Xiao Jin, the King of the Sky, he is naturally not an option. As for the black pet card, although it has a response to that specific gold entry, but I still feel a little uneasy about something that even the Abyss cannot explore. If a mysterious, unknown and powerful monster is released, it will be disastrous if you can't control it. The next step is to look for anomalies in each copy. Unfortunately, in dungeons below level 30, there are no obviously abnormal NPCs like the Black Jade Man. Gu Changqing scratched his head. Could it be that the clue is in a wild copy outside Jinhai City? After completing the first phase of the mission, the second phase of the mission objectives were not given at all. It all depends on the Beastmaster who accepts the task to guess by chance. The nature of the copies inside and outside the city are at 2 extremes. The copy outside the city is called a wild copy. The light gates in every wild copy are almost always inhabited by ferocious beasts. If you want to clear a wild dungeon, you must first go through a life and death battle with a ferocious beast. Similarly, the rewards and experience of wild copies are an order of magnitude higher than those in the city. Even so, only high-level beast masters and above dare to venture out of the city. Gu Changqing considered whether he should go out of the city and try his luck. Xiaoqing, it's time to eat! The aroma that tempted the taste buds filled the room. Gu Changqing came back to his senses from his thoughts and sniffed it. His stomach instantly growled. I came to the dining table, picked up a piece of braised pork with chopsticks, and suddenly I felt like I was sublimating. Yurian's cooking skills are really getting better and better. It is completely different from the first dark dish. Looking at Gu Changqing eating with relish, Yurian smiled knowingly. Just as I handed him a bowl of rice, suddenly, A series of rapid breaking sounds came from outside. Then, a soft and numb female voice came out. "Excuse me, is classmate Gu Chongqing at home?" Chapter 17. The girls' high school comes to snatch people, and green tea needs someone to grind it. Who? Yurian opened the door in surprise, and saw 6 beautiful, elegantly dressed, youthful girls. After nodding to her, they walked into the small living room in a friendly manner. Gu Chongqing, who was eating, looked up and froze instantly. Wow, where did this group of socialites come from? There are 6 beauties, except for the one in the middle who is a little older. The other 5 are basically the same age as Gu Chongqing. If Yurian's appearance is 99 points, their scores are around 90. They are all first-class beauties. Who are you? Is it polite to barge in without saying hello? Seeing Gu Chongqing staring at her with admiration, Yurian even put down his bowl and chopsticks. She couldn't help but feel angry and spoke in a rather unkind way. "Hello, we are from Jinhai Girls' High School. I am the head of the grade 3 class, Xiaobing. They are students who are about to graduate, and they all want to come and see the famous people in Jinhai." Xiaobing's smile was easygoing, and one felt like being bathed in a spring breeze. As the saying goes, don't hit someone who smiles at you. Yurian breathed a sigh of relief and glared at Gu Chongqing, scaring him so much that he immediately retracted his gaze and ate obediently. "Jinhai Girls' High School, why did you come to see our Xiaoqing? If you want to pay your respects, then I won't keep you for dinner." The female classmate next to Xiaobing was dissatisfied with her attitude and wanted to speak. She raised her hand to stop him. "It's like this. I heard that student Gu was expelled from the first high school. Our principal attaches great importance to this. After many aspects of research and discussion, the school decided to make an exception and admit student Gu Chongqing. If he is willing, Jinhai Girls' High School will use all its resources to escort him to the national exam." Puff! Gu Chongqing nearly spit out the rice he had put into his mouth. He knew about Jinhai Girls' High School. Not only that, the school was well known throughout the province and city. The beast masters who graduated from the girls' high school were either recruited by major families or had connections with some large groups. Even the current city lord's wife graduated from a girls' high school. In terms of relationship alone, the Qin family, the #1 beast-taming family in Jinhai, is inferior to them. They have always been low-key and only wanted to train outstanding female beast-tamers for the beast-taming world, but now they are trying to recruit a man into the school for the first time. "Can I go to the girls' high school?" Gu Chongqing was confused. He took out his phone and looked at his face. Still handsome and full of masculinity, why did they fall for him? Xiaobing smiled gently and said, "Don't doubt our school's determination. We are sincere in recruiting you. Give me a reason." Gu Chongqing is not a 3-year-old child. It is almost unimaginable how much energy is behind the so-called utmost effort of the girls' high school. Where there is pie in the sky, there is always a pit in the ground. He was not naive enough to think that he could drive them crazy to this extent with a suspected legendary pet and a hidden mission. Yurian also frowned, and suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she blurted out, "You want Xiaoqing to go to that place?" Xiaobing nodded directly without any hesitation. "Teacher Yi is quick-witted. That's right. We paid such a high price in the hope that when Gu has the ability, he can go to the Forbidden Sea to find her for us." Gu Chongqing was confused after hearing this. "She? Who is she?" Yurian's face was serious, and she said in a deep voice, "The last and only female city lord of Jinhai City was Situdanya. When the beast tide attacked the city, there were only beasts on land, but no beasts in the sea. That was because the female city lord led an elite team to charge into the Forbidden Sea, but after the beast tide, the group of beast masters did not return." Xiaobing sighed. "We also send out beast masters to search, but the Forbidden Sea has been reshrouded by the rules of the deep sea, and only legendary beasts and pets are allowed to enter. Mr. Gu, we have learned that your beast pet has not been downgraded. In other words, there is still a chance to return to the legendary level." Gu Chongqing was not surprised that the intelligence was so accurate. Being able to occupy the top spot on the record list speaks for itself. Xiaobing breathed a sigh of relief. "That's good. As long as you agree, you can ask for anything that the girls' high school can do." Yurian looked at Gu Chongqing with a moved look in her eyes. As long as we agree to it, the Chen family and the city lord's mansion will definitely be wary. Jinhai Girls' High School does have this ability. Gu Changqing briefly considered the interests involved. Just about to answer. I don't agree. He hadn't said anything yet. A roar came from outside the house, interrupting his words. Susi rushed in with an anxious and angry look on her face. Behind him were Lu Rinjia and several senior executives of number 1 high school. I don't agree. Susi walked to the dining table, lowered her head and looked down at Gu Changqing. Her anxious mood eased a little and her tone became softer. Changqing, you are the pride of our Jinhai number 1 high school, and my pride. How can you transfer to a girls' high school? Are you willing to separate from me? I've thought about it carefully, and I still have a place for you in my heart. The previous rejections were all because I cared too much about you and wanted to put some pressure on you to become better. Now that you've become something better, I agreed to be your girlfriend. Moreover, Hai has already agreed. As long as you are willing to come back, the Qin family will help you eliminate the influence of those rumors. Just think of it as doing it for me, okay? Susi's eyes turned red, with a hint of mist spreading. Gu Changqing didn't listen to a word of her moving persuasion. Instead, it seemed as if she had made a great sacrifice and saved the world from disaster. Where did this self-righteous bitch come from? How dare you snatch Brother Gu from our girls' high school? What a joke! Oh my God! No one really thinks that a pair of worn-out shoes can go out in front of people. Oh my, who did I think it was? It turned out to be one of Master Chen's girlfriends. See. Oh, that gives me goosebumps. May I ask how many fish you have in your pond? The young ladies of Jinhai Girls' High School surrounded Gu Changqing from the left and right, making sarcastic remarks. All kinds of tempting aromas penetrate into the nostrils, which is particularly charming. Susi pointed at them angrily and said to Gu Changqing helplessly, Changqing, they are slandering me. Don't believe me, I am innocent. Student Su, we are not familiar with each other, please call me by my name. Gu Changqing's face was cold. As for whether you are innocent or not, does it have anything to do with me? Susi's pupils widened when she heard this. Changqing, how could you do this? Oh, sorry, I should slap you out. Seeing you makes me want to vomit the food I just ate. Susi wanted to say more, but was retorted by several young ladies. It's too late to shake off the snot that has flowed into your mouth. Go away, Brother Gu is ours. Do you have money, power, or free time? You have nothing, yet you still have the nerve to say this and that. You say one thing and I say another. Susi's face gradually turned red, and every word she said was heartbreaking. Changqing, I've already given you a way out. If you don't come back, I'll never talk to you again. After saying that, she covered her face and left in a hurry. Gu Changqing's head was full of question marks. What kind of thinking is this? What kind of idiot author could write such a crap plot? Chapter 18. Is this a begging attitude? Prepare to attack the dungeon outside the city. Susi was driven away by the young ladies of Jinhai Girls' High School. Lu Rinjia and several school officials smiled awkwardly and looked at the young and beautiful women. The people on both sides were eager to serve Gu Changqing during his meal. The information is wrong. Isn't it said that Gu Changqing is in love with Susi? According to the analysis, it just takes one step. As long as Susi humbles herself and says some soft words, it would be easy to get her. How is this? Several people looked at each other and soon understood the answer. After all, they are still young children. With other girls watching, it is perfectly normal to say some angry words to save face. It seems that there is still hope. Ha ha ha, he is indeed a handsome young man. Lu Rinjia was the first to break the awkwardness left after Susi left. Changqing, what Sisi wants to convey is the voice of all the teachers and students in our number 1 high school. You are still too impatient. Let me ask you, would we personally send away the genius we have cultivated with so much difficulty? Several other school leaders followed up the conversation and explained. We are just under pressure from above, so we have decided to temporarily withdraw from school. Our purpose is to protect you. I believe you understand. Yes, you have caused such a big controversy. For the sake of the national exam, you must first calm down the public's misunderstanding and prejudice against you. You should be able to see how much the school values you. Come back, the school is your home, and your classmates are your family. As for you and Susi, if you are interested, we will acquiesce. Yes, this time she argued for a long time with the relevant personnel from the city lord's mansion because of you. In her heart, you are a special existence. After they finished speaking, their smiles widened. He looked so confident that Gu Changqing wanted to laugh. Bang! Half a bowl of rice was placed on the table. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows and looked at the people who had finished their performance with a teasing look. So, it is me who is petty and misunderstood the good intentions of the leaders and teachers. When Lu Ringjia heard that there was a chance, he thought that Susi was indeed useful, and immediately added fuel to the fire. Everything happened for a reason. It was all a misunderstanding. How can we blame you? Let's go. The principal has organized a return-to-school ceremony specifically for you. Let's put the past behind us. Gu Changqing stood up with a fake smile, while several beauties from Jinhai Girls' High School were worried. I wanted to say something, but I couldn't get a word in. Yi Ruyan rarely expressed her own opinion, with a light of belief in her eyes. Seeing Gu Changqing walking towards them, Lu Ringjia and others were even more smiling. He also glanced at Xia Bing provocatively. The sarcasm in his expression was self-evident. In that case, Gu Changqing settled down and faced Lu Ringjia. Then I agree to cooperate with the girls' high school. We need to discuss the details. The next second, Gu Changqing suddenly turned around and forcibly held Xia Bing's hand. While the latter was in a daze, he sneered. Director Lu, thank you for taking care of me, but I have an irreconcilable relationship with the Qin family, so I won't cause any trouble for the school. The smiles on their faces froze. Only now did they realize that they had been tricked by Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing! Lu Rinjia's voice darkened. I've given you a great favor, don't be ungrateful. I've given you a chance, don't let Susi feel discouraged. She can't cool down. How can a T-art socialite cool down her body? Gu Changqing paused for a moment. And who told you that I'm into this? Director Lu, do you like the feeling of being green? You. Lu Rinjia's red temperature was due to choking, and his hand, which was pointing at Gu Changqing, began to tremble. For such a small matter, you have abandoned the alma mater that taught you to be an adult. You are discrediting the heroes and you do not deserve to have a monthly pension. Xia Bing recovered and realized that although Gu Changqing only agreed to cooperate and did not agree to join the girls' high school, but the goal has been achieved. That 1,000 a month pension? That's not right. I remember that according to their merits, Changqing's parents were treated as A-level heroes. Adding them together, it's at least 7,000. Did I remember it wrong? Then I have to ask the relevant departments of the city lord's mansion. Lu Ringjia and the others breathing paused. Bullshit, they are D-level. How can they be A-level? Jinhai Girls' High School has always had a great reputation. It turns out that they are also outstanding in slandering their peers. Gu Changqing, did you see that? A school like this will only lead you astray and make you a laughingstock in Jinhai City. Gu Changqing smiled indifferently and looked at them. I've become the laughingstock of Jinhai City, all thanks to my good school. That's all a misunderstanding. Gu Changqing spread his hands. Okay, I will return to school when the school explains to the public what happened at my house that day. Well, I have something important to discuss with teacher Xia Bing now, so if there is nothing else, I won't see you off. Several people were covered in dust, and their faces looked gloomy. His eyes were avoiding Gu Changqing's gaze. How can I say this? Offending the Chen family and the deputy city lord? They wouldn't dare even if they had 10 courage. Anyone who can climb to a high position in a city is not someone to be trifled with. Don't say such childish things. We'll give you plenty of time to think about it. Don't even think about it. This is my only condition. If you can't agree to it, don't keep pestering me. Gu Changqing rudely ordered them to leave. Let's go, do you want me to take you there? Yi Ruyan looked sharp and gave a final warning. Humph. Don't regret it. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. It's not certain who will regret it. The annoying guy left, and several beautiful girls came to bother him, but Xia Bing sent them out of the room with her eyes. Thank you for your trust in us. The annoying fly is gone. Please tell me how you want to cooperate? Materials? Equipment? Or pets? Or to fight against the Chen family? Gu Changqing shook his head. Just apply some pressure. I will personally collect the real debt. As for other aspects, I have no shortage of them for the time being. Xia Bing was stunned by such pretentious words. Before they came, they collected and read all of Gu Changqing's information, and even found out exactly when he went to the toilet and how many times a day. The Qin family used their power to block all the animal pet stores in the city, almost cutting off his future. There are still many targeted plans, no matter how big or small, which have left him with no way out. But the person involved actually said that he lacked nothing. Either he is arrogant, or he has a lot of background. Xia Bing couldn't understand why a legendary pet, no matter how precious it was, would be useless if it couldn't grow up. Where does his confidence come from? Or was it that he had some hesitations about them suddenly coming to him? If you don't put forward any conditions, it will be difficult to carry out cooperation. Gu Changqing smiled. Who said I don't have conditions? My request is very simple. I hope your school can provide me with convenience on the wild map. Chapter 19 2 Pieces of News Beauty Protection Core. Wild copy? Xia Bing's expression changed instantly. She thought about how harsh the conditions proposed by Gu Changqing would be. The senior management of the girls' high school has also prepared themselves mentally for this. Unfortunately, he did not choose any favorable conditions. Instead, he pushed himself to the point of death. Xia Bing was in a daze and thought she had heard it wrong, so she opened her mouth to confirm. You mean you want to enter the wild copy? Gu Changqing smiled slightly. Why? Is it hard to understand? Xia Bing nodded subconsciously. A wild copy is a place where you can survive in mortal danger. Compared to the beast tide that erupts after a long time, the wild copy is purely about facing the explosion of ferocious beasts. Jinhai City is protected by the rules of the Abyss, so in the copy, as long as the Beastmaster's life is in danger, he can choose to exit or continue. Moreover, some life-saving items are sold in the pet shop, which can prevent the animal trainer from worrying about life-threatening dangers. But once you leave the city and officially step into the map outside the city, then the protection mechanism of the Abyss rules will be completely ineffective. Wild copies are a deadly place among deadly places. In addition to the elixir, some other auxiliary props will become ineffective. Then if you die, you are really dead. The normal procedure for 99% of the Beastmasters in Jinhai City is to be admitted to the school of their choice and learn all the knowledge and skills about beast taming. After your beast tamer level is promoted to senior beast tamer, and you have contracted 2 or 3 pet beasts, you will consider entering the map outside the city. The death of a pet will only cause irreversible damage to the pet space, but will not threaten its life. Xia Bing looked at Yurian with strange eyes. As if asking, has he always been like this? His thinking and brain circuits are different from those of ordinary people. Could it be that he has masochistic tendencies or is mentally ill? Yurian smiled bitterly in response. She completely understood Xia Bing's inner thoughts. This was how Gu Changqing felt when she was trying to break the dungeon record by herself. Well, since you dare to mention it, it means you have something to rely on. However, we need some time. How long? 1 day. Gu Changqing shook his head. It's too long. For me, every minute and every second is precious. Xia Bing could see that Gu Changqing obviously knew very little about the map outside the city. There are currently 5 wild dungeons that can be entered in the map outside the city of Jinhai City. However, the Beast Tamers Association, the City Lord's Mansion, and the major families in the city are all guarding the 5 dungeons and setting up camps. She sighed slightly. Unfortunately, the girls' high school did not participate in the use of the copy. So we need to negotiate with others. I hope you can understand. So that's how it is. Gu Changqing understood. 1 day is too long. I can only give you 5 hours. Xia Bing hesitated for a while and said, Okay, we'll try our best. Xia Bing left, but before leaving, she drafted a supplementary cooperation agreement with Gu Changqing. With deep supervision, both parties can rest assured. While waiting, Gu Changqing searched for a lot of information on the map outside the city. However, there is too little useful information to be found on the internet. It seems that some people are reluctant to expose too much of what is happening outside the city. The purpose is self-evident. In addition to preventing the Beastmaster from committing suicide without knowing his own abilities, it also plays a role in keeping confidentiality regarding the production of the copies. Gu Changqing's original plan was to take down the copy records in the city first, at least to keep the materials needed for promotion. The rewards for hidden tasks are obviously better. Now with the support of Jinhai Girls' High School, at least the demand for materials is no longer so urgent. He also wanted to take this opportunity to see what kind of fortune those big guys were making behind everyone's back. Seeing that Gu Changqing had made up his mind, Yi Ruiyan knew that no amount of persuasion could stop him. He took away all of Gu Changqing's assets and began to prepare for the adventure in the wild. It was not until 2 or 3 in the afternoon that Xia Bing finally arrived. 2 pieces of news, one bad and one good. Which one do you want to hear first? Yi Ruiyan, who had collected a large amount of supplies and was sorting them for Gu Changqing, immediately said, "Okay. The good news is that we have obtained the right to use the copy, and it is the one with the richest output among the 5 copies." Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about the bad news?" "This is the bad news. This instance has always been conquered by the Beastmaster Association. We learn from the side that various major forces have also organized elite troops to go in. In the end, none of them came out." Xia Bing felt guilty, thinking that the girls' high school had not fulfilled the best conditions for admission. "We also tried to exchange with others, but..." Gu Changqing was mentally prepared. "But they have already agreed that no matter what conditions you offer, they won't change it, right?" "Yes, only the Beast Tamer Association is happy." "Then, let's take this." Gu Changqing knew without any guessing that the Qin family's blockade power was unquestionable. Suddenly, his beast-controlling space began to vibrate and hum. A powerful heat spread throughout the living room, with him as the center. Gu Changqing was delighted and comforted him. "Don't make a fuss, Xiao Jin. I know you have recovered." The scorching heat wave slowly faded away. Xia Bing wiped the dried sweat from her forehead and said excitedly, "Is this the oppressive feeling of a legendary beast pet? This cooperation is truly a win-win situation." In her beast control space, there was a snow-white leopard with special patterns all over its body. The moment the heat wave from the 3-legged golden crow surged out, it was as if it had smelled an invincible natural enemy. He lay shivering in a corner of the space. That is, purely the suppression from bloodline. It has such power even before it is upgraded. She seemed to see the scene of Gu Changqing bringing back the legendary city lord from the Forbidden Sea. "Everything we need to eat is ready." Yi Ruiyan brought the big package to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing reached out and placed the item into the package space. While Yi Ruiyan was hesitant to speak, he held her hand in his palm. "Sister, I understand. Don't worry, I'll be safe with it." There was mist in Yi Ruiyan's eyes and she touched Gu Changqing's cheek lovingly. "It's all my fault that I can't go with you. It's too dangerous there, you can't just do whatever you want." Gu Changqing felt warm in his heart and smiled. "Of course, I want to accompany you and witness your glory in person." Some of Zhang Sun's words confirmed that there was something wrong with Yi Ruiyan's body and her pet. Even if Yi Ruiyan wanted to follow, he wouldn't let her. Gu Changqing couldn't tell what kind of emotion he had towards her. Mother and sister, or... "Our people will follow as well and will never put him in danger." Yi Ruiyan was relieved at this. After all, no one wanted to openly go against the girls' high school. When Gu Changqing walked out of the house, he saw several beauties getting out of the car happily and surrounding him. "Teacher Xia, don't tell me that they are the ones who are going to protect me?" Xia Bing nodded and smiled. "Don't underestimate them. The strength of the beast-taming rose is not bad in Jinhai City." Chapter 20. The World Outside the City. The Rich Meet the Rich Again. Beastmaster Rose? I seem to have seen this name somewhere. Gu Changqing thought for a while and couldn't help but look at the 5 beauties with admiration. In the record list of the Stone Ridge Dungeon, the Beastmaster Rose team was previously ranked 3rd. The combat capability of this team is not simple. Xia Bing sat in the driver's seat and said goodbye to Yi Ruiyan. On the way, she looked through the rearview mirror from time to time to observe Gu Changqing's expression. Seeing that Gu Changqing was paying more attention to them, she smiled and said, "Don't underestimate the girls from our girls' high school." Gu Changqing nodded rather awkwardly. "Just clearing a dungeon of hell-level difficulty and leaving a good score is not something that a high school can do. The girls' high school is really very well hidden." The girl named Su Qing had 2 cute ponytails and a pair of bright eyes that moved around. Hearing Gu Changqing's praise, he took the opportunity to say, "Brother Changqing, just join our girls' high school. If you come, I can agree to any conditions you want." As she spoke, pink mist flowed in her eyes. Gu Changqing only took a glance and felt his eyes blurred. When he recovered, he couldn't help but feel a sense of goodwill and admiration in his heart, and subconsciously said, "I would like to." Cracking! A shrill cry suddenly echoed in the carriage, and the surging heat enveloped Gu Changqing's whole body. Su Qing seemed to have suffered a severe blow, his face turned pale instantly, and the pink in his pupils immediately collapsed. "Misunderstand." Xia Bing hurriedly stopped the car on the side of the road and turned around to explain. The rolling heat wave finally woke Gu Changqing up from the strange feeling. He looked at Su Qing with fear. Just now, it was her eyes. "Su Qing, didn't I tell you not to use the ability of your second pet casually? If the principal finds out, you'll be sent to the dark room." Su Qing's face was pale, and he forced a smile. "I'm sorry, Brother Changqing, I'm not." He raised his hand to touch Gu Changqing. He dodged subconsciously, and a flash of inspiration suddenly came to his mind. "Charm, a mental skill?" Xia Bing didn't expect Gu Changqing to have such a deep knowledge reserve. She threw aside the explanation and sighed. "I almost wanted to tie you up in the girls' high school. No wonder Su Qing wanted to seduce you." Gu Changqing was not annoyed. He asked Xiao Jin to calm down and said, "My parents left many books, one of which records this. However, it is too rare for a beast pet to use skills activated by a beast master like this." Xia Bing just smiled and didn't explain too much to him. Gu Changqing also tactfully looked out the car window. "Since it's a private matter, it's better not to know." The car was circling around the city streets, and gradually the surrounding scenery became different. There are very few people here, and you can only see one person every few minutes. Most of the buildings in this area are square in size, and even multi-story buildings are very rare. And going further forward, the house disappeared. Instead, there were endless ruins and pits several meters or even dozens of meters deep. Gu Changqing immediately became serious. He knew that he had reached the buffer zone. In front of the vehicle, under the sunlight, there was a huge wall about 100 feet high, like a giant dragon lying on the earth, stretching for thousands of miles. City boundaries. This was also Gu Changqing's first time here, but he had seen it on the computer. Whenever the beast tide breaks through the weak rules, it will cross and break through the surrounding wall and launch the most bloodthirsty and brutal attack on humans. In this situation, scenes of horrific hell on earth flashed through Gu Changqing's mind from time to time. It was not until the car stopped that he saw that they had arrived in front of the city gate. Gu Changqing got out of the car, followed Xia Bing, and slowly walked towards the city gate. Standing under the huge door, a heavy feeling comes over you. Xia Bing took out his ID and certificate for leaving the city and handed them to the city guards. The city guard looked at everyone and frowned when he saw Gu Changqing. "Teacher Xia, the outside of the city is not as gentle as the inside of the city. It's not a good idea to bring a junior beast master with you. Our principal personally appointed him. I have no choice. Please be flexible." As he spoke, he quietly stuffed a purse into the city guard's hand. "All right." After the city guard accepted it, he shouted to open the door. A door made of unknown material, several dozen feet high, slowly opened from the middle to both sides. Immediately, a thin gray mist seeped in from the crack in the door. The strong smell of blood blew past Gu Changqing's face. He seemed to hear the roar of beasts and the sound of fighting. Anger, killing, evil, hope. Without his summons, Xiao Jin flew out from the beast-taming space and landed on his shoulder. The negative impact of the fog was thus weakened. Gu Changqing looked at the others. Except for Su Qing and Xia Bing, for other girls were also affected. On the other hand, the city guard couldn't help but show surprise when he saw Gu Changqing regain consciousness so quickly. Soon, the four girls returned to normal. After thanking the city guards, Xia Bing led them through the nearly 30-meter-long corridor of the city gate. At the end of the corridor is a scarlet light door. Gu Changqing was also impressed by the handwriting of human beings. It took countless manpower and resources to build this wall that surrounds the entire city. Let's go! Xia Bing was the first to walk into the light gate. Gu Changqing followed closely behind, and as his feet stepped in, a prompt sound rang. You are about to leave Jinhai City and enter the unknown and dangerous world outside the city. Do you want to enter? Whether? Gu Changqing clicked yes. The next second, the light gate flickered. When my vision returned, I was already outside the city. Behind him, the towering city wall had become blurred. Shrouded in mysterious energy, it is hard to see clearly. You have entered the world outside the city. The abyss protection rules have disappeared and some items will lose their effectiveness. Ka ka ka! Several voices rang out from the body. Gu Changqing knew that the protective constraints of the abyss rules were broken. In the package, the life-saving props that Urian gave him accurately also turned dark gray. Let's go. We're still some distance away from the dungeon camp, Xia Bing reminded. The originally warm expression also became tense. Good. Gu Changqing responded, and saw several summoning formations light up. The five beauties summoned their own pets one after another. Gu Changqing's attention was first focused on Su Qing's pet. It was a snow-white pony, which hid timidly behind Su Qing as soon as it appeared. Half of the horse's head was exposed, looking at Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin on his shoulder curiously and timidly. What surprised Gu Changqing was that there was a small bump on the horse's forehead. A small white horn bone is very eye-catching. Could it be a unicorn? Gu Changqing asked uncertainly. Su Qing heard this and nodded cheerfully. Yes, it's a supportive unicorn. Don't be fooled by its cute appearance, it's very powerful. Gu Changqing sighed. Su Qing must have an extraordinary family background. The price of an auxiliary unicorn is absolutely sky-high. No wonder their team of 5 was able to clear the stony Lone Ridge dungeon. Among beast tamers, well-known auxiliary pets are extremely rare. Its value is several times higher than other pets of the same grade. Just when Gu Changqing was lamenting that there were local tyrants everywhere. But I didn't find it. In the grass not far away, a shadow flashed by. Chapter 21, Interception, Extremely Strange Skills. The world outside the city is vast with dense forests, numerous rocky mountains and tributaries. In addition to the faint smell of blood in the air, and the roar of beasts coming from afar from time to time. In other respects, it is no different from the city. The imagined sudden appearance of the murderous beast did not come as expected. Seeing Gu Changqing's doubtful and cautious look, Xia Bing explained. This place has been visited by previous people, so it is a relatively safe area. In addition, due to the constraints of the rules of the abyss, ferocious beasts generally do not get too close to the city walls. They like to live in groups around wild dungeons and are relatively friendly to humans. Gu Changqing was quite puzzled. It was the first time he heard someone use the word, friendly, to refer to a ferocious beast. This feels a bit like outrageous treason. How many casualties have been caused by the beasts to humans, and how many beast masters have died tragically under their brutality. Her comments made Gu Changqing lose his favor. Xia Bing did not explain further and continued to lead the way. Sometimes, words can't teach you. As the distance from the city wall increases, the surrounding dense vegetation becomes increasingly sparse. Rocky mountains of more than 10 meters or dozens of meters in height are lined up in groups, and streams meander between the mountains and forests, flowing towards the unknown misty sea in the distance. The name of this city is Jinhai City, but how far the sea is and how magnificent it is are all frozen in the computer network. From the moment he left the city, Gu Changqing compared the scene before him with the blue rivers and mountains he had seen before. It's all messed up and beyond recognition. The abyss not only changed the species and ecology of the planet, but also expanded its area silently. Pay attention, we are about to reach the rock forest. Xia Bing's tone was serious, and a touch of ice blue shone in her hand. A blue shield with a tiger-like and leopard-like pattern carved on it was placed across the front of the team. Hearing this, the other girls in the girls' high school stood in a formation of 1, 3, 2, as if they had been trained. The pets were arranged on the left, right, and back sides of the team to maintain vigilance. The first time out, Gu Changqing didn't know what to do, so he could only let Xiao Jin fly into the air and observe the situation around him. However, this formation protected him firmly in the center, making him feel warm. After walking for about 200 meters, they arrived at the entrance of the rock forest. From the Rocky Mountains, huge rocks several meters wide rolled down and crushed towards us. Gu Changqing was shocked. Did he encounter a ferocious beast? But Xiao Jin in the air just shook his head at him and found no trace of the ferocious beast. Xia Bing's face was gloomy. He stood in front with a shield and said, "The beasts during the beast tide are indeed the biggest enemy of mankind. But in the world outside the city, they are described as friendly because they do not invade their territory. There are very few beasts looking for humans to eat. But here, the biggest enemy of the beast master is his own kind." Gu Changqing still didn't understand what Xia Bing meant. The beast pattern on her shield opened its mouth, and brilliant ice arrows condensed with cold air shot towards the rolling boulders. White horse, give me strength!" Su Qing felt as if he had eaten shit, and after saying 2 ridiculous words. Then she saw her unicorn nodded contentedly, and white light emerged from the small horn bone, enveloping Xia Bing. Bathed in white light, Xia Bing's pressure became heavier and fiercer. More ice arrows rushed out and froze the ground before the boulder rolled down in front of the formation. Then, Xiao Jin spit out several small fireballs, burning the boulders into piles of red charcoal. Xia Bing stared at the gradually extinguishing white flame and was surprised. Only legendary beast pets can produce flames of this power and temperature. She was dazed for a moment, then looked at the hills above the rock forest, and shouted with full breath. "Teacher Xia Bing from Jinhai Girls High School is taking our students to a trial outside the city. We apologize for disturbing you. We are just passing through, and we still understand the rules. We will not forget it later." As soon as she finished speaking, she saw a round stone on the top of the mountain, as if it was pulled by a huge force. The boulder flew over and headed straight for Xia Bing. Boom! Xia Bing did not retreat, but instead used her shield to hold on firmly. The huge impact force was overwhelming. Gu Changqing put his hands on her shoulders, but still felt the recoil force was so strong that his organs were about to be displaced. "Teacher Xia, who are they?" It was already clear that what was blocking them in the rock forest was not a ferocious beast, so there was only one possibility. "I thought a family had occupied the rock forest as a camp, but apparently, that's not the case. This dungeon road has always been managed by the Beast Tamer Association. Accordingly, the probability of those bastards appearing is also the highest. I was careless. You and Su Qing should retreat as quickly as possible. I will buy you some time." After Xia Bing finished speaking, she slowly exhaled, and then her eyes became firm and resolute. Gu Changqing shook his head. "If we want to go together, the main reason is me. If it weren't for me..." "Shut up!" Xia Bing suddenly scolded. "They are beastmaster hunters who make a living by killing and robbing. They are vicious beastmasters who were expelled from the city. If they stay, they will only become a burden to me." Cracking! Xiao Jin in the air yelled at Xia Bing childishly, then returned and landed on Gu Changqing's shoulder. His mouth kept opening and closing, although Gu Changqing couldn't communicate with his pet yet. But through the blood connection of the beast taming space, it is probably clearer. Anyway, the curse was quite dirty. Xia Bing had made up her mind, and when Gu Changqing wanted to persuade her again. Suddenly, just 2 meters to his left, a man wearing a black cloak and a purple devil badge on his chest appeared out of nowhere. It appears slowly from head to toe, little by little. This scene scared everyone. It appears little by little, it is not a projection or hallucinogenic skill. Such ability is rare in the world. "I found you!" His voice was hoarse, as if sulfuric acid had been poured into his throat, and was extremely harsh. As the words fell, there was a sound of breaking air and strong air pressure. "Careful!" Su Qing was right behind him, and when she sensed that Gu Changqing was in danger, she pounced on him. But the next second, the strong air pressure swept over the place where Gu Changqing was standing. But Gu Changqing himself disappeared. That was a close call. I almost got into trouble. Gu Changqing's voice came from the air. At this time, he had been carried into the air by Xiao Jin. Just as the invisible attack was coming, Xiao Jin activated the Golden Crow's body at the right time and dodged it at a faster speed. While dodging, he also cracked this shocking and strange technique. The man in the black cloak was surprised and quickly distanced himself from Xia Bing and the others. Gu Changqing stared at the huge divine bird and said, "It is indeed a legendary beast pet. We have changed our minds." Xia Bing was horrified. "Changqing, on your head!" Chapter 22. Only the weak will choose to stick together. At this time, an inverted black swamp appeared above the sky. Huge bubbles rolled up from the bottom of the pool. There was a crisp sound of pop, and after the bubbles burst, black flames exploded like fireworks. It quickly turned into a sea of fire. Immediately afterwards, surging black water poured down, with wisps of electric arcs of the same color wandering in it. 3 different forces collided and intertwined with each other, and then strangely merged. It transformed into a giant black snake, carrying the power of electricity, fire and water, and covered Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing frowned, as such pet skills were rare. Xia Bing below shouted in horror. "Oh no, it's a fusion skill of the same power form." When Gu Changqing heard this, he exclaimed, "Wow! That is the trump card that only those who have been promoted to high-level beast masters can master. It is one of those gorgeous skills that can only be achieved by 1 in a million. The collision between pets can make the original skills 10 or even 20 times more powerful." Xiao Jin stopped crying and instead looked up at the dark and endless pool of water. After making sure that he couldn't escape, he quickly accumulated energy and prepared to endure it. This black giant snake has 3 skills combined. If Gu Changqing wants to escape, although he cannot, he can minimize the damage. But once he leaves, Xia Bing and others below will be the main targets of attack. "Nima, let's fight! Xiao Jin, don't worry about me, just beat me hard." Although the power of this move is not as strong as that of the fierce monster fused with the fierce beast, at least half as powerful. Xiao Jin was also ready to defeat Gu Changqing. It is immune to fire, and it is obvious that the fire power of the fusion skill is beyond the range of immunity. "If you don't want to die, leave now!" Gu Changqing shouted downward. Xia Bing's face was full of anxiety and helplessness. She has not yet been promoted to a high-level beast master, and among the remaining few, except Su Qing, they are all low-level. But once Gu Changqing died, the plan of Zhenhai Girls' High School to rescue the female city lord would be completely ruined. "Gu Changqing, we won't." "Teacher, let's go!" Su Qing interrupted Xia Bing's stubbornness and shook his head seriously. The latter looked at him and finally shouted helplessly, "Go!" Before Su Qing left, he chanted the laughing spell to increase the status of the 3-legged golden crow. "Don't die, or the first place in the national exam will be mine!" Looking at several people trying hard to escape from the coverage of the skill, Gu Changqing sighed. It turned out that he was coming for me. The beastmaster on the ground, who couldn't tell the difference between human and ghost, did not intercept them. "Now that they're all gone, we can fight without reservation." Gu Changqing opened his backpack and took out a mysterious black card. Who doesn't have a trump card? The black card seemed to have anticipated what would happen next and struggled to get out of Gu Changqing's hand. "If you keep moving, I'll sell you off at an auction house. Since you were born through my hand, I'm your benefactor. Now it's time for you to contribute." The black card was caught, and the struggle slowed down. Xiao Jin turned his head and held it in his mouth. But this time, it did not use the black card's abnormal amplification ability to temporarily activate its bloodline. When Gu Changqing was surprised, he noticed the auxiliary skills that Su Qing had given it. Glory of Holy Light Heaven increases resistance to darkness by 200%, reduces damage from darkness by 100%, increases pet skill damage by 30%, and skills have a glowing effect. Oh my goodness! This auxiliary skill is the strongest among the strong. It is indeed a rare species of unicorn. From his skills, it can be seen that Su Qing has figured out the evolutionary path and is moving towards light. Gu Changqing exclaimed in admiration. As expected, I am not the only one who is favored. Those families standing at the top of a city, even if they don't have talents like him. We will also catch up and approach infinitely through foundation and financial resources. But I am the real Bug. At that moment, Gu Changqing stood up, looked at the giant black snake that was gradually taking shape, and snorted coldly. Fusion skills? Or is it because they are too weak that they have to gather together for warmth? Xiao Jin was also infected by Gu Changqing's surging spirit. With the support of the auxiliary state, Chu Rizhen Yan's size is getting bigger and bigger. The white flames became more and more dazzling, and in the core of the center, there were faint wisps of golden light. Yes. Xiao Jin is the ancestor of playing with fire, and his unique bloodline of the great sun golden flame is enough to rival the sun. How could a small layer of darkness cover up the brilliance of the sun? Cracking! The sound of crying echoed in the rock forest and spread in all directions. Xiao Jin concentrated almost all of his spiritual power, and the dazzling fireball no longer moved swiftly. Instead, it slowly broke away and flew towards the giant black snake that was pouncing on it. Boom! As soon as light and darkness came into contact, terrifying energy instantly became rampant, and violent shock waves spread. A sandstorm blew up on the ground. At the beginning, the black giant snake could still compete with the first-day true flame. But it swallowed the fireball in one gulp, and immediately, light exploded in its energy body. The giant snake's body was also shining and quickly dissipated. The power of the first-day true flame remained undiminished, striking into the black swamp. In just a moment, the swamp evaporated and the sky returned to its original appearance. Wow! 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 3 painful moans sounded in unison from the air. Little Jean spread his wings, as fast as lightning. It pecked at the air in a certain direction. At the same time, the sharp claws seemed to grab something and pulled it hard. Suddenly, blood and feathers were scattered all over the sky. In Xiao Jin's claws, a large black bird torn into 2 pieces appeared. And on its sharp beak is a person wearing a black cloak and a devil emblem on his chest. At this time, his heart had been pierced, and it was obvious that he would not survive. With a strong swing, the man fell rapidly toward the ground. After stirring up a cloud of dust, there was no more movement. Congratulations on killing the vicious beast master, your honor value increased by 10, and your Jinhai city prestige increased by 10. Huh! There's an unexpected bonus. The roll of honor points is in one's career. If one wants to join the City Lord's Mansion or the Beastmaster Association, this is an essential consideration. Prestige is reflected in the establishment of an organization or family. The higher the prestige, the greater the support from the people in the city. Xiao Jin, they are all yours, don't let any of them go. Xiao Jin was overjoyed, he could finally have dinner. The bird's head was like a pile driver, and in an instant not a hair was left on the bird's body, which was more than 3 meters long. After eating the food, its spiritual power recovered a lot. Following another scream, 2 more vicious beast masters were killed. Almost identical bird pets became food. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet eats the gold-grade pet black firebird, gaining 50 points in 4-dimensional attributes, current maximum value, and 100 points in fire skill proficiency. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet eats the gold-level pet black thunderbird, and cannot obtain attributes, but the lightning resistance is increased by 5%. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet eats the gold-grade pet black waterbird, and cannot obtain attributes, and the water resistance is increased by 5%. Your pet 3-legged golden crow's first-day true flame skill has reached full proficiency, and its level has been raised to level 2. The prompt sounds come one after another. Gu Changqing didn't listen. He was looking at the ground, where the bodies of the 3 vicious beast masters were disappearing. Xiao Jin dived to the ground. Gu Changqing jumped off its back, looked at the empty surroundings, and sneered. Want to run away with the corpse? Unfortunately, it's too late. Chapter 23. There is a road to heaven but you don't take it. Gudong! In the empty wasteland flattened by the shock wave, the sound of swallowing saliva suddenly rang out. The next second, Gu Changqing looked to the left in front of him. Xiao Jin understood what he meant, and the first true flame in his mouth condensed instantly. Moreover, a faint golden afterglow appeared on the flames, which were originally mostly white. The moment the fireball burned, the temperature of the surrounding area instantly rose by more than 10 degrees. It is hard to imagine how high the energy temperature contained in the fireball is. Gu Changqing was also stunned by the heat wave, and then he looked at the skill that had been upgraded to level 2, and found that everything else had not changed. The only difference is that the damage of the fire skill has doubled from double to quadruple. With this level of damage, if all your strength is concentrated, it will almost be equal to the attack with the auxiliary state just added. Divine bloodline, so terrifying. Come out! Don't think you can do this without anyone noticing just because of your pet's special talents. The fireball erupted, and immediately flames surged into the sky, blasting a hole in the ground and forming a fire tornado more than 5 meters high. Black dust filled the air, and outside the flames, a chameleon more than 2 meters long revealed its true face. Its mouth suddenly opened wide, and the first vicious beast master jumped out. Then 3 bodies without hearts fell out. Panic flashed in the eyes of the vicious beast master, and he asked in a trembling hoarse voice, "What do you want?" "Naturally, I want to ask you a few questions. Will you answer them honestly?" "You're dreaming. We will never do anything." Laugh. With a crisp sound of bones, Xiao Jin flew as fast as lightning, and his petite body, after the golden crow's body was released, pierced through his heart. The vicious beast master lowered his head in surprise, looking at the empty hole in his heart, his head full of question marks. "No, you can just do it if you say so? According to the normal process, you should threaten and intimidate me, and only when I can no longer bear it will I slowly tell you the information you want to know." Xiao Jin swallowed the heart into his stomach in one gulp. Perhaps because the beast master could not trigger the Foodie spring, he spat it out in disgust. Gu Changqing walked slowly up to the vicious beast master, a smile spreading across his lips. "I knew you had dignity and would never reveal information about your employer or organization, even if you were beaten to death." The pupils of the vicious beast master began to dilate. He wanted to say something, but his mouth was too weak to make any sound. His pet chameleon wanted to avenge his master, but was torn to pieces by Xiao Jin. "Congratulations on killing the vicious beast master. Your honor value increases by 10, and your Jinhai city prestige increases by 10. Foodie's spring trigger: eat a silver grade pet chameleon, gain 20 points for the 4-dimensional attribute, and 5% for the ability to detect fakes. Only silver level? However, relying on the special skills of the chameleon, even when facing a strong enemy, you can achieve a surprise victory even without your opponent knowing." As the body of the vicious beast master fell to the ground, 4 reddish rays of light fell from his body. Gu Changqing walked up to pick it up and couldn't help but smile. These are their parcels of inventory. After opening and examining them, in addition to the huge sum of more than 300,000 yuan, there are also a wide variety of animal pet materials. Although most of them were low level, he still found some treasures. Bloodline fruit, skill pills, and a space stone. What you need will come to you. Obviously, this group of people committed a lot of burning, killing, and looting. When Gu Changqing merged the package into his backpack, a surprised voice was heard. Xiaobing, Su Qing, and others left and came back. Seeing the 4 bodies on the ground, everyone except 2 turned their heads and covered their eyes. One even vomited. It was really because Xiao Jin didn't use enough strength, and the area of the chest that was pierced was a little larger. "They just died like that." Xiaobing's face was full of disbelief. She had seen the despicable nature of vicious beast masters. It's not about how strong they are, but about being good at ambushing, taking the enemy by surprise, and using more people to defeat the fewer. That fusion skill is the best example. She had never seen or heard of a beast master escaping unscathed from their encirclement and suppression. Even all of them fought back. Now Gu Changqing not only did it. Judging from his appearance, he didn't look blushing or out of breath, and he looked like he was doing it with ease. Could it be that his legendary pet was not downgraded as the school had guessed? Su Qing, on the other hand, had a pair of shining eyes as she stared at Gu Changqing intently. "That's amazing, brother Changqing. You definitely deserve the first place in this year's national exam. Gu Changqing smiled and said, Without your final support, I wouldn't have been safe and sound under such a powerful skill. It would be a real shame for Xiao Jin, who has mythical bloodline, if he couldn't handle a golden grade pet beast. Xia Bing raised his hand and threw out a few ice arrows, freezing the three bodies. Then the ice arrows shattered, completely destroying the bodies. Let's go. We have caused such a big commotion that we are already in trouble. The group continued on their journey. This time, they encountered no killers or ferocious beasts along the way. When it was dark, we walked out of the rugged rock forest and arrived at the camp of the wild dungeon. Stop! This camp was artificially expanded, with red blood locust wood as the fence, and the entrance was guarded by a beast master. The blood locust tree is watered with the blood of ferocious beasts to grow, and the smell it emits is something they don't like. Xia Bing took out the pass and let Gu Changqing and others in. The camp is quite large, the surrounding vegetation has been cleared, and many warning props and traps have been placed. There were more than a dozen wooden houses arranged in disorder. From time to time, beastmasters came in and out, casting curious glances at them. Let's go and rest first. There are many ferocious beasts in the wild at night, which is not conducive to the next dungeon. What do you think? Xia Bing asked Gu Changqing for his opinion. He spread his hands. It's up to you. Good. Xia Bing took the lead and walked towards the largest wooden house. As soon as the door was opened, the originally noisy atmosphere suddenly became quiet. A series of brutal auras and pressures came towards Gu Changqing and others. Xia Bing hurriedly raised the pass and said, We are from Jinhai Girls' High School. We are here to play a dungeon. The Beast Tamer Association should have made arrangements. At this time, a young man with a red face and reeking of alcohol staggered to his feet, walked around them, and finally fixed his eyes on Gu Changqing. Are you the traitor from Jinhai City? With just one sentence, Xia Bing and the others' faces changed drastically. Before Gu Changqing could speak, Xia Bing said gloomily, Qinggo, he is from our Jinhai Girls' High School. Think before you speak. Don't think that you can unscrupulously provoke our girls' high school just because you have joined the Beast Tamer Association with the power of the Qin family. Oh? Ha! I never expected that you girls' high school girls are becoming more and more incomprehensible as time goes by. You dare to protect all kinds of people. Aren't you afraid of getting burned in the end? As he said this, he spat on the ground. Wild dungeons are already short of resources, and you can only enter once a day. Why are you wasting your chance on him? Do you look down on our Beast Tamer Association? As Qinggo finished speaking, 7 or 8 of the dozen people in the room stood up. Unfriendly look. Gu Changqing held Xia Bing and shook his head, saying, Don't talk to a mad dog, or it'll bite you. There doesn't seem to be any rabies vaccine here, right? Ha! Hee hee hee. Su Qing and several other little girls couldn't help laughing. Qinggo's expression changed wildly. What did you say, trash? Gu Changqing scratched his ears. It just so happens that I am so angry today and I can't find anyone to vent my anger on. You are from the Qin family, right? What a coincidence. Every grievance has its perpetrator. Can you let me see the power of the Beast Tamer Association? Don't worry, I will stop when I am done, and I won't take your life. Chapter 24, Showdown. I won't pretend anymore. You want my life? Qinggo looked back at his teammates from the Beast Tamer Association in surprise. Did you hear that? He said he wanted to kill me. Ha! Mr. Qin, you have to be careful. They just come up and beat me to death. It's so scary. The members of the Beast Tamer Association started laughing at each other. Oh, do I admire your absolute confidence? Or do I admire your ignorance and stupidity? Qinggo's smile gradually faded, his eyes became cold, as if he was looking at a corpse that was about to lose its temperature. Changqing classmate! Xia Bing tugged at the corner of Gu Changqing's clothes from behind and whispered, I know your beast pet has extraordinary combat power, and can even easily deal with several gold-grade beast pets. However, it is better not to cause unnecessary trouble, especially for him. I know! Gu Changqing's answer made Xia Bing speechless. If you know that, why do you do it anyway? A few years ago, the Qin family was just an ordinary prominent family in Jinhai City, far from the current status. But he suddenly appeared, and in the national exam that year, he rushed into the top 30 and was admitted to Qinglong University, one of the 4 major Beastmaster academies. In the exam, most other Beastmasters were at the intermediate level. But he was far ahead and was promoted to a senior Beastmaster. However, he lost to a top talent from Kyoto in the ring battle. After graduating from university, he returned to Jinhai City and was admitted to the Beast Tamer Association as an exception by the current city lord. Some people also said that he was frightened by the genius and fell into depravity. He joined the association by taking advantage of the Qin family's growing prestige. According to conservative estimates, he has surpassed the high-level Beastmaster and opened up the 4th Beastmaster space. Gu Chongqing fluently told Shingo's basic information and speculations. Especially in terms of strength, one can guess the highest. At this point, the girls at Jinhai Girls' High School were even more confused. Why would you want to provoke someone who thinks so highly of him and is so cautious? For a junior Beastmaster, no matter how advanced his beast pet is, it is impossible for him to challenge 3 titles in a row. Moreover, starting from the official promotion to the first rank of Intermediate Beast Tamer, it will no longer be the pet that will be upgraded, but the Beastmaster himself, whose combat power will also be greatly improved. After 3 titles, including Xiaobing, no one knows how powerful they will be. For the first time, Xiaobing's eyes began to flicker as she looked at Gu Chongqing. She was a little doubtful and hesitant. Jinhai Girls' High School tried its best to support the person. It doesn't seem to be the right choice. It is not a bad thing for a young Beastmaster to show off his talents. At least he has considerable confidence. But excessive self-confidence becomes arrogance. During her years as a teacher, she has seen many talented people, but none of them is as arrogant as Gu Chongqing. Sometimes retreating is not cowardice. Thank you for your teachings, Teacher Xia. I know when to advance and when to retreat, but the current situation does not allow it. You! Xia Bing was so angry that her face turned red. I had already made up my mind and went back to persuade the school management. No matter how much experience you have, you cannot give it to someone who is ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Come to the camp, so I can see how you can kill me. But I'll tell you the same thing. Just stop there, it won't kill me. The 2 men came to an open space in the center of the camp, one in front and one behind, and stood opposite each other. When the Beast Masters in the camp learned that someone was going to fight Shingo, they all put down what they were doing. Soon, nearly 30 people gathered around the 2 of them. Teacher, what should I do? Su Qing was so anxious that he jumped to his feet and asked Xiaobing for help. He's looking for death. What can I do? Oh, the plan has to be shelved. Don't worry, Shingo won't kill him, but... She didn't say the rest, but it was obvious. It is true that Gu Chongqing acted like a reckless man. But she knew a little about Shingo's character. He doesn't seem like the type who actively seeks trouble. Come on, Master Chen. Don't let a junior bully you. Bets on, bets on. It's rare. Looking at Master Chen's expression, he seems to be so serious. Mr. Chen, be careful, don't really beat him to death. Listening to the teasing of the members of the Beast Tamer Association, Shingo suddenly smiled. The drowsy state that should have been caused by drunkenness suddenly disappeared. I never thought that you would actually take the initiative to challenge me despite other people's dissuasion. There was less arrogance in his voice, and more indifference and suspicion. The Qin family has already sent you out. Even if I don't want to cause trouble, you will find ways to put me in trouble. If that's the case, why bother with so much trouble? Just outside the city, he encountered a vicious beast master who was trying to kill him, and then he met such a legendary figure from Jinhai City in the camp. No matter how stupid he was, Gu Chongqing understood the intention. If he died at the hands of a vicious beastmaster, that would be the end of everything. If he hadn't died, Shingo would be the last level. The purpose, of course, is simple. They must clearly understand what Gu Chongqing's trump card is. You are much smarter than I thought. It would be great if my cousin had half the intelligence you have. For the sake of the Qin family's plans, I have no choice but to offend you. Gu Chongqing waved his hand. There's no need to talk about offending mortal enemies. Shingo was surprised by Gu Chongqing's straightforward words. He was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly laughed. Well, you are worthy of being an enemy who dares to provoke my Qin family. When you are defeated by my brother, I will plead for mercy and let you go in peace. Thank you very much. On the other hand, when I destroy the Qin family, I will consider sparing your life. After a heated argument between the two, the air suddenly turned cold. It was so quiet all around that everyone held their breath, and you could hear a pin drop. Qinggo took the lead and waved his right hand forward. 4 hexagram magic arrays appeared on the ground. As the light grew brighter, phantoms of 3 gigantic creatures appeared in 3 of the arrays. 2-headed dog. Golden sword of killing. Ice bird. As Qinggo read out the name of the pet, the essence in the hexagram array disappeared, revealing their true appearance. A 3-meter-tall, 2-headed vicious dog with a pitch-black body and scarlet eyes. A giant bird covered in ice blue, its body almost as big as the golden crow. And the third one is a giant golden sword. The air was filled with a solemn and murderous atmosphere. After taking a look, my eyes felt sore, as if they were being pricked by needles. However, there was nothing in the 4th hexagram array. Even so, Gu Changqing was so surprised that he opened his mouth slightly. Unexpectedly, one of Qinggo's pet beasts is actually an instrument pet. The golden giant sword suddenly shrank, turned into the appearance of a normal sword, and flew into Qinggo's hands. Qinggo held the sword and made a flower, saying, After the promotion to a senior position, I have the skills of a beast master. Now I am the beast pet. As he spoke, his eyes revealed a surging fighting spirit. Now that you have a female guardian, don't hide your head and show your tail anymore. Your legendary beast pet has not lost its bloodline. Summon it out and let me see the power of the legendary beast pet. Gu Changqing collected his thoughts and said calmly, As you wish. Just as Qinggo said. After the most dangerous time. Now I won't pretend anymore. I'm laying my cards on the table. Chapter 25, The Supreme Heroic Appearance of the Super God-Level Pet. Everyone's attention was focused on Gu Changqing. Although, no one would believe that a junior beast master could win. But they were extremely envious of the legendary pet beasts. Gu Changqing's mind sank into the beast control space. Xiao Jin knew that this battle must be won. It was holding a black card in its mouth and scratching it with its sharp claws, as if it was teaching a rebellious younger brother a lesson. The voices of the 2 pets also echoed in the beast-taming space. No, I won't lend it to you even if you kill me. Lend it to me or I'll burn you to death with my fire. Burn! The stronger the fire, the better. The more it burns, the faster I grow. Then I will bewitch my master and throw you into a dark hole without sunlight. If that's what you want, then I will lend it to you. But please make sure you suck gently. I haven't made up for the loss from last time. I have a feeling that the master is going to cause trouble this time. If you behave better, maybe I can keep you here. Since the 2 little guys woke up weakly yesterday, they no longer speak in a stuttering voice, but in a baby voice, which makes Gu Changqing feel itchy. It's a big job. If you do well, you'll get whatever you want. If you don't do well, you'll be punished. There are rewards and punishments. This is the way to tame beasts. Gu Changqing left the beast-taming space and is still in the preparation stage, which will take some time. He walked to the betting table in full view of everyone. Looking at the full space bags piled up on the left, there is no doubt that they must be Qinggo's. He rummaged through his backpack, took out Lord-level beast pet cards, space stones and other scarce materials one by one, and put them in their respective places. Fuck! The moment the Lord-level beast pet card appeared, everyone's mouths opened wide, swearing, and breathing rapidly. This is a Lord-level pet card. Moreover, it is a pet with special bloodline. If trained properly, even if it doesn't reach the strength of a king, it will still be a first-tier existence at this level. Is this guy crazy? Wouldn't it be nice to use it yourself? Or is there a better alternative? For a moment, their attitude towards Gu Changqing changed significantly. Afterwards, those who had not entered the market also followed suit. Space stones, blood-shaping pills and other delicacies were also brought up. Even Xia Bing and others couldn't contain their restlessness. However, except for Su Qing, they all bet on Qinggo to win. Gu Changqing didn't care. As long as they were normal people, no one would bet on him. Looking at the table that was soon filled with a wide variety of materials and money, his saliva was almost flowing. In one go, everything is ready. There is still a lot of surplus. Su Qing took out a fist-sized white jade stone and bet on Gu Changqing's side, then said with a smile, "I gave you my life, you can't lose!" Gu Changqing grinned when he heard this and asked, "Can you use a different word?" "Don't worry, it's covered." After that, he returned to his original position and said, "Sorry, I kept you waiting. It seems that you are quite confident in your pet. You even took out the pet card for the hidden mission. What a pity!" Qinggo looked disappointed. "I forgot to tell you that a month ago, our Beast Tamer Association hunted down a demon-level beast that was about to transform and evolve. Although it was in a weak state and its combat power was only 80%, we still killed it. And I was the main combat output. You seem to have oversimplified the difference in job titles." Gu Changqing scratched his ears nonchalantly. "It's just a vicious monster. It's just like that. You're all waiting to see how to divide my bet, so let's not waste time." In the beast-taming space, Xiao Jin shouted excitedly, obviously ready. The hexagram array slowly rose up under Gu Changqing's feet. Immediately afterwards, a blazing golden flame turned into a tornado and shot up into the sky. The blinding light made people dare not look directly at it, and they could only close their eyes. The surging cold air emitted by Qinggo's ice bird collapsed in an instant. The scorching waves swept over, and everyone felt like they were standing on the side of the sun, ready to melt at any moment. Cracking! With a cry like that of a phoenix, a violent hurricane swept through the camp, taking away all the heat. Everyone opened their eyes and was stunned. It was originally a dark night, but now it is as bright as day. I saw a huge golden sun hanging in the sky. If you squint carefully, you can vaguely see a giant bird flying in it. Gu Changqing was also surprised. Xiao Jin's posture was not so powerful when he killed the fierce demon-level beast. This picture is almost the real golden crow in the legend. He subconsciously entered the beast-taming space and saw the black card lying there. The black has almost faded into dark gray. The complaining voice was even weaker. "Little Master, if I trust you again then it will be your born." It was a weak sound, as if it would stop in the next second. Gu Changqing quietly stepped out and checked Xiao Jin's condition. No wonder he is so vigorous, his ability to overdraft his blood in advance has reached a terrifying 50%. It has already begun to take the true form of the golden crow. "Do you want to fight again?" Gu Changqing spoke in a calm tone and looked at Qinggo. The two-headed dog had already been lying on the ground, trembling in fear. It was not only suppressed by its bloodline, but also by the irresistible crushing strength. Although it has the blood of the three-headed dog of hell, it is at most at the lowered level. The ice bird shed the layer of ice on its body and became a completely bald chicken, standing motionless like a sculpture. The only thing that was still holding on was the sword in his hand. Weapon pets are rare, and they are more closely related to beast masters than other types. Feeling the inner struggle and pressure of its master at this moment, the killing golden sword actually broke away from Qinggo's hand on its own and stabbed towards the sky fearlessly. But under the dazzling light, its light was too dim, almost non-existent. Gu Changqing raised his right hand and then dropped it. I saw the golden sun wrapped around Xiao Jin slowly falling from the sky towards the camp. As soon as the murderous golden sword came into contact with it, it made a crisp, click, sound, broke in the middle, and disappeared immediately. "Wow!" Qinggo opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Gu Changqing in horror and said, "Is your pet really a legendary one? Impossible! This is impossible!" His questions are everyone's questions. Although legendary pets are extremely rare, it does not mean they do not exist. A complete legendary pet beast does have the ability to destroy the world and guard a city or a province. But that is also the complete form. The grade is completely equal to the bloodline level, fully activating the form that the pet should have. Moreover, there must be no detours during cultivation, all potential must be tapped, and then countless materials and equipment must be piled up. Where is Gu Changqing? From the time I contracted the pet to now, it has been 3 days in total. You tell me, A beast pet contracted for 3 days can emit the sun? As one of the geniuses of Jinhai City and the top combat force of the younger generation of the Chen family, the light in Shingo's eyes slowly faded. When the golden fireball was only 100 meters away from the camp, he said in despair, I give up! Once the word surrender is uttered, the golden fireball swept across the sky above the camp in a flowing arc, and then flew far away to the west. Nearly 10 minutes later, a loud roar was heard, and the earth shook twice. The camp was completely silent, with only the sound of swallowing saliva. Everyone just felt a chill on their neck and escaped from the gates of hell. Gu Chongqing said sorry happily and put the spoils on the table into his package with great confidence. Then, the prompt sound started to explode, jumping wildly. Chapter 26 Golden Entry. The sun shines in the sky. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast, the power horn ant. You gained 66 experience points. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast blood-tailed kite. Experience increased by 100. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast bald dog. You gained 66 experience points. It's unknown which hill the super-large first day true flame thrown out by Xiao Jin hit, and the kill prompt sounded desperately. I saw the experience going up like a roller coaster, one section after another. Until. Congratulations on your level up. Unlimited gold terms triggered. Please draw gold terms rewards in time. Gu Chongqing smacked his lips, as if he had found the secret method to upgrade. If you have nothing to do, just throw one. You will have no problem getting promoted to a senior beast master before the national exam. But the next hint dispelled his thoughts. Because your pet Chuang bird's blood is severely overdrawn, it will fall into a deep sleep for 12 hours. So serious. His consciousness probed into the beast controlling space. The golden crow's body had not yet disintegrated. Compared with its usual state, its size had shrunk by nearly half. The black card was also badly damaged. It lay on Xiao Jin's body, slowly absorbing its flames to recover. It seems that the life-saving trump card can only be used to save life. It's better to upgrade to level 10 first, contract a second pet, and then consider other things. Hey, you're not happy after winning so much money! Suqing came over with a pouty mouth, her eyes fixed on Gu Chongqing's package. My baby, it's time to give it back to me! Sorry! Gu Chongqing took out the white jade and other delicacies and gave them to Suqing. Suqing only took the jade stone and said with a smile, I am just here to show off. I have a lot of these things. Gu Chongqing didn't act pretentiously and stuffed the things back. Being falsely polite to a rich woman is like waving a sword in front of Guangong, which is clownish behavior. Suddenly, Chingo, who was hit, shouted at him in surprise. Be careful! When Gu Chongqing was surprised, he felt a cold air blowing towards him. Get out of the way! Suqing reacted quickly and stood in front of Gu Chongqing. With a loud bang, a huge force came out, and the two of them flew backwards like a stack of people. I saw a giant in black armor slowly revealing his figure, with black lightning swirling around the more than 3-meter-long broadsword in his hand. Just as it was about to press on with its victory, a hexagram formation rose from beneath its feet and returned to the beast controlling space. Suqing! Gu Chongqing! People from Jinhai Girls' High School rushed over to check on the injuries. Gu Chongqing was unharmed, he just fell down. Suqing's arm was cut with a sword wound so deep that the bone could be seen. The skin and flesh were turned inside out, and black arcs of electricity could be vaguely seen moving. Gu Chongqing was furious. He stared at Chingo in the distance and asked coldly, Do you want to die? Chingo was also frightened to the point of breaking out in cold sweat. Gu Chongqing's death was something the whole family welcomed. If something went wrong with Suqing, the Su family and Jinhai Girls' High School would be in an uproar. He took out all the medicine from his backpack and said quickly, The loyalty of the pet I just contracted is not very high. Gu Chongqing is still frightened. I almost fell and became a dead soul under the sword. He still has countless treasures that have not yet been discovered. With the accumulation of various precious medicines, Suqing's wounds healed quickly, but his face was still a little pale. Thanks! Gu Chongqing expressed his sincere gratitude. Su Qing smiled slightly and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Hurry up and contract a second beast pet. Gu Changqing was startled, and noticed the fleeting pink in Su Qing's eyes, and he understood. He still underestimated the ability of Su Qing's second pet. After a thrilling episode, late night is approaching. When Gu Changqing returned to the room, Qinggo was already waiting for him at the door. What's up? Qinggo was a little embarrassed and said, You know, I don't want anyone to die. I know. You have almost collected all the information about me. Gu Changqing pushed Qinggo's shoulder away and entered the room. It is true that Xiao Jin's power made everyone present despair. Qinggo never launched an effective counterattack against him from beginning to end. It's more like giving up and admitting defeat on purpose. As the door was about to close, Qinggo said, The Qin family is wrong, all wrong. I can feel that it is not the legendary beast pet that made you what you are, but only you can make a beast pet. I'm tired, bye. Gu Changqing closed the door and ignored Qinggo outside. But my heart was beating rapidly. This guy, his observation ability is kind of scary. Sitting on the bed, he began to draw gold entries. I saw countless golden lights flowing before my eyes, and one of them flew out. Congratulations on obtaining the gold entry. The sun is shining in the sky. Gu Changqing couldn't help but be overjoyed at this amazing entry name. He has figured out a pattern for infinite gold entries. The more you hug, the better it feels. Keep hugging, keep feeling good. He checked the abilities of the gold entry, and a smile gradually spread across his face. The sun shines in the sky, gold item, used by certain fire-type pets. When bathing in the hottest midday sun, within 1 minute, all attributes and skills of the pet will be increased by 1000%. The introduction of the entry is short and concise. Gu Changqing's eyes almost popped out of his head. A 10-fold increase, and it happened instantly. Especially along with the skills included. Is there no limit to the perversion of gold entries? Even though it's only 1 minute. But within a minute, it is almost invincible. Gu Changqing imposed it on Xiao Jin without hesitation. Xiao Jin, who was in a deep sleep, seemed to sense something and whimpered twice. Afterwards, Gu Changqing began to wonder whether he should choose the mysterious guy in the black card as his second pet. The next day, when Gu Changqing woke up, there was a lot of noise outside the room. In the courtyard, Xia Bing and several beautiful students from Jinhai Girls' High School were arguing fiercely with several middle-aged men dressed as leaders. Even some greetings to the family members were mixed in. Woke up. Su Qing appeared at some point. What's going on? It's because someone showed off his power last night and frightened the most outstanding genius of the younger generation of the Qin family. Now the news has spread to the city. Boring. Gu Changqing muttered something and prepared to go back to the house. There are still 2.5 hours left for Xiao Jin to recover, and the spoils won last night have not yet been sorted out. Green! Before he even set foot inside, a sickening cry rang out. Susi's face was full of surprise, and she was about to give Gu Changqing a warm hug. The school, still arguing, moved faster than she did. Student Gu Changqing, I'm the vice principal of number 2 middle school. As long as you come. Number 2 middle school is nothing. We still have to rely on Jinhai's independent colleges and universities. Our education. Don't crowd, come one by one, classmate Gu Changqing, I went to the battlefield with your parents. They chattered about everyone and introduced themselves, even bringing up Gu Changqing's parents. At this moment, a faint voice from the group caught Gu Changqing's attention. We, the private independent high school, are willing to provide 1,000-year-old resurrection ginseng to help your sister heal her hidden disease. Gu Changqing's heart was pounding, and he pushed away the person blocking his way with brute force and came in front of that person. Resurrection ginseng? Do you really have it? Chapter 27, Mysterious Senior, Ferocious Beast Riot. The thin man with glasses in the crowd saw that Gu Changqing was particularly concerned, so he immediately pushed away the people in front of him and shouted, Yes, we have private independent companies. Gu Changqing looked at the people who were squeezing forward and frowned slightly. The man with glasses looked frail, and his eyes behind the thick lenses occasionally revealed some strange emotions. Who did I think he was? turns out he's the director of external recruitment at Independence High School. What's going on? Do you want to deceive Chongqing before the school collapses? The vice principal of number 2 middle school, with her big belly, sneered with disdain. Others also seized the opportunity. Student Chongqing, don't listen to his nonsense. The Millennium Resurrection Jinseng is a unique and superb delicacy. Not to mention Jinhai City, you may not even be able to find it in the provincial capital. Yes, everyone in Jinhai City knows that Teacher Yi has a powerful background. Even the forces behind her can't do it, but how can Independent High School do it? This is such an old-fashioned fraud. It's taking advantage of Chongqing's weakness. From your conversation, Lu Rinjia heard the key point. Teacher Yi is an excellent teacher at Jinhai No. 1 High School. We have been discussing solutions to her problem with her family. We have been looking for the resurrection ginseng for nearly 8 years but have found nothing. Director Chi, you are still a little naive if you want to use it to deceive the genius students of my school. Oh, I'm your genius student again? If I remember correctly, you threw the judgment book on Chongqing's face with your own hands. Do you regret it now? Where's your face? Old Lu, in fact, you guys in number 1 middle school are even more ashamed to be here. Chongqing is not treated fairly, but is suppressed by you guys. If it were in our school, even the city lord wouldn't be able to stop it. Su Qing was mumbling to herself. It's hindsight. Why didn't you get excited when brother Chongqing was expelled from school? The atmosphere instantly fell to the bottom. Gu Chongqing shouted in his heart, stretched out his hand and pulled the private independent director Qi into the room, saying, Everyone, thank you for your kindness, I appreciate it. The door closed and the noise continued. He sat on the edge of the bed and asked, 1,000-year-old resurrection ginseng, do you really have it? The Millennium Resurrection Ginseng is an extremely special material for advancement. It first appeared when a 4th-rank spirit-level beast master was promoted to a king-level beast master. According to the book, King Lingjin is no longer the sublimation of the beast pet. Even the beast tamers will undergo transcendental transformations. This is indeed the case. The first strong man who was promoted to a king-level beast master single-handedly resisted the beast tide in his city. After this incident, someone revealed that the main ingredient, the Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, had such transformation ability. Not only is it an exquisite delicacy that can help one achieve promotion, it can also transform the body of a beast master and repair hidden injuries. However, it has no specific production location or copies. The senior back then also obtained it by accident. Even a family as profound as Yurian's couldn't find a single one, which shows how rare it is. Director Qi, who was timid under the siege just now, suddenly took off his glasses and his temperament changed drastically. They are right. I really don't have the Huanyang ginseng. His frankness did not surprise Gu Chongqing. Director Qi raised his eyebrows. Gu Chongqing's reaction was beyond his expectations. Seeing that he remained silent and didn't chase him out, for a moment, he couldn't figure out what Gu Chongqing was thinking. However, we have information about the Huanyang ginseng. Oh. Gu Chongqing responded indifferently. Director Qi was starting to get suspicious. What do you mean by, oh? Your attitude is totally different from before. Before leaving, a senior asked our old dean to keep this secret. He said that it would win us everything in the near future. Oh? This time, Gu Chongqing showed a little interest, but still didn't say more. Director Qi gritted his teeth, and his eyes behind his glasses became much more stern. This attitude again. Outside Jinhai City, near the sea, there used to be a small town. But after the great changes in the world, it was occupied by ferocious beasts. What's important is that the rules of the abyss have little restriction on that place. Perhaps because it is too far away from the city, the ferocious beasts will not leave easily. Okay, I get it, get out now. Oh! Director Qi was stunned for a moment, and just as he put his hand on the door handle, he suddenly understood. What the hell? My trump card was revealed so easily? Outside the door, the pink in Su Qing's eyes was fading, and at the same time, her feet went weak and she was supported by her high school classmates. What's wrong, Qingqing? Su Qing shook his head. It's okay, let's go back and rest first. Anything else? Gu Chongqing asked in surprise. No, then we. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and began to sort out the messy things. Hearing this, he said without even raising his head, "Didn't that senior expect this?" Director Chi was overjoyed. "You agree to enter our school?" "No, I can still register you. But there is one condition. I want to meet your old principal when I return to the city." "Record your name!" Director Chi was still interested, but he still compromised. With Gu Changqing's current influence, even if he is just listed in name, he can bring a school on the verge of bankruptcy back to life. "Then we will be waiting for you at school." In less than an hour, Gu Changqing had finished packing the items in his backpack. The materials needed for promotion are basically complete. At the same time, I am eager to try the next wild copy. The copy record resources that are highly valued by major pet shops, families, and organizations in the city are not high-end goods here. Just the things that the Beastmaster Association members carry with them can be sold for a high price in the city. Sure enough, playing in the wild is the best way to get rich. Gu Changqing entered the beast taming space, and after a night's rest, Xiao Jin's condition was obviously much better. However, the black card is still dark gray, and it seems very troublesome to store energy for this trump card. I am helpless. It is an unknown species that cannot be identified even in the abyss. The currently known means of storing energy is Xiao Jin's flame. Let's take it one step at a time. With the two auxiliary skills of Fighting Will and Sun shining in the sky, even if it does not have the transformation and instant kill ability of the black card, the success rate of wading through wild copies is not low. Time passes by second by second. Finally, with a loud phoenix cry, the room where Gu Changqing was suddenly engulfed in white flames and turned into ashes. Not long after, Gu Changqing appeared with a dark face, and on his shoulder stood a black crow eating with relish. Xia Bing and other senior executives from various schools rushed forward but were stopped by Gu Changqing. "Everyone, I have no intention of joining any school, so please go back." Xia Bing's face darkened when she heard this, and she said, "Student Changqing, Teacher Xia, lead the way." Xia Bing sighed deeply, knowing that the last glimmer of hope was gone. Fortunately, he did not terminate the cooperation. Led by Xia Bing, a group of people left the camp and headed deep into the wilderness. After about 20 minutes of walking, we saw a rich red light in the hazy distance. "That's the entrance to the dungeon map." Just as Xia Bing finished speaking, a deafening roar of an animal came from that direction. Then, the rumbling sound of footsteps came closer and closer, like thousands of horses galloping. "Oh no, the beasts are rioting!" Chapter 28. No experience with wild beasts? Is everything arranged over there? Jinhai City Inner City, City Lord's office building. In the luxurious and spacious office on the top floor, a middle-aged man with spiky hair and unkempt appearance. Shaking the red liquid in the goblet in his hand, he looked out the window at the endless scenery overlooking half of Jinhai City. When he asked this question, a smile extended to the corners of his mouth, as if he was thinking of something interesting and an interesting person. "My lord, everything has been arranged. I estimate that this time point is just right." The young man dressed in a suit and tie like a secretary responded with a serious face. But you can see a little worry in his eyes. "What? Are you starting to worry about the only child of the Gu family?" Zhao Zhanxiong took a sip of the mellow wine, glanced at him out of the corner of his eye, and spoke with a teasing tone. "You are joking, lord. Ever since the city was captured, my life belongs only to you. As for him, it is no longer for me to consider his future. Miss Yi will do better than me." "TSK, TSK, TSK." Zhao Zhanxiong smacked his lips twice and said helplessly, "I don't trust you. If you hadn't helped him secretly, the news that he easily defeated Chen Go would have spread so quickly? For this, the person under me was very annoyed and thought that I was the one who secretly instructed him to do it." The young man remained calm and said, "You can just push me out. I don't think the deputy city lord will make things difficult for me." Hey! Seeing that the cold stone showed no sign of warming up, Zhao Zhanxiong stopped joking. "I did it on purpose. Over the years, he and the Qin family have occupied all the dungeon records in the city. I have guessed what the ultimate goal is. It's a pity that a little guy messed up the situation." Zhao Zhanxiong sat back in the main seat, put one leg on the desk and said, "What do you think of him? If used properly, it is a sharp knife. If used improperly, it is a deadly weapon." Zhao Zhanxiong's expression suddenly became serious. "Yes, the knife is too sharp, and it's not just the enemy that's injured. Plus, he has a good intelligence, so it's really inherited from him." There was a touch of respect and pride in the young man's eyes. Of course. Their child is not something that the Qin family can control at will. Ha! Zhao Zhanxiong laughed. "He's a guy who says one thing and means another. Just keep monitoring over there. As long as it doesn't deviate from the original intention of our plan, you can do whatever you want. I'll go contact those old guys and snatch the people from them. It's going to cost a lot of money." "Good." The young man left the office, and after the door closed, he took out his wallet from his pocket and opened it to find a photo inside. A loving couple, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, surrounded an innocent boy and made a scissors gesture towards the front. The young man rubbed the photo with his index finger and forced himself into an awkward smile. "Shaoqing, don't let us down!" The earth roared and shook, and a strong smell of blood hit me in the face. Gu Changqing stood at the first place in the team, side by side with Xiao Bing. Staring at the ferocious aura that was coming, he shouted, "Xiao Jin, interrupt their attack!" Xiao Jin roared and instantly switched to the body of a golden crow. After soaring into the air, his huge wings stirred up a strong gust of wind. The true flame of the first day spread all over its body. As the frequency of its wing flapping became faster and faster, white flames shot like meteors into the dust raised by the ferocious beast. At the same time, another part of the flames surrounded them. Suddenly, a wall of fire more than 2 meters high rose up. As the dust got closer and closer, and with the blowing of the strong wind, Gu Changqing finally saw the true faces of those ferocious beasts. Raging Rhino, Intermediate Ferocious Beast. Level 10. Attributes: Strength plus 120, Constitution plus 150, Agility plus 130, Spirit plus 45. Skills: Charged Horn Attack, Violent Trampling. Status: Slavery. The increase in the mind attribute is determined by the master's mental power. The current increase is 30%. Sacrifice: As a marked sacrifice, random abilities are enhanced. The enhanced values are Strength plus 40, Agility plus 40. Looking at the attributes of the violent rhinoceros, Gu Changqing's heart trembled violently. Sure enough, without the excessive suppression of the rules of the abyss, the four-dimensional attributes of the intermediate ferocious beasts soared a lot. But its sudden rise is a bit too abnormal. Especially the two states of slavery and sacrifice, which made him confused. Could it be that the abyss saw that I was too powerful and adjusted the normal difficulty to hell mode? Form a formation! At Xia Bing's call, several girls in the girls' high school immediately formed a formation. But what was revealed most in their expressions was panic and fear. Once you leave the city, all protective items become ineffective. In other words, if you are killed by a ferocious beast, you are truly dead. These young ladies from the girls' high school are rare commodities when they go to dungeons in the city, and they can easily form a team with excellent beast masters. There is almost no such thing as facing life and death danger. While Xiao Jin maintained the flame, he kept intensifying his attack on the herd of violent rhinos. Although the first day true flame has a good damage capacity and coverage area. But this huge group of violent rhinos are no longer the foolish ones in the copy. They use Frenzy Stomp to reduce the spread and damage of the fire. They surrounded Gu Changqing and the others in 3 layers. Gu Changqing looked up and saw a red sun climbing to a height of 80 degrees in the gray sky. I looked at the time and there was still an hour until noon. "Xiao Jin, it's up to you." Gu Changqing began to search his pockets and threw everything into them except the materials for promotion. Gourmet Spring Trigger: When your pet eats red sun grass, the fire damage increases by 1%. Gourmet Spring Trigger: Your pet eats the monster bear stone, and its attribute strength increases by 20. Gourmet Spring Trigger: Your pet eats the misty fruit, and its attribute spirit increases by 15. As all kinds of delicacies entered Xiao Jin's stomach, the eyes of Xia Bing and others gradually widened. They saw that the body of the 3-legged golden crow was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Despite limited growth, but the power of the skills it releases is gradually increasing. What a fuss! Gu Changqing muttered proudly to himself. Although the attribute addition is small, through the superposition of several gold items and skills, the power was multiplied several times. At this time, several beauties from Jinhai Girls' High School seemed to be inspired and quickly rummaged through their packages. Throw materials, pills, etc. onto Xiao Jin. Someone fed it, which aroused its interest in working hard. Gu Changqing burst out laughing. Go ahead and invest, the more the better, you don't have to spend any money anyway. Su Qing saw Xiao Jin suppress the violent rhinoceros with his own strength. He left the formation and moved closer to Gu Changqing. I feel more and more that what Shingo said is right. Your beast pet is not a legendary one at all. Gu Changqing did not respond. Miss, if you are really free, just let your horse improve the status of my pet. Su Qing smiled sweetly. I guess I was right, don't worry, we won't reveal it to anyone. Gu Changqing curled his lips, and suddenly he realized the problem. Did you receive any experience tips for the kills? Chapter 29, Wild Beasts Beyond Cognition. No, the rhinos outside the firewall were all killed by the fire. Under the protection of the firewall, Xia Bing and others still occasionally threw skills at the rhino herd outside. However, most of their pets are of gold grade, which is fundamentally different from the violent rhinoceros. It can only cause minor damage and is barely scratching the surface. Woo! At this moment, a rhinoceros covered in flames broke through Xiao Jin's firewall and forced its way in. However, all its vitality was burned by the white flames, and it lay on the ground unwillingly as soon as it came in. Cracking! This scene seemed to open the fuse. The white flame on Xiao Jin's body was coated with a golden hue at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, the surging blood-colored mist evaporated rapidly like boiling water. Gu Changqing clicked on Xiao Jin's status, and his boiling fighting spirit had unknowingly doubled and was still slowly growing. Su Qing's pet unicorn also adds auxiliary status to Xiao Jin. As the amplification increased, the nature of the flame also changed. If the first a true flame is the first beam of light that illuminates the world when the sun rises, then the fire at this moment is like the nemesis of all the evil spirits and monsters in the world, destroying everything. The raging rhino was able to resist a little by relying on violent trampling, but the next second, the temperature of the flames suddenly increased. It melted instantly along with the sand, gravel, and soil particles. Almost in the blink of an eye, the violent rhinos fell down in large numbers. Covered in a sea of fire, burning. Meter-wide lava streams meander through the sea of fire. When passing through the firewall, go around it on your own. Su Qing looked at the scene outside the wall that looked like a sea of fire and hell, and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. You, what kind of monster are you? Burning mountains and boiling seas is not just a legend. As the eldest daughter of a wealthy and prestigious family, Su Qing has also seen many powerful pet animals. All of those beast masters are the backbone of Jinhai City. Some of them are even spotted by people from the provincial capital and have unlimited future prospects. But the difference is that they are all built up with unimaginable resources. For example, Qinggo is the best of the younger generation of the Qin family, and may even be a leader. Before his national exam, he was already a senior beast master. A lord-level pet beast and 2 top-level gold-level pet beasts stole the limelight in the exam, and the results they achieved even broke the record of Jinhai City. Almost any beast master with talent and resources like this could reach that level. Where is Gu Changqing? With a useless pet that has become a useless card, even if it is a legendary pet, it has the power comparable to those of talented beast masters who have completed their formation. He has not yet been promoted to a higher rank, and his pet's evolution path has not yet been unlocked. Does this exceed the efforts of others over 10 or even dozens of years? Su Qing's heart was in turmoil, and he felt that all his 3 views were shattered. Every time, she thought it was Gu Changqing's full strength. But every time, he refreshes his cognition. Even though her second pet had special abilities, it was completely undetectable. Gu Changqing, what is the limit of your abilities and the potential of your beast's pet? Su Qing was completely confused. He stared at Gu Changqing without blinking, as if he was looking into a bottomless abyss. Hey, stop being so crazy, we might be in trouble. Gu Changqing tapped Su Qing's forehead with his index finger. Seeing that she was clear-eyed and conscious, he squatted down and pointed at the violent rhinoceros that had rushed in. Xiao Jin's flame did not disappear and continued to burn. However, the skin of the violent rhinoceros is a little special. After the flames burned it to ashes, the dust did not scatter but solidified tightly together. Gu Changqing picked up some of the flame with his hand and pressed it gently. Hard as stone. There was also a cold breath that penetrated into the body through the fingers. Teacher Xia, are you sure the people from the Beast Tamer Association can really keep an eye on the strength of this wild dungeon? Gu Changqing frowned. It is true that the beasts in the wild maps are powerful. Continue to go deeper into unexplored areas, and you may even encounter the Beast King. But that definitely doesn't happen here. It is no exaggeration to say that if Xiao Jin had not been given a few heaven-defying gold items to infinitely increase the power of his god-level bloodline, if there were 10 times more people like those from the Beastmaster Association in the camp, they would be defeated in a few rounds of charges by the raging rhinoceros. Their destructive power and impact force can be compared to the elite vanguard during the Beast Tide siege. I'm not sure either. Xia Bing was very nervous, even scared. Of the 5 known wild copies, this is the only one that has not been cleared yet. The Beastmaster Association keeps the information about this copy strictly confidential. From the looks of it, it's just a little more difficult than the other 4. But who would have known that before reaching the light gate of the copy, hundreds of terrifying beasts would come out? If anything happens to Gu Changqing here, this is a serious matter. I'm sorry, when we exchanged for the right to use the copy, we did not delve into the information of the copy. Xia Bing apologized promptly and explained. But I can guarantee that there were no violent rhinos among the ferocious beasts in this area before. Oh? If it is not the original ferocious beast, then either there is something wrong with the copy, or someone did it deliberately. As to which one it is unknown. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing called softly. Xiao Jin just circled above the wall of fire, and then made a clear sound. Gu Changqing was stunned, then looked at its state again, and saw that its fighting spirit was boiling and increasing, and it was still rising. But all the violent rhinos have been burned to death, and the boiling desire to fight should have stopped. Could it be that? Gu Changqing immediately stood up and said, You guys hurry up and leave. Su Qing thought Gu Changqing was angry and began to defend the school. Valuable experience in raiding wild dungeons is not usually disclosed to the public. Besides, you asked for it too urgently, and we can't do anything about it. Walk! Gu Changqing's face turned dark, and he shouted loudly. What's wrong? Su Qing realized something was wrong and asked quickly. If you don't want to die here, leave now, don't dilly-dally and talk nonsense. Cracking! Xiao Jin in the air seemed to have sensed something was wrong, and opened his mouth, and a beam of white flame shot out from it. The beam melted the ground around the wall of fire, turning it into a flowing river of lava. The ground where Gu Changqing and the others were standing was like a small boat, drifting back the way they came. Gu Changqing stretched out his hand, and Xiao Jin swooped down and carried him on his back. Looking down from a high place, Gu Changqing looked at the corpse of the violent rhino lying on the ground. Every body fell in the same position as in the drill, forming a huge ghost face. The original position was right at the center of the forehead of this ghost face. Fuck you! Gu Changqing cursed inwardly. With this level of strength, could there be another ferocious monster-level beast coming? The thought just flashed through my mind. Suddenly, in the direction of the wild copy not far away, a man in a black cloak appeared from the haze. The next second, a big hole appeared in the ground. A pair of arms with 10 ferocious beast heads stretched out from the ground. He grabbed Gu Changqing in the air. Chapter 30, Give you a son, die. Gu Changqing was horrified. What is this? The 10 beast heads were like 10 fingers, opening and closing with great force, and their mouths opened one after another. All kinds of skills were used, instantly forming a gorgeous fire coverage network. He crossed his arms, trying to strangle Gu Changqing and his pet beast. Cracking! Xiao Jin's wings vibrated, and large flames fell off and exploded rapidly around his body. The powerful impact wave of fire barely held back the 10 different ferocious beast skills, and then it soared into the sky and successfully left the encirclement. Boom! 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 The skills collided with each other, and for a moment the sky was filled with flames, strong winds swept, thunder and lightning raged, and heavy rain poured down. That was close! Gu Changqing couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and secretly rejoiced. This two-armed monster is indeed quite powerful. Compared with the ferocious monster in the rocky hill, it is even worse without the constraints of the abyss. He's a little unsure now. Is it a mutated fusion beast, or the pet of the beast master in the black cloak? No wonder he was able to kill our people so easily. He was once a genius in theoretical knowledge at Jinhai No. 1 High School, and even his beast pet is so unique. This person did not deliberately suppress his voice, but used his real voice. The voice is melodious and pleasant, like the chirping of an oriole, but with a masculine quality. They are coming for me again. It seems that they paid a high price to eliminate me. The moment he appeared, it was clear that he belonged to the same organization as the 4 vicious beast masters who had died before. The highly recognizable evil spirit pattern is proof of this. But there was one thing Gu Changqing couldn't figure out. Jinhai Girls' High School openly stood up to support him. Yu Rian also felt the pressure. Why did the Chen family still kill him without hesitation? A lot of it doesn't make sense. Unless Gu Changqing's doubts about the Chen family were slowly dispelling. Some places are really unreasonable. Since he dared to make a test and arranged an ambush, Chen Go's test in the camp became meaningless. If it's not the Chen family, then who else could it be? For a moment, Gu Changqing couldn't think of who he had an irreconcilable feud with. The cloaked man chuckled, and a thin arm emerged from the ground behind him. He bit his index finger, and wrote something on the palm of that arm. Suddenly, the 10 ferocious beasts let out sharp roars, opened their huge mouths, and their parotid glands were torn apart, dripping with blood, which was extremely terrifying. Puffs of thick smoke as black as ink spewed out of the beast's mouth. The smoke swelled up when the wind blew, and in the blink of an eye, it completely contaminated the area several kilometers above the copy. Even though Xiao Jin had the air advantage and speed, he still couldn't get rid of it, and was imprisoned. Ahem! Wrapped in black smoke, Gu Changqing took a breath and immediately covered his mouth and nose. When the smoke entered my body, I felt dizzy, and my whole body felt sore and weak. It was not until Xiao Jin wrapped his entire body in flames that the uncomfortable negative state slowly disappeared. Xiao Jin's condition was also affected. He struggled in the black smoke, and even the golden color in the flames began to fade. When Gu Changqing clicked on its status, he saw a demon-like pattern. Soul-destroying dust realm, a negative state fusion skill released by a special fusion-type mutant beast pet, which reduces all attributes, perception, mental strength, etc. Good guy. Even though he was a rookie, he knew how terrifying the soul-destroying realm was. No wonder Xiao Jin, who had divine blood, began to degenerate. Special, fusion, mutation. Almost all the excellent conditions are met. Moreover, it is the fusion skill of 10 ferocious beasts. Woo! Phew! In the soul-destroying dust realm, Xiao Jin's condition gradually became weaker. Its attributes decreased at a rate visible to the naked eye, especially its spiritual attributes, which dropped by nearly 40%. If the fighting spirit had not been consolidated bit by bit, the consequences would have been disastrous. It made a painful sound, and the huge golden crow's body carrying Gu Changqing was also shrinking. But it still endures the discomfort and holds on. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing suddenly leaned over, pressed against Xiao Jin's back, and murmured, "You've suffered a lot following me. If you're tired, don't force yourself." Xiao Jin's eyes, which had begun to become cloudy, suddenly brightened up. But it still doesn't help. Its body shrank again and again until it could only maintain the size of Gu Changqing. "Give up, stop struggling, you've done enough." Gu Changqing opened the package and took out a dagger for self-defense. He gently placed it against his chest and said with a smile, "It is a disgrace to be your master. Even if I die, I will not hand you over to them." At the moment when Gu Changqing was about to press the dagger, a hole appeared in the dark soul-destroying dust realm. The sunlight outside shines in, as if paving a road to light. A smile of success appeared on Gu Changqing's lips. The vicious beast master outside the soul-destroying dust realm obviously realized that he had been deceived. Just to fill that gap. Just listen. Cracking! The high-pitched cry of the phoenix was like thunder in the sky, stirring up the soul-destroying world filled with darkness and silence. The sound is ancient and timeless, as if it came from a distant unknown world, wild and mysterious. As the cry stopped, Xiao Jin's originally listless body suddenly burst into infinite golden light. The light was so strong that it almost drove away the darkness in every corner of the soul-destroying realm, and illuminated it. It is like a sun in the sky, no one dares to look directly at it, its power is infinite. Ka ka ka! Cracks are climbing up the special spatial wall of the soul-destroying dust realm. Until there was a huge crisp sound, and the soul-destroying dust realm was exploded by endless light. Breathing in fresh air again, Gu Changqing looked down at the cloaked man below with a smile on his face. Your pet's skills are pretty good, but it's a pity that you're just too stupid. The vicious beast master gritted his teeth and his tone became shrill. Damn you little brat, I'm going to tear you apart alive and make you experience a pain worse than death. The two arms began to entwine with each other, eventually forming the shape of a towering tree. The 10 heads of the ferocious beast stretched out and rushed over from all directions like spirit snakes. Gu Changqing smiled lightly, looking at the ferocious beast head that was gradually approaching and began to release skills again, and said, The best time to kill me has passed, but why didn't you kill me then? Are you worried about something? After a pause, he said proudly, No one can kill me at noon, because my beast pet is invincible. As if responding to Gu Changqing's words, the golden flame on Xiao Jin's body suddenly shot up into the sky. Even the hazy smoke that obscured the sun retreated under the extreme heat wave. The blazing midday sun revealed its true face, and Xiao Jin's golden crow body grew larger and larger under the sun. Are you ready to die? Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly became fierce. The vicious beast master looked up at the sky. In his sight, the 10 beast heads that were flying towards him had not yet come close. It was instantly melted by the golden light. He swallowed his saliva in astonishment, his eyes dull. Two sons? Chapter 31, Foreign Organization, Evil God. Above the sky, it was like a big hole was poked in. Thousands of miles away in the blue sky, a big sun is shining with dazzling brilliance. The hazy smoke tried to fill the hole, but was pushed away by the extreme fire wave. There was dazzling golden light for several miles around Xiao Jin, echoing the big sun. Gu Changqing bathed in the gentle golden flame, watching his 2 arms gradually melt in the extreme heat. I can't help but sigh. Unlimited products, all of them are high quality. The sun is shining in the sky. At noon, you can absorb the sun's energy for your pet. Current time, 12 o'clock, the ability granted by this entry, all attributes and skills increased by 1000%. This state disappears after 1 minute. What a pervert! 10-fold increase in all attributes and skills. In addition, the first A true flame and the golden crow's body already have a multiplier effect on damage. If it is increased 10-fold on this basis, the power. Cracking! Xiao Jin let out a clear cry and swooped down with the unparalleled power of a divine beast. The golden flames were like meteors from the sky, dragging long flame tails that covered every inch of land below. The vicious beast master was shocked and bit his finger again, drawing strange symbols one after another. At this moment, the violent rhinos that were burned to death by the flames suddenly stood up again. When the fireball was about to hit the ground, all that could be heard was the rumbling sound of the earth shaking and dust spreading wildly. A huge evil ghost pattern unfolded from the dust. After the fireball touched the pattern, it disappeared magically like a stone sinking into the sea. Gu Changqing was shocked. He never imagined that with the power of several golden terms added to it, the vicious beast master could still resist. This scene far exceeded his imagination. You know, the power of that fireball, although not as devastating as when borrowing the black card. 1/10 of the strength is more than enough. Such an intensive and saturated attack can still be resisted. He really began to doubt his life. Crack! Crack! After blocking dozens of fireballs, a series of crisp sounds suddenly rang out. The next second, a series of explosions occurred one after another. The extremely weird evil ghost pattern was covered with fine cracks. Under the impact of the fireball, with a loud bang, the whole thing exploded. A broken body was thrown out from the smoke and dust, and half of the vicious beast master's body was blown into a bloody mess. His pet beast then stabbed into his heart, and with a flash of black light, it quickly repaired his injured body. This one won't die! The vicious beast master's tenacious vitality truly shocked Gu Changqing. At this time, Xiao Jin shrunk the size of the golden crow's body and put Gu Changqing back on the ground that was blasted and full of holes and was unrecognizable. Then, beams of light formed by flames appeared one after another. Nailed the hand to the ground. The vicious beast master's life was temporarily saved, but he could no longer repair his body. Half of his hood was blown off, revealing half of his feminine face with delicate eyebrows, but his pupils were green. Green eyes? He's not from Xinhua country! This beast-taming world, like Blue Star, once had different countries. But after the arrival of the ferocious beast, many countries were destroyed and forced to integrate into other countries to escape. Another part of them gathered together to explore the wild world, settled down outside, and became unrestrained wild kings. Most of these beastmasters are enemies of the beastmasters in the city, so they are defined as vicious beastmasters. Jinhai City, a large coastal city located east of Xinhua country, has actually been infiltrated by vicious beastmasters from other countries. The man knew that his life and death were not in his own hands, so he said coldly, I have nothing to say about my defeat at your hands. But your good days will soon be over. Unless you stay in the city forever like a turtle and never come out. Suddenly his eyes turned sinister. Even if you are in the city, you can't be safe. One day, you will pay the price for your arrogance. Gu Changqing scratched his ear and said disdainfully, Did I grow up scared? Don't worry, you don't have to send people to find me. I will come to your house and kill you. Answer me a question, and I will let you die more comfortably. Bah, the warriors of the evil god will not fear death. I will not die, I will just return to its side. One day, when it wakes up and returns to the world, I will die and return as a believer. Ah! Before he could finish his words, Xiao Jin's mouth pierced through his palm. Moreover, the flame burned gently, charring the flesh and blood on the wound. Well, great evil warrior, please consider my proposal. Dream! Ah! The thigh was pierced again, still the familiar formula. Gu Changqing enjoyed it very much, and he began to like this stubborn foreign warrior. Until his body was covered with burn holes. Xiao Jin also found a new goal. Just as the sharp beak was about to peck, he screamed, Why don't you ask? Didn't I ask? Gu Changqing glanced at Xiao Jin, who was still unsatisfied. Xiao Jin completely ignored it and stared straight at the heart, as if saying, Who cares, just peck it first. Call! The vicious beastmaster looked at the man and his pet, who didn't look like good people, and said helplessly, Our organization is indeed in a secret location outside the city, and most of its members are descendants from foreign countries. After opening the conversation so easily, Gu Changqing asked, Tell me the key points, such as the evil god you mentioned, and why you want to kill me? The evil god is the last hope for us, the descendants of foreign countries. Its origins are unclear. I only know that it needs a large number of beast pets to restore its former strength. As for why it killed you, of course it was your beast pet. Gu Changqing nodded. This made sense. The bizarre operation in the soul-destroying dust realm obviously had nothing to do with the Chen family. However, a new question arises. Everyone in the city knows that I am selfish and have caused the legendary pet to become a useless pet. Even if I was slightly defeated last night, you wouldn't have so much time to come here and set up such a trap. Liantu? I didn't get the news. If I knew in advance that you were a pervert, I would never accept the mission even if I was beaten to death. He looked at Xiao Jin above his head and fear spread. If he had known earlier, no one would have taken over the love he had, and he would have rather died than come to seek death. I accepted this mission the day before yesterday. The day before yesterday? Gu Changqing frowned. Jinhai Girls' High School offered a lot of conditions in exchange for a spot to enter the wild dungeon. At the same time, someone issued a mission to kill the vicious beast master in the wild. If we exclude the Chen family, then the only one left is that person. Thank you for your cooperation. Gu Chongqing stood up, and Xiao Jin pecked through his heart cleanly. The flames rose instantly, burning it to ashes. Just as Gu Chongqing went to pick up the package, he dropped. Suddenly, the arm that Xiao Jin had nailed with the laser drill suddenly turned into a pool of white liquid. It merged into the ground and disappeared. It happened so fast that neither the person nor the pet reacted. Isn't that his pet? Chapter 32, The Disappearing Town, The Hand of the Evil God. Congratulations on killing the vicious beast master. Your honor value increases by 20, and your Jinhai City prestige increases by 50. The honor and prestige are higher than those 4 killed before? It seems that this guy is an elite member of the Evil God organization. Xiao Jin jumped to the place where the arm disappeared, and kept scratching with his sharp claws, before finally withdrawing with a huff. Gu Chongqing smiled and touched its head. Next time you see it, just kill it and eat it. Don't give it a chance to escape. Xiao Jin then regained his composure, chirping and unwillingly putting away the body of the golden crow. Gu Chongqing turned around and walked towards the copy light gate not far away. Looking at the rock mountain that had been flattened by the explosion, even he gasped. In the 1 minute when the sun was shining in the sky, Xiao Jin's fighting power was enough to rival those powerful pet beasts that were carefully trained and in perfect condition. If its grade is improved, the bloodline ability will be further unlocked. Gu Chongqing felt that his brain was no longer enough, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying the power would be at that time. As he walked, he was attracted by the pieces of limbs and arms that were blown away and flew everywhere. These body parts were completely black in color. When one lightly touched them with one's fingers, the familiar cold aura still lingered. These are the bodies of those rampaging rhinos. He slowly figured out why the ghost face absorbed Xiao Jin's flame. The power of the flames was transferred to the body of the violent rhinoceros. If Xiao Jin wasn't invincible, it would take a lot of effort to get rid of him. Now Gu Chongqing understood what Xiaobing had said. The vicious beast master does not possess extremely strong combat power. But their pets are too strange compared to those of ordinary beast masters. First, there was an extremely rare fusion skill, and then there was a formation that used ferocious beasts as carriers to absorb firepower. Without absolute strength, there is really nothing you can do. On the contrary, they will be killed by strange means. In Gu Chongqing's mind, the Evil God organization was labeled as extremely dangerous. After a while, he walked under the light gate. Fortunately, the copy light gate can adjust the height of the terrain automatically. Gu Chongqing reached out and touched the light gate, and a column of information appeared before his eyes. Wild instance, Hand of the Evil God. Instance level, Hell. Instance description, a town was destroyed by a terrifying giant hand on a dark night. No one knows what happened that night. The only thing that is clear is that nearly 10,000 beast masters did not survive. Instance reward, rumor has it that there is a mysterious stone that came from outer space, which can open up a mysterious foundation space for the path to becoming the god of beast taming for those who are destined to do so. This wild copy has no level restrictions, and no difficulty options. Just use full intensity. What was even more coincidental was that Gu Chongqing had just heard the word, Evil God, from the mouth of the vicious beast master. The next second, he encountered a copy named after the Evil God. It's too much of a coincidence if it's just a coincidence. As for the reward, Gu Chongqing just mentioned it lightly. The foundation space of the beast-taming god's road sounds grand, but it is actually just a rumor. With unlimited gold entries, he can still become a god even if there is no space. Besides, the road to becoming a god is just a legendary term. Countless talented beast masters have pursued the so-called godhood. In the end, it could not withstand the baptism of time and eventually became a speck of dust on this road. You have not formed a team yet. This instance can only accommodate 30 people at most. Do you want to enter the dungeon alone? Whether? The prompt appeared again, and Gu Chongqing was about to click OK. But was interrupted by a voice. Wait a minute! Gu Chongqing turned his head. Chengo came running over riding a two-headed dog with a complicated expression. "What's up?" Chengo sighed, looked around the rocky mountain that had dropped at least 3 meters, and said, "I owe Su Qing a favor, and she asked me to return it to you." Gu Chongqing shook his head. "No need. It is necessary. What I want to talk about is the basic situation of the dungeon. Since our Beast Tamer Association discovered this dungeon, it has always been stuck halfway and can no longer improve. Do you know why?" Gu Chongqing just looked at him, with no intention of asking any questions. Chen Go was not embarrassed and said naturally, "Because in addition to the fierce beasts, there are also beast masters in the dungeon." Gu Chongqing raised his eyebrows as he thought of this. According to the previous description, the vicious beast master can add slavery and sacrifice status to the raging rhinoceros, and can control them. And the arm that escaped? He already had a rough guess. "We have already done the strategy in the early stage. If you can successfully pass the level, I hope you can give us a simple strategy. Not to pass the level, but to commemorate our deceased colleagues." There was no distracting thought in Chengo's eyes. Gu Chongqing nodded, and suddenly thought of something, and said, "I remember you said that you hunted a fierce monster. Was it in a copy?" "Yes." Chengo sighed. "There are 30 of us, led by the captain of the Association's 6th team, the spirit-level beast tamer Sun Yi. Everything was fine before we encountered that ferocious monster. Except that the level of the beast was very high, its combat power was not very strong. Just when we thought we could get through smoothly, the ferocious monster appeared." As if he was thinking of something horrible, Chengo's eyes were filled with fear and panic. "It is a transformed 3-headed tentacle dragon, possessing a variety of corrosive skills. Its bloodline is extremely pure, and it even has half a dragon horn growing on it." Chengo told Gu Chongqing the entire experience of that copy. After listening to this, Gu Chongqing's understanding of the difficulty of the copy was raised to a higher level. After saying this, Chengo did not feel any sense of pride at all for killing the evil monster. Instead, he was sweating profusely, and his clothes were soaked. "With the potential of your beast pet, you can definitely defeat this instance. We are enemies, but I still want to say that it may not be possible now." Chengo's eyes suddenly became firm. "Since then, I have come back and read a lot of books. I can tell you clearly that the advent of the abyss brings more than just ferocious beasts." "I agree." In his beast control space, there was a half-dead black beast pet card lying there. An unknown species that cannot even be identified in the abyss. "So you're still going?" Gu Chongqing lightly tapped, "Yes," and the copy light gate began to rotate, creating a vortex with extremely strong suction. His figure slowly disappeared in it. "You will die, but I may not." My vision started to dim. When he recovered, Gu Chongqing found himself standing in a lush green wheat field. "You have entered the wild copy, the hand of the evil god. In the dungeon, except for medicines, any auxiliary items will be invalid. Every 12 hours, you will have an opportunity to exit the dungeon. Once you choose to exit, you will not be able to enter for a month. The copy begins, please be prepared." As the reminder of the abyss fell, in the wheat field, human heads suddenly appeared one after another. His eyes were fixed on Gu Chongqing. Chapter 33 Mimic Beast, the combination of human and beast pet. "Fuck!" The sudden strange scene frightened Gu Chongqing so much that his whole body tensed up. Just as I was about to call out to Xiao Jin, I saw that it had already flown above those heads. The sharp beak pierced the top of the head easily. There was no blood splattering, only green sticky liquid hanging on the mouth, which was swallowed into the stomach with a slurp. "Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet consumes the essence of a mimic beast, and its camouflage ability increases by 5%. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet consumes the essence of the mimic beast, and its spiritual attribute increases by 1. After several prompts in a row, until the mental attribute increased by 10 points, Xiao Jin gradually lost interest. Perhaps they were scared of being eaten by it. Their heads instantly turned into fireflies and flew towards another field in the distance. "Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast mimic, experience added by 1. "Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast mimic, experience added by 1. Looking at the experience bar that didn't move at all, Gu Chongqing thought he had seen it wrong. He looked at the mimic beasts flying away, and their information gradually appeared in front of his eyes. Mimicry beast, lower level ferocious beast. Level 1. Attributes: Strength plus 0, Constitution plus 1, Agility plus 1, Spirit plus 50. Skills: Illusion, Split, Mimicry. Introduction: As the lowest level of ferocious beasts, mimic beasts have a unique ability to escape the risk of being preyed upon. They are timid by nature and not good at fighting, but they have excellent escape skills. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing raised his head and glanced over. Xiao Jin understood and immediately spread his wings and chased in the direction of the mimic beast. Soon, there were only dozens of mimic beasts left, and they were forced to fly back under Xiao Jin's power. Gu Changqing found the largest one among them, and its information also changed, with the word leader added after its rank. The leader of the mimic beasts noticed Gu Changqing's unfriendly gaze and immediately approached Xiao Jin. It completely forgot that it was the one that ate more than a dozen of its compatriots in an instant. Taking out a contract card from the package, Gu Changqing said, "It seems that you have gained some intelligence. As long as you obey me, I will not kill your friends." Xiao Jin chirped and acted as an interpreter. The leader of the mimic beast communicated with it for a while, and suddenly returned to the center of the group. The next second, mimic beasts flew towards it one by one. Dozens of sparkling sparks instantly became one. Gu Changqing grinned. Not bad, not bad. The skill of splitting was exactly what he thought. After merging with his brothers, the mimic beast leader took the initiative to fly towards the contract card in his hand. The lower level beast mimic takes the initiative to surrender to you and is willing to become your pet. Do you agree? Agree! As soon as he finished speaking, the power of the rules in the contract card generated a suction force, sucking the mimic beast leader in. Seeing the transparent contract card turn white, Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. White pet cards are trash. Indeed, the combat power of the mimic can be described as garbage. However, Gu Changqing was attracted by its ability of mimicry and illusion. Both of these act on the mind. I am not afraid of poor bloodline. What it lacks the least is gold entries. Upgrade, upgrade! Gu Changqing was full of energy. He left the wheat field and walked towards the depths along the only road. After walking for a long time, no ferocious beasts appeared. There were dilapidated houses all around, as if it had been through a brutal war. The remains and bones of humans and ferocious beasts could be seen everywhere. This area has been conquered by the people from the Beast Tamer Association. The difference between wild copies and city copies is that only after you have completely completed the game will the copy be reset and refreshed. Let's go, Xiao Jin! Xiao Jin activated the body of the golden crow and lay on the ground. He waited until Gu Changqing climbed onto his back before he spread his wings and flew towards the unconquered front. After flying for nearly an hour, the vague shadow of a city wall slowly emerged at the edge of our sight. Below, it was no longer a wilderness. Simple camps with an area of several dozen square meters began to appear in disorder. You have reached the edge of the copy progress. As soon as the abyss was signaled, Xiao Jin neighed in dissatisfaction and was forced to fall to the ground. Gu Changqing jumped down and looked around. The materials used in the camp are very new, probably left behind by people from the Beast Tamer Association. Some are relatively intact, but most have collapsed and been destroyed. It seems that the ferocious monster-level beast they are encircling is not far away. At this time, Xiao Jin shouted twice towards the west, then grabbed Gu Changqing and flew at a low altitude. When he got closer, Gu Changqing could see clearly that the ground within a radius of 10 miles was full of potholes and in ruins. He slowly approached a huge deep pit not far away and looked down. The pupils suddenly contracted. At the bottom of the deep pit, there was a giant beast skeleton about 30 meters long and 5 meters high, lying on its back. The bottom of the pit was almost covered with a layer of brown blood, and when the wind blew, the foul smell of blood filled the air. Is this the corpse of that ferocious demon level 3-headed dragon? The people in the Beast Tamer Association really know how to have fun. The ferocious monster was stripped to the point where only a skeleton remained. Moreover, the hardest parts of its body were also damaged and broken off. The man and the beast looked at the huge skeleton and opened their mouths at the same time. The flesh and blood of such a ferocious beast must be so nourishing. Just like ferocious beasts eat humans, they think human flesh and blood are delicious and can boost their abilities. The same is true in reverse. It's just that humans have always been at a disadvantage. Don't be greedy, there are better ones later. Gu Chongqing patted Xiao Jin's head, left here, and started walking towards the city wall. He chose not to ride, but to walk. As the blurry city walls in the distance became more and more solid, buildings similar to sentry towers appeared around them. Suddenly, in the sentry tower, a human head popped out through the narrow window. Again! Gu Chongqing frowned. There was a loud bang and the sentry tower was shattered into pieces in an instant. A huge octopus burst the small space. What's even more creepy is that the octopus's head is actually a human head. The octopus was very agile, climbing down the tower with great agility. In just a few blinks of an eye, he was only a few dozen meters away from Gu Chongqing. I saw 6 or 7 octopus tentacles swinging out at the same time, dancing and making a loud noise. It made a harsh sound by rubbing against the air, and then hit me. Gu Chongqing jumped up and landed on Xiao Jin's back. At the same time, information about a monster with an octopus body and a human head was seen. Deep Sea Octopus, High-Level Ferocious Beast. Level 25. Attributes: Strength plus 351, Constitution plus 549, Agility plus 313, Spirit plus 221. Skills: Corrosive Horn Kill, Ink Bullet. Introduction: A ferocious beast that is parasitic on its master. Dangerous. After reading it, Gu Chongqing raised his brows and then frowned. Qinggo mentioned not only the fierce beasts but also the beast masters. I didn't expect it to be this way. The tentacles swept left and right like iron whips. Xiao Jin's speed was not slow either, and he managed to dodge it narrowly. Kill! After receiving Gu Chongqing's attack order, Xiao Jin quickly condensed the first Sun True Flame. While dodging the tentacles at a tricky angle, he touched the top of the octopus's head. Then it shone on the person's head and spewed it out. Seeing that the attack was successful, Xiao Jin immediately retreated. Suddenly, a whispering sound came into Gu Chongqing's ears. Help! Help me! Save me! Free me! Chapter 34, Hidden Mission Triggered, Surrounded. Boom! Sizzle! The first true flame hit the face of the octopus head accurately, and the flames splashed onto the huge octopus body. The extremely high temperature penetrated into the skin, burning the octopus's tentacles and making them run around in disarray. Immediately afterwards, a large amount of water gushed out of the octopus's body, trying to stop the burning of the flames. Unfortunately, it was a complete waste of effort. Xiao Jin's spiritual attributes, after several absorptions and the blessing of the gold entry. It has reached a terrifying point. Even though this deep-sea octopus has excellent four-dimensional attributes, it still cannot withstand Xiao Jin's anger. Slowly, the fire grew bigger. After the moisture in the octopus body was completely roasted away, its true strength was not yet revealed. It turned into a small mountain of food exuding an enticing aroma. Congratulations on killing the high-level beast deep-sea octopus. You will gain 400 experience points. The experience bar jumped a lot. Gu Chongqing clicked on his personal information. Gu Chongqing. Pet Sunbird. Level 5. Experience, 720 out of 1600. Title, Junior Beast Tamer. Honors, 60. Prestige, Jinhai City, 90. Talent, unlimited gold items, unique. It takes 1,600 experience points to reach level 6, and each level doubles the original experience points. This requires reaching the minimum standard of promotion to level 10. Gu Chongqing scratched his head. It was a daunting task. If it doesn't work, wait until the book is out, and take advantage of Xiao Jin's 1 minute of invincibility. Indiscriminately firing map artillery on the map outside the city? But it's just a thought. Who knows what kind of ferocious beasts are lurking in the unexplored areas? He began to envy those talented people who had achieved the status of gold-level beast masters before the big exam. After calming himself down, he continued to check Xiao Jin's status information. Pet Sunbird. Rank Bronze. Level 5. Bloodline entries: Big Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Fighting Will, Gold, Foodie's Spring, Gold, Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 80 plus 31 plus 50 plus 20, Constitution plus 80 plus 22 plus 50 plus 20, Agility plus 80 plus 46 plus 50 plus 20, Spirit plus 560 plus 14 plus 50 plus 20 plus 10. Lightning resistance 5%, water resistance 5%, false detection ability 5%, camouflage ability increased by 5%. Skills: First Aid True Flame, Level 2, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Body. As a mobile high-altitude firepower turret, Gu Changqing was no longer able to comment. The spirit of up to 654 points, after being superimposed by the 2-level increase of the First Aid True Flame and the Golden Crow Body. This deep-sea octopus is a living example of the horrific damage it can cause. Every gold entry granted doubles the basic attributes, allowing Xiao Jin to go further and further on the road to becoming a super god. Although the other 3 attributes are lagging behind. But among its peers, it is also a top-tier one. While Gu Changqing was checking, Xiao Jin had already jumped onto the top of the octopus, fully utilizing the advantages of the super high-speed pile driver. He put the delicious pieces of meat into his mouth. Gu Changqing came to the position of the head. His face was burned dry by the flames, but one could still vaguely see a smile at the corner of his mouth. I clenched my fists. The Beastmaster in this dungeon once fought on the front line of defense, and fought bloody battles for the base camp in the rear. Just one hand cost them their lives. Even after death, they will suffer this kind of soul-whipping and fratricide. However, it is only a small part of the world outside the city. Call! Gu Changqing let out a long breath. He waited for Xiao Jin to finish eating all the octopus and continued walking forward without saying a word. Gourmet Spring Trigger: Your pet eats the flesh and blood of a high-level pet, and its 4-dimensional attributes increase by 30. Gourmet Spring Trigger: Your pet eats high-level beast stones, and its 4-dimensional attributes increase by 50, and its fear of the deep sea is greatly reduced. The 3 attributes of your beast pet have reached critical values and cannot be increased any further. Reaching a tipping point? Among the 4-dimensional attributes, except for spirit, the other 3 have all reached 200. The spiritual attribute exceeded 700, reaching a terrifying 734 points. Gu Changqing sighed self-deprecatingly. The wish to infinitely elevate the small gold attribute by relying on the Foodie spring was still shattered. On second thought, at the bronze level, the total attribute exceeded 1,100. It is also enough to prove the horror of the super god level. It depends on the critical value of the spiritual attribute. Continue moving forward, deliberately slowing down every time you pass a police tower. All the way to the city wall, no Beastmaster who had been assimilated by the pet beast was encountered again. This city wall is almost half as high as Jinhai City. The city wall is 20 stories high, and the towering city gate is made of fine iron and still looks as good as new. Xiao Jin flew into the air, but was suppressed by the rules of the abyss only halfway through the flight. Gu Changqing frowned. This seemed like they were about to break into the city gate. He approached the city gate slowly and cautiously, and just as he put his hand on the cold iron bolt, he suddenly received a warning. The second stage of the hidden mission is triggered. Please go to the center of the city and stop the 3-headed dragon from evolving. Penalty for mission failure: talent reduction, pet bloodline reduced by 3 grades. Task success reward: randomly obtain a king-level beast pet card. Gu Changqing's eyes widened. The good news is that the hidden mission has been activated, and it is indeed in the wild copy. The bad news is that the punishment is fucked up. A king-level pet card is his lifeblood. Abyss, oh Abyss, your intention against me is too obvious. This time it was, and the ferocious monster last time was also it. It's obvious that you don't want him to have an easy time. After the task is activated, you can accept it by yourself. There is no option of refusal. 3 heads touching the dragon? Wasn't he killed by Qin Go's team of Beastmasters? Could it be that there are more than one ferocious beast of that level? The strong sense of security that Xiao Jin brought him began to waver at this moment. Besides, there's no time limit indicated in the task. The serious error in intelligence made Gu Changqing plan to retreat. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. He waved to Xiao Jin, who was fighting against the rules of the abyss in the air. I want to avoid the spotlight for the time being and push the dungeon after I am fully prepared. But who would have thought that the city gate would slowly open on its own? A beam of strong light shone on him through the increasingly larger door. Damn it! Gu Changqing cursed the abyss in his heart for being a traitor. He narrowed his eyes, and after alleviating the strong light, he could see clearly the scene inside the city behind the city gate. Xiao Jin, run! Gu Changqing's face changed drastically, and he didn't have time to climb up. He grabbed Xiao Jin's legs with both hands and told him to retreat quickly. Xiao Jin was driving at full speed, and just as he was flying 100 meters with Gu Changqing. From the city, dents and various skills were seen bombarding the city gate continuously like gorgeous fireworks. The skill lasted for 10 minutes before it dissipated. The originally magnificent city gate and city walls collapsed with a loud bang. Damn you, the abyss! Gu Changqing cursed loudly. In the dusty ruins, beast masters led their pets and chased out. Target, Gu Changqing. Chapter 35 Puppet Beast Tamer, the second three-headed dragon. I just opened the door. There's no need to make such a fuss and pursue such a warm welcome. The beast master below was commanding his pet, which had already transformed into a ferocious beast, in an orderly manner, continuously releasing skills in an attempt to knock Gu Changqing down from the air. After the skill attack failed, those who had flying beasts gathered together and attacked him from the air. Taking this opportunity, Gu Changqing also got to know their information. Compared to the gorgeous four-dimensional attributes of the first deep-sea octopus, these unhuman pets are far behind in attributes. But there are also advantages. That is the fighting instinct and experience, which has not disappeared. Xiao Jin, don't leave the combat distance. Prioritize destroying the beasts in the air and kill them with the sparrow tactics. Cracking! Xiao Jin responded with a light whistle, and particles of the first day true flame condensed around his body. It deliberately slowed down its speed a little, and when the flying beasts behind it caught up, the moon flipped over beautifully, and in an instant, more than a dozen fireballs exploded. Nonsense! Gu Changqing only felt that the centrifugal force was completely lost, his eyes went dark, and his brain began to buzz. It wasn't until the warning sound of the abyss rang out that I recovered. He knocked Xiao Jin on the head in dissatisfaction, took out a rope from the backpack, and fixed it firmly on his back before he felt a little relieved. Congratulations on killing the high-level beast, the fierce-headed falcon. You gained 300 experience points. Congratulations on killing the high-level beast, the fierce-headed falcon. You gained 300 experience points. The two flying beasts were burned to ashes by the flames as soon as they met. Gu Changqing's heart skipped a beat when he saw the name of the ferocious beast. Laitu Falcon, this name is too familiar. His memory went back to before the last beast tide attacked the city. The father, whose face gradually faded from his memory, once took him into the city guard. There, he saw the falcon, and not just one, but an entire breeding and rearing base. The fierce-headed falcon has an impressive speed and excellent aerial close combat capabilities. Anyone who joins the city guard and has a free beast control space can contract it as a beast pet. The almost indistinct voice rang in his ears. Gu Changqing suddenly looked up and saw 6 or 7 giant birds more than 3 meters long chasing him from behind. A tuft of red hair on their heads was particularly conspicuous. It's the fierce-headed falcon. Gu Changqing recognized it at a glance. In the entire Jinhai city, only that city guard team would contract the fierce-headed falcon. Gradually, the fierce-headed falcon also became their symbol. Why? Why would his cheat father's city guards appear here? Shouldn't Jinhai City be what they are sworn to protect at all costs? He cast his eyes down to the ground. Although those beast masters had long since died, they had become living dead similar to ferocious beasts. But his combat skills and the formation he deployed told him that, in their lifetime, they were elite city guards who survived bloody battles. Bang! Gu Changqing slapped him on the cheek, and the slight hesitation in his heart quickly disappeared along with the pain. Kill! The tone was cold, without any emotion. Go Yalu! as if responding to the owner's stabilization of mood. On Xiao Jin's body, the light red blood mist began to gradually boil, like boiling water. The fighting spirit was boiling and increasing every second. The first-day true flame was also covered with blood. Every 5 seconds, a fireball condenses. While Xiao Jin was keeping his distance, his entire body was surrounded by the scorching true flame of the first day. Cracking! Following a cry filled with excitement, fireballs with long white and red flame tails were seen, bombarding the Earth's surface like meteors from outer space. The flame with its main attribute burst out suddenly the moment it touched the ground. Like brilliant fireworks, they engulfed the pursuing Beastmasters in the blink of an eye. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Beastmaster, puppet, experience increased by 200. Congratulations on killing the senior Beast Tamer, puppet, experience increased by 250. Congratulations on killing an intermediate Beastmaster. The reminder sounds continued to ring. Gu Changqing's experience bar quickly rushed to level 6 like a rocket. Tips for unlimited gold entries also followed. But Gu Changqing's attention was not here. Looking at the Beastmaster who gradually showed no signs of struggle in the flames, his teeth were chattering. Each of these people is a hero of Jinhai City. He died, yet was insulted like this. The second time, he couldn't hide the murderous intent in his heart. There were nearly 100 people and beasts, and under Xiao Jin's long-accumulated carpet bombing, no one is left alive. Gu Changqing untied himself and walked into the sea of fire. The fallen and burning bodies all had smiles on their lips. Exactly the same as the man who became one with the deep-sea octopus. Gu Changqing took out a bottle of not-so-good wine, uncorked it and poured it out into the flames. The smell of alcohol spread and evaporated, and along with their ashes, it drifted towards the direction of the town. Bang! The wine bottle fell out of his hand and Gu Changqing turned around and returned to Xiao Jin's back. Squeaka! Noticing that his owner was in a bad mood, Xiao Jin started to make some noise to comfort him. I'm fine, just destroy this place. The final destination of a hero is to receive applause, flowers, support, and praise from the people. That is a very rare outcome. Most of them are fighting with the world as their backs, and brothers fighting side by side to defend the land they want to protect. Even if I am torn to pieces, I have no fear and no regrets. Xiao Jin spread his wings and flew towards the town at the fastest speed. As they approached the target point, the boiling fighting spirit that was about to disappear reappeared. Returning again, without the shelter of the city wall. The incredible scene that I saw before was displayed before my eyes in full view. The huge town center was already a sea of blood and corpses. Human corpses, the bodies of ferocious beasts and pets were piled together densely. Thousands of beast stones were quietly suspended in the air at the center, and the energy inside the stones was being drawn out. It transformed into countless energy ribbons, converging at the center. In the center, a giant snake with a body length of nearly 100 meters and 3 heads was coiled. 3 heads touched the dragon. There are really 2. On its head, 2 animal stones, one black and one white, glowed with 2 different colors of light. Absorb all the energy of the beast stones. As energy continued to flow in, the 2 black and white beast stones were slowly merging. But from Gu Changqing's perspective, all the bones were arranged like an altar for ascension. He also saw some corpses that had not yet completely decayed. Those should be the beast tamers who were killed in the Beast Tamer Association. For a moment, Gu Changqing thought of those vicious beastmasters who had tried to kill him. At this moment, 4 beastmasters slowly walked out from the back of the 3-headed dragon. They found Gu Changqing's location. One of them opened its mouth and spoke in a mechanical and emotionless voice. Young beastmaster, you have enough nutrients for advancement. Go, I won't kill you! Not killing me? The fire in Gu Changqing's eyes was about to burn his rationality to ashes. Thank you for not killing me. Since I have done you a favor, I must repay you. When it comes to grace. Wisps of white smoke leaked out of Xiao Jin's mouth. When the word came out, the pent-up flames erupted like a volcano. A beam of flame more than 2 meters thick spewed out, pointing directly at the 3-headed dragon. Chapter 36. Is there a traitor in the city? Presumptuous! The 4 beast tamer puppets shouted coldly, their skin moving but their flesh not moving. 12 black hexagram formations suddenly rose from the ground, covering the 3-headed dragon from 4 directions. 12 hands emitting steaming black air stood up from the center of the formation. A huge hand, with a thick black aura, stretched out and clasped tightly with other hands. Form a black barrier. The hand of the evil god? Gu Changqing looked at the scene in amazement. Due to the distance, he could not capture any information from the giant hand. Boo! There was a sound of bubbles bursting, and then a beam of flame spewed out by Xiao Jin collided directly with the barrier formed by the giant hand. When the two met, there was not much fluctuation. The power of the two energies seemed to be on par with each other, forming a delicate balance. Mad, you want to compete with me in endurance, right? Xiao Jin could no longer move and could only mobilize part of the fire to protect Gu Changqing's safety. The 4 beast tamer puppets had no intention of rushing up to fight him. Gu Changqing opened the backpack space and took out all the medicines inside. Soon, Xiao Jin's broad back was filled with various medicine bottles with different therapeutic effects. Xiao Jin, be bold and hit it. If I don't kill it, how can I continue to be a beast master? Gu Changqing also took the risk. You're the only one who has the energy to sustain it. What was supposed to be a long and destructive war turned into a competition of endurance due to fate. Squeak! Xiao Jin responded clearly twice, and then, a more powerful flame rose and burned. Fuck! Suddenly, a feeling of panic, helplessness, and powerlessness spread in my heart. All the strength in my body was drained away in an instant. Gu Changqing widened his eyes and buried his head in the soft feathers. Xiao Jin, there's a saying that goes, a steady trickle of water lasts a long time. Are you afraid that you can't suck me to death? Now, he realized the helplessness of the black card. Every time the water pump is pumped to its maximum horsepower, and even if there is a huge reserve, not a drop will be left. Fortunately, the medicine bottle fell to the ground, and the vermilion pill inside rolled to the side of his mouth. Use your tongue to roll a pill into your mouth and gently bite it. A warm current flows down the throat into the stomach, and then begins to flow through the limbs. Within 10 seconds, Gu Changqing sat up energetically. In addition to the pills won from the beast masters in the camp, most of them were prepared by Yi Ruyan. This is because I am really afraid that something will happen to me. I accidentally helped save a life. Time passed minute by minute, and after repeated attempts, Xiao Jin finally found the balance point between absorption and supply. Gu Changqing swallowed the pills one by one, experiencing the wonderful feeling brought by the rapid loss and replenishment of strength. Without the black card's greatly purified bloodline, he could only rely on his own supply. Although Xiao Jin is a super god-level pet, strictly speaking, it is still in the larval stage. The intensity of this charged attack has already exceeded the limit of spiritual power. Cracking! Gu Changqing, who was trapped in a drug-taking cycle, was suddenly awakened by Xiao Jin's cry. He turned his head and looked towards the city center. After a stalemate of nearly an hour, the black air in the barrier formed by the 12 giant hands disappeared, revealing a fair complexion. This arm is very similar to the one that escaped. Xiao Jin's flame beam impacted, and each bit of its power was stronger than before. The endless increase in the boiling fighting spirit is also one of the trump cards. Call! Suddenly, it transformed into a giant white hand. Without the assistance of the black energy, it instantly became like white paper and burned to ashes. Boom! Like a heavy hammer hitting a drum, the pillar of fire, which was no longer the same as it was an hour ago, was no longer hindered. Carrying unparalleled heat, it slammed into the 3-headed dragon. Hiss! The left and right heads of the 3-headed dragon were shaking up and down in pain, but the one in the middle seemed to be in a trance. But the next moment, the energy of the beast stone that was originally absorbed by the black and white stones turned around and dissipated. A rippling energy shield was formed, protecting the 3-headed dragon once again. Damn, this altar is not only used for promotion, but also has a powerful protective formation. While cursing, he stuffed the pill into his mouth. You bastard, if you have the guts, remove my energy protection. I'll just stand here and fight you one-on-one. Gulp! With your cowardly look, you are a ferocious monster? The ground-digging pigs in front of our house are braver than you. Gulp! You want to fight me, right? I don't have much else, but I have a lot of medicine. Look at the dull colors of those beast stones. They are almost used up. Gulp! Gu Changqing took drugs and transformed himself into a powerful master of talking. However, no matter how he provoked it, the three-headed dragon retreated in defense. Seeing that there was not much medicine left, Gu Changqing became a little anxious. Whoever fails to succeed first will become the other's meal. As the energy of the beast stone was depleted, his reserves were about to run out. Okay, you have guts, right? Xiao Jin, step up your game. Gu Changqing stuffed 3 pills in a row. After confirming with his eyes, Xiao Jin's fighting spirit had already reached a certain level. The brutal and unreasonable blood flames almost covered half of the town in blood. Xiao Jin's body expanded nearly 5 times, and was bathed in blood flames, like a world-destroying ferocious bird. But Gu Changqing is in trouble. Even after taking all the medicine, it is still impossible to maintain high power extraction. Because your spirit has fallen to a critical point, the abyss automatically activates protection. Experience points will replace medicine consumption. Your experience points will be reduced by 100. Experience minus 100. Experience minus 100. Oh shit! Abyss, you uncle! Running out to rob at this time. No matter how much you curse, you have to play when it's time to risk your life. The experience value dropped by 100 per second, which resulted in Xiao Jin's crazy attack. Originally, after destroying the Beastmaster puppets and ferocious beast pets that were chasing them out of the city, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 8, and he still had more than enough experience. Now, are we going back to the time before liberation? As the experience was cleared, the level also dropped 1 place. Until I fell back to level 6, I saw that my level of experience was no longer safe. Gu Changqing wanted to curse. Fortunately, when there were only 200 points left, it suddenly stopped. Surrender! I surrender! A strange weak voice came slowly. Without Xiao Jin's extraction, Gu Changqing's mental strength gradually recovered. It wasn't until he was able to stand up that he saw the scene in front of him. Towns, where are the towns? The dozens of meters within the entire city wall turned into a red-black scorched earth. The huge body of the three-headed dragon lay on the ground. There were claw marks all over his body, and each one looked like it was a rip-off. But they were all burned by the flames and did not die. There were 3 snake heads, 2 of which were pecked beyond recognition, with more than half of them missing. The remaining one tried to raise itself up, and spit out its snake tongue towards Gu Changqing, but it spoke in human language. I lost, don't kill me, I can be your pet, willingly, and never betray you. As if it was unconvincing, the 3 Chulongs continued to add. Although I failed to be promoted, I am still at the level of a fierce demon. I can help you a lot, as long as you don't kill me. Gu Changqing jumped off Xiao Jin's back and walked to the huge snake head. Xiao Jin pressed the snake's head into the ground with 1 claw, and it squeaked, warning it to be quiet. Since you understand human nature, tell me, where is the evil god's hand? The 3-headed dragon struggled to push its mouth out of the ground. You came here for the hand of the evil god? No wonder there is such a powerful divine pet. The hand of the evil god has been destroyed by you. No, to be more precise, the power it left here has been dispelled. Gu Changqing raised his eyebrows. What level of ferocious beast is this evil god's hand? Even the rules of the abyss are powerless against it? Then you will die on its behalf. Gu Changqing issued a killing order. Xiao Jin could no longer hold back and was about to take out the snake's gallbladder and peck through its brain. Wait, I have another secret. I know a secret. Someone in your human city is deliberately raising them, or they have an unspeakable secret with the evil god. When Xiao Jin was about to eat a lot, Gu Changqing stopped him hurriedly. Xiao Jin! The latter sipped his lips unhappily and diverted his attention elsewhere. How do you know that? Seeing that Gu Changqing temporarily put away his butcher knife, the 3-headed dragon immediately said, The huge energy I used for my promotion was deliberately sent by that person. Chapter 37, Great Harvest, Promotion of Rank. Oh? How do you send it? Gu Changqing was not interested in this at first. His purpose was to complete the exploration mission and upgrade. But they came to me one by one, and they were all from the same camp. I also heard from the three-headed Chulong that someone was deliberately taking the life of the beast tamer to provide nutrients for its promotion. In addition, most of the victims in this instance were from his father's city guards. All kinds of buff conditions were stacked up, forcing him to focus on some of them. We kill beast masters through dungeons. Every time, the level of the beast masters that come in is not very high. They are the big ones leading the small ones. We also have a tacit understanding to only kill the small ones and send the big ones back. However, just a few times before, something went wrong. A powerful team came, and my wife died in their hands. Gu Chongqing thought of the three-headed dragon that was killed, and it turned out to be a male and a female. Qinggo did not lie to him. Do you think I will believe it? The belly of the three-headed dragon suddenly moved, and its huge snake mouth opened, spitting out a white card. It is a pet card without a contract. However, the four corners of the card were covered with black lines, obviously something unknown. The evil god gave it to me, and also told me the necessary conditions for promotion. I am the meat waiting to be eaten by you. How dare I lie to you? You can ask the pet of God, what I said is the truth. As he spoke, the snake's head tried to move to the side, but Xiao Jin pushed it back hard. Can you tell the grade of my beast pet? The Beastmaster can use the Abyss rules to view the information of currently known ferocious beasts, unless they are of unknown species like the black cards. Likewise, fierce beasts also have the ability to detect Beastmasters or beast pets. I can't tell. However, the intimidation and oppression your divine pet brings to me is exactly the same as that of the evil god's hand. The only difference is the level and grade. Rather than being used as a gun, I would rather follow you. Xiao Jin stared at him with disdain, and squeaked. Chulong's words in the 3 chapters were obviously sincere. Well, I'll keep you here for now. Gu Chongqing took out his pet card, bit his index finger and let blood drip on the card, then pressed it on the forehead of the three-headed dragon. The three-headed dragon, a fierce demon-level beast, has taken the initiative to surrender to you and wants to become your pet. Do you agree? Yes. A burst of black and white light enveloped the huge snake's body. Within a minute, the snake's body was like a deflated ball, leaving only a thick layer of snake skin. The color of the pet card also changed from white to purple. Gu Chongqing was stunned. He didn't expect that it had king-level blood in its body. King-level pet card, three-headed snake. Grade ordinary. Bloodline dragon blood purple. Initial attributes: strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 10. Skills: strangulation, corrosive acid. Introduction: a descendant of the dragon-climbing divine Jiao, he only has a slight chance to transform into a dragon. Touching the bloodline of the dragon god Jiao, wow, what a great bargain. Gu Chongqing still remembers in the textbooks that in the brutal war between humans and ferocious beasts, there was a place for the dragon-touching divine dragon. The Kyoto dragon falling incident. Rumor has it that when the dragon Chu Xingjiao wanted to reverse his bloodline and transform into a Nine Heavens Jiaolong, he was stopped by a powerful human beast master at the time. This eventually led to a fierce conflict between the two sides, resulting in heavy casualties. But Gu Chongqing put away the pet card and had already made a plan in mind. In his plan, the three-headed dragon was not ranked high. With golden entries in hand, things like divine blood and immortal roots all take a back seat. Congratulations on completing the mission and obtaining a king-level beast pet card. Please explore the subsequent tasks on your own. At this time, the reward for the task also arrived. Looking at the 2 purple pet cards in his backpack, Gu Chongqing pouted. Sometimes having too many pets can be a hassle. Anyway, this trip was a fruitful one. But after waiting for a long time, the news of customs clearance has not come yet. Could it be that there are other ferocious beasts that have not been killed? After muttering a few words, Gu Chongqing took out the pet card and threw it at Xiao Jin's feet. At this moment, the three-headed Chulong, who had lost all his strength in the card and had started over again, immediately panicked. Unable to speak, it desperately spit out its tongue to explain its innocence. Xiao Jin understood what it said, slowly walked to the snake's skin, and burned a big hole with a flame. Gu Chongqing picked up the pet card and walked closer to take a look. Where the three-headed dragon originally stood, the stone slab had melted, revealing a dark hole. Gu Chongqing threw a stone down and soon heard an echo. Could it be the legend in the dungeon introduction? Xiao Jin! A burst of fire dissipated, and Xiao Jin, who had transformed into a night-shining crow, flew in. Then it started squeaking. Gu Chongqing followed closely, and the depth was about 7 or 8 meters. The blurry vision suddenly became clear. This is a 3-meter-high cave with a small interior space. A milky white stone was firmly embedded in the ground. Inside the stone, there is a black shadow. Stone from outer space, unknown species. Ability unknown. Effect: it has similar energy fluctuations to the space stone, so you can try it forcibly. Information about the stone appeared. Just watching it made Gu Chongqing's teeth chatter. You want me to forcefully try to identify something that can't be identified? Dog Abyss, you have tried to kill me time and time again. Mad, let's try it. At least one thing is that the properties of this stone are consistent with the copy description. I want to see what kind of space can forge the path of the god of beast taming. Gu Chongqing covered the surface of the stone from outer space with his hands. In an instant, a strong electric current and numbing sensation spread through the arm and the whole body. Immediately afterwards, waves of violent power began to burn his limbs and bones like boiling magma. Xiao Jin. Gu Chongqing wanted to call Xiao Jin to interrupt him. The latter just watched quietly, with no intention of taking action at all. What's going on? Am I in trouble? Just as he was in doubt, the reminder sound of the abyss sounded. According to the feedback from the unknown alien stone, your beast control space is being opened up and transformed. Receive feedback from an unknown type of outer stone, experience increased by 100. Receive feedback from an unknown type of outer stone, experience increased by 100. Gu Chongqing was a little confused for a moment, watching the experience of heavy losses grow little by little. The beast control space was completely covered by a ball of milky white light. In addition, in the area outside the space, a white bead the size of a grain of rice was expanding at a speed visible to the naked eye. He swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Is this the opening of the second beast control space? Gu Chongqing was even more confused. Everything that happened was beyond his understanding of the beast master. The scorching heat continues. After slowly getting used to it, Gu Chongqing was able to grit his teeth and persevere. Just then, he heard shouts of joy. Hello, is there any sound? Master, can you hear me? Get out of the way, little black egg. You are not the master's pet, why are you joining in the fun? Oh, it's so long. I want to hear my master call me affectionately. Little black egg, do not use your ability to maliciously interfere with the stage. This is my space, which only belongs to me and my master. If you have the guts, take over the newly opened space next door. It was Xiao Jin's voice. Before, this could only be done through blood enhancement or heart connection. Now, human-pet dialogue is finally possible. Although Gu Chongqing couldn't speak, Xiao Jin beside him kept chattering around him. Since there was no danger, Gu Chongqing put aside his worries and relaxed completely. I don't know how long it took. He felt like he was soaking in a hot spring, but was suddenly thrown into cold water. I shuddered subconsciously, and when I opened my eyes, the stone from outer space had disappeared, leaving only a black-covered book lying on the ground. Congratulations, you have successfully been promoted through special powers. Chapter 38, Serial Copies? What is hidden? Congratulations on breaking through your limits and becoming an intermediate beast master. A warm and powerful energy dispelled the pain brought by the stone from outer space and repaired his body silently. Gu Chongqing clenched his fist and felt full of energy, creating an illusion. Even a tiger in front of him couldn't withstand a punch. From the inside out, he could feel that the energy was like removing hair and cleansing his marrow, increasing his physical strength. Intermediate Beast Tamer's Beast Taming Skill. Activate Beast Power. Gu Chongqing opened his personal information and found an additional skill column for beast control skills. The beast power was like a bloody vortex, slowly opening up. Beast Power, a unique skill of the Beast Master, elementary. Through the sublimated Beast Master space, one can control a small part of the beast's power for his own use. Current beast power ability: Fire Control, Mythical Beast Pet Chuyang Bird. The opening of the beast's power made Gu Chongqing understand why his body felt as painful as if it were in magma when absorbing the energy of the outer stone. It turned out that he was condensing Xiao Jin's first day true flame. However, I wanted to show off my first flame and imagine the bright future of being able to protect myself on my own. A white flame like a lighter danced and bounced around at the fingertips. The prospects he had briefly built were ruthlessly shattered. Forget it, it's safe with Xiao Jin's protection. When he came back to his senses, before he could pick up the black-covered book on the ground, Xiao Jin flew into his arms, squeaking non-stop. But to Gu Chongqing, it sounded like a normal girl's voice. "Master, you finally understand what I say." Gu Chongqing rubbed Xiao Jin's head and said, "Yes, now we can communicate smoothly." One man and one bird chattered for most of the day. Most of the talking was done by Xiao Jin. "Huh! You didn't get a promotion?" The energy of the celestial stone pushed him to level 10 in one breath, saving him the need for the promotion sequence, and opening up a second beast taming space. It saves time, effort, and materials. "No, that broken rock won't let me rub it." Xiao Jin's aggrieved look became more and more human. "Your bloodline will automatically be promoted at a certain level, so there are more than enough materials." After a while, Gu Chongqing stopped the talkative Xiao Jin and picked up the black-covered book from the ground. Atlas of Myriad Beasts, Unknown Atlas, to be activated. Ability unknown. Introduction. It seems to be a book that records all the beasts. It is completely blank. It probably means that they want you to fill it in. Gu Chongqing threw the book of all beasts into his backpack with a dark face. Since the start of the second phase of the mission, the abyss has become increasingly unreliable. However, apart from early promotion, there are no other special abilities. The legendary beast taming god, is this it? At this moment, a screen of light popped up in front of his eyes. 12 hours have passed. Do you want to leave the hand of the evil god instance? Whether. Didn't complete the copy? Isn't the three-headed dragon the final boss? Gu Chongqing couldn't understand. According to the three-headed dragon's explanation, the evil god's hand broke free from the shackles of the abyss and was no longer in the copy. The fact that it was willing to be a pet proves that it was not lying. It seems that this copy is not as simple as imagined. Yes. Gu Chongqing didn't want to stay any longer. If he had time in the future, it wouldn't be too late to explore again. A copy light gate appeared before his eyes and sucked him in the next second. When he returned to the outside of the copy, he subconsciously touched the light door. Wild Dungeon, Beast-Tide Disaster. Instance level? Instance introduction. No one knows what happened here. The hand that brought death and destruction seems to be brewing a secret that endangers humanity. Instance rewards. Depends on the level of clearance, no upper limit. The copy has changed. And the difficulty level is questionable. This means that it has surpassed the hell level. You have used up your copy times today, please come back tomorrow. Gu Chongqing seemed unaware, he stared at the words, Beast-Tide, intently. Thinking of the city guards in the previous instance who shouldn't have been there. All kinds of guesses are flying around in my mind. Brother Chongqing! The crisp sound interrupted Gu Chongqing's reverie. Su Qing, Xia Bing and other students from Junhai Girls' High School, as well as people from the Beast Tamer Association in the camp, were waiting not far away. Seeing Su Qing's hurried steps, and even about to stretch out her arms, Xiao Jin sprayed a ball of fire at her feet, signaling her to stop. It rubbed Gu Chongqing's face affectionately and said proudly, I am the master's sweetheart, the darling. Gu Chongqing laughed in silence. Xiao Jin, she even gave you food. Xiao Jin glanced at it and said, Humph, a sugar-coated bullet. Su Qing didn't pay any attention to Xiao Jin's warning. He came forward to watch the communication between the man and the bird, and asked happily, You have been promoted to an intermediate beastmaster? Could it be that you found the treasure in the dungeon? It's a small gain, but it can't be called a treasure. Gu Chongqing's words were ambiguous. The people around him didn't think that was the case. A treasure that can be called the god of beast taming, you say it's just a small gain? Gu Chongqing saw their different expressions. Since you don't believe the truth, just let your mind run wild. You cleared it? Qinggo came in front of him, his expression still serious. Gu Chongqing shook his head. None of your information matches. The three-headed dragon is a male and a female. Thanks to you, I almost died in its hands. Qinggo's eyes were filled with alternating colors, showing shock, lingering fear, and more importantly, emotions that even he couldn't explain. I apologize. It's my fault. Unnecessary. Qinggo wanted to speak, but stopped. Gu Chongqing didn't have much ill will towards him. It's not like I like it. Even if he wasn't a member of the Qin family, they wouldn't necessarily become friends. The feeling he gave seemed sincere, but there was something indescribable in it. Teacher Xia, we should go back and prepare well for the exam. Okay, I've already informed the association. This time there will be 3 waves of people from the association protecting us on the road. Just as he passed by Qinggo, etc. Qinggo stopped him. Before the big exam, Xiao Hai should be able to be promoted to a high-level beast master. Moreover, the Qin family used almost all of their connections to purchase a king-level beast pet card. Don't underestimate it because it's just a king-level beast pet. Its combat power is enough to rival a legend. You really shocked me last night. Afterwards, I realized that your beast pet couldn't have released that devastating blow without any cost. Gu Chongqing was surprised again. As an enemy, what exactly are you planning on by leaking information to me? Yes, a blow like that almost drained all the energy. But so what? My original purpose was to crush Chen Hai to death and restore the truth. Chen Hai? Chen family? Having passed the most dangerous period, they are no longer in Gu Chongqing's eyes. Qinggo was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly. Looking at Gu Chongqing's receding back, he murmured, Gu Chongqing, what if there is a pet that can restrain your legendary pet? On the way back, everyone at Jinhai Girls' High School was very silent. Even Su Qing, who was very close to him, was looking down in deep thought. Just as Xiaobing said, when they arrived at the Jinhai City Gate, there were 3 waves of teams from the Beastmaster Association patrolling this road. Gu Chongqing turned around and looked outside the city, then walked straight into the light gate. The moment I returned to the city, the power of the abyss approached me, and that feeling of being protected reappeared. Brother Chongqing, if you meet me in the exam, please don't be ruthless. In the car, Su Qing broke the deadlock. That's hard to say, but let's work hard together. We're in the same city, so it's inevitable that we'll run into each other. Su Qing was surprised. Didn't you check the official website for this year's exam procedures? Gu Chongqing shook his head. Since I got Xiao Jin, I have never had peace. The rules have changed this year. In addition to individual performance scores, there are 2 more items. One is an escape battle, and the other is a team battle. Chapter 39, Yurian's Loss of Composure, the second pet beast Nox. Is this year's exam so difficult? In previous years, the national examinations only consisted of 2 parts, literary and military examinations. The literary examination is about the knowledge of beast training. The martial arts test is the test results of the artificial copy and the victory and loss record of the competition. Only those who rank among the top 50 in the entire city in terms of comprehensiveness of both subjects are eligible to enter the National Comprehensive Examination. No matter which one it is targeted at the individual. However, according to Su Qing's explanation, the escape battle and the team battle are battles based on the comprehensive strength of the school units. That's normal. There are many talented and outstanding beastmasters emerging this year. Xiaobing held the steering wheel, looked at the 2 people sitting side by side through the rearview mirror, and continued. Student Chongqing, your legendary pet is indeed the only one in the history of Jinhai City. But it is not rare in provincial capitals, Kyoto, and even other large cities. And Su Qing, even though your family has devoted all its resources to you, you still can't take it lightly. What a pity, Chongqing. If you could come to our Jinhai Girls' High School, you and Su Qing would definitely become famous throughout the country. Gu Chongqing curled his lips. Famous throughout the country? It must not be a good name. Brother Chongqing, otherwise you. Seeing that Su Qing was about to move closer, Gu Chongqing quickly moved aside to keep a safe distance. No, I'm afraid Xiao Jin will be jealous. Snort! Su Qing sat back proudly. You don't understand romance at all. Gu Changqing glanced at the slightly raised hill in the flat area. It seems to make no difference whether it is solved or not. Xia Bing looked at Gu Changqing, who still didn't say anything and couldn't help but sigh softly. If I had believed more at that time, insisted on implementing the school's intentions, and did not use normal thinking to analyze, perhaps the situation would not be as bad as it is now. She was ready to be punished by the girls' high school. Gu Changqing was looking through the several pet cards in his backpack and felt troubled. There are currently 5 options for the second beast taming space. The first one is the Swift Eagle King. Since we have Xiao Jin, he is naturally not under consideration. The second one is the Mimic Beast. Although it is just the most common pet, its abilities are very special. The third one is the Three-Headed Dragon, and Gu Changqing has plans for it. The fourth one is a king-level pet beast that is rewarded for completing a mission, a snow leopard with extremely high speed. And the last one is the black card of an unknown species. He was more inclined towards the Mimic, and there were still 5 golden entries to be drawn. I am looking forward to what abilities the corresponding entry for the Mimic will reveal. Compared to the 4 of them, the unknown pet in the black card seemed to be full of magic. It makes him always hesitate and indecisive. Arrive! The car stopped and Gu Changqing looked up, just in time to see Rian's anxious and haggard face. I was relieved to see that he was safe and sound. Sister! Gu Changqing opened the door and got out of the car. Rian groped his body for a long time before she asked worriedly, Are you hurt? How could I be injured? My name is very famous in this city. Seeing Gu Changqing acting like a child, Rian's eyes softened. She put her right hand on his neck and said, It's so loud. I'm almost getting calluses from hearing it. Changqing, we'll be leaving first. Xiaobing said hello and drove away. Brother Changqing, see you at the exam. Rian frowned slightly. Brother Changqing, you call me so sweetly. There is a different emotion in his eyes. Gu Changqing hurriedly called out Xiao Jin and blocked it in front. We are just ordinary friends. If you don't believe me, ask Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin knew the position of the woman in front of him in his master's heart. He spread his wings and flew into Rian's arms, chirping. Gu Changqing's face gradually darkened. This guy is complaining. He described with tears in his eyes how ambiguous his relationship with Su Qing was, and how he neglected it. Fortunately, its current quality is not high, and only he, as the owner, can hear clearly what is being said. Well, we must have gained a lot from our trip outside the city. Come in and tell me slowly. Good. At the dinner table, the man and the bird devoured the food in front of them in no time. From time to time, Gu Changqing transformed himself into an excellent storyteller and narrated what he had experienced with some exaggeration. But the life-threatening scenes were automatically hidden. Rian smiled sweetly, kept adding more dishes to their plate, and listened silently. Gu Changqing realized that something was wrong, stopped talking, put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, Sister, you. At some point, tears started to flow from the corners of her eyes. Rian wiped it off and said, Seeing you become an excellent and talented beast master, I have lived up to your parents' trust. I am very happy. You lied. Every time you lied to me, you acted so calm. Sister, do you want to return to the battlefield too? Rian was stunned. Her thoughts were exposed, and she didn't know how to respond for a moment. The biggest gain from this trip is learning about the Huanyang Jinseng. I believe my family has been working hard to find it. The rejuvenating ginseng can reshape and eliminate hidden diseases in the body, helping the beast master to revive with full health. What surprised Gu Changqing was that Rian's reaction was too strange. Not only did she not show the slightest sign of joy, but she stood up suddenly as if something had been touched. Xiao Jin, who was still showing off his fandom, was so scared that the feathers on his back stood up. No, even if you know, what can you do? My injury cannot be cured by the rejuvenating ginseng. With my background, how can I find a rejuvenating ginseng? They are all scammers, don't be fooled. The people in Mindu, private independent, high school are all people who rely on sweet words to deceive people. Sister. He had never seen Yurian lose her composure like this before. Even though he was nearly killed by the Chen family, Yurian was more angry and used all the resources she could to help him resolve the situation. Now, hearing the whereabouts of the Huanyang Jinseng, she was like a lioness with horrific memories aroused, and was in a state of ready to devour people. He did not mention Minda High School, but Yurian knew about it. Qing, you should focus on the exam now. There are only 2 or 3 days left. Don't let us down. Gu Changqing nodded and softened his tone. I understand, sister. This time, I want everyone to know that my sister is the strongest. Because she made me stronger. You're making fun of me again, you little brat. After finishing her meal, Yurian returned to Zhenhai No. 1 High School. With the big exam approaching, the responsibilities as teachers become heavier. Gu Changqing sat on the sofa, rubbing the round belly of Jinwu lying on his lap, and said, Xiao Jin, is the young restoring ginseng really useless? I don't know. The little golden boy scratched his belly with his paws, his eyes rolled around, and he said, Master, that black egg guy might know. Then, Xiao Jin returned to the beast controlling space by himself and pulled out the black card from it. What are you doing? I'm resting and recovering my energy. The mysterious pet in the black card and its childish voice sounded in Gu Changqing's consciousness. You are using the unique communication channel between me and my master. I am giving you face. If you continue to make trouble, I will peck you to death. Xiao Jin's sharp mouth made black card scream in pain. Be honest. The master wants to ask you what the effect of the young restoring ginseng is. Rejuvenating ginseng? Do you have any? Give it to me, let me eat it, and I can reach a higher level. Hey Danzi, if you keep talking nonsense, you won't stand a chance. Well, the Huanyang ginseng does have the effects that the master knows about. However, that is only the most superficial and wasteful use. If it is combined with several nearly extinct god-level materials, it can break through the peak barrier of beast masters and reach the mysterious level of top-level fierce beasts or other levels. The black card paused. Master's sister reacted so strongly, I think she is worried about the safety of the master. After all, the growth environment of Huanyang ginseng is not only harsh, but also guarded by powerful beasts. So that's how it is. How powerful is the guardian beast? How does it compare to you and Xiao Jin? Master, although you have the magical power to continuously promote the bloodline of Big Sister, don't forget that no matter how strong Big Sister is, she is invincible among the same level or higher level. Unless Big Sister's rank reaches the king, she will be able to fight. Level 60. 5 promotions, that is to say, Xiao Jin has to evolve into the 9-flavored fire saint. Gu Changqing frowned, he couldn't wait that long. Of course, if you make a contract with me, as long as you get the gold, I can hand the Huanyang ginseng to the master sister. When Xiao Jin heard this, he thought, this black guy is slandering me in disguised form. Just as it was about to continue repairing, Gu Changqing said, Okay, the second beast control space is yours. Chapter 40. A black man who can wield a sword? Really? Godfather, great dad, real ancestor. The black card was shaking left and right with excitement, trying its best to please. Gu Changqing took the fruit knife from the fruit plate and cut a wound on his index finger. Bright red blood dripped onto the center of the card. The blood was absorbed instantly, and at the same time, a cold and ominous black air surged out from it. An evil laugh echoed in the living room. Gu Changqing's heart sank, and he thought to himself that this was not good. How could he be so possessed as to take such a big risk? The black gas almost filled half of the living room, and he could vaguely see a strange figure slowly taking shape in it. According to common sense, the abyss's reminder would sound in time. But now, there is no news. He wanted to stop, but it was too late. At this moment, a flame without any temperature rushed into the black air. The black gas seemed to have encountered its natural enemy, and was evaporated in an instant. When the gas completely dissipated, all that was left was a 30-centimeter tall, dark-skinned monkey on the black card on the coffee table, with its hands on its hips and laughing. Xiao Jin was calm and composed, as if everything was under control. He glanced at the monkey indifferently. Hi Danzi, who are you flirting with? The monkey immediately jumped to Xiao Jin's side and said, Big sister, you have been locked up for too long, Please be considerate of me. Hurry up, if you keep wasting time, I will refine you. Ah, I understand. I understand, little brother. Gu Chongqing was stunned, watching in amazement as the monkey returned to the black card and then sank into his body along with the monkey itself. Congratulations on contracting your second pet. Your pet is not listed in the required records of the Myriad Beasts Atlas and cannot be activated. In the beast controlling space, the monkey was very satisfied with its new residence. After celebrating with dancing, it came out accompanied by a black hexagram formation. Master, do you still have that good thing that can instantly improve your bloodline? Gu Chongqing looked at the two black pets. Xiao Jin is still fine. After recovering his body as the Golden Crow, he is still the invincible king. But this monkey. How come a black guy suddenly appeared? It's completely different from what I imagined. Oh yes! Gu Chongqing opened the golden entry called Road of Destiny, was shining brightly. Do you want to give the gold item, Road of Destiny, to the unknown pet? Yes. Gold entry was given successfully. Congratulations on your pet obtaining a special destiny bloodline. The moment the golden word is bestowed, the black aura reappeared from the monkey's body. But this time, it just circulates around the body. In a short while, the black gas continued to condense and covered the surface of its body. It gradually turned into a set of shiny black armor and a long sword with flowing black light. Well, shouldn't it be a stick? How could it be a long sword? With doubts, he opened the monkey's information properties. Pet, black egg, unknown species, cannot be identified. Grade, ordinary. Level 0. Bloodline, unknown bloodline. Destiny, special bloodline. The road to defying the heavens is bumpy. Each rebirth can greatly improve basic attributes and unlock special skills. Note, forced suicide is invalid. Attributes, strength plus 35, constitution plus 20. Agility plus 25, Spirit plus 20. Skills, Dark Surge, cannot be used, Dark Origin, cannot be used, Perpetual Motion, Level 1, Plundering Swordsmanship. Introduction. He was once a lawless black monkey. For unknown reasons, he was imprisoned in the Stone Man and fell into the world of beast control along with the fierce beasts. Good guy, Gu Chongqing exclaimed. Good guy. Abyss really knows how to save trouble. He doesn't even know the person's name, so he just uses the nickname instead. However, its basic attributes are the same as Xiao Jin's, which is 100 points at the full level. I don't know if it's because of the destined bloodline or the unknown bloodline. There are 4 luxurious skills, but the most powerful one cannot be used. Gu Chongqing looked at Haydn, not knowing what to feel for a moment. Haydn felt numb all over when Gu Chongqing looked at him, and he trembled and said, Master, what are you going to do? I'm curious, why don't you use a stick? A black man wielding a sword really made him, a time traveler, feel uncomfortable. A stick, yes! The black gas dispersed and turned into a black stick again. Haydn danced twice, thinking he was looking very handsome. The next second, the stick slipped out of his hand and broke the lamp above his head. Mistake. I'm practicing and I'll make it as easy as using my arms and fingers. The last glimmer of hope was gone. You'd better use the sword. People who don't know would think I'm playing with monkeys. Okay. After dealing with the second pet, Gu Chongqing had no desire to continue upgrading. There is not enough time. He has always been curious about how it is as easy for others to upgrade as drinking water. For him, it is so difficult to level up even if he is solo in a wild dungeon. Forget it, let's just focus on the exam first. In the following time, Gu Chongqing mostly stayed at home to consolidate his knowledge of beast training. There was really nothing more to learn, so he took advantage of his level 10 advantage and took down all the records of level 10 copies. Those pet stores that occupied the top 10 reputations secretly gnashed their teeth. But there was nothing they could do about this plague god, and they could only grit their teeth and swallow it. Finally, when the sun rose on a new day, the entire Jinhai city ushered in the most grand moment of the year. All colleges and universities are concentrated in Pingding Square in the center of Jinhai City. The city lord's mansion has already built a stage here, and an ultra-wide-angle light curtain appears in the air to ensure that everyone can see it. One after another, the reference beast masters from various universities, led by their teachers, took their seats in their respective areas. At this time, Gu Changqing had just woken up. He stretched and woke up Xiao Jin, who was still sleeping soundly in his arms. "Little brat, have you forgotten what day it is today?" Yu Ruyan was wearing a teacher's suit, her blood surging, rising and falling violently with anger, and the poor buttons whined. "Strike at any time." "Sister, I'm an idle candidate. If I go early, I'll just listen to the leader's formal speeches. It's so boring." "Hurry up, I bought you breakfast." "Good." Gu Changqing put on his shoes and got out of bed, while Yu Ruyan tidied up his messy bed. Looking at Xiao Jin, who was rubbing his eyes, she was very surprised. The petite and cute image is gone forever. At this moment, its size has increased nearly 3 times. It has evolved from a sunbird to a true firefinch. "Huh! Did Xiao Jin get promoted?" "Well, after clearing the dungeon more than 10 times, I finally raised my level." Yu Ruyan nodded, paused for a moment, and then said, "More than 10 times of hell difficulty dungeons? What level are you at?" "Level 10, it requires too much experience." Yu Ruyan asked suspiciously, "How much experience is needed to level up?" Gu Changqing chewed a bun and opened the information panel to take a look. 51,200. "Oh." Yu Ruyan continued to clean up and suddenly shouted, "How much? 51,002? Yeah, what's wrong?" She dropped the quilt and walked to the living room. "What's wrong? Your experience doubles every time you level up." Gu Changqing was also confused by the question, isn't it? At this time, Xiao Jin flew to the dining table, took a bite of the bun, and said, "The restrictions of the gold entry." In an instant, Gu Changqing suddenly realized. No wonder those monsters were able to reach the level of a gold beast master in such a short time. From the beginning, his experience in relationships was twice that of others. Before Gu Changqing could figure out how to resolve the issue, Yu Ruyan clapped her hands, causing Ping Pai to shake 3 times. "It should be Xiao Jin. A legendary beast pet will have certain restrictions before and after the contract." Well, the brain supplementing cigarette is online. After eating and drinking, at Yu Ruyan's urging, Gu Changqing was hugged by the arm and went out to Pingding Square. He had just arrived and looked at the huge crowd surrounding them, thinking of finding a random spot on the periphery to wait. After all, he is a candidate without a school, so he is ranked very low. "Brother Changqing!" "Qing here!" 2 voices came from opposite sides. Chapter 41, Snakes and Rats Live Together. "Hee hee, new love and old love, I want to see how you choose." Yu Ruyan crossed her arms in front of her chest, looked at Susi on the left, watched Su Qing on the right, and started eating the melon with interest. Gu Changqing spread his hands helplessly at him. "No matter how good others are, I am the best. Don't go anywhere, just stay by my side." Yu Ruyan was amused by the sweet words. Her gentle laughter and trembling fullness attracted many targets around her. "Stop trying to fool me. I have to get busy. Just do what you need to do." As a teacher at Jinhai No. 1 High School and a senior teacher with authority on beast taming knowledge, Yu Ruyan left Gu Changqing and sat in the exclusive seat of the No. 1 High School teachers. As soon as she sat down, several school leaders of the first high school came up to her with flattering smiles. "Teacher Yi, if Changqing doesn't have a fixed college, he might suffer a loss in the college entrance examination. Yes, why don't you go and persuade him, and we will immediately restore his student status. According to our understanding, this exam is full of talented people. Without backup support, it would be very difficult for Changqing to fight against so many people alone." Listening to the chattering, Yu Ruyan had no interest in playing coy with them, and said directly, "It's hard to say. The conditions for him to change his mind have always been there. But your school turned a deaf ear and tried to overcome the obstacles and force him to submit with tricks. No wonder No. 1 High School is getting worse and worse, and its reputation is declining rapidly. It's no good to have a bunch of think tanks like you." They were ashamed to be humiliated in public, but they could do nothing about Yu Ruyan. "Are you willing to let him bear the stigma of being disloyal and unjust? The school was indeed inconsiderate in protecting him, but is he right? We are only concerned about his future, is that wrong? Hee hee. Urian sneered, and the coldness in her eyes became even stronger. You regret doing something wrong, and now you're trying to figure out whether you were right or wrong? How dare you say that? I'm ashamed for you. I'm in a good mood. Don't make me angry and tell me all your dirty deeds here. I haven't taken action yet, not because I'm afraid of you, but because I believe in Xiaoqing. He will ask for an explanation. It's fair. Otherwise, do you think that Yi Rianzi is just a decoration? Her voice was not loud, but it was very intimidating. For a moment, several school leaders returned to their seats in a panic. Cold sweat streamed down everyone's forehead. It is true that they are stakeholders of the school, but they are only stakeholders. If this great god is really pissed off, Jinhai City will be turned upside down. After the last Beast-Tide War, the rage of this great god shocked the high-ranking officials of Jinhai, and even the provincial capital. Yi Rian shook her hair, snorted with disdain, and then glanced towards the rear. The tall figure gradually shrank in his eyes, and the childish voice also rang in his mind. Auntie, my parents won't be able to come back? Will I have to live with you in the future? A warm smile spread across the corners of his mouth. Gu Chongqing ignored Susi and walked to the exclusive area for girls. As soon as he appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of all the teachers and students in the girls' high school. Su Qing jumped up to him and said with a smile, Brother Chongqing, please show some mercy. Gu Chongqing just smiled. At this time, an energetic and capable old man, about 60 years old, walked towards him with a smile. Student Chongqing, seeing is believing. We are aware of what happened a few days ago, and we have suspended Teacher Xia from her duties. Please believe in our sincerity in cooperating with you. Gu Chongqing looked at him carefully. Su Qing introduced. This is the major shareholder of our girls' high school, Mr. Murong Yuan. City Lord Murong is his daughter. Gu Chongqing nodded and responded with a smile. No wonder the girls' high school was so reckless. It turned out the person actually in control behind the scenes had spoken. That's not necessary. Teacher Xia's behavior is reasonable and logical. The descendants of heroes are extraordinary. Since you have asked for mercy, we will discuss it appropriately. The follow-up contact work should be left to Teacher Xia. Well, you young people can communicate, and I, an old man, will not get in the way. Murong Yuan was about to leave with a smile, but suddenly stopped and said, What a pity, we can't accept you into the girls' high school. What a pity. Seeing Murong Yuan returning to his seat with a regretful shake of his head, Gu Chongqing curled his lips. You are a shareholder of a female high school, why are you sucking a man like me? Don't you understand why men should make things difficult for other men? I think it's a pity too. Su Qing made a teasing remark, earning a roll of the eyes from Gu Chongqing. The two chatted casually. Suddenly, Su Qing looked behind him, disgust revealed on his face. Gu Chongqing looked back in surprise, and saw the same thing. I saw Susi coming up awkwardly with two men and one woman. The older men and women looked at him from side to side with a scrutinizing look. The younger ones were nonchalant and looked nonchalant, pouting and looking disdainful. What's up? Gu Chongqing felt uncomfortable and asked coldly. But the other party still feels good about himself. Susi could not hear the disdain in her words and said, Qing, these are my parents and my brother. They heard me mention you often, so they wanted to come and see you. What are you looking at me for? There's nothing to see. Susi's mother narrowed her eyes and scolded. You are the one who confessed to our Sisi? You look okay, but your mouth is too foul. Didn't the adults in your family teach you how to talk to elders? The man also echoed dissatisfiedly. That's right, if Sisi hadn't begged us, you would still want us to come and see you. You're dreaming. Gu Chongqing smiled. Oh? Then it seems like it's my honor. If you have something to say, please tell me quickly. The exam will start soon. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Susi hurriedly pulled her parents and said with a smile. Qing, you should understand my intention. My parents know that you are the only one in my heart, so they will go along with me. As she spoke, she pointed to the young man behind her. My younger brother Xiaohao will also take the exam next year, but he still doesn't have a decent pet. Is your Lord-level pet card still unused? If it doesn't work, take it out and give it to Xiao Hao as an emergency. With your help, he will definitely achieve good results. Then, perhaps we can. Gu Chongqing raised his hand and interrupted Susi. You want a pet? I've already given it away. What? His parents shouted in unison when they heard this. Give it away? A pet worth millions, you just give it away like that? Who did you give it to? Come back immediately. I'm telling you, without the Lord-level beast pet card, you can't expect Cece to agree to be your girlfriend. A poor guy pretending to be generous, has he never seen the world? Susi's face also turned gloomy. Gu Chongqing, how could you do this? Even if you are mad at me for being so close to Hai, you don't have to waste it, right? Who did you give it to? Tell me. Gu Chongqing now understood what it meant to be a nest of snakes and rats. I originally thought that Susi had a genetic mutation and awakened the attributes of a tea master. I didn't expect it was hereditary. This skill has been mastered from the root. It would be a waste of talent if I didn't learn how to change my face. It's just a Lord-level pet card. I believe the Qin family's eldest son can easily give you 8 or 10. Susi choked, hatred rising up in her throat, and her face gradually became ferocious. Ever since he broke the dungeon record, Chen Hai has been upgrading like a man. He ignored her and even verbally abused her. If she hadn't fallen out of favor, she wouldn't have remembered that Gu Chongqing had a Lord-level beast pet card. You are hopeless. You are so shameless to this extent just to get my attention. Why waste your time talking to him? Let's go find Master Chen. I saw him. Susi let her mother pull her away and said angrily, Don't expect me to forgive you so easily. After they left, Su Qing chuckled. Brother Chongqing, how did you manage to provoke such a top-notch person? Gu Chongqing was extremely embarrassed. You are young and ignorant. He now wished he could find the person who defeated him and beat him up. Unfortunately, that person transferred to another school. Suddenly, gusts of strong wind swept through the entire examination venue. Gu Chongqing looked up into the sky along with everyone else. I saw a handsome big bird, looking down at the venue like a king. 3 colors of wind floated all over the body. A tall, unkempt man, lying on the bird's back with half of his head exposed, said in a loud voice, The time for the national exam has come. I, Zhao Zhanxiong, would like to wish you all a prosperous life. Chapter 42, Arena Battle Begins, Instant Kill. He is Zhao Zhanxiong? Looking at the middle-aged man on the back of the big bird with white, black and blue colors fluttering in the air, Gu Chongqing's heart started beating wildly at just one glance. Strong, very strong. Moreover, it is not only the 3-path wind falcon that is hailed as the pinnacle of the king level, but also the one that cannot be defeated by even ordinary legendary pet beasts. Zhao Zhanxiong, the mayor of Jinhai City who has only been in office for a few years, exudes an aura that is enough to make people stay away and tremble in their hearts. I didn't expect there would be interesting people here. In the beast-taming space, Haiden stroked the long sword transformed from black energy, sheathed it with a sword flower, and put his black hands behind his back. With the physique of a beast master, he has entered the king level. He has good talent. Not bad. Xiao Jin, who had always been taking advantage of Haiden's show-off nature, rarely showed up to beat him up, which showed that he obviously agreed. For a moment, Gu Chongqing felt as if all his contracted pets were hidden giants. While the gold entries infinitely elevated their bloodlines, they also seemed to have given them some knowledge beyond the scope of a beast master. King level? The title after the spirit level beast tamer? Yes, master. This step is very important. It is the watershed for beast masters. No, it should be said that whether it is a ferocious beast or a beast master, or other unknown things, this step is extremely important. If you can cross it, you will experience unimaginable transformation and sublimation. If you can't cross it, your life will be hopeless. This is the hierarchical rule of the abyss. While balancing the fierce beasts, it also restricts the beast masters. Gu Chongqing believed Haiden's words without a doubt. If given a gold attribute, loyalty will be 100%, and it will not do anything to deceive its master. Wow! Just as Gu Chongqing was trying to digest Haiden's words, the whole square suddenly became boiling with strong waves of sound, and people were shouting and yelling, especially the girls, who were not afraid even if their throats were torn. Gu Chongqing followed their gaze and saw that on the 10 by 10 fighting arena, a handsome and delicate-looking young man with a refined temperament in his every move walked up slowly together with several high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion, including the deputy city lord. There was a pink light in Su Qing's eyes, and little stars were filling the air. "Hey, wipe your drool!" Su Qing was quite dissatisfied with being interrupted. "Brother Chongqing, please don't delay me from watching my idol." "Who is he?" After Gu Chongqing asked, he regretted it instantly. Not only Su Qing, but also some students from Jinhai Girls' High School looked at him with caution, as if he were an alien. "Brother Chongqing, are you really from Jinhai City? You don't even recognize him." Gu Chongqing smiled faintly. How many people at the bottom have ever seen or come into contact with people at this level of high-level people? It's normal not to know. Seeing that Gu Chongqing really didn't know, Su Qing had to put down his waving hand and said, "Chen Lin is an outstanding student of Minda High School. After graduation, he joined the city guard. In the last beast tide, his teammates were wiped out and he was the only one who survived. After that, he was valued by City Lord Zhao, who was not the city lord at the time, and stayed by his side as a secretary. By the way, he and Chengo were in the same class. Unfortunately, Shenlin did not participate in the final exam that year, otherwise he would have definitely surpassed Chengo's results." "Oh? From Minda High School?" Gu Chongqing's gaze passed through the crowd and fell on Shenlin, who was standing on the podium. "The more I look at it, the more familiar it seems, as if I have seen it somewhere, but I can't remember where." As if noticing something, Shenlin also looked in the direction of Gu Chongqing. The two people's eyes met, and then separated for a very short time. Familiar, a strange familiarity. "I feel very conflicted." As the deputy city lord and several senior officials finished their speeches on the main podium, Shenlin began to go through the process of the big exam. "The national exam has begun. The first topic is the arena battle. Please listen carefully to the names and enter the arena dungeon in turn. If there are students who are designated to fight, please submit your information to the city lord's mansion. After a comprehensive evaluation, you can enter the main station arena. Those whose names are called, please come up to the stage and enter the dungeon. Qiansun, Muyang, Zhang Dehua." As the names were read out one by one, candidates from various universities went up to the main podium to get their assigned numbers and entered the copy light gate next to the main battle arena. As the number of candidates decreased, there was no designated appointment. In fact, this is quite normal. There are 30 rounds in the ring, and points are counted based on the number of wins. The highlight is usually placed at the end. "Su Qing! Jianfang! Brother Chongqing, it's my turn. I'll go in first." "Okay, keep going." Gradually, all the candidates in the square entered the dungeon, and the light screen began to select and play the battle scenes in the dungeon. Gu Chongqing! Finally, it was the turn of the idle candidates who had no school. Gu Chongqing walked towards the podium. His eyes radiated around, and except for Yu Rian, who was cheering him on, everyone else looked at him with scrutiny or disdain. Especially the Chen family and the deputy city lord. Without the fear of Gu Chongqing's pet, it seems that Chenhai's rapid progress has given them great confidence. "Here, this is your number plate." Shenlin picked up a sign and handed it to Gu Chongqing. When Gu Chongqing turned around, he lowered his voice and said, "Come on." Gu Chongqing was stunned. When he turned around, the latter had already stepped down from the podium. Feeling quite puzzled, he came to the light door of the copy and touched it gently. "Welcome the 666th candidate, who is about to enter the arena battle copy. During the battle, functional props will not be available." Gu Chongqing's eyes went dark, and when he regained his sight, he was already on a stage. Opposite him, there was also a candidate standing. It is currently in the preparation stage. Gu Chongqing released the hexagram formation and summoned Xiao Jin and Haiden. Xiao Jin maintained the form of a night crow, glanced at the two beast pets of the same number on the opposite side, and returned to the beast taming space without interest. Haiden pouted, feeling extremely bored. "Master, you are too weak. It is not worth my effort." Gu Chongqing's eyebrows twitched, and he gritted his teeth and said, If you don't do anything, then I will do it myself. The black egg monkey stretched out his head and spoke righteously. What kind of cattle and horses are worthy of the master's personal handling? The master is watching here. I will be back soon. Countdown to the battle. 3, 2, 1. The battle begins. After the countdown ended, the beast master on the opposite side immediately attacked with a large wild boar and a long green snake. When he saw that Gu Changqing only had one pet, he immediately smiled. Boar charge! Venom corrosion! He used 2 skills without thinking. The wild boar, which weighed less than 200 pounds, stomped the ground suddenly, like a heavy tank, with a dim light surrounding its body. The green snake coiled up, opened its bloody mouth, and spewed out a ball of brown venom. The black egg, which was only a few dozen centimeters tall, stood there calmly. The long sword slowly took shape in his hand. The wild boar is about to hit us. The next second, the wild boar that was charging at high speed suddenly stopped abruptly. The extremely strong inertia caused the hind legs to fly up and fall heavily to the ground. Haiden's black finger pressed against the wild boar's nose, and blood splattered immediately. As the venom was falling down, it pulled out the black sword with its other hand and swung it lightly. A half-moon-shaped meter-long sword energy shot out. Once the venom touched the sword, it was instantly absorbed by the sword energy. With a heavy sound, the wound on the green snake's head smoothly separated it from its body. I give up! The other party surrendered very easily. Congratulations on winning the match, points +1, wins +1. Is this the victory? Although the opponent's pet is at most silver level, its attributes have increased significantly after the upgrade. Since the contract was signed, Haiden has been recovering his energy in the beast taming space and has not even upgraded to the next level. Damn it! Is the unknown species so awesome? Kill instantly. Chapter 43, Domineering and Tough, 20 Consecutive Victories. On the panoramic screen outside the copy. After Gu Changqing entered the fighting arena, the scene inside began to be broadcast on the big screen. At the same time, Abyss also listed the basic information about the 2 opposing sides. When Yurian saw that Gu Changqing's opponent only had 2 silver-level pets, she felt relieved. But when he looked after Changqing, his heart ached again. Because in the information revealed by the Abyss, one of Gu Changqing's pets was levelless, and the other was unknown. No level means useless pet. The unknown also represents the unpredictable good and bad. This is not the fault of the Abyss rules. When Gu Changqing contracted Xiao Jin, his legendary bloodline was indeed exhausted and he became a useless pet. The infinite gold item bug raised its bloodline again and again, and it became a super god after a super god, not to mention the Abyss. Even Gu Changqing, the owner, does not understand what level of bloodline Xiao Jin has now. Black eggs, that's another matter. Levelless? What a joke! That's not right. Is it true that Gu Changqing made the genius Chengo admit defeat on his own? It seems that the forces behind him are starting to build momentum. Damn it, I really thought a big drama of low-level people going against the will of heaven was going to be staged, and it really is a drama. It's all a routine. At this time, in the direction of the Chen family, Chen Ziming's laughter was so unscrupulous. Some colleges and universities have used media figures to spread rumors and are making a lot of money. However, no matter how well they are packaged, there will always be a day when the truth is revealed. When the backlash comes, they will only become a laughingstock. Lu Rinjia, who was beside Su Qing, agreed. It is true. This boy has gone further and further down the evil path, and has brought shame to the heroes. Originally, we wanted to give him a chance to mend his ways. Unexpectedly, this boy arrogantly believed that we had repented, and made all kinds of unreasonable and slanderous demands. The data of the Abyss was right in front of her. Even if Yurian wanted to refute it, she couldn't find a point to fight back. How can a mouth with no evidence be more authoritative than the Abyss? Oh, the bad guys jumped up first. What? Isn't it time to stick to us like a maggot? Do we need you to judge what our girl's high school does? Don't say he has real ability. Even if he doesn't, we are happy to package him. Can you, a senior manager, do that? Morongyan, the boss behind the girls' high school, was smoking a pipe, with a pair of eagle eyes piercing, staring at several leaders sitting in the first seat, and opened fire directly. I have written down everything you said just now. Don't do anything despicable and embarrassing to slap yourself in the face later, humph. As soon as Lu Rinjia saw the hidden boss appear, he instantly lost his temper. Don't be fooled by the Murong family's low profile in Jinhai City. They fought hard to gain their fame. Especially when the previous city lord was in office, his prestige reached its peak. Even if he declined, he, a director, would not dare to have a conversation with him. Chen Ziming's eyes were sinister. He stood up and snorted. Master Murong, by protecting a notorious person, don't you think you are slapping the former city lord in the face? Who do you think you are? When I was dominating Jinhai City, you were still begging the bosses to lead you in front of the dungeons. Do you have the qualifications to challenge me? I have already said it clearly. I, Murong Yuan, will protect Gu Changqing. You! Chen Ziming could not have imagined that Murong Yuan would be so tough in front of the Beastmasters, common people, and most of the high-ranking officials in the city. Today, the Qin family is the largest family in Jinhai, but in terms of foundation, it is far inferior to the Murong family. I hope you can still be tough and rely on despicable means to embarrass him in front of everyone. Okay, let's see. Do you dare to make a bet? If Gu Changqing easily defeats his opponent, you will eat shit in public. Do you dare? Chen Ziming felt like his temples on both sides were about to explode. He sat down angrily, and no longer confronted Murong Yuan in the middle lane. Seeing a good opportunity to lick, Lu Rinjia said, Master Murong, I advise you to think twice. With a levelless beast pet, he wants to beat 2 silver-level beasts. If he can win, I will take it on behalf of Master Qin. The onlookers watched with great interest as those high and mighty people exchanged swords and verbal battles with each other. Suddenly, the words, "Battle started," appeared on the screen. The beast pets of both sides just engaged in a head-on battle. In the blink of an eye, a large banner reading, "Congratulations to candidate number 666 for winning," began to scroll in the center. FFF-. What happened? The abyss is malfunctioning? Too many candidates causing the rules to break down. No way? Is there a replay? I couldn't see it clearly. One move to kill instantly? Didn't they say Gu Changqing was a waste? Can this guy also be called a waste? The change came too fast. It's just a blink of an eye. However, the school leaders and high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion sitting in the front row all looked shocked. They clearly saw a monkey covered in black holding back the wild boar's charge with one finger and then, with a burst of sword energy, cutting off the green snake's head. Ha! Yi Ruyan's suppressed emotions were released instantly. She looked at Lu Rinjia coldly and said, Director Lu, what you just said about taking over for Patriarch Qin, does that count? Lu Rinjia's cheeks ached. He pretended not to hear and sat down, lowering his head into his arms. He's just a mid-level beastmaster, Teacher Yi, don't gloat over his misfortune. Bah, stop jumping around like a clown and just sit there and watch. A senior leader wanted to help Lu Rinjia out, but was rebuked by Yi Ruyan in a domineering manner. On the fighting arena, Gu Changqing was waiting for his next opponent in the waiting area. He was unaware of the bustling scene outside. Haydn came back with the sword in his arms in a cool manner, grinning. Master, it's easy to handle. Okay, since it's easy, let's continue with the next opponent. Yes, sir. But master, if I can get them all for you, can you please consider me first when you get that kind of treasure next time? Those things can change your bloodline? Haydn shook his head. No, because not all entries are specific to bloodline, but it has the ability to influence bloodline. Of course, except for Big Sister. You have given it too many good things, and almost all of them are tailor-made for it. At this time, the waiting area opposite was flashing with light, and the next opponent was assigned. Go ahead, I'll give you priority later. Okay. With the promise, Haydn was full of energy. Per Beastmaster on the other side, the countdown just ended. Before he could issue any orders to the beast. Then a monkey in full armor and carrying a sword came charging at him with murderous intent. With just a few strikes of the sword, the pet was knocked to the ground. The next opponent was still very weak, not higher than an intermediate beastmaster. In the early stages of the ring battle, wins and points are basically given to the stronger ones. Gradually, Gu Gu Changqing's winning streak reached 19 games. In the 20th game, a high-level beast master finally arrived. The configuration of the beast pets is also quite good. 2 are of gold grade and 1 is of lord grade. As soon as the light curtain of the waiting area opened, the man ran to the center of the ring excitedly, looked at Gu Changqing and said, "It's classmate Gu Changqing. Alas, I lost my second battle to you, and it's not unfair. Then let's not waste time. I admit defeat." Well? Gu Changqing was stunned by the actions of the man opposite him. The senior beastmaster voluntarily admitted defeat to him? Could it be that he has special eye powers? Did you see the domineering and overwhelming aura behind me at a glance? After Gu Changqing saw the school uniform he was wearing, he roughly understood. Students from private independent universities. This is a favor, and I can't refuse it even if I want to. Congratulations on reaching 20 consecutive wins. The arena ranking list has been opened for you. Your ranking is 21st. After the arena battle, different rewards will be issued according to the ranking. Please keep up the good work. The leaderboard is open. While waiting, Gu Changqing opened the list and saw the names and rankings on it. He murmured, "As expected. Battle Arena Ranking. First place, Chunhai, Senior Beast Master, number of wins, 25, number of losses, 0, school, Junhai number 1 high school. Second place, Su Qing, Intermediate Beast Tamer, number of wins, 23, number of losses, 0, school, Junhai Girls High School. Third place, Qi Xing, Senior Beast Master, number of wins, 22, number of losses, 2, school, Private Independent School. Fourth place, Gao Han, Senior Beast Master, number of wins, 21, number of losses, 1, school, Xianglin High School. Number 21, Gu Changqing, Intermediate Beast Tamer, wins, 20, losses, 0, school, none. The rankings are arranged according to the number of wins. The 20 people ahead of him all had more than 20 wins. Such an average record was extremely rare in previous years. In most cases, a few or more outstanding beastmasters dominate the list, and the other candidates are reduced to supporting roles. It seems that there are many experts this year. Fuck! There was a flash of light in the waiting area opposite, and a pleasant female voice uttered a curse word. Gu Changqing looked in the direction of the voice and couldn't help but smile bitterly. It really happened! Chapter 44. Su Qing's full strength form. Is Gu Changqing in danger? Su Qing had a dark face, followed by a beautiful and dreamy unicorn, and came to the center of the ring from the waiting area with a sigh. Seeing this, Haydn drew his sword and rushed forward. While charging, he shouted, "Here comes a scumbag. His attributes are very compatible with the beast's pet. It's rare to see one. Return!" Gu Changqing called out to the serious Haydn, walked to the center, and stood opposite Su Qing. "Why?" Su Qing sighed. "After all my efforts, I still ran into Brother Changqing. It seems that I have suffered my first defeat at your hands." Su Qing and Gu Changqing have not known each other for long, but because of their pet, she has a general understanding of his strength. Knowing that she had no hope of winning, she still held her head high and said, "If it were any other time, I would surrender immediately, but today, it concerns the honor of the girls' high school. I'm sorry, Brother Changqing." The national examination focuses on the test taker's performance, not just on fighting for oneself on the surface. Its impact covers schools. Sometimes, even the significance of influence is more important than personal achievement. This is also why the senior management of Jinhai No. 1 High School tried several times to restore Gu Changqing's student status. On the one hand, you may really regret giving up a pearl covered in dust. On the other hand, and the biggest level, is to use students to enhance the reputation of the school. Okay, today you can open your eyes and see your second pet. Gu Changqing has a deep understanding of Su Qing's second pet. He almost suffered a loss when he had a pet animal that specialized in spirits. Su Qing looked at the short Haydn and subconsciously said, "Brother Changqing, don't you plan to use all your strength? Without Xiao Jin, you may not be able to defeat me." These words deeply stimulated Haydn. Where did this ignorant little girl come from? When I, Master He, was killing people everywhere, you didn't even know where you were. Isn't it just a unicorn? To me, it's just a target. The other one, hee hee, I even gasped after praising you a few times. Listening to Haiden's complaints, Gu Changqing gave up the idea of summoning Xiao Jin. But in Su Qing's eyes, Haiden's chirping and barking was a bright spot. Brother Changqing's pets are all so cute. How about when I get promoted to the gold rank, I'll give it to you. Let your sister let. Haiden broke through the defense and drew his sword instantly. The sharp black sword energy swept out. It was obvious that he was very angry and had no intention of holding back. Su Qing did not expect that this monkey would not play according to the rules, and when he saw that Gu Changqing did not take any action as ordered, he was shocked. Be careful, this monkey is not normal. A charming and domineering voice rang out in her heart. At the critical moment, Su Qing kicked the ground and jumped sideways, narrowly avoiding the sword energy. At the same time, used both hands to pinch the summoning circle of the pet twice. When the sword energy reached the unicorn, the hexagram formation automatically pulled it into the beast controlling space. After the sword energy flew past, it reappeared. Fuck! Gu Changqing, who was watching from the side, was also shocked by Su Qing's move. He had almost no experience in combat, as it was all one-sided crushing education. As for combat skills, they are even more pale and pitiful. Both Xiao Jin and Haiden have completely transcended the limitations of animal pets. They have independent thinking, so Gu Changqing doesn't have to worry about how to fight or how to respond. Obeying orders is an instinctive compliance with 100% loyalty. Su Qing, on the other hand, has a strong pet and excellent coping ability. If it was a battle between two intermediate beastmasters, Gu Changqing felt that he could not defeat her. It seems that I still haven't gotten out of this road. Gu Changqing shook his head slightly, and then burst out with strong power. Although it was a sudden change, Su Qing still caught it. For the honor of the school, she will not show mercy. After returning from outside the city, I have been studying Gu Changqing's weaknesses. Because he is the biggest obstacle for her to become the number one in Jinhai City. She has also discovered Gu Changqing's shortcomings. Now, she has no confidence. It does not come from the unsummoned golden crow. You little bitch, you are quite good. You are only at the intermediate level, but you can establish such a deep connection with your beast pet. In this case, Master He will not treat you as a fledgling. I will chop you to death. Haiden showed his power and rushed forward instantly. The unicorn was fully prepared, and the bulge on its head was popping with electric sparks. When Haiden's sword reached Su Qing's waist and abdomen, dazzling white light and noisy thunder appeared at the same time. Go back! Gu Changqing suddenly shouted loudly. A minefield has formed in front of Su Qing. The black egg's attack paused instantly, and it was struck squarely by the white lightning. Gu Changqing's order was not executed until several seconds later. The black egg flew out of the minefield as if it had been hit hard. Gu Changqing saw that the pink light in its eyes was gradually disintegrating. Charm! His heart tightened. This ability to focus on the spirit is a bit too strong. Haiden is an absolutely mythical bloodline. Logically speaking, all pets below it should be suppressed to a certain extent. Could it be that Su Qing's second pet is also? Hey! The charm disappeared. Haiden rubbed his black hair that was stood up by the lightning, and started to fire a mouth cannon. This cunning guy has caught Mr. Hay's vital point so quickly. Okay, let's play it this way, eh? In the minefield, Su Qing walked bathed in thunder and lightning. At this moment, her temperament changed drastically. It is elegant and luxurious, with the youthful vitality that is unique to young people. One of her pupils was normal, and the other was filled with a rich pink. Gu Changqing frowned. He was very familiar with this power. It is the first Beastmaster skill unlocked after being promoted to the intermediate rank, Beast Power. Compared to him, he could only rub a bunch of flames to light a cigarette or a fire. Su Qing's ability to use and explore animal power is much higher than hers. Brother Changqing, be careful! There seemed to be another voice in Su Qing's words. The sound is very penetrating, and it is like a mature woman blowing in your ear. All kinds of mosaic thoughts in my mind jumped out involuntarily. In vain, there is only light in the temple. Suddenly, Su Qing began to chant the laughing spell again. But this time, it's different from last time. I saw that the unicorn's forehead was bulging, and a large amount of white lightning condensed again. It's not an attack on Gu Changqing. Instead, it fell directly on Su Qing's head. Then, a joyful roar. The unicorn's entire body dissolved in the white lightning, and slowly transformed into a white crown shining with lightning above Su Qing's head. Call! It seemed to be extremely comfortable. Su Qing couldn't help but let out a soft moan. But this one sound almost caused Gu Changqing's spiritual heart to collapse. Heiyi stared at her straightly, and the pink stars in his eyes were about to form a galaxy. Outside the copy, a battle of Qinghai had just been broadcast live on the screen. The former easily defeated the independent private company Qixing with a crushing force, adding another defeat to his record. Seeing his son's proud face, Chen Ziming sneered. This is a genius, the undisputed #1 in Jinhai City. That selfish waste, although he has not lost a game, has a winning rate of less than half against opponents. Upon hearing this, Yu Ruyan clenched her fists. The facts were before her, and she couldn't refute them. Suddenly, the light curtain flickered again, and the images of Gu Changqing and Su Qing appeared on the screen. Ah! Screams came from Jinhai Girls' High School. Murong Yuan and the leadership of the girls' high school frowned as they looked at Su Qing bathed in lightning on the light screen. Murong Yuan's face was gloomy, and he murmured, "How come we ran into each other so soon? Su Qing is using his full power, and his use of the beast pet is even more sophisticated. I just don't know how confident Gu Changqing is in dealing with this form. He has only summoned a pet, so don't be too arrogant. Although Su Qing is at the same level as him, her pet is definitely not as simple as the King of the Abyss." The whispers among the female senior leaders made Murong Yuan feel even more uncomfortable. In the air, Zhao Zhanxiong, who was squatting on the Sandufeng falcon drinking wine, had a dazed look in his eyes, which finally brightened a little after he saw Su Qing's form. Could it be a legendary blood species that surpasses the legendary bloodline? I just don't know how much of the blood of its ancestors it has inherited in its body. Gu Changqing, how are you going to win against her? Chapter 45, Total Victory. Brother Changqing, be careful! The seductive and charming sound is filled with countless magical powers that arouse people's reverie. White lightning surrounded Su Qing's body. He raised his right hand slightly and pointed at Gu Changqing. Laugh! The sharp and piercing sound of breaking through the air, mixed with the noisy sound of thunder, turned into a unicorn made of lightning. The judgment of the temple! Su Qing shouted softly, and the unicorn grew bigger and bigger. When it was about to approach Gu Changqing, it suddenly exploded. Destructive lightning bolts came like a torrential rain, covering a 10-meter area around Gu Changqing in the blink of an eye. Not to mention the way out, even the way to survive is completely blocked. Oh my God! Haiden's hair stood on end with fear. He immediately dodged and stood in front of Gu Changqing, pushing him out of the minefield. Eternal movement! Countless lightning bolts struck the armor formed by the black egg and black energy, but they were like a stone sinking into the sea. Assimilated upon contact. Haiden's monkey body was expanding rapidly, and it looked like it was about to burst. The perpetual motion body ignores damage and can absorb the energy of others for its own use. However, in its current state, it has reached a critical point. Gu Changqing had an idea and wanted to recall Haiden and release Xiao Jin at the same time. Hey! You're so brave! I'm going to blow your head off! In the white electric net, thick black gas spread out and turned into blazing flames, offsetting all the effects of the Holy Temple's judgment skills. Haiden flipped into the air swiftly, and the long sword in his hand danced out black sword flowers. Those sword flowers bloomed out of thin air, and the lightning on Su Qing's body seemed to be attracted by something and sucked into the sword flowers. But she did not sit still and wait for death. Her whole body trembled violently. With a cry, a pink tail stretched out from behind her. It smashed down towards the black monkey with great force. After gaining a small advantage, the black monkey did not want to continue fighting and quickly distanced itself from the enemy and returned to Gu Changqing. It wiped its face, and the burned hair fell off. With lingering fear, she took a deep breath and said, Master, this is a tough idea. Let's switch to Big Sister. I can only guarantee that you will not lose, but I am not sure that you will win. Gu Changqing saw everything, especially Su Qing's tail, which was really unexpected. She actually used herself as a medium for the beast pet to display its power. It was really eye-opening. At first I thought it was an ordinary unicorn and almost got fooled. There must be a mysterious guy guiding me, otherwise, how could I find the way to advance to the Holy Temple Road? Is it amazing? Haydn scratched his head. The beast pet itself is mainly for assistance, but once it is combined with the master, it will trigger the blood of the Holy Temple. It uses light as its god and lightning as its power. It keeps it in its body and punishes evil and punishes sin. Isn't this a beast tamer skill? Gu Changqing was thinking about the application of animal power. No, it's a unique ability of a pet. In addition to this unicorn that follows the temple route, the other one she has is only stronger, not weaker. If it wasn't animal strength, then it would be fine. If he couldn't catch up even though he had two super powerful pet beasts, then he would have no face to be a beast master. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing snapped his fingers, and a hexagram formation appeared, and Xiao Jin in the form of a pitch-black knight-shining crow appeared. As soon as he appeared, he shook the golden feather on his head and glared at Haydn with contempt. Useless things, big sister has to come out to clean up the mess. Haydn completely lost the arrogance that he had in the pet card. He licked his face and smiled. Everyone has to lie down when big sister comes. Xiao Jin flew to Gu Changqing's shoulder and rubbed his cheek affectionately. Master, I am your favorite, right? Gu Changqing felt warm at the domineering and arrogant attitude, and gently stroked the small body, saying, That's natural. Come on, big sister! Big sister is so awesome! Amid Haydn's shouts, Xiao Jin flew to Su Qing's side. Ignoring the dancing white lightning, he said as he flew, There is indeed a tough guy hiding in her body. For the sake of being the master's friend, I will drive him out for you. Xiao Jin opened his tiny claws, wrapped in blazing white flames. It is several times more powerful than the true flame of the first day. Etc. Su Qing retreated several meters away, distanced himself from Xiao Jin, and said, Xiao Jin is out, I admit defeat. She surrendered to the abyss very straightforwardly, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she heard the prompt. Just now, her second pet seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and was desperately reminding her to be careful. It seemed as if what Xiao Jin stretched out was not a bird's claw, but a deadly hand from hell. The opponent voluntarily admitted defeat. Congratulations on your victory. The current wins are 21 games, and the points are 21. Su Qing, who had returned to normal, was no longer annoyed. He walked up to Xiao Jin with a smile and took out materials from his backpack. Xiao Jin looked like he was very sensible as he added the ingredients one by one, making them crispy. I lost. I tried my best but couldn't take down Brother Changqing's new pet, let alone Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing smiled and said, Your combat experience and skills are beyond my reach. If there is still a chance, I should ask you for advice. Su Qing's face fell. It's better not to learn. Since I was old enough to understand, my family has forced me to learn. I have suffered a lot. If Brother Changqing is willing, please come to my house after the exam. Okay, I'll definitely be there. Gu Changqing really couldn't learn the way big families raise their offspring. They start from childhood and are born with an advantage over ordinary people at the starting line. However, he also understood that if you want to learn combat experience and skills, you can only make up for this gap by facing the ferocious beasts head-on and fighting with your life. That's a deal. Su Qing's body slowly disappeared on the stage. By the way, be careful of Chenhai. He makes me feel very uncomfortable. After giving the instructions, she was teleported to another dungeon arena. Chenhai? It wasn't just Su Qing who reminded him. Qinggo of the Chen family also made this clear. Gu Changqing didn't care. He solved all the new and old grudges at once. The next opponent, the Abyss, gave him water again. Until you win 30 games in a row and get 30 points, you can be transferred out of the dungeon. During this period, I didn't meet any of the top 30 outstanding talents on the list. When he teleported out of the copy, Yi Ruian greeted him with a smile. Chen Ziming snorted coldly. You are just lucky for a while. I don't believe you will be lucky in the next course. Just at this moment, the copy's light gate shook again, and Chenhai walked out of it. He looked at Gu Changqing in surprise, then checked the list. When he saw that both of them were ranked first and second with a 100% winning rate, his face became even gloomier. Just because Gu Changqing was pressing on his head. Gu Changqing, don't be complacent. I will show you what a top-notch beastmaster is. After saying these harsh words, Chenhai turned around and walked down from the podium. Gu Changqing was surprised. This guy seems to have a bright future. Any advice from an expert? But this is what makes it fun. An instant defeat. It is far worse than letting the psychological defenses collapse little by little and letting hopes slowly sink. Nearly an hour later, all the candidates had finished their competition. At this time, Shenlin walked up to the podium and said, "The results of the first course arena battle have come out. Now we will proceed to the second course, the hell-level difficulty artificial copy. The rules of this year's civil service exam have also changed. Based on the total score of the civil service exam, the universities you want to apply for will set the test questions. Please work hard, and hope that you will be selected by the universities you applied for. After the manual copy is completed, the total score will be announced. The top 30 candidates will represent Jinhai City and the school to compete with the geniuses from the capitals and cities of various provinces in Dragon Country." Chapter 46. Artificial Copy of the Bloody Wasteland. Postponed literary exam? You have to be selected first before you have a chance? The series of changes left most of the candidates present shocked and confused. Only a small number of people have a general understanding of how special this national exam is. Everyone is gearing up to give it their all, striving for the final highlight. Xiaoqing, so far, you have not been selected by any Beastmaster University. The results of the arena battle have been reported by Abyss to all cities in Dragon Country. The internal departments of first and second-rate universities also received it. It's normal. Gu Changqing was not surprised. This year's exam is much more difficult than previous years. Correspondingly, the admission requirements of those Beastmaster universities have naturally risen. Moreover, a ring battle cannot prove anything substantial. In this case, the individual's score is only a reference. The highlight is still the final escape battle and team battle. But Yu Rian changed the subject and said, Xuanwu University, one of the 4 colleges in the provincial capital, pays special attention to Chenhai. If his grades continue to be among the best, it is estimated that he will be a sure thing. Oh? 4 Elephants University? The 4 Elephants University is named after the 4 legendary beasts. Both its school history and faculty strength are second only to Kirin University in Kyoto. It can be said that being noticed by one of these universities is enough to show that Chenhai's combat effectiveness and potential have been fully recognized. What's even stranger is that I found out from the side. During the 2 days when you went out of the city for training, Chenhai also went out of the city. But the Qin family kept his whereabouts very secret, without a single leak. Gu Changqing frowned, then quickly relaxed his brows. Don't worry, I will personally smash the Qin family's wishful thinking to pieces. Don't be careless. I always feel that Chenhai is different from before. I can't tell exactly where he is different. It feels very inconsistent, very. Yu Rian thought of many words, but none of them could describe the weirdness. I will not take any opponent lightly. After explaining the slight change in the rules, Shenlin pushed up his glasses, glanced at Zhao Zhanxiong, who was drinking and enjoying himself on the back of the 3-ways falcon in the air, and said, Next, we will proceed to the second item of the exam, the clearance of the artificial copy. The degree of progress in the dungeon will be an important indicator for judging scores and abilities. In the dungeon, you can use any props. Theoretically, there is no limit. Unless you use them so hard that even the abyss can't stand it. Please take this seriously, candidates. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Shenlin finished his explanation. The leading teachers of various schools began to lead the students to the second examination venue, the back mountain of Jinhai No. 1 High School. Ichigo is waiting for you. Good. Yu Rian followed the group and left. The huge square became empty in a short while. Gu Changqing couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. It turned out that he was the only candidate who had no school assignment. What's wrong? Why aren't you leaving yet? Shenlin asked doubtfully as he walked up to him with a folder in his hand. I'm leaving now. Gu Changqing couldn't help but glance at him out of the corner of his eye, trying to recall where he had seen him before. Noticing his gaze, Shenlin just smiled faintly. Come on, you should have gotten some information from this year's exam. You guys have caught up with the best class, but also the worst. It's just that when you have a choice, don't worry about the pros and cons. Just like your heroic parents, they had a choice and ultimately chose the worst, but also the best, decision. Looking at Shenlin, who was wandering between familiarity and strangeness, Gu Changqing said, Secretary Shin, do you know my parents? Everyone in Jinhai City who survived the beast tide knows your parents. If that's the case, why am I still? Shenlin raised his hand and pushed back Gu Changqing's words. Do you know, recognize, acknowledge, and understand what it means? Their sacrifice has left their image deeply rooted in everyone's mind. But it does not mean that they agree with what their descendants do. What you need to do is to break this deformed shackles with yourself and achieve recognition in a corner. The light in Gu Changqing's eyes gradually turned from dim to bright. He bowed deeply to Shenlin and said, Thank you, Secretary Shin, I think I know what to do. That's clear. The emergence of beast tamers is to enable humans to have the strength to defend their homeland, not. Enough said. I hope we will have a chance to meet again after the exam. Shenlin quickened his pace. Suddenly, a gigantic snow ape appeared under him. A huge palm lifted him up, and after a few sideways movements he disappeared from Gu Changqing's sight. Tsk tisk! They are worthy of being members of the City Lord's mansion. Each and every one of them is extremely powerful. 10 minutes later, I entered Jinhai No. 1 High School smoothly with the help of my number plate. Looking around at the familiar environment, Gu Changqing stepped to the back mountain. When he arrived at the second examination room in the back mountain, in front of the copylight gate, he found that nearly a quarter of the candidates had passed. When the rules were announced, Gu Changqing knew that some candidates would be absent or give up the exam. I didn't expect there would be so many. Zhao Zhanxiong was no longer in his sloppy state. He tidied up his clothes a little, and an invisible and majestic aura emanated from his body, like an insurmountable mountain, weighing heavily on everyone's heart. Before we begin, I have only one thing to say. Never forget the bloody shame and the sacrifices of our ancestors. This place is a forbidden area for new beast masters because you have not yet grasped the essence. I hope that one will emerge this year. After that, Shenlin began to read the number plate. Students lined up in long queues and entered the copy one by one. However, the copy's light gate kept sending out the candidates who had entered previously, mercilessly. Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head repeatedly after seeing this. Chenhai! Gu Changqing! Coincidentally, their names are one after the other. Gu Changqing walked to the light door of the copy and touched it lightly with his hand. Information about the Bloody Wasteland dungeon appeared before his eyes. Artificial copy of the Bloody Wasteland. Difficulty Hell. Introduction. Jinhai No. 1 High School specially built a beast trial field for the new generation of beast masters. New generation beast masters under the age of 18 can enter. Bloody Wasteland. The school curriculum includes not only the known ferocious beasts, but also the bloody memories before the rise of mankind. And the Bloody Wasteland is definitely among the top 10 memories. Unexpectedly, the school included that dark history into the copy. Humph! Gu Changqing, even if you can defeat Shingo, so what? He has fallen into depravity and is no longer worthy of the title of genius. I forgot to mention that yesterday afternoon, I officially returned and defeated him easily. A spirit-level beastmaster, how ridiculous. Not only will I trample you under my feet, I will also take the first place in Jinhai. Gu Changqing condensed and said calmly. Before entering the dungeon, take a closer look at the real scenery. I'm afraid you will die if you watch it again. Humph! You're good at talking. Jinhai was the first to enter the copy. Gu Changqing also clicked to enter. The door of the copy slowly opened, and suddenly, a thick black and red mist seeped out from it. Weird and fierce. Gu Changqing walked into the copy without any hesitation. Chapter 47 Improving Skill Proficiency. After a severe dizziness, when Gu Changqing opened his eyes again, he found himself on a vast grassland. You have entered the hell-level copy, bloody wasteland. The grassland was shrouded in a misty black and red fog. The half-human high grass also provides the most favorable assistance for the hiding of ferocious beasts. Little wild boar. Gu Chongqing has not taken any action yet. Black Egg, who had come out of the beast-taming space on his own, was the first to bear the brunt of the attack. He used his long sword to cut through the weeds and cleared a path. Seeing the disturbed lower-level beasts, the bloodthirsty porcupines were charging at them with fangs as thick as 2 arms. Haydn became very excited, and slashed left and right with his long sword. After a while, the 5 bloodthirsty porcupines were chopped into pieces and turned into a pile of meat. His technique is so skillful that he is almost as skilled as that of a master butcher. A 10-point experience seems a bit shabby. So little experience! It doesn't look like hell difficulty at all. Haydn stroked the sword, like a graceful swordsman, moving among the bloodthirsty porcupines. Gu Chongqing sighed. What a pity. Why should he play with swords? After a while, the bloodthirsty porcupine disappeared. Walk! Gu Chongqing walked forward with his 2 pets. When they were out of the grassland, suddenly, thick clouds and fog, like the sky collapsing, pressed in from the depths of the dungeon. Huh! Haydn just took a look and said in amazement. This power seems to be the first batch of ferocious beasts that were drawn here, right? As I was surprised, thick fog rolled in. Then, a tiger covered in green flames jumped out. First, several green fireballs flew straight towards Haydn and Gu Chongqing. While they were dodging, he used his extremely fast speed to launch a sneak attack on Haydn. This tiger is a dead creature. Master, be careful with its flame. This is a flame that specifically targets souls. Haydn transformed into the encyclopedia beast, and while explaining to Gu Chongqing, the sword came out, the flame went out, and the energy inside was squeezed out by the plundering sword technique until there was not a drop left. Lead! White flames rose from Gu Chongqing's fingertips, and with a murmur, several lines of fire appeared from the small flame, enveloping the green fireball that had no temperature but was extremely corrosive. In the blink of an eye, he was pulled into the flames. Xiao Jin's flame power comes from Jinwu's unique Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. After the green fireball was decomposed, it still tried to struggle, but was completely swallowed up by the overbearing white flames. Your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power Fire Control, proficiency increased by 10. After the battle with Su Qing, although Gu Chongqing completely crushed Su Qing in terms of pet, it also made him pay more attention to the Beastmaster's own abilities. The Beastmaster's skills come from his pet beasts, and he just had a sudden idea to see the power of fire control. However, its power was far beyond Gu Chongqing's expectations. However, when I saw the proficiency of fire control, the 3 zeros after the 5, a basin of cold water was poured down mercilessly. There is still a long way to go. On the other side, Haydn's sharp black sword energy absorbed the fireballs that kept flying in. Seeing the flame corpse tiger in close combat, his figure turned like a ghost and appeared behind him almost instantly. The black long sword stabbed into his back. The tip of the sword pierced through the heart, and a green crystal shattered. The energy inside, little by little, flows along the sword into Haydn's body. Merge into one with the black air. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast flame corpse tiger, experience added 30. Your pet's level has been upgraded. Haydn successfully advanced from level 0 to level 1. His body and height had grown a little, almost indistinguishable to the naked eye. But the hair on his body became much more oily. He thought he was very handsome and touched the black hair on his face, saying, Master, you look much more energetic now. Gu Chongqing said unhappily. Hurry up and work. Remember to save the good things for the master. Do you think you are like Xiao Jin, who can only replenish what he eats? Haydn lowered his head like a child who had done something wrong and whispered, Yes, although my abilities are different from those of the big sister. In an instant, murderous intent rose in its eyes, and the long sword condensed from black energy became sharper. He rushed in against the thick fog, shouting, Damn you, you made me get scolded by my master. I'll chop you to death. Look at the sword, look at the sword, look at the sword. At this time, A few fish that had escaped the net bypassed Haydn and started to attack Gu Changqing. Sensing the danger, Xiao Jin emerged from the beast-taming space, and several fireballs formed instantly. Xiao Jin, I can do it myself! After being promoted, Gu Changqing's physical baptism gave him excellent reaction ability. Facing the siege of the intermediate-level Flame Corpse Tiger, although the resistance was defeated step by step, he was nearly disfigured by the tiger's claws several times. Thanks to his highly concentrated reaction at the critical moment, he narrowly escaped disaster. Gradually, Gu Changqing understood their various properties. With the single attack method, Gu Changqing gradually reversed the situation. The fire control technique occasionally burned large holes in their bodies, until his strength was exhausted and he fell to the ground as a rotten corpse. Your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power Fire Control, proficiency increased by 20. Your Beast Tamer skill Beast Power Fire Control, proficiency increased by 20. The scrolling news made Gu Changqing overjoyed. He originally thought that the only way to increase his proficiency in fire control was to devour flames. It turns out that the faster way to acquire it is to fight in person and use skills. Having found a way, Gu Changqing asked Haydn to release the ferocious beast continuously. With increasingly sophisticated techniques, the duration of battles is greatly shortened. Gu Changqing was having fun and was tirelessly using ferocious beasts to gain experience. When your physical strength reaches its limit, take drugs, and then continue to rush forward. I totally forgot that it's an exam now. Until the solemn voice of the abyss echoed in the copy. A prompt that all candidate copies can hear. Congratulations to candidate 439 Chenhai for killing the level 40 high-level beast, the Undead Flame Corpse, and finding the secret of the Undead Beast group. The first stage of the plot ends, and the second stage of the plot begins, with bloodshed in the wasteland. The report was repeated 3 times. Gu Changqing burned the last ferocious beast to death, his eyes slightly fixed. Chenhai has really been transformed. The Chen family placed all their hopes on him. Congratulations to candidate 119 Qixing for killing the level 40 high-level beast, the Undead Flame Corpse, and finding. Congratulations to candidate 076 Su Qing for killing a level 40 high-level beast. Congratulations to candidate 444 Murong Qin for killing level 40. After Chenhai, more and more Beast Tamer candidates have completed the first stage of the storyline one after another. Everyone is rushing to be the first, and no one wants to waste even a second. Gu Changqing looked at the 2000 proficiency of the fire control technique. If you want to bring it up, I'm afraid you'll have to put it on hold first. Xiao Jin, Haydn, kill them! Haydn's sword continued to move. He turned his head and said, Master, I have already increased my power. Suddenly, a pale golden fireball the size of a washbasin, with a golden flame tail, shot into the thick fog. Boom! It was like a brilliant firework exploding in the dark night. The golden light is dazzling, the fire waves are surging. The surging sparks scattered in all directions. All the ferocious beasts that were infected were devoured by the flames while howling in pain. Even the thick fog was pushed back by the waves of fire, revealing the covered land. Oops! Haydn screamed, and flew out like a kite with a lost string, and then fell to the ground. Gu Changqing's throat moved. He knew that Xiao Jin's attributes had increased after he was promoted to the silver grade. But not as many as imagined. Gu Changqing clicked on the message and scrolled down. In the skill column, the original first A True Flame disappeared, replaced by another skill. Chapter 48, Super Divine Beast Pet Advancement Route, Undead Flame Corpse. Blazing Sun Flame, True Fire Bird Bloodline Skill, evolved from the first Sun True Flame. A flame-type skill with a light golden color and no form, cannot be upgraded. Spiritual Power Consumption, 100. Skill Effect, Flame Attack increased by 600%. The higher the pet's spiritual attribute, the more powerful the skill released. There is no accumulation ability. In the Golden Crow Shadow state, the combination skill is triggered, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Shadow, a new skill generated after the Golden Crow's body evolves, which can summon the Golden Crow's phantom to fight. Skill Effect, Golden Crow Shadow can store flame energy, be immune to flames, and amplify flame power. For every 100 points of spiritual attribute, amplify flame skills by 20%. Golden Crow's shadow lasts for 10 minutes, cooldown time, 20 minutes. Combined with Blazing Sun Flame, it can trigger a combined skill, Golden Crow Roar. Golden Crow Roar, a combination skill that releases all the flame energy at once, causing skill damage 100 times the spiritual attribute. The flame energy storage is 100% available for use, and the cooldown time is 12 hours. The true flame of the first sun and the body of the Golden Crow were replaced by the blazing flame of the blazing sun and the shadow of the Golden Crow. Looking at the tedious and lengthy skill introduction, the light in Gu Changqing's eyes kept flickering. If the two skills before evolution were just normal double damage, it's more like a fixed basic support. After that evolution, Xiao Jin's future growth path was completely laid out. The strength of spiritual attributes will determine the level to which one can be promoted in the future. Especially the combination skills, 100 times the mental damage. So many golden terms are given. Finally I saw the right return. The light golden flame burned away the rich and strange beasts in it. Then the golden hair on Xiaojin's head acted like a powerful vacuum cleaner, absorbing the flames back. Behind the blazing sun flames, a 2% progress bar also appeared. This is the stored energy that can only be used for combo skills. A puff of white smoke rose from the top of his head. Xiaojin burped and said, "Master, I have had a good rest. Next, your dear little baby will accompany you to continue your adventure. As for the black coal briquettes..." The golden eyes were filled with contempt and disdain. "It's better to go back to where you came from." "Ha!" In a good mood, Gu Changqing touched Xiaojin's little head and nodded repeatedly. Haydn was anxious, and ran to Gu Changqing, crying and begging with tears in his eyes. "Big sister, you can't abandon your most loyal little brother. I am still very useful. When my energy is full, I can be a competent and reliable power bank. You almost put the master in danger, and you still have the nerve to say you are competent." Xiaojin flew to Haydn's head and pecked its head with its sharp beak. The body is in perpetual motion, with skin of copper and bones of iron, and all you can hear is the clanging sound, which is very lively. Haydn smiled flatteringly. It's because I want to admire the heroic figure of the big sister. Since you reached the advanced level, you rarely come out for activities. I haven't seen you for a long time, and I miss you so much that I have dark circles under my eyes." Gu Changqing watched the two pets bickering with a smile on his face. At this moment, there was a heavy sound of footsteps on the ground. The temperature around dropped instantly. That kind of coldness does not come from stimulation to the body. It acts on the soul. "Mad, who is blind?" Haydn's pupils turned bloodshot. "Can't you see I'm reporting to the big sister?" A huge flaming tiger was reborn from the ashes at some unknown time. But its movements were extremely slow, as if every step weighed 1,000 pounds. Haydn drew his sword, and the black sword energy instantly transformed into dozens of rays, slashing at all the vital points of the flame corpse tiger. The next second, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Those plundering sword energies were actually shattered after hitting the target. "Humans, all deserve to die." The already dead and stiff tiger had suddenly opened its big smelly mouth and spoke in human language. "Black egg!" Gu Changqing called out to Haydn, who was still moving forward to chop him. Information about this fire corpse tiger appeared before his eyes. Undead flame corpse, high-level puppet beast. Level 40. Attribute, Constitution plus 3000. Skills, immovable as a mountain, undead corpse flame. Introduction, a puppet beast brought back from the real bloody wasteland, with unparalleled perfect defense. But it also has the weakness of being a puppet. Once upon a time, human beast masters used thousands of troops to barely wipe out its energy. It was the first time that Gu Changqing had seen a ferocious beast with only a single attribute. But its 3,000-point physique was enough to prove how tough it was. Is this the culprit behind the immortal flaming tigers in the bloody wasteland? Those candidates who paved a way for him have indeed proved that by defeating it, they can enter the next stage of the plot. "Humans, all deserve to die!" The tiger head of the undead flame corpse roared again. A burst of green flames burned from under its feet and quickly spread around. Wherever the green flames burned, they turned gray and lifeless. Fire control! Gu Changqing ignited the white flame and tried to use the same method as before to absorb and devour the green flame. But as soon as the white fire line touched it, it withered and extinguished. Even the white flame on Gu Changqing's fingertips and his fingers began to turn gray. Wuji! Gu Changqing quickly put away his fire control technique, took out several pills from his backpack and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did his fingers return to normal. The green flames of the undead flame corpse are countless times stronger than those of the flame corpse tigers. Xiao Jin, go ahead! Xiao Jin flew to the ground and stepped in on his own initiative. The green flames immediately became like a maggot attached to its bones, enveloping it completely. Haydn was in a hurry and just wanted to raise his sword to rescue. Gu Changqing pressed down its monkey head. Don't worry, this almost unbreakable body must have some mechanism. The difficulty of this first level is neither high nor low. Through the introduction of the abyss, Gu Changqing already had a general response strategy in his mind. That is confrontation. The energy of the undead flame corpse must have been greatly reduced. It no longer has the might and power to defeat an overwhelming force. Sure enough. After Xiao Jin was wrapped in green flames, blazing flames shot up into the sky. It transformed into a dazzling light golden fire sword and slashed across the air. When? This sword directly chopped the undead flame corpse back several steps. There was a half-meter-long wound on the huge tiger's head. The next second, the wound healed on its own. However, the color of the flames spreading outward became a little dimmer. Efficient! The big sister is worthy of being the big sister. What a bullshit flame, don't get close to it. Next, Xiao Jin used the same trick again. The invisible and formless blazing sun flames were played with in various ways by it. On the undead body, wounds burst and heal. As the green flame lost energy, it began to shrink and return to the body of the undead flame corpse. Big sister, I'm here to help you. Without the threat, Haydn could finally vent his anger. The sword flowers in the sky and the weak green flames from the dancing long sword were also powerless against the plundering sword energy. Boom! After 5 minutes of airtight attacks, various parts of the undead flame corpse's body were detached. It fell to the ground, raising thick dust. The huge flaming tiger corpse, only the tiger head and the tiger body are relatively intact. Losing the energy support, he fell to the ground. Congratulations to candidate 666 for killing the level 40 advanced beast, the undead flame corpse, and finding the secret of the undead beast group. The first stage of the story is over, and the second stage of the story is about to begin. Do you want to enter the second stage of the plot immediately? Whether? Gu Changqing just thought about it. Xiao Jin suddenly said, Master, wait a minute, there's something fishy about this puppet beast. Chapter 49. The coffins in the puppet beasts are all old foxes. What's the trick? Gu Changqing walked around the huge corpse, which was 7 meters long and 3 meters high, with confusion. Haydn knocked on the hard surface with his fist, and the sound was hollow. Master, it seems hollow inside. As it said this, it chopped violently with the sword, sparks flew everywhere, but it was still of no use. Gu Changqing and Xiao Jin, in perfect tacit understanding, covered their foreheads with their hands and wings, choking with emotion and silence. Haydn looked up and saw it, scratching his head embarrassedly. The sword won't work, I have to change my weapon. After saying that, the surging black air gathered and turned into a hammer that was 10 times taller than it. He hit Tiger Head hard on his mouth. Boom! Like the sound of a loud bell or an evening drum, Haydn was shaking all over. Again and again, I finally saw fine cracks appearing at the tiger's mouth. Break it for me! With the last push, there was a loud crash and the tiger's head sank into the water. The next second, a surge of green liquid flowed out from the gap. Instantly, the green light radiated. A coffin bathed in liquid was washed out from inside. Warning! Warning! The plot of the dungeon has changed. You accidentally released something that exceeds the difficulty of this instance. We detected that your life is in danger and will immediately activate the teleportation light gate. After you withdraw, your exam results will be recalculated. The warning sound of the abyss, like an alarm, keeps beeping. For a moment, Xiao Jin and Haiden protected Gu Changqing behind them. It's as if something extraordinary has been born. Owner! Owner! The two pets forced Gu Changqing to retreat backwards, away from the liquid and even away from the coffin. Black egg! In terms of knowledge, Haiden, who is of an unknown species, is better than Xiao Jin. Master, it's an alien! The pressure it released alone makes it impossible for me to exert half of my strength. Big sister, what about you? There was a bright light shining in the little Jin's golden pupils. Upon closer inspection, it seemed as if a divine bird bathed in fire was taking off from the dazzling sun. A faint shadow, sometimes bright and sometimes dark, enveloped it. Shadow of the golden crow. Xiao Jin answered with action. The situation it was in was no different from its own. Want to retreat? Gu Changqing was unwilling to give in. Looking at the teleportation light gate that opened not far behind him. I looked at the coffin again. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and said, Haiden is responsible for defense, Xiao Jin is responsible for attack. If anything goes wrong, immediately enter the teleportation light gate. Do you understand? He didn't want to fight with the big guy, but wanted to know what was inside the coffin. We can't just come back empty-handed. Clear! Clear! Black gas swirled around the black egg, and a new armor was rebuilt. Gradually, the surface of the new armor became more solid. At first glance, it looks like black jade. Perpetual motion body, this is a skill at the level of black jade man. One person and two pets, after activating the strongest form, start approaching the teleportation light gate. When they were only one step away from stepping into the light gate, Gu Changqing winked at Xiao Jin. A long and narrow whip of fire extended from the shadow on Xiao Jin's back. It hit the lid of the coffin accurately. The coffin lid fell to the ground, splashing green liquid. At the same time, Gu Changqing's hand reached for the teleportation light gate. Wow! Suddenly, a green liquid broke through the ground and gushed out. Mad, let's fight! Haiden held the sword in both hands and thrust it into the ground with force. Immediately, the jade-like black air formed a protective shell, protecting them inside. But the teleportation light gate is not so lucky. The green liquid resisting from outside could not break through the black egg's defense. Change the target, and flush the teleportation light gate into it. After a few seconds, the green liquid returned to the ground. Gu Changqing's heart ached. There is no trace of the light gate. This strange liquid can actually destroy the power of the abyss? Gu Changqing was shocked. This kind of thing is completely beyond understanding. The power of the rules of the abyss is not unbreakable. But there is a prerequisite, that is, there are loopholes in the rules themselves. Now, the green liquid completely ignores this premise. The chance of life left for him by the rules of the abyss was taken away. Just as Gu Changqing was thinking about how to deal with it next, a green human hand stretched out from the coffin and grasped the edge of the coffin with strength. At the same time, the hint of the abyss also appeared on the light curtain. After being shocked, Shenlin began to try to obtain the live broadcast permission of Gu Changqing's copy. All he got in reply were a few cold words. The candidate is in a special situation and cannot play or exit. Zhao Zhanxiong, who was sitting in the center of the leadership seat, stood up from his chair. Pointing at the principal of Zhenhai No. 1 High School, he cursed. Wang, how did you create an artificial copy? Damn it, I believed you at first and went to the bloody wasteland to capture all the beasts there to fill the void. I didn't expect you to do something behind my back. Principal Wang was sweating profusely. City Lord, the rules of the dungeon are all set by the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association. We can only make suggestions at best. Moreover, we do not have the right to change the dungeon manually. Then tell me, what's going on? Gu Changqing was repeatedly punished by your school for various crimes and was even expelled. Is this how you treat the descendants of heroes? Principal Wang knew he was in the wrong as he was not the only one who did it, but he was put on the blame. He could only look to Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, for help. The latter's heart immediately started beating wildly when his eyes met his. Sure enough, the next second Zhao Zhanxiong's anger was directed at him. The Chen family has been so powerful in recent years. Master Chen, you are from the lower class, right? How come you suddenly became the type of person you hated the most after you turned from a crow to a phoenix? If you don't give me a reasonable explanation, you won't have a place to stay in Jinhai. Chen Ziming was also so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat, and cried out in his heart that he was wrong. At this time, Deputy City Lord Li Haoran came out to smooth things over. Lord City Lord, we still don't know what happened in the dungeon. Perhaps Gu Chongqing had a strange encounter, which caused the abyss to be unable to connect. Or maybe he used the most convenient thing. It's all unknown. Besides, if you get so angry just for him, it will inevitably make other candidates think that the reason why Gu Chongqing is so unscrupulous is because you are backing him up. In the first part, everyone could understand what he said. The second half immediately tightened the loose nerves. At the same time, everyone's mind suddenly became clear. It turns out that Gu Chongqing was able to rise so quickly even without his legendary pet. The biggest backer behind the scenes is actually the city lord. Slowly, the whispers turned into loud discussions. For a moment, the second examination room was filled with noise, and everyone was looking for a fair answer from Chao Zhanxiong. Seeing with my own eyes that Li Haoran turned the situation around with just a few words. Zhao Zhanxiong shouted, "Deputy City Lord Li, what you said is really heartbreaking." Li Haoran smiled and said, "City Lord Zhao's words are what I don't understand the most. It seems that Deputy City Lord Li agrees with the proposal of the last meeting on the surface, but he doesn't agree with it in his heart. The results are in front of me, I can't help but believe it. Unless City Lord Zhao thinks he can." He hadn't finished speaking yet. The light curtain restored the picture. There was only a rolling abyss sign running across the center of the picture. Li Haoran read the above content carefully. The smile gradually froze on his face. Chapter 50, Loyalty Exceeds 100, The Light of Hope. Candidate 666 Gu Chongqing opens the hidden plot of the Bloody Wasteland. With just a few words, the expressions of Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong changed. "Ha ha ha, not bad, not bad. It seems that I really misunderstood Principal Wang. Here, I apologize to all the teachers and students of Number 1 High School. In terms of cultivating the new generation, your achievements are indeed obvious to all. I hope that you can continue to work hard, eliminate the bad apples in the team, and make up for the shortcomings." On the other hand, Li Haoran's eyes were sinister, like a sharp steel knife, stabbing straight at Chen Ziming. The latter was also confused and looked back at Principal Wang. The two looked at each other, and could only smile bitterly. City Lord Zhao and Principal Wang have put a lot of effort into designing the artificial copy. There are actually some clever arrangements for the undead flame corpse level. Principal Wang smiled bitterly. The two most powerful giants in Jinhai City were fighting each other, and as the president of a university, he could not participate at all. "Deputy City Lord Li, I really don't know. The undead flame corpse was transported back by our school, asking the city lord to do so. Perhaps it is the story mode we input that has made the abyss more profound. At this point, throwing it into the abyss is the best way to deal with it. If you two have the guts, go and cause trouble for the abyss." Li Haoran was not stupid enough to think that the abyss was helping Zhao Zhanxiong, so he kicked the ball back. "City Lord Zhao really loves and trusts this boy." Zhao Zhanxiong was not in a hurry. He casually took a sip from the wine gourd and said calmly, "In the past, there were many new generations like him. It's a pity that they were born in poverty, and could not be reborn into a good family. Deputy City Lord Li, if Gu Chongqing can really turn things around and take first place, our topic will be..." Li Haoran immediately said, "Okay, I will no longer object and will fully support it." Such a straightforward attitude made Zhao Zhanxiong suspicious. But the current situation is exactly what he has always wanted. "Gu Chongqing, you can't let me down." The conversation is divided into two parts. Gu Chongqing saw a green hand clinging to the edge of the coffin while being protected by Haiden's perpetual motion body. The warning sound of the abyss continued like a buzzing sound. Gu Chongqing became even more anxious because of the noise, so he closed the notification and waited to see what would happen. "What year is this?" Suddenly, a weak voice came from the coffin. Then, the green liquid began to flow back into the coffin. In a strange mist rising into the sky. The coffin completed its mission and dissipated along with a light mist. A blurry figure slowly solidified. Beastmaster? When the light and shadow faded, when Gu Changqing looked closely, the figure was also looking at him, and exclaimed in surprise. Gu Changqing's pupils shrank. Is this a human? Or a ferocious beast? Below the waist and abdomen is a green snake tail. Above the waist and abdomen is the complete human body. The exposed arms were covered with green scales, flashing a dangerous luster. Under the flowing green hair is a face of a dragon. The pupils are vertical, and when you look at them you'll feel cold all over. But he did not attack. Instead, he looked away and looked around the environment in the copy with a hint of nostalgia. Black egg! Gu Changqing ordered it to remove its protection and stop 5 meters in front of him. He clasped his fist respectfully and said, Senior? He turned his gaze and stared at Gu Changqing for a while. At this time, Gu Changqing was also feeling scared, but the teleportation light gate had been closed, and the copy also had deviations because of his appearance. I had no choice but to go ahead with it. Senior? Ha! There's nothing wrong with calling me that. I should be your senior. Hearing him say this, I felt a little relieved. Why was the senior sealed in the coffin inside the puppet beast? This is an artificial replica that recreates a tragic battle between humans and ferocious beasts in history. Could you be? What a clever junior! The snake's tail coiled, and he changed into a comfortable posture. It is true that the rules of the abyss have blessed us. People in the future have not forgotten us old guys. Although he did not answer directly, he gave Gu Changqing the answer he wanted. Huh! Suddenly, he looked past Gu Changqing and glanced at his 2 pets. I can't see through it. I can't see through it. Junior, is that your pet? Its bloodline is very high, above legendary level? Xiao Jin and Haydn, like cats with their fur standing on end, wanted to hide in the beast controlling space on their own. Unexpectedly, he waved his hand. The green liquid separated them from Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was startled for a moment when he found that the connection with his 2 pets had been cut off. If it's above legendary, then it's an extremely important supplement for me. He suddenly attacked, with a ferocious look on his face. A large amount of green liquid seeped out from the snake's tail. They turned into water snakes, bypassed Gu Changqing, and went straight to Xiao Jin and Haydn. You are playing tricks on me. Do you think that I am easy to bully? The shadow of the golden crow on Xiao Jin's body became even larger. A majestic and ancient aura was revealed in the gradually solidifying shadow. No, it's not a legend. Could it be? Is this the legendary god-level bloodline? He was completely crazy, stroking the snake's tail with his right hand. We have tortured each other for so long. You who call yourself a god, how do you feel when you see a true god? Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and blocked the water snake's path with one quick step. At the same time, fire control is used. Lines of fire flew out from the fingertips and entangled the advancing water snakes. Wow! A mouthful of blood spit out. All his 7 orifices were bleeding. Although my body was exhausted, I still managed to hold on. Senior, if you are still a human being and have human thinking, then I would like to advise you not to dream. If you want my family, you must be able to face the rules of the abyss head-on. Otherwise, once I die in the copy, I will be teleported out of the copy immediately. Gu Changqing's weak body straightened up little by little. I thought that the beast masters back then were different from those today. Now it seems that they are all the same. Plunder, exploitation, suppression. All along the way, Gu Changqing wanted nothing else. I just want to use the power in my hands to clear my name, plus some interest. I will accept death in your hands. Cracking! Ouch! Suddenly, chirping and roaring sounded at the same time. The next second, the golden crow's shadow that originally belonged to Xiao Jin and Haydn's perpetual motion body. It appeared on his body strangely. The protection of black jade, the majestic image of pale gold. Gu Changqing just felt that he had endless strength and energy in his body. The fire control technique at the fingertips emits thousands of fire lines. Control and suppress every water snake. Well, not bad, it's pretty good. Seeing this, He nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, the reminder of the abyss sounded. Your pet's loyalty has exceeded 100. Congratulations on activating the Beastmaster's hidden skill Light of Hope. Chapter 51. My path is different from yours. Loyalty exceeds 100? Whenever a gold attribute is given, the pet's loyalty will be 100 points. Gu Changqing had never thought about it. 100 points is not the maximum value, there is still room for improvement. Light of Hope, Beastmaster hidden skill. This skill can only be activated if the pet's loyalty exceeds the limit and the pet is willing to sacrifice for its master. Skill effect. The pet owner can set a certain ratio to absorb the pet's energy to learn, increase, and strengthen their own Beastmaster skills. Once the ratio is set, it cannot be changed permanently until the pet dies. He was stumped for a moment when trying to understand the effects of the skill. The Light of Hope is truly a hidden skill. Its effect allows the Beastmaster to greatly increase his harvest in the same amount of time. In particular, the higher the bloodline level of the pet, the greater the rewards. But Gu Changqing closed the skill information bar and ignored it. Just pretend nothing happened. At this moment, the golden crow's shadow and the perpetual motion body that enveloped him returned to Xiao Jin and Haydn. You! His green vertical pupils were filled with surprise and confusion. As a Beastmaster, in addition to contracting beasts and commanding battles, only when you are promoted to a higher rank, you can obtain the small amount of power from the natural treasures you need to cleanse your body and strengthen your spirit. Gain enough basic conditions to unlock the Beastmaster skills. 80%, or even 90%, of them are pets. Now, this hidden Light of Hope will break the balance. The one who benefits the most changes from a pet to a Beastmaster. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Why are you indifferent? Or was he just suppressing his excitement and acting with him? You don't need it? I have to remind you that if you don't set it, it will be smoothed out and repaired by the rules of the abyss. Why do you need it? Gu Changqing's rhetorical question made this senior who had maintained a strange form for who knows how long suddenly feel a little bewildered. Gu Changqing did not intend to use it, even though the effect of Light of Hope was comparable to a gold entry. But what he lacks the most is golden entries. There are still 3 chances to draw that have not been used. Not necessarily inferior to it. Don't you want to become stronger? Don't you want to have power comparable to that of a pet? Don't you want to stand farther and higher and look down on the path of a Beastmaster? Yes. Gu Changqing's eyes were clear and he waved his hand, and Xiao Jin and Haydn came to him excitedly. Stroking their heads, Gu Changqing smiled sincerely. But the path of beast control that I want to take is not for me to take, but for us. Without them, I wouldn't even be qualified to step in, let alone leave. They are the ones who risked their lives, they are the ones who protected me, and they are the first to die. It is true that the Beastmaster is the master, and then what? Are they being deprived of the rights that they deserve? I don't know about others, but in my eyes they are an inseparable part of me. Only when they are strong, can I become truly strong. As for the beast tamers themselves, only losers would think it's unfair. Gu Changqing spoke fluently and passionately. In his mind, he could see all the unfair treatments and intrigues he encountered. In the end, it's because some people are never satisfied and want more and better. You, ha ha ha, youngster, you really surprised me. His expression was first one of astonishment, then one of contemplation, and then a hearty laugh. The scales on its body are also falling off piece by piece, revealing a crystal clear and lush green color. The huge snake tail dissipated in the misty green smoke. In a moment, he became human. A human being that Gu Changqing is familiar with. At the feet was a small emerald green snake with 2 palm-sized tumors on both ends of its head. Tongtian Jade Dragon, we all paid a heavy price to suppress you. That's why the tragic battle in the bloody wasteland was triggered. But whether you are a fierce beast or a beast pet, you are unworthy of the god-level bloodline. And I, like you, am ashamed of my fellow human beings, and I am also ashamed of you. Tongtian. Jade Dragon? Gu Changqing was completely stunned. It was hard to compare the little green snake in front of him with the dragon in the textbook that could summon the wind and rain and roam the world and mountains and rivers. Wait, if it's the Tongtian Jade Dragon then. Gu Changqing looked at him again and murmured. The son of the first generation of the god of beast taming, the only genius of the human race, the first beast master to contract a mythical beast pet, the master beast master who perfected the beast taming system. The saint king who fought against the fierce beasts with his own strength in the bloody wasteland. If he really was Saint Wang, he had many other titles and titles that Gu Changqing didn't even mention. It was also him who proposed to cultivate the human race's beast-taming power and founded the Beast Tamer School. In the history of human race, there are many sages and predecessors. But his brilliance, to some extent, has surpassed that of his father, the god of beast taming. No wonder he looks so familiar. I never thought that someone would still remember me so far into the future. Saint Wang's eyes revealed a sigh for the past. Seeing you, listening to your persistence and your path, it's as if I saw the brilliant future of the human race. I still have to thank the Abyss. It allowed the puppet beasts to be distributed in various copies, allowing me to see the vigor and vitality of the new generation. Compared with our time, they are only stronger, not weaker. Very good, very good. Gu Changqing did not correct him. He listened patiently to Saint Wang's words of emotion. Yes, you can enter this instance, and reach the puppet beast. He is indeed an excellent beastmaster. But among those people, it is rare to find 1 out of 50 coming from a poor background. The human race rose from obscurity, and gradually became able to contend with powerful enemies. It depends on the selflessness of their generation. What about now? The class system of beastmasters went from being a myth to being a fact. The superiors control almost all resources. To the untouchables and commoners in their mouths, perhaps the most ordinary spiritual fruit and spiritual meat. I couldn't bear to eat a single bite. For a moment, Gu Changqing's emotions were up and down, with mixed feelings. Saint Wang observed the changes and suddenly extended a hand to Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing was puzzled, but he still shook it. Congratulations on triggering the 3rd stage of the hidden mission, becoming the first in the Jinhai City exam, and defeating all the geniuses. Rewards depend on the final result. If you fail, you will lose everything. The hidden mission of the 3rd stage has been triggered? Gu Changqing raised his head and saw Saint Wang's slightly pleading gaze. Bloody wasteland, it was my mistake that caused a lack of new beast masters in the human race. I hope you can prevent the tragedy from happening. After all, the human race is people-oriented. Saint Wang's body turned into white dots, and along with the Tongtian Jade Dragon, began to dissipate in the copy. His palms were empty. Gu Changqing looked at the scattered light spots and said in a deep voice, I will try my best. Until everything returns to calm and the copy starts to operate normally. The 2nd stage of the plot has begun. Do you want to enter? Enter! Chapter 52. I said shut up, understand? No ticket extra version. It's restored. Gu Changqing's live broadcast has been restored. In the 2nd examination room, the Family Power faction headed by Li Haoran and the Beastmaster Association faction led by Zhao Zhanxiong were in an irreconcilable confrontation in front of the people who came to visit the exam. Just when the two sides were on the verge of a fight, Principal Wang pointed at the light screen with sweat dripping down his face. He saw on the live broadcast screen that Gu Changqing had entered the teleportation light gate for the 2nd stage of the plot. His heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. It seems that the person City Lord Zhao is looking forward to has good luck. Yes. The backup plan that Deputy City Lord Li has put in place is also quite spectacular. Li Haoran and Zhao Zhanxiong, the actual helmsman of Jinhai City, gave each other a chance to step aside. They both sat back in their seats and watched the images on the screen quietly. Yurian's anxious heart also relaxed. The moment the live broadcast signal was interrupted, she really wanted to tear her face off regardless of everything. Tear off the hypocritical mask covering Jinhai City and dissect the truth bloodily. Shenlin, who was standing under the podium, took his hand out from his pocket. The wet sweat on his face showed that he was feeling uneasy. Gu Changqing knew nothing about what was happening off the field. After entering the 2nd stage of the plot, he was now standing in front of a damaged city wall. All around were the remains of ferocious beasts, and the Beastmaster's broken body parts. The Beastmasters came in and out in teams of 2 or 3. Some were cleaning up the bodies of their companions, while others were taking the time to repair the city walls. There was no emotion on anyone's face. Gu Changqing could see that they were not mechanized NPCs simulated by the abyss. It is more like a restoration of a memory image, implanted into the copy. Let the candidates face the tragic battlefield at that time. Only by being numb to life and death can one be so calm. Brother Changqing! This was the case all along the way, both inside and outside the city. In a wide area, Gu Changqing heard the call. Looking up, Su Qing waved to him. In addition to her, there are also candidates who have passed the first part of the story. There were still traces of tears on Su Qing's face. Obviously she had been crying. The expressions of the others were similar. Especially Chenhai, there was a strong murderous intent in his eyes, which he did not conceal at all. Gradually, more and more candidates gathered here, and after counting, there were still hundreds of people. The other candidates were blocked from the first stage copy. At this time, a tall and burly beast master with muscles like a dragon came to the team of 100 people. You are the future of beast tamers. If it is not related to the survival of mankind, I am unwilling to send you to the battlefield when you still don't know what life and death are. But the beasts are coming. What should we do? They are going to break through the only defensive position on this grassland. After the city is broken, they will go straight to the heart of the human race. Now tell me, who is afraid? Don't worry, I will consider the situation and will not let him die. The sturdy Beastmaster is performing the scene of mobilizing a new generation of Beastmasters in the real city. Suddenly, an inopportune voice appeared. Stop nagging. What kind of dungeon is this? Hurry up and give us the tasks. We are taking the exam now. Yes, the rules of the abyss are quite trendy. I wonder if killing the Beastmasters and ferocious beasts inside will give experience. Will they drop equipment? That shouldn't be the case. After all, it is a materialized image. Gradually, no one listened to what the sturdy Beastmaster said anymore, and everyone was discussing what the next task would be. The Bloody Wasteland artificial dungeon is of hell-level difficulty and allows a team of up to 10 people. The plot of the second stage brings the candidates together, and the purpose is obvious. Can you guys shut up and listen to what the senior has to say quietly? Gu Changqing looked unfriendly as he stared at the candidates from other schools who were leading the group. However, even if he didn't listen, the strong Beastmaster would follow the fixed procedures. But there was an unknown fire burning in his heart. Oh, isn't this the great genius Gu? I've heard of your name for a long time. With just a junior title, he can scare the great genius of the Qin family into surrendering. We are really far behind him. Gu Changqing, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? That's right, you are a poor person who has never seen the world. Don't you know what this is? Ask us, and we will definitely not laugh at you. Someone quietly leaned close to Chenhai's ear and said provocatively, Mr. Chen, this dog has really slapped your Chen family in the face. Are you just going to watch? This is not like you normally do. These people only fear Chenhai, not be afraid of him. They are obviously children of noble families in Jinhai City. The Qin family is indeed the number one family in Jinhai City, but that doesn't mean they can run rampant. I will get back his debt. If you have ulterior motives, I will kill you first. Chenhai stared at that person with dead eyes, causing him to tremble all over and move away from him in shame. Well, Su Qing sighed and said, Brother Changqing, no one will care. To them, this is just a piece of history. Yeah, what am I angry about? Gu Changqing clenched his fists. In Jinhai City, if one could not work together and compromise, he would be destined to be a marginalized person and a targeted outcast. I told you to shut up. Believe it or not, I'll get you out of the dungeon. A black sword energy rushed past the heads of the examinees. Black Egg's eyes were bloodshot, and white gas was coming out of his nose. He bared his teeth and roared at them, looking ferocious. Feeling the chill pouring down on my head. They were stunned and kept silent. Chenhai looked at Gu Changqing's pet, and the coldness of the object that was insolent began to slowly melt away, with a solemn expression on his face. At this time, the strong Beastmaster shouted, Your mission is to guard the north gate. I am not afraid to tell you that only the greatest, bravest, and most fearless human warriors are qualified to walk up the city wall. Now you are at go! After he finished speaking, all the candidates received the hint of the abyss. The second stage of the story, Bloodshed in the Wasteland, begins. You can choose to form a team or play alone, and the score is calculated by the number of beasts killed. Please go to the North Gate and choose the point you want to guard. In half an hour, the army of ferocious beasts will attack the city. Brother Changqing, I need your help. Surprisingly, Su Qing took the initiative to invite Gu Changqing to form a team. Hey, let's choose a spot that's closer and help each other, okay? Her idea just happened to be in line with Gu Changqing's wishes, so he nodded in agreement immediately. The two formed a team and did not rush to the point as quickly as the others. Instead, he walked around the city, observing the appearance of those ferocious beasts. Learn more. But when they reached the North Gate, the candidates on the city wall have all chosen their spots. Only the left and right areas directly above the city gate were not occupied. One of the examinees who had been intimidated by Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Gu Changqing, Miss Su, you are all big shots in the top 3. Therefore, the most difficult position is left to you. Don't say thank you, outsiders. Chapter 53, Madness? Special treatment for madness. Despicable, shameless, using such despicable tricks to trick Brother Changqing. Su Qing was filled with righteous indignation, and his words were not to protect his own interests. Instead, give priority to Gu Changqing. Wow! The eldest daughter of the Lingnan Su family actually cares about a poor man. Could it be that she has a crush on him? A rich family's daughter falls in love with a poor boy. Interesting. Su Qing's face flushed with anger. A hand was pressed on top of his head. If a dog bites you, don't bite it back. Gu Changqing looked indifferent, his eyes fixed on the ruined North City Gate. There is a vast plain. The army of ferocious beasts is galloping from this side. Su Qing nodded obediently. Yes, it's so disgusting to bite a mouthful of fur. Gu Changqing, you are looking for death. The barking nobleman has summoned his pet animal. With a pet animal by his side, his temper suddenly became much tougher. You're too noisy! Haydn suddenly leaped into the air, like an arrow shot from a bow, and shot above his head at lightning speed. The black sword faced the dim sunlight, reflecting a shiny light. In an instant, 5 swords were slashed out, and the rolling crescent-shaped sword energy was full of murderous intent. Water dungeon! Water shield! Water wall! The young man from the noble family was confident, and his 2 water-type pets simultaneously deployed defensive skills. Layer upon layer of water ripples, carrying with it extremely strong absorption capacity. The black sword energy touched, and the rapid attack slowed down immediately. Slowly being wrapped by soft water. Just when many candidates thought that it was just like that. Suddenly, 5 black sword energies were absorbed and exploded, transformed into countless needle-thick sword chi. The 3-layer water protection shield was stirred and expanded rapidly in an instant. With a crisp sound, the defensive skill, which was as brittle as paper, was already riddled with holes due to the sword energy. Everything changed so quickly that when the noble family members realized that something was wrong, his body was covered in blood from the sword's cuts. Stop! Gu Changqing, how dare you kill your classmates during the exam? Who gave you the courage to be so arrogant? Do you really think we are just decorations? They just felt a burning pain on their faces. Sun Min is not the strongest among them, but he is also a high-level beast master. The bloodline of 3 pet beasts, 2 gold and 1 lord. And the grade has also been upgraded to gold. It can be said that in the case of full defense, there is basically no possibility of breaking the shield. But Gu Changqing, the poor and cheater in their eyes. Only 1 beast pet was released, and it only had 1 move. Not only did it break the defense that Sun Min relied on for survival, he almost died from the sword energy. They couldn't understand why a poor man could be so strong. Chen Hai looked at Gu Changqing with a stern gaze, and for some reason he felt a little uneasy. But in an instant, he put aside all distracting thoughts. Break the shield with 1 move, I can do that too. Sun Min, right? Gu Changqing glanced at him and said, I hope your mouth can stay hard. Otherwise, I don't mind having a life-and-death battle with you after the dungeon is over. Sun Min was covered in blood, and his arrogance was gone. The sword energy only caused him physical pain, it was not fatal. But the sense of superiority that had been cultivated for a long time was trampled and ravaged. At this time, on the distant plain, dust suddenly rose up all over the sky. The earth rumbled and shook violently, as if there was an earthquake. A series of sky-high light curtains separated the points selected by each candidate by a distance of 10 meters on either side. The army of ferocious beasts has arrived at the city gate. The candidate's task: kill 100 ferocious beasts. After the kill is completed, you can exit the instance. 100 ferocious beasts. The candidates were obviously relieved when they saw the number of tasks. Those who can reach this stage are basically rising stars cultivated by the resources of a family. Gu Chongqing is the only poor man. Here it comes! Gu Chongqing frowned, and saw dust flying 50 meters outside the city. The beast was moving at an extremely fast speed, approaching within 30 meters. Brother Chongqing! Tell Xiao Haihei to stop moving! Su Qing brought the unicorn over and wanted to apply a status to Haydn. But he stopped him. Protect yourself, and call me if you're in danger! At Gu Chongqing's command, he and Haydn jumped off the more than 10-meter-high city wall. Go ahead! Gu Chongqing stood in front of the ruined city gate. Black air swirled around Haydn's body, and his armor was strengthened again, like black jade. Roar! Tall red horses, more than 2 meters tall, emerged from the dust. The fur of these horses adheres tightly to their skin and is as hard as iron. Arriving at the city gate, the horses in front lowered their heads. Like a fearless warrior, he charged against the dilapidated city wall. Intermediate ferocious beast iron-headed horse. Level 50. Attributes: Strength plus 360, Constitution plus 220, Agility plus 300, Spirit plus 20. Skills: Iron Bones Charge. Introduction: An extinct species of ferocious beast, known for being reckless. They are single-celled and only receive one command. Check out their information. Gu Chongqing's heart was pounding. A level 50 intermediate ferocious beast, its attributes are exaggerated to this extent. Haydn took the lead, with an imposing manner that showed he was a lone man blocking the way for 10,000. But the next second, its small body was knocked away by the iron-headed horse and fell heavily on the city wall. Damn! I can't cut it! Eternal movement body, give me more! The armor thickened again, and the black egg was pulled out from the wall to continue blocking. Repeat several times until the perpetual motion body is pushed to its limit. It barely managed to hold back the iron-headed horse's charge. Haydn, cut the horse's legs! Don't try to fight it deliberately, be more flexible! Gu Chongqing analyzed the battle situation and gave Haydn correct instructions. Sure enough, this trick worked wonders. The body of the iron-headed horse is extremely strong, and its legs are its only weak point. In addition, they only know how to hit the city walls and ignore other things outside the walls. The horse's legs were cut off one by one. The iron-headed horse, lying on the ground struggling, still stared at the city wall. The single-celled beast is indeed top-notch. Seeing that Gu Chongqing's unique trick worked, other candidates followed suit. Soon, they were all wiped out under the fierce bombardment of more than 100 candidates. Master, look! Haydn, who was venting his anger on the iron-headed horse, suddenly came over with a severed horse head. He opened his smelly mouth and found a thumb-sized jade stone inside. This is... Gu Chongqing took out the jade. Congratulations on obtaining a puppet jade. Puppet jade, a special item, an important core for making and manipulating puppet beasts. Puppet, another puppet. He quickly asked Haydn. Are there any on each end? This is the only one, and it's at the forefront. Gu Chongqing pondered. What exactly happened in the wasteland back then? Saint Wang said it was his fault. But there was no puppet beast among his pets. Suddenly, a strange phenomenon appeared at the end of the wilderness. The flames shot up into the sky, illuminating half the sky. Xiao Jin! Gu Chongqing no longer held back. Kill! Find such jade! Little Jean cries loudly. A pale golden flame surged up on the body and flew towards the fire in the distance. Chapter 54, Just a copy, just a copy. Ga. At the end of the wasteland, the dim red fire burned through half the sky. The shrill cries of crows, heard together, make people feel creepy. Xiao Jin was engulfed in flames as he flew towards the depths of the plain. For a moment, pale gold and red complement each other. A series of explosions occurred one after another. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Fire Crow, experience increased by 200. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Yin Crow, experience increased by 100. Current copy mission kill progress 15. Current copy mission kill progress 16. A golden crow that was comparable to the legendary mythical beast Phoenix fell into the flock of crows. When facing the same species, Xiao Jin showed no mercy. Maybe it was inspired by the black egg skills. The formless flame of the scorching sun flame changed infinitely in Xiao Jin's hands. Soon, the number of ferocious beasts in his track decreased sharply. Brother Changqing, help me! Suddenly, Su Qing beside him called for help. Gu Changqing looked sideways and saw Su Qing being surrounded by a large number of fire crows. The unicorn was struggling to hold on, its snow-white hair was burned into black and gray by the flames, and it looked in a miserable state. Haydn, go! Haydn hesitated. Master, the big sister is not around. If I leave again, what if? Go quickly! Seeing that his master had made up his mind, Haydn had no choice but to rush to Su Qing's position. With the support of the unicorn, the killing became popular in a short while. Haydn's perpetual motion body seemed to have become immune to the flames of Xiao Jin. The fire skills released by the group of fire crows not only caused little damage to it, but also took the opportunity to absorb and recharge it. The situation is under control. Gu Changqing took the opportunity to look at the tracks of other candidates. It didn't matter when I saw it, I was almost fuming with anger. The task of the exam is to kill 100 ferocious beasts. But the ferocious beast came from the reappearance of the memory of this battlefield. Some candidates found that they could not kill all the dozens of fire crows on the track with their own strength. He actually left the point and released the fire crow into the city. Cooperate with NPC to kill. But on his way back, Gu Changqing learned about the current situation in the city. Of the 4 city gates, the other 3 were severely damaged, and only the north gate still had defensive capabilities. Most of the city's combat forces and wounded were concentrated in the urban streets inside the north gate. They let the fire crows in without resistance. For a while, the whole city was engulfed in flames and the cries of killing continued for a long time. Humph, a bunch of cowards! Chenhai, who was not far from Gu Changqing's position, directed the red flame wolf and a snow lion to cooperate with each other to delay the attack direction of the fire crows. He himself was wearing expensive armor, holding a spear, and was bathed in red and blue. Like a god of war. Any fire crow that was shot down by the skill would be killed by it with one shot, neatly and directly, without any delay. 10 minutes later, Xiao Jin flew back with blood and minced meat at the corners of his mouth. It seemed that he was enjoying the meal very much. Soon, Su Qing came to thank Gu Changqing, praising Haydn. Looking at Chenhai's sharp operation, Su Qing sighed. It seems that the second place can no longer be maintained. The Chen family is really willing to spend a lot of money. The black tortoise armor and thunder halberd were bought by a mysterious person at the Beast Pet auction house in the provincial capital the day before yesterday for a sky-high price of 54 million. I thought it was the work of a super prominent family, but I didn't expect that the Chen family bought it and invested in Shanghai. Seeing that Gu Changqing didn't know much about the equipment, Su Qing explained. The black tortoise armor is a king-level equipment with a purple attribute of perfect defense skill, which can reduce 70% of attack damage. The thunderbolt halberd seems to be made from the spine of the thunder tiger mixed with rare materials. It is also a king-level equipment. The attached purple attribute can release the power of thunder and lightning. It can be used for close or long-range attack or defense. It's just that his biggest reliance should be the third beast pet. From the beginning of the arena battle to now, he has never released it. Brother Changqing, you have to be extra careful. Gu Changqing was amazed. In order to represent Jinhai City and compete against the national genius with the first place, the Chen family can be said to have armed Jinhai to the teeth. Warning! Warning! The third wave of ferocious beasts is about to arrive. There are many ferocious beasts, please be prepared. Brother Changqing, I'm going back first. Good. Gu Changqing looked through the gap in the city gate and saw that the city was in chaos. The flames wantonly burned the few shelters that were there. Some injured and sick people who were unable to escape or dodge died in the sea of fire. However, doing so would not be a violation. It does not affect the evaluation of their performance. Whether it was the first wave of iron-headed horses or the second wave of fire crows. Although its ability attributes are greatly restricted, it still exceeds the average strength of current candidates. Seeking help from NPCs in the city is also part of the city defense mission. Here it comes! What is that? Black water? Not likely. If we can't defend it, let them enter the city and we'll pick up the slack from behind. This method is really good. Free thugs, why not use them? The candidates were in a calm state of mind after sweeping away their previous nervousness. At worst, we can just put it in the city. Master, I want to chop them to death. Haydn stroked the sword with an expressionless face, his tone filled with murderous intent. Kill him for nothing, just burn him to ashes. Xiao Jin rarely supported Haydn. The mission is important. Don't worry, I will give you a chance. The black water flow spread across the entire plain in a moment. When it flowed to the city gate, Gu Changqing could see clearly. It wasn't black water at all. Instead, there were densely packed black ants. Low-level beast and eating beast. Level 30. Attribute none. Skill, devour. Introduction. An extinct beast ant, like the iron-headed horse, it is known as the second most reckless man. It can eat anything, so run away if you see it. Gu Changqing used the fire control technique to spread out several fire lines, which instantly burned the devouring ants to ashes as soon as they touched them. At the same time, the number of kill missions has also increased. Gu Changqing was puzzled. So weak, so vulnerable. Is this a welfare benefit? Outside the copy, the failed candidates, their families, and the common people were watching through the light screen. They all cast puzzled looks towards the leadership seat. Is this blatant cheating? Cold sweat broke out on Principal Wang's forehead again. He stood up and faced the skeptical crowd, explaining, Our original intention in making the dungeon was indeed to commemorate history. As for why this mistake occurred, it must have been intentional on the part of the Abyss. You should know that in previous dungeon assessments, no one has ever entered the second stage of the dungeon. Please believe that we are adhering to the principle of fairness and justice. Fair and just? Those candidates who easily killed the beasts have completed their tasks, and the teleportation light gates have appeared. In the national exam, Jinhai City openly cheated and took shortcuts. Aren't they afraid of being laughed at by the whole country? Wait, look! Why is Gu Changqing strolling on the city wall instead of killing the beast? What the hell? What did I see? Gu Changqing actually chopped Sun Min to death. Chapter 55 If no one, I will go alone, updated version with tickets. Gu Changqing, what are you doing at my location, you loser? After Sun Min's pet killed some of the ants, the goal of killing 100 ferocious beasts required by the mission was achieved first. Reminded by the Abyss, he chose to leave the copy immediately. At the same time, I was still thinking about the new generation of Beastmasters and the forbidden copy that everyone was afraid of. That's it. He, Sun Min, will be the first to pass the level. What about Chen Hai and Su Qing? They are all paper tigers, good-looking but useless. Just as he was about to click, a hand grabbed his wrist. Sun Min turned his head and saw that it was Gu Changqing. The latter, with a look of indifference on his face. The candidates on the city wall, except for a small number who were trying their best to kill the devouring ants and prevent them from approaching the city wall. The rest chose to exit the copy. Strive for that first place that will make you famous. Devouring ants, iron-headed horses, flocks of fire crows. As long as you don't provoke these beasts, they will not choose to attack the candidates. All they see are the city gates, city walls, and NPCs in the dungeon. Want to just walk away? Gu Changqing's pupils exuded an icy coldness. Have you forgotten your responsibilities in this plot mission? Sun Min shook off Gu Changqing's hand, looked at the NPCs in the city, and sneered. Are you mentally ill? I am here to take the exam. As long as the rules allow, I can do whatever I want. I understand. The poor have great ambitions. Do you sympathize with the NPCs in the dungeon? Then you should sympathize with them. If you can destroy all the ferocious beasts by yourself, you will turn things around and become a great hero. What does it have to do with me? It's just cold data. Who knows who after leaving the dungeon? Can you crawl out of it and cause trouble for me? The sneer on Gu Changqing's lips could no longer be suppressed. His hand grasped Haiden's black sword without him noticing. A strange black line, with a hissing sound, passed directly across Sun Min's neck. Bang! The belated water shield protected Sun Min, but it was too late. A stream of bright red blood spurted out from the neck and hit the water shield. There was shock in Sun Min's eyes. He covered the wound with both hands, but still couldn't stop the blood from spurting out. The gradual elapse of life made him panic. He stretched out his left hand to touch the teleportation light gate. Gu Changqing swung the black sword again, and the sharp sword left a smooth cut on his wrist. You can't go out with a completed mission, you can only be killed and go out in disgrace. Because you don't deserve it. Sun Min was desperate. Consciousness is gradually fading. Although the abyss protects me, I won't really die. But the process of death cannot be avoided. Gu Changqing threw away the sword, and the black sword turned into black gas and returned to Haiden's hand. Pooh! Haiden spat at Sun Min. Mad, I've been displeased with you for a long time. Gu Changqing continued to move forward. Sun Min's sudden murder caused this group of high-ranking children from aristocratic families to panic for a moment. Looking at the figure walking towards me, it was like a Shura from hell demanding his life. Quickly click on the teleportation portal. However, the teleportation light gate suddenly shattered when their hands touched it. Only the bright starlight gradually dims and disappears. Just like their lives. At this moment, the reminder of the abyss sounded in Gu Changqing's mind. Wish exchange completed. The Beast Master's hidden skill Light of Hope will not appear on you. After the devouring ants appeared, the skill time limit of Light of Hope also expired. The rules of the abyss compensate him, and as long as his wishes are not excessive, they can be fulfilled. Originally, Gu Changqing planned to exchange more information about Haiden. After all, his bloodline is innate, and even the golden entry, Path of Destiny, cannot be changed. But who knew that Sun Min and other children of noble families wanted to just leave? So he changed the replacement conditions. The teleportation light gate is disabled. At this time, Gu Changqing had already walked to the next candidate's position. Looking at his expressionless face, the examinee trembled and threatened. Do you know who I am? The president of Pingding High School is my second uncle, and I am the only son of the Gao family. If you dare to kill me, you will not have a good ending after the dungeon is released. The Gao family is one of the aristocratic families in Jinhai City, and Pingding Square was built with funds from this family. But pacified? How dare you use the word pacified? Can you tell me what was pacified? It leveled the path for the poor to rise? It determined your status as a noble family? Or is it that as long as you are in Jinhai City, we can quell the beast tide and protect the people's well-being? The only son of the Gao family did not expect Gu Changqing to be so sharp-tongued. He did not know how to respond for a moment, so he said with a stiff upper lip. So what? Without our family, can Jinhai City develop rapidly? Without the elite of the family, who will protect the city during the beast tide? Even the guards in each district are supported by the noble families with money and effort. The only son of the Gao family opened the conversation and immediately found a point of rebuttal. Then I have to ask you, Gu Changqing, you are just an orphan who lives on a monthly pension. Do you have the ability to raise a legendary beast pet? Do you know how much it costs to cultivate it? And you still want to talk about reaching the sky overnight? Do you know how ridiculous it is? The conditions that the Qin family has given you are quite generous. At least it will allow you to be admitted to a beast control university smoothly. People should learn to see the reality clearly, and stop dreaming about things that don't match themselves. He spoke loudly, loud enough for all the candidates to hear. Su Qing, Qixing, Chenhai and a few others all had grim expressions on their faces. Chenhai shouted angrily, "Mr. Gao, how can you mention what my Chen family does?" Su Qing sighed and said nothing. "It's too late to say anything now, it's all in vain. Many things are known to everyone. But you arrogantly expose it in person, isn't that mocking those who think they are at the bottom?" Instead, he pulled off the veil and made all the noble families embarrassed in public. "Are you done?" Gu Changqing remained cold. He finally understood why Saint Wang said he was wrong before he disappeared. Perhaps, from the moment he inherited the will of his father, the god of beast taming, and perfected the beast taming hierarchy system, he had foreseen that this day would come. If someone must take on the responsibility of the great human race that Saint Wang hopes for, then I, Gu Changqing, will take it on. Gu Changqing suddenly looked up, his eyes gleaming with lightning. The black gas instantly condensed into a sword in his hand, and he slashed it diagonally with force, ripping open the chest of Gao family's only son. Gu Changqing's steps did not stop, but became faster and faster. The aristocratic candidates who were already frightened had long forgotten how to struggle and resist. Beams of light shot up into the sky. Use the most evil sword to send them out of the copy. Until more than 30 people died under the black sword. Gu Changqing stopped. "Gu Changqing, you!" Chenhai glared at him, thinking that Gu Changqing was not venting his anger but challenging his authority. With the sword in hand, Gu Changqing pointed at Chenhai and said coldly, "Don't worry, I will never abandon the Qin family no matter what. If no one talks about retreating, then kill the beast. Don't tell me you have forgotten what that senior beastmaster said." Chapter 56. If you touch him, you should consider the consequences. "Mr. Qin, you have to stand up and make the decision for the children of our noble family." The surging devouring ants were attacked by the remaining examinees. They were wiped out before they even got close to the city wall. Gu Changqing transformed into a death instructor, and gave away a copy for free to anyone who did not work hard. Experienced the joy of reincarnation. Some candidates also calmed down, and wanted to kill Gu Changqing when he was off guard. But when he saw Haydn, who never left his side, and Xiaojin, who was like the god of fire, gradually give up the idea. After this wave of ferocious beasts was easily repelled. Someone approached Chenhai, hoping that he could stand up and lead the children of the aristocratic families to fight against Gu Changqing. Chenhai's teeth were chattering. The combat power of Gu Changqing's pet has exceeded his expectations by several times, or even dozens of times. Although I still have the confidence to fight it, it would be a waste to use it here. "Idiot!" Chenhai snorted disdainfully. "Can't you see that this big test is not just about grades? High-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion, would the rules of the abyss set a level so simple? Think about it with your shit-filled heads. He's forcing you, and in a sense, he's helping you. The one who wants to send him out of the copy the most is me." The young man from the noble family was scolded by Chenhai and left in disgrace. Gu Changqing returned to his position. When he passed by Chenhai, the latter snorted coldly. "Gu Changqing, don't think that you can underestimate the noble family just because you have two powerful beast pets. Restrain your anger, otherwise you will die without a burial place." "Well, I'll wait," Gu Changqing responded indifferently. Looking at the nonchalant figure, Chenhai clenched his fists. "You ignorant pariah, you will pay the price for your arrogance." At the same time, in the copy's light gate, dozens of candidates who were killed by Gu Changqing walked out of the light gate with pale faces and lifeless eyes. As soon as their feet touched the ground, they all collapsed to the ground. Until the elders of the family and the leaders of the school came forward to help. Only then did they come to their senses and threw themselves into my arms, crying loudly, "Damn it, I don't care who Gu Changqing belongs to. Who is supporting him from behind? My Sun family must severely punish this villain." Sun Min was so frightened that he looked dazed, crying and laughing at the same time, and it was obvious that he had suffered a severe mental trauma. The old man of the Sun family felt pity for his grandson, but he was indignant and scolded him, vowing to seek justice for his grandson. One stone can cause 1,000 ripples. Other parents from prominent families and leaders of their schools followed suit. He wantonly killed his classmates on the big exam stage. Is he a human beast tamer? I think he has the tendency to go to extremes and become a vicious beast tamer who is the public enemy of the human race. If we don't deal with Gu Changqing, it will not be enough to appease the people's anger. City Lord Zhao, we should treat this boy with thunderous means, cancel his qualification for the exam, and expel him from the city. Expelling him from the city will sow disaster for Jinhai City. I suggest executing him immediately to prevent future troubles. Gu Changqing dared to challenge authority and disregard the rules. Such a candidate is bringing shame to Jinhai City and discrediting us. The voices of condemnation are growing louder and the emotions are running high. Zhao Zhanxiang squinted his eyes, drank wine comfortably, and listened with interest. The crowd watching, except for the children of the aristocratic families who were fanning the flames. Ordinary people enjoyed watching the show and appreciating the performance with relish. Have you said enough? Seeing that they were about to chatter away, Zhao Zhanxiang suddenly shouted. After those people were surprised, the old man of the Sun family said with a hint of meaning, City Lord Zhao, this boy's behind-the-scenes helper, could it be you? If that's the case, you don't need to go through all this trouble. Just inform my Sun family and I'll kill or chop him up as you wish. My Sun family can obey orders, but we will never be humiliated. Zhao Zhanxiang laughed loudly and said, Humiliated? Humiliated by whom? Gu Changqing? How could that be? He is the descendant of a hero, and his parents died in the beast tide. The hero honors issued by the provincial governor can only be regarded as a disagreement between peers, so how can he be humiliated? The descendant of a hero? Can he be considered a hero if he massacred his compatriots? Can his parents' merits be passed on to the next generation and used as a reason to get away with it? Ridiculous, really ridiculous. In the Beast Tide War, there were more than 2 people who were named heroes. Can we all do whatever we want? Li Haoran sat upright and glanced at Chen Ziming. The latter understood and took over the old man's words, saying, Whether he is a hero or not is still hard to say. I seem to vaguely remember that Gu Changqing's parents did not die while defending the city, right? He was awarded the title of hero because the former city lord submitted it temporarily before leaving the city to fight against the sea beasts. Is there something fishy going on here? Mr. Chin, if you don't want the teeth in your dog's mouth anymore, I'll break them into pieces for you one by one. Murong Yuan couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up and started cursing in frustration. If you want to attack my Murong family, you should consider your own worth. Don't talk about the bullshit number 1 family in Jinhai. Even if the number 1 family in the provincial capital comes, you have to talk to me. Li Haoran took the opportunity to smooth things over. Don't be angry, Mr. Murong. If there are any questions, they must be resolved. We don't deny the contribution that the Murong family has made to Jinhai City, and Patriarch Qin has no intention of overthrowing it. Then what are you barking about? The information you have found about Gu Changqing is very detailed. You know whether there are any problems or not. What's the matter? Is there someone above who disagrees, or are you up to some evil intentions? Li Haoran's eyes shone. Master Murong, let's just forget about this. Is it too much? At this time, Yurian, who had been silent all this time, pointed directly at Li Haoran. Do you need me to explain it clearly? Why did my teacher and his wife die in battle? Quiet. In an instant, the originally bustling scene suddenly became quiet. Everyone's eyes were focused on Yurian. Her eyes revealed sadness and disappointment in the present. I'm saying this. If anyone dares to take advantage of Gu Changqing and stop him from doing what he wants to do, I, Yurian, will reveal some secrets that shouldn't be told. Don't warn me that I have stakeholders behind me. They are them, and I am me. Okay, ha ha ha, you are worthy of being the apprentice brought up by that couple. You are one of them in my Murong family. Li Haoran took a deep breath, his eyes as sharp as a knife. You too, do you know the consequences of doing this? Yurian puffed out her chest. Consequences? You can try. For a while, the noble families kept silent. It was as if the condemnation of Gu Changqing just now was just an illusion. Hey! The 4th wave of ferocious beasts is coming. It's time for my personal exam to come to an end. Zhao Zhanxiang's lazy words focused everyone's attention on the light curtain. At this moment, at the end of the plain, suddenly, there appeared images of tall and fierce beasts. Like a pillar that supports the sky. It overlooked the dilapidated town on the vast plain with an oppressive look. Chapter 57: Superdimensional Boss Attacks. The second part of the Bloody Wasteland dungeon has come to an end. Please unite and fight against the beasts together. After the plot is over, rewards will be issued according to contribution points. Please note that superdimensional beasts are gathering to attack. Defend the honor of the human race and repel the beasts. The Abyss prompts continue. However, the candidates present, looking at the giant beast as tall as the sky at the end of the plain, had no intention of resisting it. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth, his heart trembling. Are those leaders of the city lord's mansion and the first high school crazy? What kind of guys are stuffed into the artificial copy? The oppressive feeling was even stronger than the ferocious monster in Lone Eagle Ridge and the three-headed dragon they had encountered before. The most terrifying thing is that 10 of them came at once. It's definitely the rhythm of the whole team being wiped out. How can we play this? Even if we all come together, there won't be enough to fill the gaps between our teeth. Gu Changqing, you forced us to persevere. If you have the ability, go and kill him yourself. Even Qixing, who had always remained neutral and had no liking for Gu Changqing, sighed. Student Gu Changqing, I'm afraid I can only stop here. It's not because I'm afraid of death, it's just a copy. Su Qing was also filled with despair. If there were only 1 or 2 of them, or dozens of people surrounding and killing them, there would still be a chance. 10 at a time, all of them are superdimensional beasts. What is superdimensional? It is beyond their average level. A behemoth beyond their rank. How to play? What can I use to fight? At this time, the Abyss rules knew human nature and opened a teleportation light gate in the city. Seeing the light gate open, most of the candidates showed joy on their faces. At this point, they are not afraid of failure. What I am afraid of is experiencing the pain of reincarnation. You guys, please do as you please. It is not shameful to be timid in the face of a huge gap that is like an insurmountable chasm. Gu Changqing had killed dozens of people before because those people did not know how to show respect. Now, he hesitated. As soon as they heard that they could leave, only a dozen candidates were left on the city wall. Gu Changqing turned around and saw Qixing hadn't left yet, so he asked, "Why aren't you leaving?" Qixing smiled and said, "I am going to leave, but not now. This is a superdimensional beast. It would be a pity if I don't see it with my own eyes." Su Qing rolled her eyes. "You are such a good pretender. I hope you can still stand after they slap you down." Qixing did not argue. "Miss Su is right. Anyway, my estimated score will not fall below the top 20, so it doesn't matter if I fail once. I am even more curious about death. I have no way to deal with it. I am protected too well and have never even set foot outside the city." Gu Changqing looked past Qixing and glanced at Qianhai. Qianhai just snorted coldly. Gu Changqing smiled faintly. Qianhai's inner emotions are also complicated. It was the Qin family who wanted to kill him, and in order to keep the secret from being revealed, he had to die. Qianhai's arrogance was a result of his family's habit, and showing off was a habit of the children of aristocratic families. Apart from that, he could only frequently talk nonsense, but was often counterattacked by Gu Changqing. "When the death knell of the Qin family rings, I will consider sparing your life." After Gu Changqing finished speaking, Xiao Jin, who had already switched to the form of a true fire sparrow, continued to expand. He jumped onto its back and said to the dozen or so people left, "I'm going to test the beast's strength." Xiao Jin let out a soft cry and flew towards those huge creatures carrying Gu Changqing on his back. "2 people come with me." Qianhai also called 2 candidates and ran towards the other ferocious beasts. For a moment, the dozen or so people who stayed behind left the city wall in groups of 2 or 3 as if they had telepathic communication. As soon as they left, the sturdy beastmaster walked up to the city wall. Looking at the people who were divided into several small teams, his eyes were full of approval. Although the indelible hierarchy still exists, when faced with major issues, their choices are consistent. At this time, several more beastmasters appeared beside him. "That Qianhai is pretty good. He can let go of grudges and understand the pros and cons." "Humph, has your Suzaku Academy chosen the guy named Gu? Be careful, or you won't get hacked to death by him." TSK, Lao Bai, you are not being sincere. When Gu Chongqing sent those people out of the dungeon, you were clapping and cheering. I am happy to do so. The beasts have already reached the city. Why don't you prioritize protecting the people in the city? Just run away after completing the mission? If it were me, I would clear them all out without leaving a single one alive. This is the main reason why your White Tiger Academy has difficulty recruiting students. It's definitely not good to have a principal like you. Alright, our time is up. Each of our 4 universities has their favorite talents. Let's just quietly watch their performance from outside. The people who were slowly approaching were unaware of the discussion about them on the city wall. At this moment, every time they moved forward 1 meter, they felt the strong wind and were frightened. The closer I got to those big guys, the faster my heart beat. Can you see its information? Chen Hai was wearing king-level equipment and was under less pressure. He stood in the front and took the pressure for the other 2. No, it's still a bit far. Let's go a little further. Why are you still moving forward? They're moving! Nearly 200 meters away, the body as big as a tall building slowly raised its feet and stepped forward. Boom! It was like a cannonball exploding and the ground began to shake. This step actually took him more than 10 meters. The 3 people who watched were dumbfounded. Got it, damn it, your abyss rules! All the information about the ferocious beast appeared in front of the 3 people. Chen Hai turned over and rode on the red flame wolf, saying, Let's go back and gather. When they returned to the city gate, they found that Su Qing and Qi Xing had returned with their men. When the parties met, they looked at each other in surprise. We can't fight anymore. We have 2 level 50 evil monsters on our side. The Jianmu giant ape and the Feng Lu monster tree. Damn, the 2 beasts are together. They can borrow each other's strength, but we can't play. We're not optimistic either. We have a level 55 demon-level beast, the Cerberus, which is definitely a legendary bloodline. The east side is better. There are 4 level 60 elite beasts with impure bloodlines. They can be killed first. After exchanging information, Su Qing and others discussed the relatively weak points. Huh! Gu Chongqing hasn't come back yet? Could he be entangled by a ferocious beast? Should we go over to rescue them? A young man from an aristocratic family put forward his idea in a weak voice. Although they hated Gu Chongqing so much that they wished he would die at the hands of the ferocious beast. However, although Gu Chongqing's strength and methods have not been truly revealed, but also told them a fact. Much better than them. 1 less strong player means more danger. I'll go. Su Qing summoned the unicorn and was about to climb on it. Then the warning sound of the abyss was heard, resounding across the entire plain. Congratulations to candidate 666 Gu Chongqing for killing the level 65 elite beast, the 3-tailed white fox. Chapter 58, The Fierce Demon 5-tailed blood fox, blood prison. Wardfa? While they were still discussing how to kill, Gu Chongqing alone has already killed 1. Although, there is a gap between elite beasts and demon beasts. There are differences in levels. When comparing attributes alone, there is a difference between the 2, but not much. The strength of the evil demon level lies in the special nature of its bloodline. This, Gu Chongqing killed him alone? It's just what I heard, Mr. Chen, he. Are all the opinions about him spread from the outside world false? Could it be true that he frightened Chen Go into surrendering voluntarily? The remaining few children from aristocratic families had their faith in Taoism shattered by Gu Chongqing's horrifying record. Although I knew the news was false, I didn't expect that. It's so bad. Chen Hai clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth, and suddenly put on the black tortoise armor and the thunder halberd. Holding a gun, he headed towards the location where those high-level ferocious beasts were heading. The doubtful questions from the disciples of the aristocratic families were like steel needles piercing into his heart. Gu Chongqing, if you, a loser, can do it, I can do it too. And I can do it better than you. Looking at Chen Hai, who was getting excited about cockfighting, Su Qing chuckled. Qi Xing also held his forehead and murmured, It's been a long time since I've felt such a passionate state. Let's go. If we can't fight 1 against 3, then we can fight many against many without reservation. A golden hexagram appeared beneath his feet. A Vajra Arha-type beast pet with 3 heads and 6 arms, surrounded by golden light, was summoned from the beast taming space. The only difference is that the pet's arms and head are in the shape of a lion. "Hey, don't hide anymore," Su Qing joked. Qixing shook his head. "I won't hide it anymore. I can't hide it anymore. I thought I could use it as a secret weapon until I could compete with geniuses from all over the country. But they won't allow me to keep it secret." "Oh, that's right, there's no point in hiding it. Well, my family fortune is about to be exposed. Gu Chongqing, I hate you." "It's okay. Once we clear the dungeon, we'll challenge him in the arena and save our reputation. Go ahead if you can. I just signed the contract with my beast pet not long ago. Don't destroy my loyalty." After several disciples from aristocratic families accepted that Gu Chongqing was a pervert, their state of mind changed at the same time. He restrained his arrogant and conceited attitude. Treat him as someone of the same level, or even higher. Suddenly I realized that besides being foul-mouthed, vicious and cruel, other aspects are pretty good. "Let's go and support Chenhai." The group summoned their last best pets one after another. Followed Chenhai to stop the 4 elite beasts. Gu Chongqing, with the beast's complete lack of awareness and Xiao Jin's extreme speed. I stayed a little longer on purpose. When entering battle and activating the fighting spirit, the amplification is doubled. Xiao Jin activated the Golden Crow's shadow and released the Blazing Sun Flame. That elite 3-tailed white fox is of the agile attack type. A sudden sneak attack, unable to dodge in time. Hit head-on by Blazing Sun's flame, taking full damage. Haiden went up and attacked with dozens of swords before he succeeded. But once the 3-tailed white fox died, 2 deafening roars were heard on the plain behind. I saw 5 tails tens of meters long standing upright, like a collapsed pillar of heaven. Smashed towards Gu Chongqing. Xiao Jin moved quickly and immediately flew high into the air, avoiding the attack of the 5 tails. Boom! Dust was flying on the ground, and a blood-red aura was overwhelming. A 5-tailed blood fox that was several times larger than the 3-tailed white fox, staring at me with blood-red eyes that were bigger than lanterns. He lowered his head and rubbed the 3-tailed white fox that had been burned to charcoal, and a sad voice whimpered. Gu Chongqing felt numb all over after hearing this. At this time, the information about the 5-tailed blood fox also appeared. Ferocious demon-level beast 5-tailed blood fox. Level 55. Bloodline, savage ancient species, orange. Attributes, strength plus 500, constitution plus 300, agility plus 500, spirit plus 200. Skills, hemolytic sphere, blood prison, homologous evolution, sea of blood and corpses, tail severance. Introduction, one of the bloodlines of the extinct 9-tailed fox clan. Because it did not know how to evolve, it embarked on the path of advancement to the ancient species sequence. This clan has been afraid of fire since ancient times. Please be careful not to be hit by its skills. The 2 big, glaring words, evil monster, made Gu Chongqing's heart tighten. This ferocious monster is much more powerful than the ones we encountered before. It's not because of the attributes, but the orange legendary bloodline and 5 skills. Even the 3-headed dragon-touching ancestor lying in the backpack, the dragon-touching divine dragon who wanted to change his fate. Compared with it, it is still a step behind. Humans, damn humans! Kill my child, die! The 5-tailed blood fox roared, and blood balls gathered on its 5 tails. Then 1 becomes 2, 2 becomes 4, 4 becomes thousands. Cracking! Behind Xiao Jin, the shadow of the golden crow became increasingly larger and more real. Faintly, one could see a sun falling from the sky, exploding into endless flames. A divine bird bathed in fire walked out leisurely. He roared towards the sky, and everything turned into nothingness in the surging flames. You ugly old bastard with 5 tails, you dare to touch my master, now you try! In the shadow of the golden crow, wisps of blazing sun flames danced all over the sky, covering most of the sky. The extremely powerful posture unique to the mythical beast golden crow was interpreted by Xiao Jin with 20% of its power. The blazing sun flames also transformed into fireballs the size of washbasins, more in number than the blood balls of the 5-tailed blood fox. God, bloodline of a divine beast? Feeling the suppression from the mind and blood, the five-tailed blood fox showed an expression of fear of humans. Looking at Xiao Jin in the air, it subconsciously stepped back. You old bastard, who are you looking down on? Lord He is here, why don't you surrender immediately? Haydn raised his sword to the sky. But at the height of more than 10 meters from the nine-tailed snow fox, it was like dust. The five-tailed blood fox glared downward with its bloodshot eyes, and used its claws like heavy trailers to slap the black egg. Nima! Seeing that deterrence didn't work, the sword in Haydn's hand immediately swelled up. It condensed into a length of 3 meters and swung hard towards the claw. Black light briefly resisted the claw's attack. At the same time, wisps of blood-colored energy poured into the black sword. Big sister, it's up to you. Taking advantage of the huge impact, Haydn moved quickly and withdrew from the battlefield. At the same time, fireballs fell from high above like a meteor shower, smashing down on the five-tailed blood fox. So what if I have the blood of a divine beast? Would I be afraid of a divine beast that hasn't grown up? The 5 tails of the five-tailed blood fox swung at the same time. Blood cells spurted out. All I heard was the continuous explosion of boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with fireballs and blood balls colliding with each other. Fire can dissolve blood balls, and blood balls can also disperse fireballs. For a moment, pale gold and blood red divided the sky into two. But gradually, the five-tailed blood fox roared. The blood color that filled the wasteland suddenly began to flow. They gathered towards Gu Changqing from all directions. Gu Changqing was shocked and said anxiously, Xiao Jin, retreat! It's too late. The blood gathered faster. There was only a buzzing sound. A cube-shaped blood clot trapped him inside. This is the second skill of the five-tailed blood fox, Blood Prison. Chapter 59, Driving the Beasts Without Fighting, Gold Entry, Heart of Qingxiu. Bo Bo. The bloody prison has been created, trapping Gu Changqing inside. Haydn refused to believe it, and slashed several times with his sword. However, the sharp sword energy that had always been invincible was slashing at it. It can only cause ripples but cannot cause any substantial damage. Even the plundering sword energy cannot plunder the blood energy on the blood prison. Xiao Jin wanted to try to attack, but was stopped by Gu Changqing. The five-tailed blood fox poked out its mountain-like head and stared at Xiao Jin with its bloodshot eyes. The voice was cold and said, A noble and supreme divine beast actually chose to sign a contract with humans and degenerate into a beast pet to be driven. This is a waste and a crime. If I had your blood, I would have long ago dominated the past and present and become the only truth of fierce beasts. Look at you again. You obviously have infinite potential. If you tap into your own bloodline, you can dominate the world. Now you have fallen to the point where you can't even defeat me. He is your obstacle. Surprisingly, the five-tailed blood fox did not attack him. Instead, he stared at Xiao Jin and started teaching it a lesson. Why should a pet be restricted by its master's ability? This is the biggest limitation the abyss places on us. Come, let me untie your contract with this useless human. Once you regain your freedom, you will regain the power of a divine beast in a short time. Xiao Jin listened to the five-tailed blood fox's endless persuasion. His little head tilted, his pale golden eyes turned twice, and he said in a crisp, childish voice, The ancient species of the wilderness is very torturous for beasts, right? You should have had a bright future, but just because you lacked a little bit of luck, you lost a trace of pure blood, thus cutting off the path of evolution and sublimation. As a last resort, we can only seek other evolutionary routes, but the bloodline evolutionary path of the ancient barbaric species has caused great divergence in our own route. We are gradually drifting away from the pure path of our ancestors. You are distressed and helpless. You want to give up, but you can't. You can only stay at the level of a fierce monster. Even if your level is greatly improved and your attributes are greatly increased, the core blood of the fierce beast is gradually fading and becoming turbid. Roar! Xiao Jin's words obviously touched the five-tailed blood fox's reverse scale. It opened its bloody mouth and roared angrily. The powerful sound waves made even the blood prison seem to be shaking. Seeing the five-tailed blood fox lose its composure, Gu Changqing immediately said to Xiao Jin in secret, Keep going. At the same time, he also taught Haydn and provided assistance. Xiao Jin opened the golden crow shadow again, pointed his wings at the image behind him, and said proudly, "Looks very handsome, right? My master gave it to me. To tell you the truth, if there weren't so many of you, I would have to save my strength to deal with other beasts. With your current strength, you are no match for me." The five-tailed blood fox looked even more solemn. Indeed, it was only an evolution. In the last round of confrontation, although the five-tailed blood fox took the initiative, it could sense that Xiao Jin didn't use his full strength. Divine beasts naturally have the ability to suppress pets with low bloodlines and ferocious beasts. Even if they are legends, they have to kneel down. "What the big sister said is absolutely right, you old bastard, look at me!" Haydn took over the conversation and the perpetual motion body started immediately. The black aura lingered, transforming into various armors and weapons. At the same time, when the black gas is running at full power, one can barely see with the naked eye that there are intermittent faults. It seemed to be suppressing Haydn's bloodline, but it also seemed like the two were complementing each other, except that the other one had not yet been developed and activated. "I'm not afraid to tell you that He also has god-level blood. My path is different from that of the big sister. She is responsible for killing and I am responsible for overcoming the calamity. How about it, it's so rare, right?" Gu Changqing patted Haydn's head and said, "Stop talking. What if it gets violent and kills us all?" After saying that, he slapped his forehead fiercely. "I almost forgot that this is a copy, and it is protected by the abyss." Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew to the blood-colored light fog of the blood prison, looking at the five-tailed blood fox outside with pitiful eyes. "If you have the purest bloodline, you will be like me now, with endless tricks. Don't disbelieve me, if I want to kill you, it will only take a few minutes." Roar! The five-tailed blood fox went berserk again. The bloody mist of hell surrounded them, and countless blood-red swords appeared out of thin air. They shot towards Gu Changqing swiftly from all directions. "Why are you still talking about hair?" The blazing sun flames transformed into an ancient large bell, covering Gu Changqing and Haydn inside. The black color emanating from the eternal body forms armor. Wrap the man and two animals tightly. Although the blood sword is sharp, it cannot break through the defense of the bell. Seeing the big clock above his head, Gu Changqing couldn't help but shudder. Golden Crow Big Bell. Damn, Xiao Jin's final growth end, could it be? Want to recreate that person's supreme divine appearance? If I tell you it's useless, then it's useless. Why don't you believe it? Haydn put his hands on his hips, looking earnest and sincere. How about this, you become my master's reserve pet? I will bear the pain and give you my place. If you don't cherish the opportunity given by God, you will be wasting it. Black egg! Gu Changqing scolded. How can you make a choice for me so easily? You know how precious that thing is. Master, you can't bear to see the confused beast go astray for the future, right? If you give it to me, I'll give it to you. Well, Gu Changqing sighed, opened the talent column and chose to draw. Thousands of golden rays of light rose up, and then a ray of it fell into the backpack. Congratulations on winning the golden entry. The flowers are smiling at me. What a crappy name. Is it a pair with the sun shining in the sky? Draw again. Congratulations on drawing the gold entry, fighting in all directions. Now that's serious. Gu Changqing clicked on the entry and glanced at Haydn. Tailor-made for it. Wanzhan Sifang, golden entry. Ability: become a god after thousands of battles, and upgrade by bathing in the blood of thousands of enemies. After each battle, the four-dimensional attribute increases by 1. After reaching the limit of thousands of battles, you can break into a god. Requirements: available to those who have been reborn in Nirvana or reincarnated. Nirvana and rebirth? Gu Changqing knew that the legendary mythical beast Phoenix had such a gifted bloodline. And reincarnation? Do black eggs belong? He placed the gold entry in Haydn's beast control space. This pet meets the usage requirements. Do you want to give the gold entry to the pet black egg? No! The evolutionary path of Haydn is becoming more and more like that of Haimalu. It's just that the weapons don't fit the image. Pull again! The golden rays of light soared again. Gu Changqing clasped his hands together. Come on, get the most desired golden entry. The golden light faded away, and Gu Changqing opened his backpack expectantly. In the golden glow, he seemed to see a ferocious beast with 9 tails. Congratulations on drawing the gold entry, Heart of Qingqiu. Gu Changqing clicked on the golden entry information and was immediately overjoyed. It's out! It really happened! Chapter 60. The honest beast is quite cute. I love the extra update version. Heart of Qingqiu, limited to the only gold bloodline entry. Introduction. The purest bloodline left by the legendary nine-tailed fox. Use it with your pet to unlock the nine-tailed fox bloodline evolution route. Ability, pure and Een, born with charm. The charm of the beast pet can be stacked without limit, and a certain state can trigger a special skill of surrendering without a fight. On the surface, the Heart of Qingqiu is a bloodline entry of the same type as the Golden Flame of the Sun. But its presentation is not as brilliant as that of the Great Sun Golden Flame. Based on the truth that there are no useless golden terms, Gu Changqing chose to absorb. In the palm of his right hand, a ball of golden light gathered. Through the rosy glow, a fox with 9 tails could be vaguely seen standing on the top of the mountain. He looked up and roared at the full moon hanging high in the sky. The silvery white moonlight sprinkled down, casting a dazzling coat around it. Suddenly, the offensive in the blood prison paused. The 5-tailed blood fox seemed to have smelled the scent of its own kind, and its bloodshot pupils gathered in Gu Changqing's palm and shrank instantly. This is the scent of the purest divine fox's blood. Its eyes were wide open, unblinking, as if it was afraid that the next second would be like a dream. Haydn was also as if he had seen a ghost. He thought that the golden entries that Gu Changqing spent on Xiao Jin must have been obtained after great hardship and great luck. It was displayed so clearly before my eyes that all the black hair on my body stood up in fear. However, as an excellent actor, one cannot be influenced by external things. You see it, you feel it, I didn't lie to you. As a beast, whether it's a fierce beast or a beast pet, what's the most important thing? Innate hatred? No, it's knowing the times. My master is capable, but he still wants to be trapped in the dungeon and have no hope of evolving for the rest of his life? Don't be silly, take that step bravely, and you will have a brand new life with infinite brightness. Gu Changqing was amused by what he heard. Haydn was not very tall, but he was able to talk about profound principles in a very coherent way. The 5-tailed blood fox was frightened. Human, state your terms. The Heart of Qingqiu was too tempting, and the 5-tailed blood fox took a step forward along the steps given by Haydn. Gu Changqing pointed at several ferocious beasts in other directions and said, Stop them and kill all of them if you can. As long as you do this, our trust and cooperation will continue. No! The 5-tailed blood fox refused without hesitation. Gu Changqing's eyes darkened. Oh? Is there friendship between fierce beasts? You are wrong. I can't leave. Not only that, a ferocious beast will appear behind me soon. And it is the final king of the ferocious beasts in this copy. You can give me the gold entry first, and I'll block it for you. Haydn snorted coldly. Do you think my master is stupid? Even Hei can see clearly, so don't try to think crookedly. Seeing that he was not fooled, the 5-tailed blood fox had no choice but to say, I will help you block the last beast, and tell you the weaknesses of the other beasts. After the task is completed, give me the gold entry. Can! Gu Changqing agreed readily. Okay, it's a deal. Among the fierce beasts, apart from me and the last one, the most difficult ones are the old ape and the willow tree. There is a symbiotic relationship between the two, and they are inseparable. But the old ape's right leg was seriously injured, and his intelligence is lacking. The willow tree is afraid of fire and thunder, so it shouldn't be difficult for your divine beast to deal with it. As for the dog, you can completely ignore it. From what I know, he was born as a beast's pet. He survived on his own after his master died in battle. He has some affection for humans. The others are all elite beasts with good attributes, but lack powerful bloodline skills. If there are more people, they can be dragged to death. As for the last one, I have no way of knowing. Because it was not captured, it was formed by the rules of the abyss. After the 5-tailed blood fox finished speaking, it turned and ran towards the back of the plane to fulfill its promise. Gu Chongqing was a little confused. Isn't this five-tailed blood fox a little too honest? Only a verbal agreement was reached, and the other accomplices were betrayed. If I knew later that the gold entry could only be given to a pet, I don't know how I would feel. This honest beast is so cute. Gu Chongqing sighed, then took Xiao Jin and Haiden and headed towards the two ferocious demon-level beasts. Defense is keeping up. Status? Qixing took out his best pet. A mad lion with 3 heads and 6 arms, excellent offensive and defensive capabilities. The 6 arms swung up, and for a moment the elite beasts in front of him could not move forward. Su Qing and a candidate were busy sweating. 2 auxiliary beast pets, their skills will be released immediately when they cool down. We are almost there, so step up your offensive. Their momentum is starting to wane, so don't stop. Take your medicine, we can't let this go to waste. Chenhai also fought with several candidates, and cracks appeared on 2 pieces of king-level equipment. Especially the red flame wolf and the snow lion, both of which have fire and ice skills. The 2 worlds of ice and fire, plus the additional skills of the thunder halberd. Chenhai was actually the one who killed the fastest. The rest of the candidates flew kites towards the other 2 ends. All kinds of highly maternal conversation stimulated the ferocious beasts, which had already regained their consciousness, and they wanted to catch up with them and eat them alive. Why did Gu Chongqing stop? Qixing was badly sucked by the 3 mad lions. While taking drugs, he saw the bloody color of the sky in the distance fade away, and said with some concern. Su Qing chanted the spell to enhance his status until his voice became hoarse. He reluctantly replied, Don't worry about Brother Chongqing. He has more cards up his sleeve than we have combined. Has this guy ever been forced to jump off a cliff by the Chen family? It's only been a short time, and I already have such a powerful beast pet. If I had known about the battle in the ring, I would not have admitted defeat on my own initiative. Su Qing chuckled and gave the 3 mad lions a bless. At this moment, the plain sky in the distance. A touch of green dyed half the sky. Next, the flames, like meteors, dragged long flame tails and fell heavily to the ground. The waves created were so huge that they looked like the impact of a hot weapon. Shit! Gu Chongqing is in trouble. Judging from the direction, it seems to be those 2 ferocious monster-level beasts. We have used all the 36 strategies and are barely able to hold on. Gu Chongqing is fighting 2 of them alone? Damn it, who spread the negative news about Gu Chongqing? I'm going to crush his head. Shu, keep your voice down, don't you see that Master Chen is trying even harder? People are afraid of comparison. The facts were before them, leaving them no room for disbelief. Su Qing stretched out her swan neck proudly. Brother Chongqing is naturally amazing, I saw it with my own eyes. Qixing said bitterly. Sister, stop chatting. Status, add it. At that time, Gu Chongqing had a lot of grievances that he could not express, but only he himself understood. He now had the urge to curse the 5-tailed blood fox to death. You only told me that this Jianmu giant ape had a leg injury. At least tell me where it is. The legs are over 5 meters high. Chapter 61, Roar of the Golden Crow, Atlas of Myriad Beasts. Ferocious monster-level beast Jianmu giant ape. Level 55. Bloodline Divine Tree Spirit Ape Purple. Attributes: Strength plus 700, Constitution plus 200, Agility plus 600, Spirit plus 0. Skills: Earth Tier, Divine Power, Passive, Tongtian Jianmu, Symbiosis. Introduction. According to legend, the descendants of the spirit ape who ate the fruit of the sacred tree have a nimble body and unparalleled divine power. Because of a problem in their evolutionary path, their physical fitness has declined significantly, and they can only rely on symbiosis to make up for their weaknesses. Evil Demon-level Beast Wind Willow Demon Tree. Level 55. Bloodline, Sky-Splitting Willow, Orange. Attributes: Strength plus 200, Constitution plus 600, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 600. Skills: Regeneration, Spring After Death, Willow Chain, Symbiosis. Introduction. There is a willow tree, whose origin is unknown, but it kills fierce beasts and beast masters in fear. It is rumored that the willow tree died tragically in a thunderstorm when it was evolving into a divine beast. Later, a new bud grew on its dead roots. 2 evil monsters with attribute points reaching 1,500 each. Although the copies weakened their combat power. However, there was no loss in combat alertness and bloodline ability. Gu Chongqing originally wanted to attack the 3-tailed white fox by making one of them lose most of its combat power quickly. But they are too alert. Before he got close, he was greeted by willow branches that looked like steel chains all over the sky, as well as flying sand and rocks caused by the severe damage to the earth. Xiao Jin, pull them up! Blast them with fire! Xiao Jin quickly evacuated and flew to a place where Lu Lian could not reach. The blazing flames of the sun are like meteors, striking at every angle without leaving any blind spots. At the same time, he entered the beast-taming space and gave the 4 directions of war to Haydn. A touch of golden energy spread out in Haydn's beast-controlling space and disappeared in an instant. The next second, Haydn, who was attacking freely on the ground, suddenly felt a surge of energy spreading in his body. I couldn't help but scream out in pleasure. Master, is it really my turn? I am so strong now, ridiculously strong! Gu Chongqing heard this and clicked on the message. The properties of the black egg have not changed at all, except that the skill of the perpetual motion body has disappeared. What transformed was the body of the god of war. 10,000 war god body, active skill. After use, basic attributes are tripled, and defense and attack skills are increased by 200%. Passive effect. Ignore the attribute damage of mental, charm, and poison skills. Special ability. Every time you fight 100 times, your skill level will increase by 1 level. Haydn was in high spirits, and the black sword became even darker in color after being amplified. It leaped several meters into the air, its sword energy gleaming. The next moment, a fist several times larger than its own ruthlessly hit it in the face. When I ma! The black egg flew backwards like a cannonball and hit the ground heavily, causing the ground to crack and sink. But it crawled out of the pit as if nothing had happened, brushed off the dirt on its body. Damn it, I almost broke your black master to pieces. This round doesn't count. Let's play another one. Having said that, he continued to charge forward fearlessly. However, Gu Chongqing saw that the 4-dimensional attribute of the black egg had increased a little. Haydn, hold it back and don't let it come back for help. The spirit of 0 points fully demonstrated the intelligence of the Jianmu giant ape. Seeing the crazy provocation of the Maluo that is 100 times smaller than it. The Jianmu giant ape leaped several feet into the air, clenched his fists together, and hammered the ground hard. Boom! With the hammer hitting point as the center, the ground was covered with flying sand and rocks within a radius of 10 meters. Hey! I can't hit you, I'll make you mad! Black egg is as slippery as a loach, and his prediction is quite accurate. It easily dodged the flying sand and gravel, and occasionally slapped the giant ape with its black butt. Roar! The Jianmu giant ape's anger was completely ignited, and he gradually left the slow-moving Fenglu demon tree. Good opportunity! Suddenly, the huge fireball, like a falling meteorite, changed its trajectory. Hundreds of light golden flames were all aimed at the wind willow demon tree. Boom! Boom! Fireballs exploded in the sky above the wind willow demon tree. The flying willow chain, while piercing the fireball, was also burned back by Xiao Jin's flames with a spiritual attribute of up to 1,500 points. But the number of fireballs is endless, and they have restraining properties. For a moment, a column of fire rising into the sky, mixed with a small mushroom cloud, engulfed the wind willow demon tree. Gu Chongqing took out a pill and swallowed it. After regaining a lot of strength, he said, Xiao Jin, keep bombarding it. A demon-level beast with orange legendary bloodline, plus at least 2 recovery skills. Dead but not stiff. Master, the tonic is ready, I'm going to inhale it. Xiao Jin's thoughtful reminder. Then, the shadow of the golden crow expanded and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The pleasurable feeling of being sucked came again, almost making him pass out. Gu Chongqing quickly stuffed the medicine into his mouth. Xiao Jin's energy storage progress soared at an extremely fast rate. Until... cracking! A loud and clear cry of the golden crow. The shadow of the golden crow instantly transformed into a divine bird bathing in fire, with a surging breath of flames. It is countless levels higher than the blazing sun flame. Combination skills: Golden Crow Roar. The wind willow tree, which was covered in a sea of fire and had burnt branches, was constantly rebounding and regaining its greenness. But when the golden crow roar takes shape, a female face emerged on its thick trunk. Human, I surrender. I will immediately retreat to the depths of the plain and will no longer attack the city. Gu Chongqing stuffed his mouth with pills and lay weakly on Xiao Jin's back. Hearing this, he snorted coldly. It's too late to shake off the snot that's flowing into your mouth. You were born to be useful to meet Saibi, a loser. The golden crow roared and descended. The scorching temperature made the space within a dozen meters around it seem unreal and blurry. Gu Chongqing was also full of curiosity. How powerful is the new skill composed of 2 god-level skills? Judging from the suction alone, it is much more violent than when dealing with the 3-headed touch dragon. No! The wind willow tree cried out in despair. It was completely drowned out by the roar of the golden crow. There was no earth-shattering movement. The location where the wind willow demon tree was located had already turned into a lava zone. In the large pit at the center, magma bubbles up and bubbles form. Reduced to ashes. Gu Chongqing swallowed his saliva. This is the combination skill that increases amplification by 100 times? Directly create a crater. Master, I'm a little tired and want to rest for a while. Xiao Jin was in low spirits, so he sent him to the ground and returned to the beast-taming space on his own. Thank you for your hard work. Let Haydn take over from now on. At this moment, the reminder of the abyss resounded across the plain. Congratulations to candidate 666 for killing the evil monster, the wind willow monster tree. At the same time, 2 more reminders followed. Congratulations to the candidate team Suqing, Qixing, Yuan Huan, and Feng Jisha for killing the elite beast, the fierce ground-horned rhinoceros. Congratulations to the candidate team Chenhai, Gao Han, Murong Qin, and Wu Daozhuang for killing the elite beast, the desert lizard. It seems that the progress there is also good. Seeing that Haydn could not defeat the Jianmu giant ape, he could protect himself. Gu Chongqing simply left it alone and walked towards the 3-headed hellhound that was moving forward at a leisurely pace since it appeared. Suddenly, a buzzing sound came from the backpack. I saw the book of all beasts unfold itself. On one of the pages, there appeared a picture of the wind willow demon tree that had just been killed. Chapter 62. A beam of light in the dark night. The Book of 10,000 Beasts has been activated. Gu Chongqing stopped moving forward, opened his backpack and took it out. 10,000 Beasts Atlas. Special auxiliary equipment. Function: every time you kill a beast of the demon level or above or a beast of legendary bloodline, it will be automatically recorded in the book. The image of the beast in the book can automatically collect and condense the energy required by the equipment owner. Currently, this energy cannot be used. Introduction: the Book of All Beasts was once the equipment of the first god of beast taming. Later, due to irreversible factors, it was forcibly recovered by the rules of the abyss and put into a certain copy. After merging with the stone from the sky, it generated new abilities that need to be slowly explored by the owner of the equipment. Equipment used by the god of beast taming? Gu Chongqing flipped through the Atlas of All Beasts, and apart from some bluffing introductions, it had no other function. Keep it for now! From a distance, one could see a vicious beast with 3 ferocious faces and an aura of death wandering aimlessly on the plains. Perhaps some part of it touched upon his memories. The beast stopped and looked around with its 3 heads. Senior! The 3-headed dog of hell was disturbed. From 3 mouths spewed the hot breath of death. At the same time, he lowered his head, looked down at the tiny Gu Chongqing, and said coldly, Human, are you here to die? Get out of here now while I don't want to eat you anymore. Gu Chongqing took out Xiao Jin's snacks from the package. Senior, please eat. You little devil. One of the 3-headed hellhounds picked up a large piece of meat and chewed and swallowed it without hesitation. Although the meat is fresh, it's of low quality. It's mixed with blood and makes my teeth hurt when I eat it. Gu Chongqing ate the pills by himself. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "It seems that you have eaten a lot of delicacies of high-level bloodlines in the past years." "Is it the past? The last time I woke up from my deep sleep, I was transported here from the depths of the plains by a little guy. Junior, I know what you want. Go away. I have an agreement with that guy. Even if it is bound by the rules of the abyss, I will not attack humans. Besides, it's just a memory reappearing. Thank you for your kindness to the human race." After getting the answer he wanted, Gu Changqing bowed respectfully. Although it is just the pet of a powerful person, it has made indelible contributions to human race. "Junior, wait!" Suddenly, the other head of the Hellhound called out to him. "Senior, do you have any other instructions?" "It's not really an order, it's more of an instruction. Since entering the dungeon, no one has ever entered deep memory recovery. Just consider it as Boardman's advice to the younger generation of humans. That guy once told me that the existence of a Beastmaster is beyond sublimation." Gu Changqing listened carefully and nodded. After the three-headed dog of hell finished speaking, there was no further news. "No more? That's it. This is why I hate you. If you have something to say, why don't you just say it directly? Why do you have to beat around the bush?" Gu Changqing smiled faintly and said nothing, then slowly left. Looking at the tiny figure disappearing on the plain, all the heads of the three-headed dog of hell looked back, to the depths of the plain. "It seems that there is hope for successors." After muttering, he continued strolling. When Gu Changqing rushed back, the scene before him was truly shocking. The Jianmu giant ape used its iron pillar-like arm to smash the black egg to the ground. The black egg under the fist kept spitting blood bubbles from his mouth. The defense formed by the black air was completely shattered. "Black egg!" Gu Changqing shouted anxiously. The black egg at the bottom of the pit forced a smile. "Master, don't worry. He's not dead yet. Just a lot of bones are broken. But it's okay. I've worn this old ape out." Haydn barely managed to pull himself free from the giant ape's fist, limped out of the pit, and spat at the giant ape's head that was lying at the edge of the pit. "Let's go back to the beast control space and rest first." Haydn shook his head. "Let the big sister rest for a while. Only she can turn the tide in the fierce battle below. But my strength has also increased a lot." Gu Changqing looked at it carefully, and it really was. Haydn has grown a few centimeters taller, and his muscles have become more obvious. Looking at his attributes, in such a short time, the four-dimensional attributes increased by 10 points. "Good job!" Gu Changqing praised with some pain. He, master, just give me more special treatment in the future. Cunning human, hateful pet! If it was back then. If the rules of the abyss hadn't weakened me. If I hadn't been injured. If you were not born, there wouldn't be so many ifs. The fact is that you were defeated by Hei Yi, do you understand? Gu Changqing looked at the injured leg of the Jianmu giant ape. Wow, the hair on it had been shaved off. The whole leg was covered with dense sword marks. Especially the area near the thigh, it was almost pierced. Let's get started. We also need to rush to other directions to provide assistance. Okay. Haydn climbed onto the giant ape's huge body and came to the heart. The black energy condensed into a giant sword and stabbed it heavily. Human, you will die a miserable death! With a roar, the life in the giant ape's eyes gradually died out. Haydn was not polite at all, and cut up the giant ape's body with swift hands and feet. Master, put it away. Big sister will eat it when she wakes up. In Haydn's hand, there was a fist-sized animal stone that was dug out from the heart of the giant ape. Gu Changqing ordered it to absorb it. My goodness, he licked me so hard that he was almost crazy. Congratulations to candidate 666 Gu Changqing for killing the fierce demon-level beast Jianmu giant ape. After watching the black egg absorb the beast stone, its injuries were almost healed. Looking at the attributes again, wow, the growth rate is not much slower than Xiao Jing. Pet, black egg, unknown species, cannot be identified. Grade, ordinary. Level 5. Bloodline, unknown bloodline, destiny, fighting in all directions. Attributes, strength plus 53, constitution plus 34, agility plus 40, spirit plus 34. Skills, dark surge, cannot be used, dark origin, cannot be used, 10,000 War God Body, Level 1, Plundering Swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Black Egg cannot be given a gold entry like Xiao Jing, which doubles the basic attributes. He was increasingly looking forward to what the 10th level Destiny path would be like. The Jianmu giant ape was almost defeated. Haydn carried a hard rib that was 3 times taller than himself and went to reinforce other teams in a heroic and confident manner. Hold on! No, my beast pets have all been severely damaged. Their loyalty has dropped, and I can't summon them anymore. Miss Su status. Mr. Chen, we have come to this point. Is it time to unveil the third pet? Everyone retreat. It is accumulating a powerful attack, and the coverage area is very wide. The last 2 elite beasts had already cost a dozen or so men a great deal of their lives. At the critical moment, an accident happened. Su Qingqian gritted his teeth. After releasing their auxiliary skills, the unicorns also collapsed to the ground due to exhaustion. Qi Xing rushed to her front. 4 of the arms of the 3-headed, 6-armed Arhat Mad Lion were twisted and deformed. Running out of ammunition and food, at the end of the road. Seeing thunder and lightning raging above the head of one of the ferocious beasts, the violent power spread to the entire battlefield. It's all over! Everyone's heart was filled with despair. Thief beast! Look at the sword! Suddenly there was a loud and mean shout. A brilliant black sword energy, wrapped in white animal bones. Like a shooting star, it cuts through the darkness. Chapter 63 Final Boss Dragon. The sword energy surges. It stabbed sharply into the lightning bred by the purple-blue thunder beast. The energy inside was impacted by external force, and the skill was interrupted immediately. The scattered lightning covered an area of 7 meters in radius, and everyone was frightened and hurriedly fled and dodged. Hey, that doesn't seem right. Haydn scratched the monkey's head, and the formation, which was already unable to hold on, completely collapsed. Ribs here! The black air wrapped around the giant ape's ribs again and flew back into Haydn's hand. The body of the god of war was activated, and Haydn rushed forward carrying the bones. When he was close to the thunder beast, he did not forget to shout at Su Qing. Beauty, show me your status. I like your amplification very much. Gu Chongqing arrived later and couldn't help laughing when he heard Haydn's dirty words. Su Qing regained some strength, and the unicorn cast a layer of milky white halo on the black egg. Under the interweaving of black and white, the properties of the black egg sword. Coupled with the defensive power of the Wanjian god's body, he was able to fight the thunder beast on equal terms for a while. The pressure on more than a dozen people was greatly reduced, and when the lightning dissipated, with Chen Hai and Qi Xing in the front row, more than a dozen people surrounded the other ferocious beast with full enthusiasm. Brother Chongqing, you are here! Su Qing's voice was hoarse and his face looked haggard, but his eyes showed joy and calmness. Have a good conversation with Xiao Mao. Although the spell is good, reciting it too much will hurt the beast's master. Su Qing blushed, and the unicorn beside her sneezed, as if dissatisfied with Gu Chongqing's proposal. At this time, a pretty, calm and capable girl came forward, looked at Gu Chongqing, and said, At first I didn't believe it, I thought Grandpa was deceived. Now it seems that I was short-sighted, I apologize to you. Gu Chongqing looked at her wearing the uniform of Yuding High School and could not recognize her identity. Who are you? Murong Qing! The girl held out her hand to him. Gu Chongqing shook her hand halfway and said in a daze, So it's the eldest daughter of the Murong family. Old Master Murong is indeed a kind elder. After the exam, I hope you can come to the Murong family as a guest. It can be regarded as a way of repaying my aunt. Okay, I'll definitely have time. More than half an hour later, the 2 beasts, which had been greatly consumed. With everyone working together, they all fell to the ground wailing. Looking at the beast's corpse being decomposed continuously, some candidates sighed. Alas, these beasts only beg for mercy. As soon as the contracted beast pet is mentioned, they immediately resist like chicken blood. Yeah, if I could contract one, I would just take off right where I am. When I get out, I will ask my family to buy me a beast pet of king level or above, otherwise it will be too much trouble. Gu Chongqing walked slowly in front of them and said, It's not that the beast pet is not strong, it's that the copy is seriously over the standard. When everyone saw that it was Gu Chongqing, they no longer looked down on him and came forward one after another. Don't comfort us, we know how big the gap is. Gu Chongqing, have you ever jumped off a cliff? Where did you jump? Point me in the direction. It's up to you to fight against the national genius. Even Chenhai said stubbornly. Don't think you're sure to win. I'm sure to take the first place in Jinhai City. Gu Chongqing just smiled. Take your life? At this moment, smoke and dust suddenly rose into the sky from the direction of the city. The 4 beast masters from the 4 academies who had been possessed led the beast masters in the city and stood on the city wall. It seems like it is preparing for the final decisive battle. The final boss of the artificial copy, the ferocious beast, has arrived. Please return to the city and fight back the powerful enemy with the NPC. Let's go, the final battle has just begun. As soon as Gu Chongqing shouted, more than a dozen candidates followed him tacitly and headed towards the city. Invisibly, Gu Chongqing has become their backbone. Gu Chongqing and others had just arrived near the city gate when they saw a fierce battle breaking out on the plain in front of them. The 2 huge monsters caused the earth to shake and crack wherever they passed. Gu Chongqing's eyes flashed, and he thought something was wrong. He saw clearly that one of the beasts was the 5-tailed blood fox. But it was a bit miserable, 4 of its 5 tails were broken. Only one was left, and it was caught. It was turned around and thrown towards the city with great force. Boom! The 5-tailed blood fox, covered in blood, slammed heavily on the city wall, causing a big gap in the already flimsy wall. Its body was covered with bite marks and gaping wounds. He tilted his head and looked into Gu Chongqing's eyes. He immediately said, Human, I will block it for you as agreed. Give me that thing, and when I recover, I will definitely be able to kill it. You're almost beaten to death, can't you just calm down and stop bragging? Gu Chongqing sighed. I forgot to tell you, only if you become my pet can you be given this. The 5-tailed blood fox was stunned for a moment, then became furious. Human, you lied to me. I'm kidding you. Either you die, or you become your master's backup pet. It's your choice. Haydn spoke in a firm tone. I can't beat you when I'm in my prime, and I can't beat you when I'm half dead. Human, let me think about it. Okay, tell me, what happened? The 5-tailed blood fox said weakly. I didn't expect that it would be the last one to die. Human, don't die! Roar! A deafening roar came from afar. All the beasts present, including Haydn. After hearing this long moan, everyone trembled in fear. Xiao Jin was awakened by the long roar and also came out of the beast-taming space. More than a dozen people swallowed their saliva with difficulty. As if he had seen a ghost, he murmured. Tell me, did I hear it right? That roar just now, was it a dragon's roar? Everyone looked pale and felt powerless. You heard it right, it's a dragon's roar. Oh my God, I can see a dragon in my lifetime. I have no regrets in this life. No, why are there dragons? The sturdy Beastmaster took a deep breath and shouted in a loud voice. Beastmasters are the first and last line of defense for the human race. Everyone, my dear friends and brothers, I am ready to die. What about you? Humans are fearless, so are we. Humans are fearless, so are we. Humans are fearless, so are we. The deafening shouts gradually drowned out the dragon's roar. The hot blood ignited the raging fire in my chest. Gu Chongqing and a dozen others were also infected by the strong emotions. The fear of the dragon in my heart gradually dissipated and disappeared completely. Roar! Another dragon roar suddenly rose. I saw a thick blood-red fog rising from the depths of the plain. A huge creature meanders through the mist. Until a blood-red dragon head suddenly appeared from above the city. A pair of slightly closed dragon eyes suddenly opened. A torrential rain of blood suddenly fell. Kill! The sturdy Beastmaster tore off his coat and soared into the air with his muscles like a dragon. The final battle begins. But the next moment, just as the strong Beastmaster's heavy fist was about to hit the dragon's forehead, Xiaochuan, you have grown up! A figure landed on the dragon head at a faster speed than that. The bloody arm collided with that of the burly Beastmaster. Chapter 64, The Prerequisite for Becoming a Legend, killing the legend. How could it be you? The violent impact wave caused the strong Beastmaster to retreat quickly. When he saw the person's face clearly, his pupils widened and he looked incredulous. He fell steadily back onto the city wall, his whole body dazed, muttering, "Impossible," to himself. "Captain Yang Chuan, what's wrong with you?" The other 3 Beastmasters came forward to check and inquire. Yang Chuan's brows were furrowed, as if a real murderous aura was spreading. He suddenly raised his head and looked directly at the man on the dragon head, and shouted, "Why? As a teacher, you broke your promise to teach us and degenerated yourself to stand on the opposite side of the human race. Tell me why." "Our former god, Wan Yutian." As Yang Chuan angrily scolded, the blood mist on the dragon head began to dissipate. A middle-aged man who looked 7 points like Saint Wang revealed his original appearance. However, his body was covered with fine scales, exactly the same as the dragon's scales beneath him. Gu Changqing thought to himself that something terrible had happened. The people around him were also confused. "Yang Chuan? Wan Yutian? Holy shit, have we traveled through time?" "Travel through time, you idiot. We are in a recreated memory copy. But isn't that too ridiculous? One of the most shameful wars in human history ended up being an internal fight? Wan Yutian, he was one of the oldest beast masters from the first batch, known as the god of beast taming. Yang Chuan, the leader of the 10 strongest beast masters. Oh my god, I was absent-minded when he was giving me a lecture. Brother Changqing, what should we do?" Gu Changqing clenched his fists. It turned out that Saint Wang was wrong. There was another meaning behind what he said. From Yang Chuan's conversation, he pieced together a possibility. That is, when exploring the beast control system, the beast control god made a mistake. Just like the beast masters in the hand of the evil god copy, they became beings that were neither human nor beast. But even if we know, there is no better way and we can only take it one step at a time. We are not the main force. Everyone remember to protect your own safety as much as possible. If it is a fight between a human and a ferocious beast, then there is nothing to say, until both of them die in battle. If it is a civil war, do your best. Xiaoshuan, you are still so naive. Even if I am called the god of beast taming, so what? I am not a god after all. Human life is too fragile. In a limited time, what we can do is very little. So, I merged with Tongtian Jade Dragon. Now, I have a long life and endless power. But there is one shortcoming, which is that I eat a lot. So, give all their beast-controlling power to me, and I will not kill you. After all, you are my beloved disciples. You're dreaming. Yang Chuan let out a long roar, and hexagram formations appeared around him. One after another, powerful pet beasts came out from the beast-taming space. What do you think of the human race? Wan Yuntian sneered, wiped the corner of his mouth with his blood-red hand, and said, The food raised in captivity has been stratified level by level, and the inferior ones have been eliminated, and the ones left are naturally the essence. You are hopeless, you are already half dead, let me see you off to your final journey. Yan Chuan attacked again, and his 7 beast pets burst out with extremely powerful strength and followed. However, the Tongtian green dragon opened its mouth and let out a dragon roar, with such overwhelming pressure that even the pets began to waver. If you've already betrayed me, don't show up and embarrass yourself. Suddenly, a rolling deathly aura emerged and transformed into an arm that climbed out of hell and strangled the Tongtian green dragon's neck. Tongtian Bilong felt pain, and blood-colored energy surged, stretching the arm apart. The 3-headed dog of hell had already been on the other side of the city wall. It looked up at the jade dragon and said to the people on the wall, I will hold this evil dragon back. You all should do your best to send this old man to the afterlife. An unimaginable battle took place in front of everyone. A beast pet that has fully realized its bloodline does indeed possess terrifying destructive power like that of a city. The plain outside the city walls was covered with dust and rocks. Beast masters of low rank were not allowed to get close at all. In the face of absolute strength, numbers are sometimes so insignificant. But, do you have any more medicine? Give me all of it! When everyone heard this, they all started to take out their backpacks. Soon, a pile of various expensive or cheap medicines formed a small mountain. Xiao Jin, are you okay? Gu Chongqing tilted his head and stroked Xiao Jin's head. Although Xiao Jin's spirit was low, the fire in his eyes was not extinguished. I feel the power is surging up. Gu Chongqing was stunned and checked the time. There was still half an hour until noon. The time in the copy is exactly according to the time in memory. Protect yourselves, don't act rashly, and follow the NPC's instructions. After saying that, he jumped onto Xiao Jin's back, flew up, and flew towards the center of the chaotic battlefield. Everyone was stunned. Let us stay put. Why are you flying? The flame energy fluctuated around Xiao Jin, and the aftermath of the chaotic battle was blocked outside. Xiaochuan, Xiaokong, the progress you guys have made is too little. Wan Yutian fought 1 against 4, and with the bombardment of more than a dozen beast pets, he was able to resist with ease. The hard blood-red dragon scales are the best defense. No matter what skill is used to bombard it, it can only cause energy waves and cannot cause any impact. Yang Chuan's muscles bulged, and the 3 beast pets gathered energy around him. 3 color waves lingered around his entire right arm. Combination skill chaos kill! Suddenly, hundreds and thousands of fist marks burst out. It carries with it the power of its pet and itself. Reverse scale armor. Wan Yutian opened his arms, and the shadow of a towering green dragon coiled up from under his feet. The dragon scales on his body suddenly glowed with blood. Yang Chuan's fist suddenly fell into a quagmire, and its speed slowed down. Mr. Wang, even if I have to risk my life, I will not allow you to continue doing evil without restraint. Yang Chuan turned his palm into a knife, leaving a shocking wound on his left wrist. The bright red blood gushed out, turned into blood lines, and continuously flowed into the fist mark. Seeing this, Wan Yutian sneered disdainfully. The path of taming beasts is wrong. Weak humans think that if they can control ferocious beasts as pets, they can drive them away and take back their homes. But they forget that their ultimate goal is to become stronger. With the divine bloodline, I will be unrivaled. The reverse scale armor spread out in front of Wan Yutian, like a seamless net. The fist imprint infused with blood, despite being infused with tremendous energy, was still unable to break through the reverse scale armor. At this moment, a loud phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Yan Chuan and the other 4 saw. A sun rushed into the battlefield. The scorching temperature seems to dry people out. And in the sun, there was a handsome and majestic divine bird. Every time it flapped its wings, the flames that fell down would immediately melt the earth. Everyone please attack. Leave his reverse scale armor to me. When they heard the sound, they saw that there was a human being standing on the back of the divine bird. Tongtian Jade Dragon? God-level bloodline? You are the god of beast taming, right? It seems that you are still a toad, staying at the bottom of the well and never seeing how big the sky is. Today, I will show you what true god-level blood is. The flames of fighting spirit burned fiercely in the eyes of Gu Chongqing and Xiao Jin. Kill the legend. Become a legend. Beyond the legend. Chapter 65, Becoming a Legend, Surpassing the Legend. Arrogant. Arrogant. It's nonsense. Godless. A newborn calf is not afraid of death. Even crazy. The 4 top beast masters of the human race on the plain looked at Gu Chongqing, who was standing above Xiao Jin. Everyone thought he was crazy. God of beast taming, god-level bloodline. No matter which one it is the pinnacle. Wan Yutian has gone so far on this path that he has reached a height that they simply cannot reach. This new generation of young people who suddenly appeared actually boasted that they would let the god of beast taming see the world. Wan Yutian's eyes were stern, and his mighty power spread out in all directions. He stared closely at Xiao Jin, whose flame intensity was increasing as it approached noon. The calm heart gradually began to show holes due to the inexplicable pressure. He clearly felt Tong Tianbelong's struggle, as well as a hint of panic and fear. That is the primitive instinct from the depths of the soul, and it is submission to a higher level bloodline. God. God-level bloodline? Impossible! No beast pet's bloodline level can exceed that of my Tongtian Jade Dragon. No, this trembling feeling. No, it's not God level. Could it be the super God level above that? Wan Yutian's expression and tone began to show different contrasts. Bloodline above the god level? The 4 top beastmasters looked at each other. Yang Chuan was in high spirits and shouted, "God bless the human race! The human race must strive for self-improvement. I will never allow it!" Wan Yuntian went completely insane, blood-red energy and lush green burst out of his body at the same time. The Tongtian Jade Dragon, who was in a close fight with the 3-headed dog of hell, roared and shook the heavens and the earth. With a flick of its dragon tail, it forced the 3-headed dog of hell back and rushed into the clouds. The next moment he appeared above Wang Yuntian. "I am the true transcendent god!" The body of the towering green dragon wrapped around Wang Yuntian, then slowly turned transparent and completely merged into his body. The blood and green colors shine brightly, forming an indestructible egg. Wang Yuntian sublimated and evolved at a speed visible to the naked eye. Human turns into dragon, dragon turns into human, half dragon, half human. Switch back and forth between several forms. "No, stop him!" The partially dragonized Wang Yuntian has already defeated 4 top beast masters. If you turn into a dragon, no one in the entire city, or even the entire human race, will be able to compete with it. But their attacks and pet skills. It hit the dragon egg and was completely absorbed as nutrients for evolution. Cracking! The shadow of the golden crow on Xiao Jin's body, and the true body within that could burn the heaven and earth, made an exciting cry. Then the blazing sun flames spread outwards uncontrollably. "Noon, time's up. Kill gods. Xiao Jin, kill!" After receiving Gu Changqing's instructions, with the tenfold increase in all attributes of the gold item, the sun shines in the sky. The blazing pale golden flame was covered with a layer of dazzling golden light. A blazing fireball like the sun, continuously expanding and growing. "Boy, we're here to lend you a hand too!" Yan Chuan and others transferred all of their own energy and that of their pets into the fireball condensed by Xiao Jin. Until the 1 minute is about to end. The 4 top beast masters looked up in astonishment. The sun, like the real sun falling, with an irresistible destructive force that can destroy the heavens and the earth. It fell heavily on the dragon egg. At first, the power in the dragon egg could be absorbed and transformed, as the extreme temperatures in the core of the sun's fireball are revealed. The surface of the dragon egg began to melt, and the steam-like gas had not yet dissipated. They were killed by the high temperature without leaving a single drop. When the outermost layer of blazing sun flames has completely dissipated, I saw the dazzling golden light in the center. Crack! A crack appeared, followed by a second, a third, a fourth. Gu Changqing, who was weak and only cared about stuffing the pills on Xiao Jin's back, patted Xiao Jin. He managed to stick his head out and shouted, "Run! The follow-up damage from the fireball is about to explode." After hearing this, Yang Chuan and the other 4 looked at each other. "Put away your pets and get away as quickly as possible if you are advised." Xiao Jin flew away quickly. When approaching the city wall, they could no longer hold on. He fell from the air carrying Gu Changqing. "Gu Changqing! Brother Changqing!" Qixing, Su Qing and others hurried over and helped the weak Gu Changqing up. "Quick! Hide quickly!" He hadn't finished speaking yet. I saw a dazzling golden glow suddenly shining from the horizon of the plain. The whole plain seemed to be welcoming the first rays of light in the early morning. The golden light shines and sweeps away all evil. Damn! The combined power of 4 top beast masters unleashed a destructive force. It's even more perverted than Haiden's forbidden skill of strengthening blood. Painful dragon roars came from the place where the golden light exploded. Boom! The sound of fireworks exploding spread to every corner of the plain. The sound is not loud. The shock wave that followed, wrapped in a terrifying heat wave, was like a hurricane passing through. Raging wildly. Fuck! Is the world going to be destroyed? Damn it! Get down and find cover! This temperature makes me feel like I'm going to melt. What on earth happened over there? More than a dozen people, some dug holes on the spot. Some summoned their pets and hid behind them. Others buried their heads in the soil, their faces red from the heat of the sand. Outside the copy, after the light curtain was filled with golden light. The light gate of the copy began to shake, and the clear cracking sound stimulated the hearts of everyone present. Not good! Zhao Zhanxiong arrived at the light gate in 2 quick steps, and used his identity as the creator of the copy to stir up the power of the abyss. Strengthen the stability of the copy. Even so, sweat was still pouring down Zhao Zhanxiong's forehead, and it was very difficult to maintain. What happened? What caused such a powerful energy that even the copy couldn't be maintained? The golden glow lasted for nearly 10 minutes before gradually returning to calm. The 3-headed, 6-armed Mad Lion loosened its tightly clasped arms. Qi Xing and Su Qing both breathed a sigh of relief. Looking down at Gu Changqing, whose face had regained its rosy complexion, he asked in surprise, "What did you do?" Gu Changqing gave a bitter smile. "I didn't do anything, I just lost a skill." "Skills? That's all?" The two looked at each other and shook their heads. "Brother Changqing, you are even more perverted than when you were at the Beast Tamer Association camp." Gu Changqing continued to smile bitterly. "It's not me who's abnormal, it's the power of those 4 old guys that's abnormal." Recalling that minute, the endless energy gathered like the vast ocean. Gu Changqing felt quite emotional. The older generation of Beastmasters are the backbone of the human race. They used their fists to open up a road of hope for the human race. Gu Changqing was busy checking Xiao Jin's condition in the beast-taming space. This time he fell into a deep sleep. It has reached Xiao Jin's endurance limit. At this time, Yang Chuan and the other 4 began to move towards Wang Yintian. Gu Changqing and others followed closely behind. It affected almost the entire copy without causing any damage. Only Wang Yintian, who was at the center of the explosion, bore all the attacks. The dragon egg had been broken, and all the dragon transformation on his body had disappeared. After returning to his full human form, he looked up at the sky with confused eyes. "Teacher?" Yang Chuan shouted tentatively. "Xiao Chuan? I seem to have done something wrong, right?" Yang Chuan remained silent, unable to respond to the facts that had already been established. Gu Changqing also lowered his head and sighed helplessly. From the spiritual sustenance of the human race to the demon of slaughter, Wang Yutian hit rock bottom. He who slays the dragon becomes the dragon. Qi Xing, Su Qing and the others also looked at this most colorful godlike warrior in the textbook, who was at the forefront of creating and repairing the beast-controlling system, and they could not help but feel regretful. The worst sacrifice in human history was actually caused by him. This truth is indeed heavy. However, at the moment of failure, I seem to see the right path for the future. Wang Yutian barely raised his arm and pointed at Gu Changqing. "How can I become a god if I haven't seen him? Thank you, my latecomer. You have made me have no regrets. I finally saw the real God before I die. I will pay for my sins in my next life." After saying that, Wang Yutian's arm fell to the ground. A generation of beast-taming god fell. But he just left. In his body, the Tongtian green dragon broke through the beast-controlling space and flew out of his corpse. The green energy exudes an endless and strange aura. It was exactly the same aura as the controlled flame corpse tiger. The Tongtian green dragon appeared without any nonsense, opened its dragon mouth and swallowed Gu Changqing. Having seen the true god level and even super god level bloodline, its path also appeared. Everything happened too fast. There was no time to react. Just as Gu Changqing watched the dragon's mouth getting closer and closer, suddenly a voice sounded. At the same time, a tremendous suction force pulled the Tongtian green dragon over. "My father is dead, so let my sins end here." A young beast master with a handsome face like jade came walking on the light. Gu Changqing and the 3 heads of the Cerberus said at the same time, "It's you!" Chapter 66. The overwhelming first place, the newcomer king. The person who came was none other than Wang Yutian's only son, Saint Wang, the man who perfected the entire beast-taming system. Gu Changqing thought of the end of the first plot, when Saint Wang had a brief conversation with Tongtian Bilong. It seems that according to the original memory line, even if he hadn't taken action, Wang Yutian would have been defeated without a doubt. Saint Wang showed up to put an end to the situation and eliminate the hidden danger of the Tongtian Jade Dragon. The two reenacted memory plots end here. Compared to when you were young, you are really not that ugly now that you are older. The three-headed dog of hell lowered its 3 heads and surrounded Saint Wang, just like old friends greeting each other. However, Saint Wang's actions and expressions remained the same, without any change. He raised his hand and pointed at the Tongtian Jade Dragon, but the huge dragon's body had no ability to resist. It was absorbed into the beast controlling space in his body. You are not him! The three-headed dog of hell was not interested. It seems that my mission is over here. As soon as it finished speaking, particles of light dust slowly floated up from under its feet. The whole body slowly dissipated into it. Little guy, I am sincerely happy for him to be able to see a younger generation like you inheriting the future of the human race in his remaining memories. Gu Changqing bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, "It is a blessing for the human race to have a pet like you to protect us. Although it's corny, I find it very pleasant to listen to. If I hadn't already ceased to exist, I would consider staying by your side to see if the world today is more interesting than it was back then. Yes, the human race will only move forward and become more prosperous. We will not forget our ancestors. It is you who allow us to stand higher and see further. Senior, rest in peace." Okay. The three-headed hellhound shouted, "Good," 3 times, then turned into light dust particles and dissipated in the copy. At this time, Yang Chuan and other 4 top beast masters, as well as the city, the once fearless human beast masters in the city, all disappeared. Saint Wang's feet were off the ground, suspended in the air, his tone cold and emotionless. Congratulations to the 15 new beast masters, Gu Changqing, Qi Xing, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Murong Qin, etc., for clearing the hell-level artificial dungeon Bloody Wasteland. Each candidate will be rewarded with an additional 50 points on the total score and a Beast Pet Evolution Stone. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for completing the plot mission, Stop 1 Yuntian and obtain a random Beast Master equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing, you have completed 90% of the story mission and received a random Pet Skill Activation Stone, must succeed. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for becoming the second plot mission Kill King, and being rewarded with a unique Beast Master equipment. Congratulations to candidate Gu Changqing for leading his companions through the Bloody Wasteland dungeon and being awarded the Zhenhai City Newcomer King Halo title. Congratulations to candidates Qi Xing, Su Qing, Chen Hai, Murong Qin. A series of Abyss information announcements made the viewers dizzy. Gu Changqing is undoubtedly the biggest winner. Qi Xing and Su Qing both gave him congratulatory looks. The other children of noble families were sincerely convinced, and although they congratulated him verbally, they could not hide their disappointment. Only Chen Hai clenched and unclenched his fists, and his expression changed repeatedly. There is reluctance, anger, reluctance, regret, and almost all emotions are included. Finally, with a bitter smile, he seemed to let go of everything and look at things in a positive way. People seemed to grow in an instant. Gu Changqing, congratulations, the first place in Zhenhai City is yours. Looking at Chen Hai putting everything aside and extending his hand to him, Gu Changqing just looked at it without shaking it. He has a sense of family and country, and a passion for humanity. But there is no mercy towards the enemies. Chen Hai put down his hand awkwardly. Although I still have confidence that I can defeat you in the ring. Unfortunately, forget it. The others didn't know what to say for a moment, and could only pretend they heard nothing. The copy has ended. Please enter the teleportation light gate and leave. Saint Wang waved his hand, and a series of teleportation light gates appeared in front of everyone. When Gu Changqing walked in and appeared at the back of a high mountain outside the dungeon, a fragrant breeze blew into my arms. Shao Qing, you are number 1, you are number 1, you are number 1, number 1. Yu Rian shouted excitedly, her voice choked with sobs, and her warm tears wet Gu Changqing's chest. Gu Changqing hugged her tightly, feeling overwhelmed with emotion, as if he were dreaming. Before his eyes, he could vaguely see that in front of those high-ranking families, Shao Jin was willing to exhaust his legendary bloodline for it rather than leave him. Seeing that the Qin family used various means to stop him, I saw everyone's sarcasm and Yu Rian's worry. Now, all the hardship has paid off. He could stand in front of people without any scruples and shout loudly. I, Gu Changqing, the best in Jinhai. Sis, if you keep crying, you'll get smaller. After calming down, Gu Changqing started to tease. Small? What's small? Yu Ruiyan wiped her tears and came out of his arms in a daze. Seeing Gu Changqing staring at the mountains in front of him with ill intentions, she cried out softly. The slender fingers were as fast as the wind and grabbed Gu Changqing's ears. Good boy, you are getting bolder and bolder. You dare to tell me dirty jokes, your butt must be itchy, right? She had very little strength, and Gu Changqing pretended to be in pain and kept begging for mercy. Ahem! An inappropriate voice came from the side. Shenlin pushed his glasses and said in a somewhat doting tone. How about you two go down and flirt? I'm going to announce the results. Roll! Yu Ruiyan glared at him, then pulled Gu Changqing aside. Now, announce the individual results of the national exam Jinhai City. A report card appeared on the light curtain in the air. Jinhai City ranking list for national exams. First place, Gu Changqing. Arena battle score 30, copy record score 150, additional points 20, total score 200. Second place, Jinhai Arena battle score 30, dungeon record score 100, extra points 0, total score 130. Third place, Suqing Arena battle score 29, dungeon record score 95, extra points 0, total score 124. Fourth place, Jixing. When they saw the score of 200, the leaders of various schools and high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion in the audience were dumbfounded. Jinhai's score of 130 is rare among the candidates from Jinhai City over the years. These 200 are like a natural chasm, making Gu Changqing look even more unfathomable. Candidates ranked in the top 30, please continue to prepare and replenish your condition. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, you will represent Jinhai City and compete with talented elites from all over the country. I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Gu Changqing, who was being praised by Yu Ruiyan. Suddenly I saw those people in the leadership seats start to leave. Etc. Gu Changqing shouted. Looking at Chen Ziming, Li Haoran and others, he said coldly, Master Chen, Deputy City Lordly, have you forgotten something? Chapter 67, One Man Against the City, Hard Fight. Chen Hai followed the elders of the family as they retreated, and when he heard the sound, he turned around and looked back. Chen Ziming used brute force to hold his shoulders, as if he didn't hear anything. At this time, Li Haoran stopped and smiled indifferently, with a hint of ruthlessness in his elegant temperament. He met Gu Changqing's gaze, his tone calm and steady. Student Gu Changqing, you are now the number 1 in Jinhai City, and you are the well-deserved Rookie of the Year. Your achievements are rare even in the whole country. Therefore, for the expectations of the people in the city, and to comfort the spirits of the 2 heroes in heaven, let's focus on the 2 matches against candidates from across the country this afternoon, and lead the candidates from Jinhai City to achieve a satisfactory result. This is what everyone in our city lord's mansion is looking forward to, okay? Gu Changqing nodded and agreed. Deputy City Lordly is indeed very righteous. If you don't want to say it, then let me do it for you. Everyone present here, whether you are from aristocratic families or common people, I believe you are all very satisfied with my Gu Changqing's big melon. But I'm sorry to disappoint you. The culprit that caused my legendary pet to become a useless pet was actually Gu Changqing. Li Haoran suddenly raised his tone, his eyes behind his glasses flashing with coldness and viciousness. Please pay attention to your identity at this moment. A national war is imminent. Do you want to shake the morale of others? Gu Changqing, I hope you have taken the overall situation into consideration. All you want is an apology, right? I promise you that after the exam, the entire Chen family will face Jinhai City and give you the most satisfactory answer. Li Haoran's words seemed righteous, but he was using the name of Jinhai City's honor to put pressure on Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing listened and couldn't help laughing. Deputy City Lordly, your reasoning is really thought-provoking. If I have a brain defect, you really convinced me. Gu Changqing stopped laughing and said, Deputy City Lordly, you seemed to be there that day. When Patriarch Chen used the reverse contract to forcibly extract my beast pet, why didn't you stop him and tell him that if he was not careful, I would die with my legendary beast pet? At that time, you acquiesced to what Patriarch Chen did, right? If so, is there any difference between today and that day? Li Haoran looked sinister, and deliberately glanced at Yu Rian, who had been silent beside Gu Changqing, and said, Miss Yi, there is a misunderstanding here, do you believe it? Yu Rian shrugged and put her arm around Gu Changqing, one action making her position clear. So there's no room for negotiation? You won't even show me the last bit of sympathy? Ha! Gu Changqing laughed coldly. Fragrant, did you talk about favor when you were trying to kill me? Deputy City Lordly, do those vicious beast masters outside the city have anything to do with you? Looking at Li Haoran, who was struggling desperately, an idea came to his mind. The three-headed dragon once said that someone had reached some kind of agreement with the hand of the evil god and was intentionally raising it to help it break through evolution. If we imagine that person to be Li Haoran or the Chen family, it's not unacceptable. Especially Chen Hai's attitude. Even though he knew he had the opportunity to resist, he still held on to his last trump card. Chen Ziming had done something filthy, but he was the one who came forward to mediate. Is Li Haoran trying to protect the Chen family? Or does he have another purpose? Or, the two sides have long been entangled and unable to distinguish between you and me. Protecting him means protecting yourself. Gu Changqing rolled his eyes and a new idea came to his mind. He walked past Li Haoran and said to Chen Hai, Actually, there is another way to have the best of both worlds. Would you like to hear it? Yu Rian was surprised. What was the stinky brother going to do? Was he too chaste? But the next second, when she saw the smile on Gu Changqing's lips, she felt relieved. You're overthinking it. The stinky brother is still the same stinky brother. Kill Chen Ziming, the head of the Chen family, your father. Cruel? Vicious? Looking around at the high-ranking officials of the city lord's mansion, the leaders of various universities, and the aristocratic families of Jinhai City who had not left, Gu Changqing knows one thing very well. Kill the Virgin Mary in troubled times. The clan is in danger and the traitor is punished. Wang Yuntian's lesson told him that unless you are really a god, you can turn clouds into rain with just a flip of your hand. Otherwise, without absolute strength, individuals are still insignificant. Even if it means taking a different path than before. It's just a more powerful knife. Gu Changqing, you must keep your bottom line. Even if Patriarch Chen did something wrong, he can compensate you, but you want to destroy Chen Hai. Yes, we firmly resist this punishment. Some of the family spokespersons inexplicably united together. They sensed an inexplicable crisis. Qing, stop it! Hai didn't do anything wrong. Why are you pushing him so hard? Art Master Susi, with tears in her eyes, stood up accompanied by her parents and younger brother. Susi's mother frowned and said, How can we leave Sisi to you without any worries when the child is so murderous? Yeah, let's be merciful, young man, let it go. Qing, my parents have temporarily agreed that we can be together. You should put aside your sorrow and resentment towards the sea and make peace. After all, you are the hope of Jinhai City. Before he could finish his words, a sharp black sword energy flashed past Su Sisi's neck. The long black hair broke off at the root and fell to the ground. Bright red blood gushed out from the throat. Su Sisi's parents were horrified. Murder! Sisi, don't scare us! Haydn returned to Gu Changqing, stood with his back to him, and slowly sheathed the black sword. Where did this stinky bitch come from? It makes me sick just listening to her talk. Stop howling. You won't die. I just want her to stop barking. Hurting people in public, or when the various families were fighting back. For a moment, the faces of the aristocratic families looked extremely ugly. Gu Changqing, are you openly challenging us? Don't think you can do whatever you want just because you are number one in Jinhai City. My Gao family has made it clear that the Qin family is our most important partner. If anything happens to him, don't blame me. Miss Yi, you are also a descendant of a prominent family. You should know what he has to pay in order to muddy the waters, right? Haydn put his hands on his waist and raised his sword. Old bastard, believe it or not, I can chop you down with one sword. Xiao Qing. Yurian was born and raised on this big ship called Shurjia. She knows what is inside better than anyone else. Gu Changqing's future is limitless. Over the years, she has been able to suppress the noble families in Jinhai City by relying on her status. The greatest reliance is that they hold their secrets in their hands. Now, Gu Changqing is no longer facing the Chen family. It is a collection of Jinhai City's interests. She was shaken. The two sides were on the verge of a fight. Gu Changqing had a serious look on his face. He had already made preparations for the worst. He just wanted justice, but he encountered such strong resistance. After all, he is no longer the poor man who could be manipulated at will. Hey! Are they all here? How come someone is injured? Zhao Zhanxiong came back, accompanied by two middle-aged men who looked to be of prominent status. One of them was wearing a white robe and a white tiger badge on his chest. The murderous aura in his body almost condensed into substance. The other was wearing a red robe and a Suzaku badge. Behind that warm smile, it's like a volcano ready to erupt at any time. The middle-aged man in white robe strode to Chenhai and said, Chenhai, our White Tiger Academy thinks you are very good, and you have been admitted in advance. When Chen Ziming heard this, he was overjoyed. But suddenly, Gu Changqing shook his head. You are a teacher from White Tiger College, right? I have no right to interfere with your school's student selection. Can you wait until I finish my business? Chapter 68. Even the Lord of Heaven cannot do this. Gu Changqing, you are so bold. How dare you talk to the teacher of White Tiger Academy? Li Haoran was confident of victory, and used the power of the noble families to put pressure on Yurian to protect Gu Changqing. And the White Tiger Academy gave him a better chance of winning. It can be seen that Gu Changqing is still not giving up, and his words and deeds show that he does not take the White Tiger Academy seriously at all. Hence the loud scolding and some signs of trying to please. After the arrival of the ferocious beasts, the living area of the human race was drastically reduced. The Yuanlong Kingdom was much better off than other countries because it had the first batch of talented beast tamers such as Wang Yintian, Wang Xingren, and Yang Chuan. Therefore, the people of those destroyed countries all moved closer to the Dragon Kingdom. Gradually, the name Xinhua became the name of the newly unified country. But everyone in Long Country knows that although there are many aristocratic families and the wealthy and powerful families are looking down on them. The four major academies are the supreme holy places for every beastmaster. Chen Haining was favored by the White Tiger College, one of the four major colleges. That proves one thing, the Chen family is saved. Gu Changqing was not afraid at all. He patted Yurian's hand, signaling her to be at ease. Yurian was extremely confused at the moment. On the one hand, she absolutely supported any decision made by Gu Changqing. On the other hand, I was afraid that he would really dare to challenge the ancient system of Qianglong Kingdom without any scruples. It is equivalent to revealing to all ordinary people the extravagant style that only appears in imagination. At the same time, it plants a seed in their hearts that everyone can climb. This is tantamount to declaring war directly on the entire Dragon Kingdom family. So, she was conflicted and hesitant, not knowing which side to lean towards. Gu Changqing? His individual scores in the exam are good enough to rank him in the top 10 in the country? The white-robed teacher of White Tiger Academy looked at him carefully, nodded, and said, He is a good seedling. His future achievements may not be lower than Shanghai's. It's just a pity. No one knows what the pity in his words means. In the ears of Li Haoran and other noble families, it was like a death sentence, setting the tone. White Tiger Academy has such strength and status. Whether it's a pity or not, please don't worry about it. Now I just want justice. If you have the leisure and elegance, you can also serve as a witness for the younger generation. Gu Changqing looked into the eyes of the teacher from White Tiger Academy without any fear. Not fearless. But he knew that once he gave in, what awaits him will be endless setbacks. I'm almost getting killed. Why don't you allow me to take revenge? Just because I had an adventure and wasn't killed, can I forget all the grudges? Killing someone means paying with your life. That is the right thing to do. Even if the King of Heaven comes, it won't work. The murderous aura emanating from the white-robed teacher grew stronger and stronger, like a steel knife placed on Gu Changqing's neck. The cold murderous intent, like a cold current, penetrated into the bone marrow. Gu Changqing felt that he had lost all feeling in his body and couldn't even move. But he still stood straight, with his head held high in defiance. Are you going to bully the weak? How ridiculous! Is this the good style of the 4 major colleges? If you give me time, you won't be my opponent. If you want to kill me, then come on. The white-robed teacher glared with his tiger eyes, and a fierce gust of wind spread out from his body. It's like a tiger staring at its prey and preparing to hunt. Boy, are you really not afraid of death? Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Death and immortality, isn't it all decided with just one thought? For a moment, the situation was deadlocked again. Ha ha, Lao Bai, you're frustrated. At this time, the teacher from Suzaku Academy started to tease. Okay, let the young people solve their own problems. What they said is true. You ruined my chance and want to kill me. What? Just because you are powerful, you don't dare to ask for justice? The white-robed teacher snorted heavily, and the murderous intent disappeared instantly. Bullshit! If you let your son kill me, then I, as a student, will be useless. Gu Changqing secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and the big rock hanging in his heart fell back steadily. Gu Changqing's move was both a test and a gamble with his life. The pressure that the white-robed teacher gave him was no less than that from one Yutian in the copy. After all, it is a memory, and the older it is, the greater the error. But now it is real, and if he is not careful, he will die on the spot. But he won the bet. I just want justice. Someone whispered something in the white-robed teacher's ear, and the latter's eyes sparkled. He walked back to Chenhai and asked under Chen Ziming's eager gaze. Would you like to enter White Tiger Academy? Chenhai hesitated and struggled, and did not answer immediately. Chen Ziming replied for him. Yes, my Chenhai is willing. The white-robed teacher didn't look at him and continued to ask. Even if it costs you something, you're willing to do it? Yes, no matter what it is, my Chen family can afford it. Good. The white-robed teacher suddenly responded. All I heard was the roar of a tiger that shook the forest. The white-robed teacher's right hand struck Chen Ziming's forehead. Immediately, blood gushed out and splashed all over Chenhai's face. Dad! Chenhai came back to his senses and saw Chen Ziming, whose smile was forever frozen on his face. He was overwhelmed with grief and burst into tears. The white-robed teacher remained calm. Resentful? Hateful? Remember your current state of mind and seek revenge in the future. No matter if it's me or him. After saying that, he turned to Gu Changqing and said, Boy, are you satisfied now? The student would like to thank the teacher for seeking justice for me. Gu Changqing bowed to him, but received a heavy snort in return. He was not in a hurry, and said to Li Haoran, whose face was as black as coal. Since the head of the Chen family is dead, then we will follow the agreement given by Deputy City Lord Li. After the national exam, the Chen family will explain the whole story and apologize to me. As for Chenhai wiped away his tears, his eyes were bloodshot. I'll wait for you for a year. By then, either you die or I die. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chenhai picked up Chen Ziming's body and left the back mountain accompanied by the Chen family's children. Li Haoran and other family heads could only watch dejectedly as Chen Ziming fell in a pool of blood, unable to do anything. They can use their status and power to oppress Gu Changqing. But it is impossible to shake a towering sacred mountain. I could only say goodbye and leave quickly in shame. Teacher Suzaku sighed slightly. I hope this child can make it. You too, why don't you give him a shot of prevention before you do anything? What the hell, you can still do it after you hit me. The teacher in white robe blew his beard and glared, pointing his finger at Gu Changqing. It's all because of you. Why choose today to settle the matter at any other time? Ha! Old White also has this story? Come on, tell me in detail. The white-robed teacher's face darkened. What's the matter? You want to fight, right? Let's go quickly and find the best place for me. It's already been prepared. The three of them were like children, talking and making noise as they prepared to go down the mountain. You bastard, and the Yi family girl, why don't you follow us? And my business? Gu Changqing looked at Yurian, who nodded. Let's go, it won't do you any harm. Chapter 69, Zhao Zhanxiong's plan to get free sex with the two evil spirits. Jinhai Restaurant, private room. The dishes are all served and the wine glasses are filled. Teacher Bai still has a nose that is not a nose and a face that is not a face, and he has a lot of resentment towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, who was sitting outside, felt uneasy. It's not a pleasant feeling to be targeted by a super beast master. Gu Changqing roughly estimated that this person's title was at least king level. The only thing that made him feel at ease was that there was no intention to kill. You little brat, if you didn't have a game this afternoon, you would have to finish the whole pot and apologize to me, and then I would forgive you a little. Gu Changqing held up the water glass and said all the nice things he could think of, which finally brought a little smile to his face. Teacher Zhu smiled and shook his head, saying, Don't listen to him, you are a tough guy. We have no ill will or prejudice towards you. There is nothing wrong with you asking for justice, but Lao Bai is just making a choice for his students. Come on, drink! The five of them raised their glasses together. After drinking for nearly half an hour, Yurian said, Teachers, since White Tiger College has chosen Chenhai, then Teacher Zhu, are you going to represent Suzaku College to choose? Teacher Zhu slapped his forehead suddenly, and Yurian stopped talking. Oh, look at my head! I was so absorbed in the excitement of Old White that I forgot about my precious student. Forget it. Let's wait until she finishes all the competitions. Yurian and Gu Changqing were both startled. Teacher Zhu's statement was obviously not directed at Gu Changqing. Seeing that the two were very puzzled, Teacher Zhu put down his wine glass and looked serious. Gu Changqing, with your first pet and the skills you have learned as a beast master, you are a perfect match for our Suzaku Academy. No! Not just a perfect match, we are out of our league. At this point, even Mr. Bai, who had a bad temper, nodded. The founding deans of our 4 academies have their own beasts, namely Gingjin White Tiger, Nanming Vermilion Bird, Imu Azure Dragon, and Guishui Black Tortoise. Nanming is the bloodline power of Vermilion Bird, which is Nanming Fire. It is said that the beasts of the 4 academies are of god-level bloodline. But we all know that they are still a long way from being true gods. Teacher Zhu suddenly became excited as he spoke. But you opened our eyes and gave us a glimpse of what a god-level bloodline should look like. The destructive power and might brought by the black gold divine bird born from the sun are beyond the reach of any known beast pet, no matter what bloodline grade it is. The difference is like heaven and earth. When it comes to the control of fire, no other academy can compare to our Suzaku Academy. I really like you. Teacher Zhu was generous with his praise, but... So, the student chosen by Suzaku Academy is not me, right? Oh. I really am, fuck! Teacher Zhu looked annoyed, gritting his teeth, and hated it so much that he picked up the wine glass and drank it in one gulp. I was blinded by the fat of lard and my eyes were blinded by the shit of a dog. Damn it! Teacher Bai saw that Teacher Zhu was upset, so he also drank and started to curse. All kinds of vicious, filthy and foul words were spewed out of him. Only Zhao Zhanxiong smiled and poured wine for them and listened. Okay, are you full? If you are, go back and prepare. You are still needed to take back the glory of Jinhai City. If they still want to make trouble by then, don't blame me for being rude. Looking at the sloppy and unkempt Zhao Zhanxiong, Gu Changqing felt vaguely that something seemed to be missing. He stood up and said goodbye, leaving the hotel with Yurian. As soon as the two left, a loud noise erupted in the private room, and someone's scream could be heard faintly. You shameless bastard, I'm going to fuck you to death first. Is this what you mean by a very bad reputation, or even a terrible one? Is this what you mean by a rotten tree that cannot be carved? Is this what you mean by a vicious beast master's tendency? Mr. Zhao, are you still a human being? You only pick on familiar traps, right? Zhao Zhanxiong rubbed his dark circles and reminded them. We have signed the Abyss contract. If you two dare to go back on your word, don't blame me for killing you. Grass. Day. The two expressed shamelessness at his arrogant attitude. But there is nothing I can do. To be honest, if we trap him, it will be detrimental to future development. After all, our 4 major colleges have the right to prioritize resources. Zhao Zhanxiong didn't take it seriously. I thought so at first, so I didn't come forward to guarantee anything. But what happened next was beyond my expectations, and I felt more and more that he was not suitable for the academy path. In this regard, teachers Zhu and Bai rarely agree. Gu Changqing's advantage is that his pet is too outrageous. Moreover, as it stands now, it is not that simple. Others may not be able to see it, but as two teachers from top universities, they are very knowledgeable. Although it is impossible to tell what the blood vessels are, one can clearly see Haiden's arrogance and recklessness. Shinhai, a dragon is about to appear. What are you going to do next? There are some things that he can't even touch. Zhao Zhanxiong smoothed his messy bangs and said, I'm trying to think of a solution. Old man Murong Yuan's daughter is still imprisoned in the Forbidden Sea. You were the one who secretly fanned the flames? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Once I was sure his beast pet was not damaged, I started to make plans. The main reason I did all this was because his parents left something behind before they left. His parents? Teacher Bai was surprised. Who is it? Teacher Zhu held his forehead and said, You don't even look at the students' basic information. It depends on what those things are doing. As long as they are not committing crimes, I only look at their performance on the spot. Teacher Zhu gave a thumbs up and said, Let me tell you, his parents are the couple that gave Qinglong Academy and your teachers a headache. Upon hearing this, Teacher Bai stood up from his chair. A pair of freeloaders? His parents are a pair of freeloaders? Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. You still remember? Nonsense, the 4 major colleges have issued a rule that prohibits advance payment of beast control resources to selected candidates who have not yet enrolled, and that's because these 2 people cheated them so badly. Every time my teacher applies to the resource department, he would curse a few words. Ha! Ha! Zhao Zhanxiong and Teacher Zhu laughed out loud. Teacher Bai suddenly realized. No wonder you take such good care of Gu Changqing. If this is their child, then it makes sense. I heard that they brought something incredible out of that place that time. What was it? Forget it, don't try to trick me. Teacher Bai sat down, thought deeply, and said, In the future, if there is a big event, I will try my best to apply for him to participate as a day student. Although the teacher is gnashing his teeth at the 2 of them, he can't hide his love for them. It's a pity. Alas! God is jealous of talents. The reputation of the 2 freeloaders had a sensational impact in that era. The 2 who were hailed as rare geniuses in a decade actually teamed up to defraud a large amount of resources from Qinglong and Baihu, 2 of the 4 major academies, and resolutely chose to join the city guard on the day of reporting. He gave up his bright future and devoted himself to the construction of city defense in his hometown. What if I say that I now have some evidence to prove that there was a hidden reason behind their sacrifice? I lied to you not out of selfish motives. I wanted to personally let him investigate the truth of that year and push him into the most dangerous situation, so that those executioners can surface. Chapter 70, Yi Ruyan's Abnormality, Unique Equipment. Gu's home, living room. Yi Ruyan peeled a grape and put it into Gu Changqing's mouth. A pair of long legs stacked together, shaking constantly. Xiaoqing, don't be nervous, and don't be discouraged. What if other colleges choose you? Your results are unique in Jinhai City. The Rookie of the Year awarded by the Abyss himself. If no college extends an olive branch to you, then they are blind. Even if no one chooses you, it cannot cover up your excellence, your first place. Yi Ruyan patiently advised. On the way back, she asked around through various connections. Shenhua is a famous college in the country. Among the first batch of candidates for individual assessment, Gu Changqing was not among them. Yi Ruyan wanted to ask more deeply, but the other party seemed to have agreed on a common caliber. The answer was perfect, and the tone was exactly the same as those of teachers Baihu and Zhuke. If it doesn't work, I'll use my connections to help you get into a special institution like your parents did. Gu Changqing looked a little dazed, and didn't hear a word Yi Ruyan said. At this moment, he was choosing gifts from his backpack. After a while, he found 2 king-level pet cards, the Swift Wind Eagle King and the 3-headed Touch Dragon. He held Yi Ruyan's slender hand and placed it solemnly in his palm. Sister, I have already prepared these 2 pet cards. Yi Ruyan was stunned for a moment, then immediately refused. Although the king-level beast pet card is not as rare as the legendary one, it is also hard currency nowadays. The three-headed touch dragon, its bloodline is that of the king-level top ferocious beast touch dragon Divine Jiao. It is only one step away from becoming a legendary and extremely ferocious existence. Keep it and use it when you get promoted. Yu Rian pushed the pet card back, but her eyes were filled with tears and happiness. She stroked Gu Changqing's head lovingly and said with relief, "My little Qing has grown up. From now on, you don't need me to be around to make decisions. No, you are my family and cannot leave my sight. From now on, you have to follow me wherever I go. When the exam is over, I will go to the private camp to be independent. I will definitely find the 1,000-year-old Jinseng for you. By then, the two of us will be the best duo. Go to the dungeon, get the records, and explore the city. Sister, in order to take care of me, you are willing to give up your dazzling halo. Now it's time to restore your former female tyrant." Female overlord? Yu Rian's expression changed very quickly, and she grabbed Gu Changqing's ear. "Tell me, how did I dominate you?" Gu Changqing laughed. "It's just a slip of the tongue. My sister is the most beautiful in the world, super gentle and considerate, absolutely the best candidate for a wife." However, the sweet words that always worked in the past are no longer effective today. When Yu Rian heard the word wife, the hand that was pulling her ear loosened and she forced a smile. Gu Changqing stuffed 2 pet cards into her hands without noticing the change in her expression. "Sister, keep it. You may need it in the future. I have more. The last thing I need is a pet." "Okay, I'll stay. You rest first, and I'll prepare some medicine for you." After leaving the house, Yu Rian leaned against the wall and looked at the bright sky. Her thoughts went back to the phone call she received when she asked about Gu Changqing's grades. "Nan, your appointment with your father is coming soon. Come back, everyone in your family misses you." "Mom, I know. I'll go back after the final exam. I won't break my promise." "Then I'll let Xiaolu pick you up. The situation outside the city has been unstable lately, and Mom is worried." "Don't let him come, I'll go back by myself." "What's the matter? Are you afraid of being seen?" Yu Rian remained silent, her mind filled with Gu Changqing's shadow. "Alas, Xiaoqing, I'm afraid I can't accompany you to the dungeon or break the record." She withdrew her thoughts and tears welled up in her eyes. At this moment, Gu Changqing was counting the spoils in the copy. Since it is a memory reappearance story-based dungeon mode, no excellent equipment is dropped. But the reward from the abyss surprised him. Beast Pet Evolution Stone, consumable material. After the Beast Pet uses it, it can unlock the blood purity. Beast Pet Skill Activation Stone, must win a special consumable material. After using it, the Beast Pet will 100% unlock a bloodline skill. 2 stones, 1 red and 1 basket. While Gu Changqing was considering, Haydn had already run out of the beast taming space, staring at the evolution stone with burning eyes, unable to take his eyes off it. The evolution stone is completely useless when used on Xiao Jing. To evolve it, you only need to increase its level and prepare the evolution materials. Gu Changqing threw the evolution stone at the black egg. "For you!" Haydn happily took the evolution stone, stuffed it into his mouth, chewed it up and swallowed it into his stomach. After a while, the black energy in its body surged out. Gradually gathered behind him, forming a black halo. "Congratulations on the successful evolution of your pet black egg's bloodline. The hint of the abyss has also arrived." However, when Gu Changqing looked at the black egg information again, there was no change at all. "No more?" Facing Gu Changqing's surprised question, Haydn scratched his head. "I was sucked too hard by the big sister before. A stone can't make up for it. What a waste! Forget about this one." Then, Gu Changqing threw it into the beast taming space, and the skill stone was absorbed by Xiao Jing. "When it wakes up, you can see what bloodline skill has awakened." Haydn's mouth was filled with rage, as if he was still not satisfied. Gu Changqing smiled and said, "I will need you in the future." This made the aggrieved Haydn happy. Raising an unknown species is like a bottomless pit. Gu Changqing then looked down at the reward, which was a bronze badge that resembled a tiger claw. The old spots of rust on the badge showed its antiquity. Beast Taming Badge, King Level Equipment. Ability: The badge contains an independent beast control space, which can be used to contract an additional beast pet. Requirement: combat pets cannot be used. Found a treasure. It turned out to be such a rare equipment. Although he could not contract a combat-type beast pet, Gu Changqing already had a plan. Don't be in a hurry, let's take a look at the last one. There was only one piece of Beastmaster equipment left, which was a glittering Beastmaster robe. Tongtionally a colorful robe, no grade. Ability: all skill levels of the Beast Tamer increase by 1. Introduction: a robe made of the remains of the Tongtian Jade Dragon and various rare materials. It is the equipment once worn by the god of beast taming. It has the ability to grow and is a unique piece of equipment. It's outrageous. Gu Changqing became very excited. Although the ability of this robe is only to increase all skills by 1 level. But it can be upgraded. According to the bloodline grade of Tongtian Green Dragon, it is at least Orange Legendary. If you can improve your skills at each level. That? Gu Changqing couldn't wait to put it on. In an instant, he felt that he had a new understanding of fire. The flame at the fingertips began to change shape under manipulation. Although not much. When? A crisp buzzing sound. The sound resounded throughout the entire Jinhai city. The first 30 candidates please gather at Pingding Square. Gu Changqing stood up, saw that Yu Rian had not returned yet, and left the house on his own. The real battle is about to begin. Chapter 71, You Dare to Snatch My People. Pingding Square. The top 30 candidates from Jinhai City are ready. Su Qing happily communicated with Gu Changqing and Qi Xing, who were standing on both sides. Qi Xing smiled gently and listened patiently to Su Qing's various teasings, with light in his eyes. Gu Changqing looked around, searching for Yu Rian. I went out to prepare medicine for him, so I should have been back a long time ago. The teleportation light gates for escape battles and team battles began to slowly activate. Although there were not many medicines in Gu Changqing's bag, they were enough. He felt vaguely uneasy and anxious. Thinking about it now, there was something wrong with Yu Rian's reaction at home. Brother Su Qing, are you a little nervous? Don't worry, my teacher said that the dungeon map is very large. If it really doesn't work, we can just gather together and hide in one place, and pick on those who are alone. Gu Changqing forced a smile and said, Sure. You and Qi Xing will definitely have unexpected gains if you team up together. Hey, don't think I won't say a few words to you just because you are the Rookie of the Year. How can a gentleman do such sneaky things? At most, he will be a black brick. Let me tell you the secrets of the black brick. Gu Changqing listened absent-mindedly, looked around again, but still didn't see Yu Rian. Just as he took out his phone to call her, Shenlin, the host, had already walked onto the stage. To all the top 30 candidates, you have demonstrated the new generation of Beastmasters to the people of Jinhai City with your excellent results. Now it is time for you to set sail again and fight for the honor of Jinhai City. I have received reservations from many colleges. The teachers of those colleges will continue to follow your performance through the live broadcast screen. Okay, I won't waste any more time talking nonsense. Now, candidates, please move to the teleportation light gate. The priority is the team battle. Since our newcomer Gu Changqing doesn't have a school, he will be the last to perform. Su Qing was rubbing his hands, waving his fists, and was eager to give it a try. Qi Xing sighed. I wanted to bring Lao Gu along so that it would be more convenient for us to paddle. How could there be such a rule? Alas! Su Qing straightened her swan neck and said, Humph, do you know what the finale means? Brother Changqing can beat them all by himself. If we team up, you will definitely hold him back. Let's go! While pushing Qi Xing towards the teleportation light gate, he said to Gu Changqing, Brother Changqing, we will go first and try not to give you a chance to play. Gu Changqing said a few words of encouragement and continued to call Yu Rian. But it has always been unanswered. At this time, Shenlin, who had walked down the stage, came to his side. Miss Yi didn't come? Not yet. Shenlin pushed his glasses. 3 hours ago, I met his fiancée. I haven't seen him for a few years, and he has become even stronger. But I'm curious, why did he appear in Jinhai City? Is he here to pick up Miss Yi? Where? Gu Chongqing put his hands around Shenlin's shoulders and asked hurriedly. At this moment, his heart was completely in chaos. Yu Rian has a fiancé? Are you coming to take him away? Is this what's wrong with her? Besides, why didn't you tell him earlier? All the details of their life together over the years slowly played out in his mind. Unconsciously, his feelings for Yu Rian. From the previous teacher and mother. I have already developed other feelings. Maybe it has always been there, but we haven't noticed. It seems to be the Baihai Hotel where we are staying. Hey, don't worry. I will arrange everything here. You don't have to come back so early. Looking at Gu Chongqing, who was running and waving, Shenlin smiled warmly. It's time to consider the issue of a girlfriend. Su Qing and Murong Qin are not bad, but compared to Miss Yi, there is still a big gap. Boy, don't let me down. Then, he took out the intercom and said, Something has happened. Classmate Gu Chongqing has a stomachache. Yes. It was caused by the pet. Move to the back, the further the better. What's against the rules? Do you want Jinhai City to be laughed at by other provinces and cities? I'll take responsibility for any problems. In front of the Baihai Hotel, Yu Rian looked at the handsome man in front of her with a frown on her face, feeling indescribable disgust. Why are you here? The man smiled and said, Yan, I am afraid I will come to take you back. Auntie said you will be home during this period, so I specially asked for leave and rushed to see you. No, you go back, I have to go to the examination room. Yu Rian turned around and walked away, but unexpectedly, the man grabbed her arm forcefully. Yan, is this how you treat me after all these years? I know you made the agreement with your uncle because you couldn't get over it. Okay, I'll wait. Now that child has grown up, your mission is accomplished. Isn't it time to fulfill the engagement between the Yi family and my Lu family? A sharp light flashed in the man's eyes. Besides, your family's pet beast can't be delayed. Yu Rian raised her eyebrows. Are you threatening me? How could that be? I like you so much, how could I threaten you? I'm just stating the truth. Yu Rian's struggles became less and less intense. After careful consideration, he was about to speak. Suddenly, a black shadow as fast as a meteor slashed straight towards the man named Lu. Black egg? Yu Rian was shocked, and after seeing clearly, she couldn't help but exclaimed softly. The man surnamed Lu also reacted quickly. Before Haiden's sword light came, a black ball of flesh appeared out of nowhere and blocked in front of him. When Haiden's sword chopped down, he felt like he was entering a quagmire and couldn't exert any strength. The nimble body flipped in the air, trying to gather strength for another attack. Haiden, come back! A rebuke sounded. Gu Chongqing, wearing a colorful robe, walked out from the corner, with beads of sweat on his forehead. Haiden stared at the man named Lu with dissatisfaction and murderous intent, making a lot of noises. Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you snatch my master's woman? I'll chop you to death! Shao Qing! Yu Rian's eyes showed surprise, and just as she was about to come over, the man surnamed Lu reached out his hand again, trying to hold her. However, clusters of flames ignited from Yu Rian's body, and then turned into fire lines, wrapping around the hand of the man surnamed Lu. Our Jinhai City is a small city, and the last thing we allow is physical contact. There was a strong warning in the cold words. When Yu Rian came up to him with a look of special emotion in her eyes, he waved his hand. The line of fire disappeared out of thin air. I couldn't help but sigh in my heart that this colorful robe is really nice. After his fire control skill was upgraded to a higher level, his control became more sensitive. You can control it easily within a certain distance. Aren't you taking an exam? Why are you here? Yu Rian's voice was very soft, but full of confidence. It seems like I have someone to rely on. How can I think about anything when you're not here? You little bastard! Yu Rian carefully raised her hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. This scene between the two of them is nothing in itself. After all these years together, there have been many more intimate actions. But in the eyes of outsiders, it is undoubtedly a show of affection and love. The man surnamed Lu's eyes were full of fierceness. He took 2 steps forward and said, You must be Yin Yan's brother Gu Chongqing, right? Please introduce yourself. I'm Yan Yan's fiancé, Lu Wenchao. Gu Chongqing ignored him at all, looked at Yurian tenderly, and said softly, Sister, are you sincere? Being stared at by Gu Chongqing in this way, Yurian felt her heart beating fast and her face flushed with embarrassment. But she knew what Gu Chongqing was waiting for, and shook her head without any hesitation. Gu Chongqing also felt relieved. Then he looked at Lu Wenchao coldly and said, If my sister doesn't agree, then it's invalid. If the Yi family is forcing me, I don't mind going to their house. Saying, the hexagram array suddenly rose up. A loud cry. A divine bird with flames all over its body. With a heavy pressure, a pair of pupils were covered in gold, and there seemed to be a strange pattern flowing in them. Chapter 72. You bully me because I have no one in Jinhai? I will crush you to death. Boy, you are playing with fire! The naked and blatant threat and the pressure brought by Xiao Jin. This made the pets in the beast controlling space in his body feel uneasy. Although his rank was much higher than Gu Chongqing's. But the essence of a beast master is his beast pet. In the first round of confrontation, he was at a disadvantage and was pressed to the ground by Gu Chongqing. As for whether it was a confrontation, he thought it was. Gu Chongqing's hand climbed up Yurian's back, patted her gently, tilted his head and sneered. Didn't you hear what I just said? If you don't agree or don't understand, you can just try it yourself. After Xiao Jin woke up, the feedback information from the skill stone also arrived. Congratulations on your pet unlocking a new skill, Blazing Sun, Bloodline Taboo level. Burning Sun, Bloodline Taboo level skill. By burning the bloodline essence, forcibly open the Great Sun Golden Flame complete bloodline. After using it, the bloodline purity will decrease, with a small chance of causing the bloodline gray to drop. Effect: the golden flame of the sun burns everything. The golden crow appears, and the fire spreads all over the sky. The power of all fire skills and bloodline skills is increased by times. Cooling time, 1 month. Introduction: the ultimate form of the Great Sun Golden Flame bloodline. If the pet's grade and bloodline reach perfection, the side effects will completely disappear. The new skills expanded by the skill stone are random. Unexpectedly, the ultimate skill of bloodline was unlocked. This way, there is one more card in the hole. It's just the punishment after using it. Eat dust. Yen, what do you mean? The man surnamed Lu looked at Yurian with a threatening look in his eyes. Gu Chongqing stopped Yurian from responding and said, Do you have donkey hair in your ears? Wasn't what I just said clear enough? If you don't understand, go back and ask your parents. If you have any opinions, it's not your turn to point fingers. By the way, please tell Uncle Yi that my sister is not going anywhere, understand? As he spoke, Gu Chongqing took Yurian's hand and disappeared at the hotel entrance. Crunch! The man surnamed Lu's teeth and knuckles were clacking. He angrily took out his phone and shouted at the other end. Check all of Gu Chongqing's information for me. Yurian was led by Gu Chongqing to Pingding Square. My eyes turned to him from time to time, and something in my heart. Under Gu Chongqing's almost overbearing behavior, it could no longer be suppressed and began to take root. This child, who is a few years younger than her, has grown into a little man. And single-handedly, he reached a position that she had never dared to imagine. Mystery is the most attractive driving force for men. At this moment, Yurian seemed to have fallen into a swamp, slowly sinking. But I sincerely feel happy and safe. Hey! You're back so soon? Seeing Gu Chongqing returning with the beauty, Shenlin came over with a smile, his eyes deliberately moving on Yurian. The latter blushed with shame and said angrily, If you look at me again, I'll dig your eyeballs out. Shenlin smiled, then his face darkened. You're back just in time. It's your turn to perform. Gu Chongqing looked up at the light curtain and his pupils suddenly shrank. The current ranking situation is being broadcast live on the screen. Jinhai City scored 0 points, ranking last among more than 30 cities. Now is the time to prepare. Abyss will replay some of the highlights captured. Gu Chongqing saw Chenhai, Su Qing and Qixing. Their strength is definitely ranked among the top 10 in Jinhai City. But the opponents they met knocked them out of the ring cleanly and efficiently. So strong? Gu Chongqing frowned. It was also a two-person or multi-person team. Whether in terms of pets, coordination, or experience in facing enemies, the opponents were far superior to those of Jinhai City. The cities that are eligible to connect to the national competition are much stronger than Jinhai City. In cities like the provincial capital and the capital, the talent and combat power of Beastmasters are top-notch. Other cities cannot compare to the exploration outside the city. Qinlin pushed up his glasses, not without worry. Most of the resources of Jinhai City are supported by low-level dungeons or dungeon records in the city. In recent years, the noble families have cooperated closely with the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association, and have only developed 5 wild dungeons. Even if there are only 5, the output of high-quality materials accounts for nearly 80%. Gu Changqing nodded, understanding the interests involved. The snowball will only get bigger, and so will the gap. At this time, Su Qing, Qi Xing and others walked out of the teleportation light gate dejectedly. When they saw Gu Changqing, they all lowered their heads and dared not look him in the eye. Qinhai's mental state was good, but his psychological barriers had not been overcome, and he could only exert 7 points of his full strength. Don't be discouraged, it's already very good. Gu Changqing clapped his hands in encouragement. This made them even more ashamed. Secretary Shin, how many rounds are there in the team battle? 2 rounds, a battle of less than 3 people, and a team battle of more than 3 people. If the team battle can defeat the representatives of the 3 cities, Jinhai City's ranking can rise to the top 10. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, Okay, then I'll go on the team battle. Thinking about the shocking and devastating blow in the Bloody Wasteland dungeon, Qinlin said worriedly. Your pet. It's okay. I can still do some simple stretching. The sun is shining in the sky is a gold entry ability, and has nothing to do with skills. At the same time, he also realized one of the abilities of the beast controlling space transformed by the alien stone. It can double the recovery of the pet's injuries and spiritual power. That's good, that's good. Everything is up to you. Tell those noble families to shut up. Seeing Gu Changqing's fate, Su Qing and others felt reassured and shook off the haze of their previous failure. Start communicating with each other about how to cooperate, and how to maximize the power of the team. Gu Changqing and Yi Rian went to one side. Sister, will Uncle Yi be angry and embarrassed? No matter what others do, the Yi family is Yi Rian's home after all. Don't worry about me, I'll take care of it. Yi Rian was rarely shy, she lowered her head and buried it deep in her. What's the origin of that Lu guy? Why do I feel like they have something on the Yi family? Yi Rian sighed deeply and told him the whole story. So that's how it is. Gu Changqing only now understood how much Yi Rian had shouldered when she chose to stay in Jinhai City. As for the Yi family's pet, its old injuries had recurred and it was also accompanied by many strange complications, and its life was in danger. Most of the Lu family's pets are used for auxiliary treatment, and can prevent the recurrence of injuries. So a long time ago, the 2 families arranged a marriage for Yi Rian and Lu Wenchao. Yi Rian was unwilling to give up, so she quarreled with her family and came to Jinhai City, where she met his parents. Now, the Yi family doesn't want to wait any longer and forces Yi Rian to submit. A pet inherited from the past? A truly noble family with a solid foundation will have 1 or more inherited pet animals. This kind of animal pet is like the face of a family. Unfortunately, Gu Changqing only has a combat-type pet. The probability of extracting gold entries also tends to change accordingly. However, the badge has a built-in auxiliary pet space. We have to hurry up and sign the contract. It's time to prepare. Hurry into the teleportation light gate. Qinlin began to greet. Gu Changqing patted the back of Yi Rian's hand and said, Don't worry, sister. I'll find a way. After saying that, he ran into the teleportation light portal. The huge arena is divided into dozens of areas. As soon as Gu Changqing and others appeared in the waiting area, they heard contemptuous laughter coming from the waiting areas of other cities nearby. Isn't this Yaden City? They haven't withdrawn from the competition yet. You guys, why don't you just stop calling him Jinhai and call him Zhen Wangba instead? The sounds of ridicule were heard, and the others were furious. Gu Changqing had a calm expression and deliberately looked at the city displayed in the waiting area. Xianshui City? Don't worry, we will be the first to suppress you. Chapter 73. Did Haimalu evolve into the Great Sage? The power of a stick. Ha ha ha, you guys are just a bunch of losers, and you think. The candidate from Xianshui City suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his speech. He understood the sarcasm in Gu Changqing's words and his expression was sinister. Okay, I'll let you be the first one out. Gu Changqing snorted coldly, too lazy to talk nonsense. Su Qing was summarizing something, and soon he said, Xianshui City is a second-level city, and its overall strength is higher than ours. However, their pets are of a single type, and most of them are aquatic pets. Qi Shang added, this is their weakness, but also their strength. I've watched a few of their games, and they're very strong. Their beast pets have single attributes that are extremely harmonious, and their combined skills can create a small lake in an instant. They turn a disadvantage into an advantage. Sifang City was careless for a moment, and they won the game. Water? Gu Changqing murmured. Who is their leader? Zhang Wenbin. The taciturn Qinhai almost uttered the name through his teeth. It was because in the previous 3v3 match with Xianshui City, Zhang Wenbin saw that Qinhai was absent-minded and concentrated all his firepower on him, which caused the three-person team to collapse instantly and led to a disastrous defeat. The 1-minute elimination record also set a new record for the shortest defeat in a team match. Qinhai, who was nailed to the pillar of shame, was determined to regain his face. Especially when Gu Changqing appeared. Qi Xing pointed at the yellow-haired man who was surrounded by students in the waiting area of Xianshui City and was giving instructions. He is Zhang Wenbin, a senior beast master. His 3 beast pets are the Tyrannosaurus Rex, the mysterious poison jellyfish, and the extremely defensive water clam. Pay special attention to his jellyfish and water clam, their toxicity and defense are extremely extraordinary. Su Qing's expression darkened. My pony was killed by poison. Gu Changqing took note of it secretly, and then his consciousness entered the beast-taming space. Haydn was sitting cross-legged in the space. The energy drawn from the beast-taming space was transformed into black gas and continuously flowed into its body. It opened its eyes and said disdainfully, Master, don't worry. What I'm least afraid of is poison. I'll show that kid what a swordsman roaming in the dark is. Gu Changqing couldn't help laughing. It must be the monkey in the dark. But Haydn, are you really using a sword? Is it possible that there is something wrong with your blood memory, and you used to use a stick? Really? I came here based on my skills? Immediately, the black gas turned into a long stick in his hand. After waving it a few times, it was much smoother than before. Master, don't tell me, use the stick. I feel another force stirring in my body. It seems to be the golden entry that the master has given me. Gu Changqing clapped his hands and said, That's right. It has a unique shape and is also made of stone. It looks so much like the Monkey King. Add to that the golden entry for the road to destiny, it's definitely a replica. Gu Changqing's requirements were not high. He only thought that if Haydn could have half the power of the great sage in the future, that would be a great blessing. To let it get used to it, Gu Changqing went to the Shaojin space next door. Shaojin's condition is still as strong and invincible as ever. After giving a few brief instructions, Gu Changqing left. 10 minutes later, a large red flag rose from the center of the ring. A bright red countdown also appeared above. Su Qing, Qi Xing and others have already arranged the tactics for after the war. As for Gu Changqing, they were not included. Everyone knows that he is the strongest when he fights alone and acts freely. Otherwise, they are likely to become a burden. At the moment when the countdown reached 0, a dark shadow rushed out first. Haydn figured out a little bit of the essence, but this time he didn't use a sword. He held a 2 to 3 meter long black stick, and somersaulted in the air several times, using the black air under his feet as pedals. In an instant, it reached above the heads of the students in Xianshui City. Where did you come from, you arrogant bastard? Take a beating from your master. Haydn held the stick with both hands, and with the continuous injection of black energy, the stick became thicker and harder. Gudong! Gudong! The sound of heartbeats like heavy drums struck Haydn's body. Gu Changqing also heard it, and was overjoyed. He had some vague guesses in his mind. As a unique and specific gold entry, it may be very different from other gold entries. That means the pet needs to comprehend and adjust on its own. Some implicit conditions of the lychee alloy entry. Otherwise, it is just a sublimation after suffering. How can it be worthy of the quality of a gold entry? Boom! A 2-meter thick black stick hit the waiting area of Xianshui City heavily. Violent smoke and dust rose up, and after wisps of black air dispersed, they were attracted and condensed again. It transformed into thousands of tiny black sticks, and came back like raindrops. The people in Jinhai City were stunned by the sharp operation. One could vaguely see in the smoke and dust that the students who were originally densely packed together had become shadowy, with only a few left. Jinhai opened his mouth several times and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Others observed a moment of silence for the people of Xianshui City. Why mess with Gu Changqing when there are so many people to mess with? There's no limit to this guy. So what if he is the god of beast taming? So what about the Tongtian Jade Dragon? Just do it! The smoke and dust gradually dissipated, and Haiden's figure jumped out from it, with mist coming out of his monkey mouth. The black stick in his hand turned into a long sword, and he looked a little depressed. Damn, that turtle shell is too hard! After complaining, I saw a thin student in the middle of the waiting area of Xianshui City, protected by a wall of huge shells. On the surface of the shell, azure blue light flows, forming a mysterious pattern. I saw the black gas left on the black egg being pushed out. No wonder it's called Shitubai, that's why. Less than half of the people were still standing in the waiting area. Haiden killed 15 or 16 people with just one blow. It's not that they are vulnerable. The candidates from Xianshui City never expected that. The one at the bottom suddenly jumped up and used his ultimate move as soon as he came up. Many people were sent back home by the black sticks before they even had time to react. Go ahead and beat the fallen dog! The complete team fights the remnant. The students of Jinhai City were filled with anger, and their spirits were high and their eyes were bloodshot. They rushed over and surrounded them. Xiao Jin flew into the air at the right time and closely watched the actions of the students from Xianshui City below. Especially the combination skill that can create a lake. If there is any sign, stop it immediately. Why did you collapse? Although Haiden's fighting power is not as good as Xiaojin's, he can compete in terms of endurance. The origin of that unknown bloodline is mysterious, and the fact that it can withstand the coverage of golden entries is enough to show how powerful it is. Every time that heartbeat was like a war drum, my strength increased a little. After a while, I became weak. But Master, I found that once I switched back to the sword, that feeling disappeared, and the lost strength was restored at the fastest speed. TSK. It seems I was right. The two bloodlines complement each other, depend on each other, suppress each other, and make up for each other. Perhaps, when the quality of the black egg is higher, both bloodlines will have a breakthrough. The next step of promotion will give the right route. Gu Changqing couldn't even imagine how tearful that scene would make him feel. Hai Maoyo evolved into the Great Sage. Invincible, alright. Chapter 74. Can you withstand the beatings of a fierce monster-level beast? With the full force of Haiden, Xiao Jin looked down at the overall situation from a high position. Although the students of Xianshui City organized 2 waves of resistance and breakout, they were still firmly suppressed by Jinhai City, which had an absolute advantage in numbers. Without the combination of skills to create a living environment, the power of their pets has been greatly reduced. As the thunder halberd in Shanhai's hand flashed with crackling lightning, wrapped in endless personal resentment, he stabbed into Zhang Wenbin's body. The voice of the abyss rang out in the ring. Congratulations to Jinhai City for eliminating Xianshui City. The total time was 3 minutes and 7 seconds. Congratulations to the Zenhaking team for achieving the fastest elimination record. Although I didn't try to finish it within a minute, I could finish it in 3 minutes. All the cities in the arena were stunned. This isn't a 3v3 match. It's a team match of 30 people. Destroy them all in 3 minutes? Have all the people in Jinhai City taken illegal drugs? Or cheating? The bottom player with 0 points jumped to the top of the list. Such a huge gap is really hard to accept. After taking care of Xianshui City, Su Qing and his men retreated from there in an orderly manner. Once this anger was vented, everyone's expression changed drastically from before. Once the psychological advantage is established, Gu Changqing knows that as long as they can exert their original strength, it will not be difficult for them to squeeze into the minimum target top 10. Don't be hasty, proceed step by step, and unite those who can temporarily unite. Remember, don't be reckless. After Gu Changqing finished speaking, he left the badly damaged black egg behind. He took Xiao Jin and passed through the arena where enemies could rush out at any time. Go straight to the big flag in the center. TSK, I'm convinced. It's still the familiar recipe, the familiar taste. There is no way. You can't treat him as an ordinary person. We should be cautious of him from taking risks. On the contrary, we are the ones who provide support. Don't flatter yourself. His reckless behavior is the real support. The dozen or so people who had fought with Gu Changqing in the final plot began to make fun of him. The rest were sent out personally by Gu Changqing. But they had seen his divine power on the light screen. In addition, the top 10 all highly praised him. I felt unbalanced, but I could only hold it in and dared not speak out. I think what Brother Changqing said is right. I have a suggestion. Let's go to the team in the provincial capital to have a talk. We are in the same province, so it's good for everyone whether we win or lose. Qixing nodded in agreement. Su Qing is right, we should unite to fight the enemy first, and then decide the winner. That's fine with me. Chenhai held the thunder halberd, but his eyes wandered on Gu Changqing, who was walking away. After receiving unanimous approval from 29 people, Haydn somersaulted, his black sword swung out a beautiful sword flower, and said, "Follow behind me, with Heiyi leading the way, let's see who dares to bump into us." No one could understand what it said, but they could roughly understand what it meant from its arrogant eyes. "Haydn, thank you for your help." Su Qing squatted down, took out a good quality animal stone and handed it to its mouth. "Well, the little girl is sensible." Haydn took it with satisfaction, put it in his mouth, and started eating it with a crunch. Then Su Qing placed one hand on the horn of the pony unicorn and the other hand on Haydn's head, and whispered, "The pony said that the light of friendship lasts forever, and everything we have is shared." A dazzling white light emanated from the small horn, then passed through Su Qing as a medium, along the arm and enveloped the black egg. Haydn only felt his whole body tremble, and surging energy poured into his body, filling up his almost dry body again. "You're great, little girl. You've mastered the unique skills of the Holy Unicorn. Now I, Heiyi, can continue to show my might." Su Qing looked at the chattering Haydn and said, "Haydn, my pony is no match for you. Although you two share energy, you still have to consider how to use it." The unicorn hissed softly, as if protesting against Haydn's words. "Heiyi understands, but he can't suck it dry." Then, a black stick appeared in its hand again, and it pounded it into the ground. "Let's go, follow Master He closely." Gu Changqing, who was on his way to the central flag, learned about their next move through his contact with Haydn. "Show off!" Xiao Jin stood on his shoulder and made an accurate judgment on Haydn's behavior. At this time, some people who were short-sighted saw someone alone and wanted to go forward. The blazing sun flames instantly turned into a fire carpet covering the ground, moving with Gu Changqing's movements. At the same time, a sharp cry suddenly arose. The power of the golden crow spread. Those who wanted to take advantage gave up the idea in an instant. "Ha ha ha! Xiao Jin is also trying to compare with others." Xiao Jin held his neck high, the golden hair on his head swaying, and said proudly, "I am the master's darling baby, that black guy, stand aside." "Of course, Xiao Jin will always be number one, no one can replace him." Xiao Jin jumped up and down happily on my shoulders, maybe because he was too excited. Fireballs of blazing sun flames spewed out from time to time without any purpose. It doesn't matter where it lands, it will bomb any object it hits. For a moment, the sound of the abyss echoed continuously above the arena square. "Congratulations to Gu Changqing from Zhenhai City for killing Zhang Si from Lining City. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Gu Changqing for killing Tianqing's Li Kui. Congratulations to Zhenhai City's Gu Changqing for killing Kyoto's Ding Lu. Congratulations to Zhenhai City Gu Changqing for killing." More than a dozen kill messages were reported one after another, and there were unlucky guys from every city. On the other hand, Su Qing and others successfully connected with the team in the capital city of Huang Province. However, the idea of union did not proceed smoothly. Even though Zhenhai City wiped out Xianshui City at the beginning, it still could not gain their trust. Their thoughts were the same as those in other provinces, cities, and towns. They all felt that they had used shameful means. Su Qin, Qi Xing, and others tried their best, but with little success. Just when the patience of both parties reached the freezing point, suddenly, a huge light golden fireball, with a long fire snake tail, smashed down towards the waiting area of the provincial and municipal governments. Su Qing and others took a look. He quickly shouted, "Defend! Defend quickly!" I have to say that their response was also very fast. When the fireball fell, almost all pets with defensive skills deployed protective arm barriers. One layer upon another, one layer within another. The waiting area was instantly wrapped into a solid turtle shell. Boom! The arena beneath his feet was shaking violently. I saw a dazzling golden color spreading out, and the scorching temperature enveloped me in an instant. Crack! Crack! Layer upon layer of protective shields were crumbling and dissolving. Su Qing and others were even more frightened. No way! What is Gu Changqing doing? Teammates wiped out? Fortunately, there are many experts in the province and city. They held on with all their might, and finally managed to grind away the flames when they had only 7 layers of defense left. The crisis was resolved and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. But the next second, at the end of the Zhenhai City team, a scream suddenly rang out. Sun Min, who was killed out of the dungeon by Gu Changqing, barely managed to maintain his top 30 score. After withstanding the fireball attack, he just happened to exit the protective circle with a guilty conscience. Just as a ball of fire was about to dissipate, good luck came to him. Congratulations to Zhenhai City Gu Changqing for killing Zhenhai City Sun Min. Sun Min couldn't figure it out before he died. Just because of a copy, I was a little rude. Gu Changqing would not let him go. He ran so far away, I sniped him from a distance. Everyone watched Sun Min being engulfed by flames and sent out of the ring. You look at me, I look at you, and my heart feels cold. Especially those who have offended Gu Changqing. Suddenly, the elegant and quiet beauty with a scholarly air lifted her short hair and said, "As members of the Huang province, I think we need to stick together for warmth. Because we have only one goal." Chapter 75, U5, Come Together. Su Qing and others heard this. You look at me, I look at you. Just now, you looked down on me with an arrogant attitude, saying that you were too high up for me. How come in the blink of an eye and everyone is happy? Until I saw that the leading spokesperson of the province and city closed his eyes and listened to the report of the abyss. A look of longing appeared on their faces, and then everyone understood what was going on. Well, another one got stuck. Brother Changqing is really something, he captures people wherever he goes. Qixing was startled and whispered, "Could it be that you?" Su Qing raised her eyebrows. "Ladies are so beautiful, don't you understand?" Qixing couldn't hide his disappointment. "Okay. Fool, become a gentleman first." The two of them showed their affection in both open and covert ways, and the announcement above the ring finally stopped. "Where are the others?" the provincial and municipal women asked urgently. "I don't know. He should be heading towards the big flag. Brother Changqing is very capable, and teamwork will only mess up his steps. So, should we unite or not? If not, we'll just leave." Su Qing took the initiative instead, and everyone cooperated, ready to turn around and leave at any time. Joint! The identity of this provincial woman is obviously extraordinary. The others whispered to each other and nodded at the same time. "Okay, let's sign the contract." The woman was stunned. "Do we need to sign a contract?" On the other side, Gu Changqing stopped. Looking at Xiao Jin, who looked like a child who had done something wrong, on my shoulder, I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It would be fine if they killed the contestants from other cities, but why did they kill all their own people? This Sun Min is so unlucky. "Okay, I don't blame you, you behaved very well." After Gu Changqing comforted him for a while, Xiao Jin finally became full of energy again. However, apart from using the skills on him, it is strictly forbidden to shoot them everywhere. Gu Changqing opened Xiao Jin's attribute column and felt a little emotional. The little guy has unknowingly become a godlike existence among the pets of the new generation of Beastmasters. Pet True Fire Sparrow. Rank Silver. Level 12. Bloodline entries: Big Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Fighting Will, Gold, Foodie's Spring, Gold, Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 204, Foodie Attribute, 200, Constitution plus 211, Agility plus 243. 200, Spirit plus 1422. Lightning Resistance, 5%, Water Resistance, 5%, False Detection Ability, 5%. Skills: Form Transformation, Blazing Sun Flame, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Shadow, Energy Storage, 68%, Golden Crow Roar, Bloodline Combination Skill, Blazing Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level. The spiritual attribute perfection of the bronze grade is 1,200 points. After achieving it, Xiao Jin was promoted from an early sun bird to a silver grade true fire sparrow. After the super god level bloodline is promoted, the growth and change is not only the conversion of bloodline skills, it also adds 200 points of spirit. It is no exaggeration to say that there are not many people in the new generation who can block Xiao Jin's ordinary blazing sun flame. Gu Changqing continued to walk towards Daki. As we got closer, we saw people rushing towards us from other directions of the big flag. 3 men and 2 women. On the chest of each person's robe hangs the badge of the rank of a senior beastmaster. His steps, gestures, and movements were full of vigor. The power it exudes is also quite good. A master, a powerful beastmaster of the new generation. Compared with Shanhai Lai, he is even worse. The 6 people walked in unison. From 6 different directions, they arrived at the small platform under the big flag at the same time. From Huang Province? It turns out that the person coming here is not Tang Luoyao. The cute girl, who was not tall and had a bit of baby fat, was surprised to see that Gu Changqing was not the person she had guessed. Oh, he was scared after being beaten by me last time, so he doesn't dare to accept the invitation. The gloomy young man was dressed in a black robe, with a dagger on his waist, and his voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Come on, the apple of the Tang families, I would be afraid of you? Wu Yu, don't think too highly of yourself. The handsome blonde young man in the other direction retorted venomously. Wu Tian, you are looking for death. Oh, do you have that ability? Don't forget who broke your ghost apart last time. Oh my, old friends, we haven't seen each other for a few months, and as soon as we meet, we start quarreling again. The girl who was dressed up in a flashy way in the other direction covered her mouth and said anxiously. But there was more instigation in her tone. Slut, put away your slutishness, it's disgusting to look at. He, there's nothing I can do, otherwise I can't beat you. Gu Changqing remained silent and acted as a qualified listener. He roughly understood it from their words. These 5 people are the best in Tian Province, Jingdu Province, Di Province, Xian Province, and Jiang Province. He is the leader of the new generation of beastmasters in the main cities of the 5 provinces. The place where he was standing should be the one called Tang Luoyao in Huang Province. The 6 people should be familiar with each other. Although, most beastmasters will obtain a beast pet card through the abyss before the national exam. That's just for the poor. For wealthy and powerful families, everything will be arranged for them very early on. The only thing in common is that the age of the next copy is the same. But during this period of time of training with pets, it became the dividing line between the nobility and the poor. The rules of the abyss emphasize fairness and justice, so they give everyone a chance to fight. Listening to their endless noise, Gu Changqing ignored them and walked towards the heavy flagpole. The next second, several whistling wind sounds, mixed with 5 different skills, greeted towards him. Fire! Gu Changqing stopped and hummed softly. A circle of fire rose up under my feet. The fire control technique absorbed Xiao Jin's firepower. Easily dissolve all 5 skills. Oh? And you're a master! Seeing that the skills had no effect, Wu Tian suppressed his contempt. The heavily made-up girl exuded a lot of pink scent from her body and came towards Gu Changqing. At the same time, she placed her hands on the shoulders of the loose robe and pulled it down little by little, exposing large areas of white. Little brother, you are so strong. I love you so much. Tell me, did you defeat Tang Luoyao? Answer me, there will be a reward. The pink scent and the delicate voice entered his body together, and Gu Changqing's body shook, and he suddenly felt disgusted. This woman's power is similar to Su Qing's, but their approaches are very different. Su Qing's charm is more about opening a gap in the mind and then achieving the purpose of manipulating the mind. But this woman's coquettish poses and pure seduction can arouse the desire in people's hearts, making them addicted and then obey her every word. They are all the same means, but they use very different shortcuts. Roll! Gu Changqing took a deep breath and shouted suddenly. This shout, with rolling waves of blazing fire. It's like throwing a stone into a calm lake, creating ripples. Wow! The charm's skill failed, and the girl felt like she had been hit hard. His face quickly turned pale, then red, and he spat out a mouthful of blood before slowly returning to normal. You actually broke my color domain! Humph, you dare to play tricks on people in such a refined place! Gu Changqing fought back mercilessly. He just came to capture the flag and didn't want to make enemies. But this woman's approach is disgust. The others heard this and looked at each other in silence. It seemed that some kind of agreement had been reached. Wu Yu raised his sinister face and said hoarsely, It seems that you have defeated Tang Luoyao. Although we are enemies rather than friends, not everyone can stand with us. Wu Tian smiled and said, Brother, you are new here. We are also very curious about what methods you used to defeat Tang Luoyao. Seeing several people trying to find a legitimate reason, Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Don't be so fussy. Don't you just want to get rid of the unfamiliar face first? Stop talking nonsense. Come on. You five, come together. Chapter 76, 1 versus 5, difficult, but not great. Let's go together. The geniuses from 5 provinces and cities stared at Gu Changqing as if he were a fool. Wu Tian heard the most amusing joke, and snorted and laughed. Do you really think that you can be so proud of yourself just because you defeated Tang Luoyao? You are a nobody, are you a poor fellow? You think you can really turn the tables just because you got a powerful pet card due to your good luck? Are you really qualified to be on par with us? The coquettish girl covered her mouth and chuckled, and under her thick eyelashes were a pair of disgusted eyes. This little brother who came from some unknown mountain village thinks he has defeated me just because he broke my color domain? Don't be so long-winded. Since we are all here together, let's clear him out first. If you don't move, I'll go first. Black threads appeared in Wu Yu's eyes and then covered the entire pupil. Behind him, a vague shadow merged into his body. Okay, then come on. It's a good opportunity for me to see how far you have merged with the ghosts. Will you keep going? I'll give you a kiss for free after we're done. We're sorry to hear about the new friend over there. We'd rather interact with the familiar Tang Luoyao than you. Only the young man from Kyoto remained silent from the beginning. Neither participate nor prevent. Boy, use all your strength. Otherwise, you won't have any. Wu Yu and his pet named Ghost have completed their fusion. Disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. Moreover, there is no sound, no perception. It's like leaving the copy. His voice suddenly came from all directions, vague and ethereal. It really is like a ghost. But the next second, Xiao Jin just glanced coldly in one direction. Gu Changqing understood what he meant, and used his fire control technique to absorb Xiao Jin's blazing flames, transforming them into a giant bird claw. Gripped towards the left. The bird's claws were not closed, and there was something blocking them. Slowly, the disappeared Wu Yu appeared out of thin air in the bird's claws. He stretched out his hands, trying hard to stop his claws from closing, with an expression of disbelief. How did you detect me? The only answer he got was a cold snort, and gradually increasing force. King! Wu Yu saw that it was difficult to extricate himself, so he shouted again. There was a loud rumbling sound behind Gu Changqing. A giant skeleton about 3 meters tall and wearing bronze armor emerged from the hexagram formation. In the empty eye sockets, 2 balls of green fire suddenly appeared. The huge fist, with tremendous force, smashed heavily towards Gu Changqing. Dare to attack! Xiao Jin flapped his wings and flew into the air, muttering disdainfully. When he opened his mouth, a pale golden fireball appeared. The fireball collided with the skeleton's bone fist and exploded instantly. The powerful impact forced the giant skeleton to retreat more than 10 steps before it could barely stabilize its body. So strong! After witnessing this horrifying and bizarre scene, the silent young man from Kyoto spoke for the first time. When Xiao Jin wanted to swoop down, a shield with a giant turtle pattern printed on it blocked his attack. The silent young man dodged and came behind the shield, and said to Gu Changqing, "Kyoto Xuanwu, Xianting, please teach me." Gu Changqing turned around slowly and the power of his fire control technique increased again. With a scream, Wu Yu could no longer hold on and was held tightly. At the same time, the scorching heat baked the skin, and a faint burnt smell wafted over. "Xuanwu? A student of Xuanwu College?" Gu Changqing was surprised. The exam was not over yet. Even if the candidates have been selected, it is impossible for them to directly use the name of the college. Wu Tian and the other 2, seeing Xianting's fate, no longer dared to look down on him. "You country bumpkin, he's the grandson of the president of Xuanwu Academy and one of the top 10 geniuses in Kyoto. Friend, we recognize your strength. Let's release Wu Yu first. Brother, fighting and killing is not good. Let's talk slowly if there is anything." The 3 men surrounded him from 3 directions. Xianting raised his shield and confronted Xiao Jin. Gu Changqing nodded and said, "That makes sense." Wu Yu, who was screaming from the burning, felt a sense of frustration when he heard Gu Changqing sigh in relief. Feeling the strength of the giant claw slacken, he silently began to summon the 3rd pet. Sudden. A heavier force descended upon the palm of the giant claw, and a pale golden flame quickly rose. Before Wu Yu could summon his pet, he was destroyed by the double destruction of the grip and the flames. It turned into a white light and was sent out of the ring. After doing all this, Gu Changqing dispersed the flames, patted his glittering robe, and said calmly, "I wanted to let him go, but he didn't appreciate it, and planned to stab me in the back, so I had no choice but to send him out." After saying that, he shrugged helplessly and spread out his hands, looking as if he was also heartbroken. Wu Tian and others were all shocked, and then became angry. "Let's go together and get him out first." The 2 girls had already made plans. Just as he finished speaking, a cheetah-like civet cat pounced on Gu Changqing at lightning speed. The sharp claws tore through the air, shining with cold light. "Fire!" Gu Changqing murmured, and through the Tongtian Lukai Pao, he forcibly raised his fire control technique to a higher level. In addition to smoother flame control, the intensity of the firepower drawn from Xiao Jin also increased significantly. In front of Gu Changqing, a wall of fire suddenly rose up. Dozens of lines of fire flew, trying to entangle the raccoon's legs. "Brother, if you underestimate me, you will get into big trouble." On the other side, the flirtatious girl was sitting on a black and red scorpion. The scorpion's upright tail stinger was green with brown, and it was obviously highly poisonous. The speed of the tail needle was even faster than that of the raccoon cat, and it was about to pierce Gu Changqing's body. Snort! Gu Changqing didn't even look at it. Xiao Jin, who was confronting Xianting, suddenly had only a ball of unextinguished flame left. The next moment, it appeared beside Gu Changqing. The fireball that had been prepared long ago was sprayed towards the poison needle. The blazing sun flamed with an attribute increase of up to 1400 and the accurate poison needle. I saw that the space around the flame began to blur. The poison needle quickly turned into ashes in the scorching flames of the sun and quickly burned along the tail. That flirtatious girl is also very ruthless. He pulled out a sharp weapon and cut off the scorpion's tail, causing the scorpion to roll on the ground in pain. Good! Great timing! Wu Tian suddenly roared. He held a yellow stone in his hand and threw it into the air. Immediately stand tall against the wind. On the stone, strands of golden lines extend outward from the center. In just a few breaths, it has become as majestic as a mountain. Look at my pet skill, Falling Sky Seal! The weight of the mountain is like Mount Tai pressing down on one's head. While Gu Changqing was dealing with the two women, he had no time to come up with any other plans. Suddenly kill. It must be said that in addition to having powerful beast pets, their combat experience and coordination experience are both very strong. At this time, Xianting removed his shield, shouting, "Spiritual snake out to sea!" The arena disappeared under Gu Changqing's feet and turned into a bottomless ocean. Under the vast ocean, a snake like a swimming dragon breaks through the water surface. Connecting with Gu Changqing, he crashed into the mountain, falling from the sky. Seeing that both skills have been successful, Wu Tian laughed out loud and said, "Xianting, you and I cooperated unintentionally a few months ago, and I didn't expect that there would be a chance to do it again." Xianting did not relax. He stared at Gu Changqing, who was held by the spirit snake, and said worriedly, "Don't be distracted. He is a mid-level beast master, and the second beast pet has not appeared yet. The snake and the mountain will soon collide." But the misty water vapor, like a pressing cloud, completely covered the sky above the flag. Click! 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 Suddenly, tiny particles fell from the sky. The flirtatious girl was startled and took one. Start was slightly hot. "Is this black glass?" When she was doubtful, Xianting suddenly shouted, "Oh no, be careful!" After the words fell, I saw a huge black mountain breaking through the water vapor in the sky and continuing to press down. However, Gu Changqing was no longer seen under the mountain. Chapter 77. Don't compare yourself to me, you're not worthy. What's going on? Where are the people? Where did they go? Wu Tian, where is your pet? Wu Tian came back to his senses from his astonishment, took a look at the abyss prompt, and swallowed hard. Back to the beast-taming space? As soon as he said this, the three people's faces suddenly changed. Xianting gritted his teeth and said, "His fire burned through the mountain and evaporated the water snake. Now, he is using our methods to deal with us." He immediately made a decision and shouted angrily, "Help me with all your strength, the black tortoise shield can make it through." This time, they no longer tried to show off their pride, and summoned their pet beasts that were still able to fight. Pour all the strength into the body of the black turtle summoned by Xianting. The back of the black turtle is full of ravines, which are constantly filled up with the continuous influx of power. "Basalt shield!" Xianting shouted loudly, and the patterns on the tortoise shell began to separate and gradually merge with his shield. "Roar!" A phantom of a black turtle with a spirit snake wrapped around its body was lying on the shield. The snake head, turtle head, and mouth opened at the same time, demonstratively warning Gu Changqing in the air. On top of the mountain, Gu Changqing looked down at the four tiny people on the stage below and snorted. "Even if the real sacred beast Xuanwu is here, I will send you off the stage today! Xiao Jin!" Xiao Jin cried excitedly, and just as the shadow of a golden crow was about to appear behind him, Gu Changqing hit him back with a bullet from his index finger, and then patiently guided him. "They are not extra-dimensional beasts, so there is no need to use a trump card. Use fire to melt the mountain under their feet, and the rest depends on their fate. Don't overdraw yourself every time, understand?" Although Xiao Jin felt aggrieved, he still nodded obediently. But the fire in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. "You guys can't expect to have an easy life since you caused me to be taught a lesson by my master." At the moment when Gu Changqing lowered his head, the shadow of the golden crow flashed by. Then a pillar of refined fire burned on the mountain. The hard stone, like melted butter under the high temperature, kept dripping onto the ring below. The water mist also evaporates without leaving any drop under the high temperature. When this scene appeared, the originally fierce fighting in the ring suddenly became quiet. There was only the sound of the whistling wind caused by the falling lava. "What the hell? Is this really a freshman competition? Which city's boss is this? Has he contracted a star beast? That's not right. A star beast at this stage can't possibly summon a meteorite, right? Star beast, look carefully, that is clearly a combination skill. Flame swamp, fortunately it is heading towards the direction of the flag. Looking for the boss's information online, men give birth to monkeys for him, and women grind forests for him. In Jinhai City and Huang Province, Su Qing and his companions encountered a coalition of two cities that were also under the jurisdiction of Kyoto. Due to its weak overall strength, Jinhai City suffered heavy losses. Fortunately, the provincial and municipal forces were quite strong in combat and attracted most of the firepower. Tang Luoyao, who was held back by the alliance and failed to catch up with the gathering of geniuses from 6 provinces, became the killer of this new team. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the scene that looked like tens of thousands of fire meteors, and his handsome face suddenly turned into a ferocious tiger face. It opened its bloody mouth and roared like a tiger roaring in the mountains. After the opponent in front of her was stunned, she left the battle circle, looked at the melting mountain, and said in surprise, "That is Wu Tian's falling sky seal. He can burn with this skill, could it be him again?" Su Qing, who was constantly improving the status of his comrades, saw this scene and shook his head silently. "Yes. I am completely trapped." As for Xianting and the other 3, facing Xiao Jin's secretly added counterattack. Even before those lava blocks with a minimum radius of 1 meter fell, the strong sense of oppression made everyone's heart beat faster. Boom! When the first lava block hits the basalt shield, everyone just felt like a hammer hit their forehead, buzzing. At the same time, his body sank, the blood flow stopped suddenly, and the huge pressure caused tiny marks to appear on the hard ring. But, with the second, third, and countless more bombardments, the 4 people's mouth corners, nostrils, ears, and even eyes began to bleed. His legs bent again and again, and he even knelt on the ring. The ground was broken by the knees. Gu Changqing couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the Xuanwu shield, which was still strong despite the combined strength of 4 people. As expected, the black tortoise has the strongest defense among the 4 sacred beasts. He was actually able to take on Xiao Jin's attack. Lava splashed and roared. Powerful shock waves came one after another. The phantom images of the black tortoise and the spirit snake were blasted into pieces, but they still did not disperse. Wait until the last lava block breaks. The basalt shield finally couldn't hold on any longer, and with a crisp sound, it turned into starlight. Once the shield was broken, the 4 people breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. In an instant, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Their pets had lost a lot of energy and returned to the beast-taming space. Despair! Gu Changqing fell from the sky and stood steadily on the big flag. Looking down at the exhausted geniuses from the 4 provinces, he praised. As expected of a genius, he can't even send this out. Xianting held back a mouthful of blood and struggled to stand up, but his knees went weak and he could only half kneel. The robe was torn to pieces, the flesh was torn apart, and the bones were visible. He gritted his teeth, looked up at Gu Changqing who was standing high above him, and said, "So what? If I can't even take one of your moves, how can I call myself a genius?" Gu Changqing said calmly, "Don't compare with me, you can't compare." What he meant was, I have a cheat, and the abyss couldn't kill me. But to the 4 people on the ground, it became a naked mockery. Wu Tianxiang propped himself up and lay on his back, staring at Gu Changqing, and said, "Don't be too proud too soon. Our true geniuses don't bother to participate in this kind of game. When the time comes to escape, blood debts will be paid with blood." "Oh? Then I'll wait." Gu Changqing pointed with his index finger, and beams of fire shot out like lasers, piercing Wu Tian's head. The remaining 3 people looked desperate. "Before you kill me, tell me your name. With such strength and a pet, you are definitely not an unknown person." Gu Changqing pointed his index finger again, and in response to Xianting's expectations he said, "Okay, escape battle, I'm waiting for your revenge. Remember, my name is Candidate 666. Kill 3 people in the line of fire." When Xianting heard the name, he was stunned for a moment. When his body turned into white light, he cursed, "I." Gu Changqing frowned, quite dissatisfied. He was born in Kyoto Xuanwu, his quality is really low. Although I didn't hear some of the words clearly, I guessed the rest after just hearing the first few words. The curse is too dirty. Forget it, I won't bother with him. Gu Changqing jumped off the flag, grabbed the bottom of the flagpole with both hands, and pulled hard. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for obtaining the ownership of the battle flag of the arena. Students from this city are requested to rush to the center of the arena. Those who successfully defend the flag for 30 minutes or completely eliminate all contestants from other cities will win. Huh? No winner? Gu Chongqing looked at the flag in his hand in confusion. Arena Battle Flag, auxiliary prop, used in the arena battle. Ability: 4 members of the city team where the flag owner is located, the 4-dimensional attributes of the beast pet are increased by 20%, the skill damage is increased by 10%, and the skill defense is increased by 10%. You can't win by just capturing the flag. Gu Chongqing put the battle flag back with disgust and lost interest. After a while, Su Qing and others as well as the provincial and municipal teams arrived here. When everyone saw the bumpy terrain around the battle flag, they couldn't help swallowing. Tang Luodao's eyes sparkled. She tidied her hair on both sides, walked forward with a ladylike gait, and said something shocking. You are Gu Chongqing, right? Hello, I'm Tang Luoyao. Do you have a girlfriend? If not, let me be your girlfriend. Gu Chongqing didn't change his mind for a moment. Chapter 78, Heaven-Defying Gold Skill, Force of Nature. Admirer? Are people in provincial capitals so open-minded? For a moment, Gu Chongqing didn't know how to respond, so he pretended not to hear it. He sat cross-legged under the battle flag, pretending to recuperate. Seeing his embarrassment, Su Qing laughed secretly twice, then stepped forward and said to Tang Luoyao, "The battle flag has been taken away, and they will come to take it back soon. You have more people in 4 directions, and we will follow your command. Brother Chongqing is tired, let him have a rest." Tang Luoyao sighed with a dull look, and then suddenly thought of something else. She said with high spirits, "Our team's combat power has not been greatly damaged. Our friends in Jinhai City will guard the west direction, and the other 3 directions will be left to us." Haydn wanted to come up with a sword in hand to flatter Xiaojin, but before he could say anything, Xiaojin asked him to help. Seeing its aggrieved look, Gu Chongqing said with a smile, "Haydn did a good job, we should encourage him more. Humph, it will be bright if you give it some sunshine, but I don't want it." Gu Chongqing could only look helplessly at Haydn. The following battle will have nothing to do with Gu Chongqing. The leading figures of the remaining 5 provinces and cities have been removed, and the rest are of no concern, although outnumbered. But Tang Luoyao was like a chicken with blood, and formed a steel knife team with 2 other team members. Wherever he went, he just chopped melons and vegetables. Moreover, with the blessing of the battle flag attribute, the other people in Jinhai City are almost on par with those children from big cities. At the end of the battle, only Su Qing, Qi Xing, Chenhai and Murongqin were left in Jinhai City. On the other side in the provincial capital, Tang Luoyao killed the most, with 11 people left. At this time, Gu Chongqing stood up and said to Tang Luoyao, "There are only 2 teams from our city left. You have made the greatest contribution, so victory is yours." Seeing Gu Chongqing hand over the victory without a care in the world, Tang Luoyao's heart was trembling. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Gu Chongqing choose to withdraw from the ring. "Hey, remember to look for me during the escape battle." The only people who answered him were those in the team who looked at each other in bewilderment. It's like seeing a ghost. In terms of appearance, family background, and strength, Tang Luoyao is not the best, but she is one of the few. The young talents who actively pursued the Tang family had already broken down the door of the family. "Now look what happens, I take the initiative to pursue you, but you ignore me." Tang Luoyao did not give up, and turned around and said, "What are you all standing there for? Go out and get some rest. I'm telling you, if you fail in the escape battle, humph." At this time, a team member bravely asked, "Sister Tang, your attitude towards Gu Chongqing is not like your character. You are so young, but you don't know shit. That's the real genius. Look at those who call themselves geniuses. You should be low-key." If Xianting and others heard this, they would definitely point at her nose and scold her. After leaving the arena, the moment they appeared in Pingding Square, thunderous applause broke out. On the light screen, Jinhai City's ranking jumped from the last place to the 5th place. Chenlin smiled happily, patted Gu Chongqing on the shoulder, and said, "Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. When you took on 5 people alone, I was really scared. You know, they were all favored by the 4 major colleges, especially Xianting. Okay, does the escape battle start immediately? No, tomorrow morning at 10. Go ahead, men shouldn't procrastinate or be fussy. Gu Changqing nodded, stepped down from the platform and ran towards Yi Rian, who was waiting for him. Gu Changqing took Yi Rian's hand consciously and said with a smile, Sister, how was your performance? Yi Rian smiled with satisfaction. Awesome, Shaoqing is amazing. Come on, I'll make you something delicious tonight. The two of them left the square under the gaze of everyone, like a couple in love. Shenlin sighed, then said to Su Qing, You should go home soon, the people waiting for you are here. The night comes quietly. Yi Rian went to the supermarket and bought a lot of food, preparing to cook her signature dish. Gu Changqing took out the pet card and a drop of blood fell on it. Do you want to open the badge beast taming space? Yes. This beast taming space can only contract auxiliary beast pets. Do you want to contract a mimic beast? Yes. As the mimic beast in the card entered the badge, the pet card also completed its mission. Mimic beast. Gu Changqing called out, and a mimic beast in the form of a bee appeared from the hexagram array. The next moment, its form changed into a cat and jumped between Gu Changqing's knees. The speed of transformation is almost no cooldown. Looking at his attributes again, well, his skills are pretty good. By the way, there are still some gold entries that are useless. Gu Changqing opened his backpack and saw 2 balls of golden light shining inside. He reached out and took a message, which immediately appeared in front of him. Flowers smile at me, golden entry. Ability: all living things, including rivers, mountains, grass, and trees, will be friendly to the owner of the entry and will not have the intention to kill him. Introduction: a special ability of a legendary being. After being given to a pet, there is a certain probability that it will inherit a certain skill. Gu Changqing blinked. This entry. Could it be the legendary exemption from war card? All living things are close to me. Doesn't this mean that even ferocious beasts can harm it? Thinking about the pitiful nature of the mimic beast, the golden entry is really tailor-made for it. As for the inheritance of the skills of a certain being mentioned in the introduction, Gu Changqing didn't care. The reason why I wanted to keep the mimic beast was because I was attracted by its transformation. When necessary, it can be indistinguishable from the real thing. Don't move, be good. Gu Changqing held the golden entry and rubbed it into the forehead of the mimic beast. Congratulations on successfully giving your pet the gold entry. Flowers smile at me. Congratulations, your pet has inherited a skill from the gold entry. Congratulations, your pet has acquired the skill, Force of Nature. Holy shit, this is even possible. When luck comes, nothing can stop it. Gu Changqing opened the properties of the mimic beast. Mimicry Auxiliary Pet. Rank Ordinary. Level 1. Attributes: Strength +0, Constitution +1, Agility +1, Spirit +50. Skills: Illusion, Split, Mimicry, Force of Nature. Force of Nature, special skill, cannot be upgraded. Ability: able to mobilize the energy in nature to treat and repair pets and beast masters. There is a certain probability of changing the blood of pets and purifying the blood concentration. Gu Changqing was dumbfounded. He rubbed his eyes and read the power of the force of nature several times. After making sure that he was not dazzled, he pinched the root of his thigh hard, causing him to grimace in pain. Oh my God! What is this? A collection of medicines, precious ingredients, and bloodline evolution stones. Moreover, the power of nature is purely natural energy and has no side effects. Gu Changqing lifted up the cat-like mimic beast. At this time, he had an idea. If you carry it out to set up a stall, earning 1,000,000 or 800,000 a day shouldn't be a problem. The mimic beast was frightened by the stare of its new owner and felt that it was at risk of being sold at any time. Suddenly, Gu Changqing was stunned. He understands the healing power of nature. So what is the fix? Could it be? Chapter 79 Wonderful. Hee. Sister, come here quickly! Yi Rian, who was busy humming a little tune in the kitchen, heard Gu Changqing's shout, came out wearing an apron, and asked in surprise, "What's wrong?" Gu Changqing patted the empty space on the sofa mysteriously and said, "You'll know when you come over." Yurian was stunned for a moment, then blushed and said, "Stop it, I'm cooking." Looking at her tangled and awkward posture, seeming to refuse but also to welcome, Gu Changqing couldn't help swallowing. When the window paper in my heart is broken. When the feelings gradually change from family affection to other directions. It's the same person. But in the eyes, it is a very different shortcut. At this moment, Yurian is like the most perfect work of art carefully crafted by God. Her shyness, her figure, her dress, her gestures. They all exude infinite temptation and charm. For a moment, Gu Changqing felt his heart swell with anger, and the breath in his nostrils gradually became heavier. Fortunately, the cat-like mimic beast jumped to the ground and went straight to Yurian's feet and started rubbing against them. "Oh, what a cute cat!" Yurian freed one hand and bent down to pick him up. Under the influence of various gravity and tight clothes. The tall and straight peaks are even more majestic, especially the ravine between the two peaks. Gu Changqing stood on the top of the peak and looked into the depths clearly. I just felt so confused, as if my soul was being sucked in. "Master! Ahem, it's better to turn off the connection of the beast taming space." Just when he was deeply immersed in the infinite power of absorbing essence and marrow, the two little guys in the beast taming space pulled him out. "The beast pet I just contracted has a skill that I want my sister to help test." "Ah? Oh." After learning the details, Yurian felt a little embarrassed, but then she felt slightly disappointed. She walked in front of Gu Changqing, and a whiff of her quiet body fragrance drifted into his nostrils, almost making the clear-headed Gu Changqing fall for her again. Business is important. He tensed his mind and the mimic returned to his arms. At Gu Changqing's instruction, the two cat paws were placed on Yurian's back from behind. The next second, the fragrance of green grass filled the room. I saw a lot of green coming from all directions, through the houses, and gathering on the cat's paw. The greenness passed through the cat's claws and reached Yurian's body. When she first touched it, she felt warmth all over, followed by a strong coolness that spread throughout her limbs. The severe damage she had suffered earlier, the three beast control spaces that had already been cracked. With the nourishment of greenery, there is a tendency to heal. The pets in the beast taming space also sensed that the green power was repairing the damage, and they all closed their eyes and regulated their breathing. "Ah!" Suddenly, Yurian opened her red lips and uttered a soft murmur. At the same time, the body began to tremble slightly. Gu Changqing was right beside her, swallowing his saliva frantically. "It's really awesome!" The classroom shirt, which was already tight and ill-fitting, was trembling as it struggled to maintain its dignity. The loose apron was propped up and could only cover half of the mountain. This movement is like a small earthquake. I saw the mountain shaking violently, and my eyes were almost blinded by the trembling. At this moment, the mimic beast cried out and collapsed weakly in Gu Changqing's arms. Yurian woke up from the wonderful feeling and was unexpectedly happy. "My injury has healed a little bit." Meow 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 meow. After the mimic beast finished calling, Gu Changqing sent it into the badge's beast-controlling space to rest. Xiao Jin translated. "It is still very small, and the natural force it can mobilize is limited. Moreover, the natural force in the city is far less strong than outside the city. It can only be slightly suppressed, but cannot be eradicated." Gu Changqing was not discouraged. This was a good start. At least we know that the power of nature can possibly repair the hidden injuries that Yurian suffered. The atmosphere was somewhat ambiguous and awkward. Yurian just glanced at Gu Changqing and went into the kitchen with a red face. After he lowered his head in surprise, his face immediately turned red and his neck became thick. "Damn it! It's exposed!" While eating, the two of them passed food to each other. But as soon as their eyes met, they immediately separated and lowered their heads. It's a wonderful feeling. It's like there's honey in my heart, and every time I let it out, savor the luscious sweetness. After dinner, Yurian went out to take out the trash while Gu Changqing continued to pack the packages. When I saw another golden entry lying inside, Heart of Qingqiu, I felt a little regretful. After the dungeon was over, The abyss did not give him time to ask the five-tailed blood fox. Alas, it seems that the next pet should be a fox. Suddenly, Yurian's surprised cry came from outside. This was followed by the sound of rapid footsteps. The door opened, and Yurian's face was filled with panic. Gu Chongqing was shocked, and hurried forward to take her hand, saying, "Sister, what's wrong?" The closed door is now opened again. A beautiful woman with grace and charm came in, accompanied by Lu Wenchao. When the beautiful woman came in, she first saw the two people's hands holding together, and her eyebrows raised slightly with a hint of anger. "Yan Yan, what's going on?" Yurian was very flustered. My. Gu Chongqing was also surprised. The beautiful woman's appearance was indeed 60% similar to Yurian. He tightened his grip on Yurian's hand and said, "Hello, Auntie, welcome to Zhenhai City. It's my fault for not receiving the news in advance to pick you up." The beautiful woman glanced at Gu Chongqing and asked, "Are you the child that Yan Yan has been taking care of?" She emphasized the word child very strongly. Yurian's heart trembled, and she cast a vicious look at Lu Wenchao and said, "Mom, why did you come here suddenly?" The beautiful woman snorted. "If I don't come again, can you still go back to this home? Since you have done what you promised, what is there to be nostalgic about? He is already an adult and has a pension from his parents. Are you still afraid that he can't survive?" In front of the beautiful woman, Yurian was overwhelmed with emotions, and even if she had 1,000 words to say, she could hardly express them. "And we have already agreed that after the exam is over, we will go out into the city together." "Shut up!" Lu Wenchao's eyes turned red as he shouted. "Don't you know that Yan Yan has a hidden illness? She's so young, but she's so vicious. You actually want Yan Yan to help you get resources outside the city. Gu, isn't it enough that she's been working like a slave for you for so long? Do you still want to use moral kidnapping to restrain her?" Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman also became furious, but could not show it for the sake of saving her face. "Yan Yan was indeed rescued by your parents. Our Yi family does not owe you any favors. She has repaid us all these years. If you feel it is not enough, just tell us your conditions." At this time, Gu Chongqing already understood what Lu Wenchao had said in the beautiful woman's ear. Immediately, he raised his head confidently, looked at the beautiful woman, and said, "I'm sorry, I'm priceless, not a commodity. As for his hidden injury, please don't worry about it, I have found a way to cure it. In addition..." He looked past the beautiful woman, looked at Lu Wenchao, and snorted. "I also have a way to cure the Yi family's pet. With a certain probability, I can also help purify its blood concentration. If you don't believe me, Mr. Lu Wenchao has probably checked my information and identity, and he can testify for me." Lu Wenchao was stunned. "Grass. Shameless little devil. I'm here to disrupt things, why should I testify for you?" Chapter 80, The Battle Plan of the Three Beast Pets. The mother-in-law watches the battle. "Mom, Xiaoqing can really help." The crisis that the Yi family is facing now is that the oldest and most powerful pet in the family is in danger. You know, every family that is well known in Xinhua country is at the forefront of the times in the inheritance and reproduction of animal pets. With their help, every generation of a family can obtain one or more pets with good bloodlines. This will increase the family's foundation and combat effectiveness. Just rely on the probability of the abyss ritual. The daylily is cold. Even though it can be purchased with power and money, it is just a drop in the bucket. Even if you offer a sky-high price, you may not be able to obtain a bloodline beast pet above the king level. The Qin family was willing to take risks, robbing Gu Chongqing and even trying to take his life. This is exactly why. With a legendary pet, the Qin family's future will go higher and further. The beast pet of the Lu family is a support type. Over the years, it has been responsible for alleviating and suppressing the injuries of the Yi family's pet beasts. At this moment, Gu Chongqing suggested that the disease could be treated and repaired, but it sounded like a joke to the beautiful woman. With the power of the Yi family, if they could find other ways, they wouldn't have to force their daughter. Lu Wenchao also made good use of this and grasped the crux of the matter. "Listen carefully, kid. First, our family affairs have nothing to do with you, and you don't need to worry about them. Second, Yan Yan and Lu Wenchao are already engaged, and this is a fact that cannot be changed. Third, I hope you won't appear in front of us in the future. Regarding your family's kindness, I will prepare 3 million in various resources and materials to repay it. Do you understand? Mom, I won't leave. Why don't you trust Xiaoqing? He just has that ability. Yi Ruyan was extremely anxious, but the more confident she was, the uglier the beautiful woman's expression became. Sister! Gu Chongqing interrupted Yi Ruyan and stopped her from continuing to persuade her. He did not hold any resentment. If he put himself in the beautiful woman's shoes, he would even do something worse than she did. The girl took care of other people's children before she got married, which ruined her future, and she didn't return home for many years. After waiting for a long time for my daughter to untie her knot, I saw her hanging out with the children I was taking care of, and even developed feelings for them. Not coming up and slapping him a few times to vent his anger is considered the upbringing of a big family. Auntie, tomorrow is the last escape battle of the national exam. If you are not in a hurry, can you go and watch the game? If, after it's over, you still have the same decision as now, then I have nothing to say. Yi Ruyan was stunned and looked at Gu Chongqing in disbelief. Gu Chongqing smiled at her gently. But I will go to your house in person to pick my sister up. The beautiful woman's expression changed repeatedly, and finally she exhaled a breath of turbid air and said lightly, Yes, young man, the threshold of my Yi family is not so easy to cross. Whether it's easy or difficult, I won't bother you. It's getting late, so please take me back to the hotel. I'll be waiting for your presence tomorrow. The beautiful woman nodded slightly, took Yi Ruyan and walked out of the house. As the three of them left, Gu Chongqing, who was in a tense state, suddenly relaxed. Gu Chongqing didn't care about Lu Wenqiao. From the beautiful woman's words, she could hear her love for Yi Ruyan. The key lies in tomorrow's escape battle. At this time, Xiao Jin and Haiden both came out of the beast-taming space. While teasing the mimic beast, the two beasts began their strategy for tomorrow. Master, you have run into trouble. Please be alert tomorrow. Big sister, just give the order. It's very simple. Xiao and I? Xiao Tai? Xiao Shou? It's really hard to call you that. I'll just call you Tai Xiao. You are responsible for pretending to be a lone student to attract people. Once they fall into the trap, Haiden will be responsible for entanglement, and I will be the one to put an end to it. I see. Big sister's plan is flawless. Meow 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 meow. Yes, everything is up to the big sister. Let's do it. Watching the three beasts enthusiastically studying the details of the black trap, Gu Chongqing returned to the bedroom, sent Yi Ruyan a victorious expression, and slowly fell asleep. The next morning, Pingding Square, the last day of the national exam. Today, almost all the people in the city came to watch the final decisive battle. Gu Chongqing and the other 30 contestants sat in the back row of the leadership seats. He looked back from time to time, which immediately attracted a lot of cheers. Gu Chongqing, look here! Chongqing Geizhai, I'm the president of your Qing fans club, look at me! Is Gu Chongqing's popularity so terrifying? Don't you think his previous dark history counts? What are you yelling about? What dark history? The pet's bloodline grade didn't drop at all, otherwise how could it fight 5 people at once? The head of the Qin family was killed by the teacher of the White Tiger Academy. Is your brain full of shit? Can't you see the trick? Get lost, haters, or I'll kill you with a piece of my butt. Under the powerful bombardment of fans, the man was frightened so much that his face turned pale and he rushed out of the crowd in shame. If he had been a step later, he would have been sat on and killed by the bucket girl. While waiting, Su Qing covered her mouth and laughed. Brother Chongqing has finally gotten his reward after all the hard work. His fan base is growing. Xing sighed. I went back and watched yesterday's wave dozens of times. If I put anyone in their shoes, they would be killed. I'm wondering, my Lion Arhut is only 1 level lower, why is the difference in combat power so big? The 3-headed, 6-armed Lion Arhut in the beast control space couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, a pair of invisible eyes were staring at it. It really wants to tell its master that that is not a legendary bloodline, it is clearly a myth. For the sake of his life, he could only remain silent and let his master's brain cells die. As the time for the escape battle drew closer, Yi Ruyan and the others still hadn't shown up. Gu Chongqing couldn't help but feel a little impatient. Just as he was about to stand up, he saw Zhao Zhanxiong, accompanied by the beautiful woman and Yi Ruyan, slowly walking towards him from the leadership seat. The two people's eyes intertwined in the air, and their strong love collided to create intense sparks. Ahem! The beautiful woman coughed, and Yi Ruyan then withdrew her gaze. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled slightly when he saw Gu Changqing. Sister Xin, let the young people handle their own affairs. We haven't seen each other for a few years. Is my third brother in good health? Well, he is just angry with his daughter. He sighs all day long. Xiaoxiong, you don't understand the feelings of a parent. By the way, you and that girl Murong. Zhao Zhanxiong hurriedly said. Sister Xin, let's take a seat first. The escape battle will begin soon. When the beautiful woman appeared, Gu Changqing finally felt relieved. Then, Shenlin came on stage and called up 30 students. For a while, Gu Changqing's shouts rose one after another. At the same time, on the other side opposite to Zhao Zhanxiong, Li Haoran was biting his teeth so hard that they were about to break. Full of resentment, he said to the loyal dog beside him. Have you explained everything to Qinhai? It makes sense, but can it really be used? After all, it's from... Li Haoran calmed down a bit. No problem. After spending so much manpower and financial resources, if we still can't solve that fatal problem, that bastard is not worthy of being called the evil god. Chapter 81. The escape battle begins. What? You don't believe me? No, after Chen Ziming's death, Chen Hai's temperament changed drastically. I'm afraid he will hinder the implementation of your plan. Li Haoran was confident and said, Humph, even if he is admitted to White Tiger College, so what? In the end, he will still return to Jinhai City. I have already told him that everything he promised to the Qin family will be fulfilled after he returns. Then, he sneered viciously. With his own father dying in front of him, I don't believe he can suppress his desire for revenge. While the two were planning to talk, Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman on the other side also started whispering. Sister Xin, aren't you obsessed with why Yan Yan and I chose their child? Now I can tell you the truth. We can't see through him. The beautiful woman knew very well how strong the little male was. Even he said he couldn't see through it, which only meant, is he stronger than those two people back then? Zhao Zhanxiong sighed. At the same age, they didn't get such high scores in the national exam. And this is just what he showed us. The beautiful woman was shocked. Xiaoxiong, you are not selfish and deliberately teamed up with Yan Yan to fool an old woman like me, are you? Sister Xin, do I have the guts? You know Murong had a conversation with those two people before he set out. I don't know the details, but Murong told me that if there is no future, Changqing can take over. This is also why Jinhai Girls' High School and the Murong family insisted on supporting Gu Changqing. It is true that one needs a legendary beast pet to enter the Forbidden Sea, and such bloodlines are indeed rare in the world of beast control. But for families with a long history, not to mention legendary bloodlines, even legendary bloodlines can be found. The era of information blockade has become history. People nowadays are more sober and objective. The beautiful woman breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that I came at the right time. Zhao Zhanxiong nodded. Just right. Yi Ruyan listened to the conversation between the two, clasping her hands tightly. Xiaoqing, you have to work harder. On the high platform in the square, Shenlin clearly explained the rules of the escape battle to them and the onlookers. The so-called escape battle is nothing more than a personal melee within a dungeon map. If there is one difference, it is the pursuit by ferocious beasts. A map, apart from the candidates, is filled with densely packed ferocious beasts of various levels. While contestants have to kill ferocious beasts, they also have to be on guard against attacks from other contestants. There are two conditions for victory. The first one is to kill all the contestants in the map and get them out of the copy. The second one is to kill the level 30 Beast King level beast in the center of the map. As for rewards, a points system is adopted. A low-level beast gets 1 point, a mid-level beast gets 2 points, a high-level beast gets 4 points, and so on. Killing a contestant will earn you 10 points. The purpose of the score is to increase the probability of getting the best ranking rewards. Another function is to purchase medicines and other supplies from the portable store on the map. After all the rules have been explained, the time for the escape battle has come. A huge red copy light gate appeared in the center of the platform. The top 30 contestants from Jinhai City walked into the light gate one after another. Gu Changqing was the last one. After expressing his love to Yi Rian across the air, he was stopped by Shen Lin. If, after the escape battle, no academy still offers you an olive branch, I will apply to the city lord to have you reorganize the city guard team from that year. Of course, with your grades, you can still force your way in even if no academy chooses you in advance. I'm just giving you a choice, think about it carefully. Good. Gu Changqing did not ask further, even though he could not remember where he had seen Shen Lin before. My trust in him seemed to be innate, and I never doubted it. Step into the teleportation light gate. After a dizzy spell, he opened his eyes and his hair stood on end. A huge red-eyed tiger opened its bloody mouth and tried to stuff his head into its mouth. Because of the protection of the Abyss rules during the transmission, this disaster was avoided. I'll hit you! No need for Gu Changqing to give orders. Haydn rushed forward waving his stick. A flying kick knocked the tiger back, and then the black stick was swung repeatedly. In a few seconds the tiger fell to the ground. Congratulations on killing a lower-level beast. You gained 10 experience points. A tiger that doesn't even deserve a name has little experience. He looked around and saw that there were patches of woods all around him, blocking out the sun. 20 meters above your head, there is the power of the rules of the Abyss, which prohibits flying high into the sky. A winding path leads deep into the woods, and its destination is unknown. It seems that all the contestants have been disrupted. It will undoubtedly be difficult to find them in a short time. Xiao Jin! Xiao Jin came out and flew to the highest point according to Gu Changqing's instructions. It was okay at first. Once we entered the dense forest path, the trees became taller. Some even ignored the rules and grew outside the no-fly zone. Come back! It seems that we have to conquer this dense forest first. Gu Changqing's eyes rolled, and Xiao Jin flew back to his shoulder and whispered in his ear. Master, do you want to use the same trick we used on Lone Eagle Ridge? Gu Changqing nodded. Let's get started. Clear! Xiao Jin once again flew into the air, and the shadow of the golden crow appeared behind him. Finger-sized red dots of light shone with a fascinating luster. Amid Xiao Jin's cries, they flew into the woods like a heavy rain. Outside the square, the light curtain was very considerate of him, the rookie king, and the live broadcast was of him. The beautiful woman saw Xiao Jin's strange actions and said, What is he going to do? Set the mountain on fire? In such a temperature, how can a mid-level beast master withstand it? Arrogant, so arrogant. Zhao Zhanxiong and Yi Ruyan looked at the anxious beautiful woman and remained silent. This is indeed the case. The fire spread, and coupled with the excessive humidity, the high temperature generated was so high that even the black eggs felt uncomfortable. Gu Changqing tried to use fire control techniques, but it didn't work at all. At this time, Xiao Jin spread his wings, and the blazing sun flames turned into a big bell, descending from the sky, covering Gu Changqing and Haydn. The blazing fire spreads out in circles. The flame that wanted to come over and play with them was immediately forced back. The beautiful woman stood up from her seat in shock, looking at the pale golden flame bell in disbelief. Is this what appeared on it? Chapter 82 Enhanced Avengers, Assemble. That should be it. One hand secretly supports and fuels the situation, and generally only knows the result. Zhao Zhanxiong had no idea what happened in the process, or what he got. I'm pretty sure that thing has fallen into his hands. Whether it can be used is still unknown. The beautiful woman's eyes were filled with surprise. She sat down slowly and asked, How sure are you? Do you need him to meet Olji? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. It's too early. His beast pet is powerful, but its rank is too low. It won't be too late to meet him again when he breaks through the spirit level and advances to the king level. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Rian worriedly. I'm afraid given Oljia's character, it will be too late by then. Zhao Zhanxiong seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly laughed out loud, patting his thigh and saying, That kid told you last night, I really want to see him go to the Yi family alone and confront my brother Yi. The mother and daughter of the Yi family stared at Zhao Zhanxiong like fools, their teeth chattering. Sorry, I just couldn't help it. Just watch quietly. In this escape battle, it's not just the hidden geniuses who are shocked. Even the geniuses that the Academy treats as treasures, and even the children of the aristocratic families, will have trouble escaping. The beautiful woman snorted and stopped talking. Instead, she stared at the huge flaming clock on the light screen and fell into deep thought. The fire was so raging that it turned the sky red. Thick smoke billowed into the sky, and all the ferocious animals in the woods were forced to flee. Along the way, Gu Changqing felt relaxed and comfortable. The fire controlling technique continuously captured balls of fire, and the proficiency level was also increasing. Xiao Jin, this fire control technique is too difficult to upgrade. Since it comes from you, can you pass on some of your experience? The little golden head shook and flew up, and the golden hair also swayed back and forth. No, master. I have an innate ability to control fire. I don't know how to teach you. Come to think of it, the great sun Golden Flame is the exclusive bloodline of the Golden Crow, and the flame is something that is innate to him. If you really ask it to teach, you can imagine what Xiao Jin will say. Do it this way, that way, done. There is no shortcut, just work hard to gain proficiency. Now Gu Changqing realized the power of the Tongtian Lukai robe. Beastmaster, you must forge your own path on this road and strengthen yourself. It is fully capable of fighting against ferocious beasts. It is a long process. Unless the pet has possession and fusion skills like Su Qing, it can enhance the Beastmaster's own combat power in a short period of time. That is not a long-term solution. It was unknown how long it took before the flames finally subsided. Xiao Jin flew ahead to explore the way, and when he came back he was about to speak. Ice coffin! A rectangular coffin made of bright blue ice suddenly trapped it. Haydn, who was already dozing off, drew his sword and shouted angrily when he saw the big sister trapped. Who are you, you thief, that dares to attack us? The next second, the thick ice layer melted into water in an instant, leaving no drop behind after evaporation. Xiao Jin's sharp pupils were fixed on one location, and fireballs were bombarding down mercilessly. After a few explosions, the abyss prompt sounded on the map. Jinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing killed the contestant from Xianbing City. Jinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing killed the contestant from Xianshui City. Jinhai City candidate number 666 Gu Changqing killed the contestant from Xianbing City. Congratulations on killing the contestant, and you will get 10 points. Even though he had received 30 points, Gu Changqing was not happy at all. After listening to the Abyss's report in a daze, he pointed his finger at the sky and yelled, Abyss, you old mother, did I provoke you? Why should my identity be revealed while the others are protected? You really are. The rich and flavorful greetings made the audience watching the live broadcast outside look pale. It was not until Haydn reminded him in a low voice that Gu Changqing stopped with a feeling of unfulfilled desire. I forgot that my future mother-in-law is still here. It's no wonder that he was angry. When it was 1-5, he reported his test number openly. Even though he was not afraid, he could not withstand the harassment from various sides. Abyss, on the other hand, directly reported his real name to everyone. Alas, the light days are over. Escape map under a waterfall. The coquettish young lady burst into tears immediately after hearing the news about the Abyss. The man who was exercising under the powerful waterfall was told about Gu Changqing's evil deeds. Brother, this guy is so evil. He said he would not talk about us. Even if those guys who hide their heads and show their tails are there, they will be killed without mercy. After crying, she started to describe the story with exaggeration. Bang! The man under the impact of the waterfall threw a punch, and a figure with a golden outline was looming over him. The water of the several-meter-wide waterfall began to stagnate, and flow backwards for a short time under the force of the punch. Then it returned to normal. The girl who denounced Gu Changqing's despicable behavior brightened her eyes and said happily, Brother, your beast power angel appearance has finally been completed. The man walked out of the pond, and his clothes fell from the ground and hung on his body. He patted the girl's head lovingly and said, It's not that easy. I just reached the 3rd level. There are always people who are better than you. I don't plan to find him right away if I can take on the 5 of you. Now that you've said that, I'd be unmanly if I don't go. The girl immediately rushed over, pressing her body parts against the man. I know you love me the most. A depression. A giant horned rhino violently hit the basalt shield, and the latter only retreated a few steps with the shield. The giant horned rhinoceros was in a miserable state. With its horn broken and its brain split, it died from the powerful feedback of the force. Jinseng put away his shield, showing no joy, and muttered, "Not enough, still not enough." In his mind, he recalled the battle yesterday. The combined strength of the 5 people was not enough to block a single skill of that man. A deep sense of frustration is reflected in my heart, and has become a demon in my heart. Behind him was a boy who looked very similar to him. Looking at the giant horned rhino that Jinseng had tortured to death on the ground, he said, "Our power comes from our pets. The reason why the black tortoise shield is called the strongest defense is not just because of the recoil, but also because of the force dissipation." Jinseng pondered his words for a while and said coldly, "Thank you?" The man was stunned and smiled bitterly. "I'm your brother, what are you thanking me for? Is that man really that strong? Among the new generation, no more than 10 of your basalt shields can be broken. It's not that he is strong, it's that I am too weak." At this time, the Abyss's announcement sounded in the air. When Jinseng heard the candidate's number 666, his body stiffened and he shook noticeably. The man saw everything and said, "It's not bad to be able to kill 3 contestants at the same time. In addition, there are 3 other different directions on the map. Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and girls with baby fat." He was leading his men and heading towards Gu Changqing's location in a tacit understanding. At this time, Gu Changqing, who had no idea that leaking his name would cause such a sensation, was leisurely looking for a route while collecting ferocious beast points and browsing in the portable store. Suddenly, his eyes widened and he was overjoyed. "Abyss, you can do it! You got all this stuff out!" Chapter 83, Being Surrounded? No, it's the points coming to you. In the portable store, there are all kinds of medicines with different effects. Common materials, animal stones, low bloodline evolution agents, etc. are all available. In terms of price, if converted into points, it is much more expensive. But it's all free, you don't have to pay a penny. Gu Changqing scrolled to the bottom of the price list. A bright red bead, very inconspicuous, without any exaggerated splendor. The effect is crazy. 5 spiritual beads, fire, special auxiliary consumables. Effect: after taking it, the proficiency of a certain beast master skill can be increased by 2,000. Price: 5,000 scores. Quantity: 10. 1 pill increases proficiency by 2,000 points. If you get all 10, your fire control skill will break through to level 3. Level 2, borrowing Xiao Jin's power to be so fierce. Level 3, then it's time to take off. However, although the product is good, it requires too many points. It would be great if you could buy one after working so hard. Well, why are there no ferocious beasts like tree monsters in this forest? With deep regret, continue to move towards the center of the map. Along the way, Gu Changqing was surrounded by silence. Perhaps the fire drove away the ferocious beasts that had gathered there. Only a dozen or so fish that escaped the net were killed. Suddenly a scream came from a distance, accompanied by the sound of skill collision and a slight impact wave. Gu Changqing quickened his pace and crossed the burnt earth slope. In a depression at the bottom of the slope, 2 contestants were surrounding a girl whose clothes were all burned and only her private parts were still covered. There is a teasing tone in the words. The girl was ashamed and angry. One of the 2 beast pets she summoned was lying on the ground, dying, with marks left by her skills on its body. The other one was standing in front, and it looked like he was seriously injured. Haydn scratched his head, stared at the girl, and said, "Master, why doesn't that woman look like a good person?" Gu Changqing was not without surprise. "Oh, even you noticed it." Haydn raised his head proudly. "That's not the case. In a dangerous place, she was not bitten to death by a ferocious beast or beaten to death by her opponent, but was burned by fire. Her poor acting skills cannot escape Hai's sharp eyes." Hearing Haydn mention the fiery eyes and golden pupils, Gu Changqing pondered for a moment. The golden entry of the road to destiny, the words between the lines of the introduction all indicate that one will have to go through hardships. If you want to recreate the black maraca in your memory, do you want Xiao Jin to refine it? Student, stop struggling. All the people in this area have been cleared out by my two brothers. That's right, come into your brother's arms. When the two were about to attack the girl, a sword light as black as ink came rushing over and chopped at the feet of the two men. Who? One person looked around, while the other shouted. Gu Changqing stood up and sneered at the top of the slope. Which city are these contestants from? They flirt with women during a live broadcast. They are crazy about becoming famous. Boy, I advise you to mind your own business. We don't mind 10 more points. The two men threatened the girl verbally, and she seemed to have found her savior. She walked up the slope while trying her best to show off her figure. The joy in the eyes, the shyness on the face, the shadow of the private area that seems to be revealed when twisting the waist. Very rhythmic and measured. It can arouse your interest while preventing you from sinking into it. When the girl was almost at the top of the slope, she suddenly tripped and fell towards Gu Changqing. At this time, the two men started shouting again. Boy, you're looking for death. I'll take you out right now. The shouting was loud, but the raindrops were small, and I was too lazy to take a step. Laugh. A sharp dagger revealed a cold light. The girl and Gu Changqing looked at each other at the same time. The bright red blood dripped and wet the dry ground. I saw a dagger stabbing into Gu Changqing's long, colorful robe, but it couldn't penetrate even an inch. The dagger in Gu Changqing's hand was stuck in the girl's chest. She pulled hard, and the strong inertia made her fall down the slope. He was supported by two people at the same time. The disguise was easily torn off. The girl was not shocked and asked, How did you know that? Gu Changqing scratched his ears and said, The acting is terrible. It's fake at first glance. Even my pet can tell. I suggest you go back and watch more and learn more. Then, he pointed at two men. You two have immature faces, you can't play perverts, it's too inappropriate. This is a scene of a hero saving a beauty, a rage for a beauty, the script itself is wrong, let alone the acting skills. I don't know what the three of them were thinking when they played this in the escape map. Perhaps, there really were some righteous people who were deceived and sent out of the map. The girl took a pill and although she was not cured, she did not bleed to death. You are the number one in Jinhai City, and your reputation is well deserved. Unfortunately, you can't escape the fate of being eliminated. Gu Changqing sneered. You three can't do it with your skills. And what about me? And me? As Gu Changqing finished speaking, voices came from behind them. It's like a hallucination-inducing curtain is drawn down. 20 or 30 people just appeared out of nowhere. An illusion skill? Gu Changqing was still calm and collected, and glanced around. Judging from the colors of their costumes, there are contestants from at least 8 cities. It's just that the quality of their pet beasts is relatively low, and the highest is no more than a lord-level bloodline pet beast. Not enough! Gu Changqing stretched out his right hand, and hundreds of light golden fire lines shot out like spirit snakes. They are not the enemy surrounding us, they are clearly the points. It's the 5 spirit pill delivered to your door. Gu Changqing, you deceived me so much! A roar filled with resentment suddenly rang out. A man suddenly descended, stirring up a cloud of dust all over the ground. Then, the familiar basalt shield burst into light, blocking the fire line of the fire control technique. The shield moved down, revealing Xian Ting's complex face. Drink! On the other side, a contestant with an angel shadow floating behind him threw a powerful punch, breaking the line of fire. In addition, he also saw that face that was still full of coquettishness. Not only that. Wu Yu, Wu Tian, and that chubby girl. The 5-man group that was brutally beaten in the ring is here. Gu Changqing! Wu Yu's eyes were red with anger. If there hadn't been someone stopping him, he would have come out to avenge yesterday's humiliation. This is truly a spectacular spectacle. How could I be so worthy of your participation in uniting as one? Although he said this, he greeted the abyss again in his heart. As for how they found themselves, Gu Changqing was not surprised at all. All the dark history he has committed in the dungeon can be easily discovered with a simple search. This fire is exactly the same. Gu Changqing sighed and patted Xiao Jin's head, I'll have to trouble you again later. The golden hair on Xiao Jin's head stood up. Leave it to me, you bunch of rotten shrimps. Haiden, protect your master. The black egg dispersed the sword in his hand and condensed back into a black stick. The thumping sound of the heartbeat. Like an inspiring war drum. Big sister, just focus on killing the enemies. I will never let my master get hurt. Only the cat-like mimic beast was standing anxiously at Gu Changqing's feet. Everyone is very busy. Let's not waste any more time talking nonsense, and get on with it. The smell of gunpowder spread instantly. Some impatient contestants were angered by Gu Changqing's arrogance. He commanded his pet to pounce on the enemy in close combat. The next second, a yellow tiger with a white forehead descended from the sky. He sat the pet beast down on the ground. How can I be missing from such a fun thing? Behind Gu Changqing, there were also sporadic footsteps. Chapter 84, Crush. 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 Brother Changqing, it's not nice of you to go fight alone without asking us. That's right. Even if I can't help, it would be beneficial to visit. It's a rare grand scene, you can't ask for it. Su Qing, Qi Xing and others arrived with a small number of contestants from provinces, cities, and Jinhai City. It must be difficult for them to gather all these people together. Tang Luo rode on the tiger, looked at Gu Changqing on the hillside, and said, Gu Changqing, you haven't answered the question I asked you last time. Gu Changqing couldn't help but frown, thinking that Yurian and his future mother-in-law were watching the game outside, so he immediately changed the subject. Miss Tang's pet is a rare tiger pet. If I remember correctly, it should be a Kaiyuan spirit tiger with the peak bloodline of the king level. Upon hearing this, Tang Luo said, Your knowledge of taming beasts is indeed extensive. Yes, it is indeed Kaiyuan. Its ancestor was a Wugan tyrant tiger, which was only slightly inferior to the one in the White Tiger Academy. It's a pity that as the number of generations of reproduction extended, the purity of its bloodline was greatly reduced. The Kaiyuanling who under her crotch roared at Gu Changqing, as if to say that even if his bloodline was impure, he could still protect her. Feeling the pure yang energy, Gu Changqing found the main reason for Tang Luoyao's character. According to the Beast Taming Encyclopedia, the names of tigers vary as they age. Such as big cats, beauties, big insects, white-browed cats, and tigers. If a tiger can survive to the age of tiger, miraculous changes will occur in the future. The bloodline began to revert to its ancestral roots little by little, and its quality also evolved accordingly. Xiantan, Kaiyuan, Bazhou, Wugan. As for the god-level bloodline of tigers, it is the Gingjin White Tiger that is famous in the White Tiger Academy. The Tang family's foundation should not be underestimated as they have such a family pet inheritance. Tang Luoyao, if you know what's best for you, just stand aside. We are looking for Gu Changqing. Seeing Tang Luoyao standing up for Gu Changqing, Wu Yu shouted at him. We have been in the same circle for so long, and we are familiar with each other's styles. Tang Luoyao, the fight between us will not involve anyone else. Unless your Tang family stands behind him. Wu Tian was straightforward and laid out the stakes for her to choose from. Don't get me wrong, I just want to catch up with Sister Saw, I don't mean to interfere. Tang Luoyao pointed at the flirtatious girl and scolded. Wei Shufan, you are too vicious. You lied to me that the nutrient solution can replace the evolution agent, and made my hoo-hoo constipated for several days. This account is settled today. As soon as she said this, the tense situation suddenly became quiet. Gu Changqing looked at the flirtatious girl in astonishment, and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Wei Shufan? This name is great, it's a great one. Wei Shufan's face flushed red, and she was filled with murderous intent. Tan Luoyao, I'm going to tear your mouth apart. In anger, he summoned the poisonous scorpion whose tail had recovered and rushed towards Tang Luoyao to kill her. I'm not afraid of you. Tang Luoyao took advantage of the situation and gave Gu Changqing a look that said she could only help him up to this point. Gu Changqing nodded gratefully and said to Su Qing and the others behind him. Hold on, the rewards for the escape battle are very generous, don't be impulsive, understand? Su Qing and others have not responded yet. Gu Changqing had already stood on Xiao Jin's back and slowly rose to the highest point on the map. You want to kill me? Come on. Then, Hundreds of fireballs formed by the blazing sun's flames mercilessly bombarded the area below where the most people were concentrated. Someone below wanted to use the skills of the earth-type beast pet to clamp Xiao Jin's flight path. Being stopped by Wu Tian. His flames are very hot, don't blindly help him. Use your water pet skills to keep up and use countermeasures. Suddenly, different water skills were released from the beast pet. But once it came into contact with the scorching flames, it instantly turned into mist all over the sky. Defense! Quickly put up defense! On the hillside, contestants from the province and city looked at the roars and explosions that continued to come from the mist and swallowed hard. When he said to hold on, he really just wanted us to hold on. Su Qing and others looked as if they were used to it. Oh my god, one person is fighting against 20 to 30 people, many of whom are experts. Why is it different from what I imagined? Shouldn't he be restrained everywhere? Haydn glared at him in dissatisfaction. A country bumpkin who is surprised by everything. At this moment, it controlled its temper, listened to the heartbeat like a war drum, and felt its strength growing. The last fireball exploded below, and the raging heat wave drove away and evaporated the mist. Two shields in the shape of black turtles protected all the people inside. Even Xiao Jin's mental damage of more than 1,400 points failed to defeat it. In addition to Xianting, his brother also held up the Xuanwu shield. Gu Chongqing had already anticipated the current situation. Those real masters who did not participate in the team competition were finally going to show up. Xianting was panting. He thought that Gu Chongqing had taken advantage of Wu Tian's Luotian seal yesterday to bring the power of his skills to an extreme level. But now, facing the pure flame, he still had a hard time bearing it. After mastering the key points of the basalt shield. Looking at my brother beside me, his face was just slightly red, and the feeling of frustration surged into my heart again. You are Gu Chongqing. You are indeed a rare beast master gifted by God in a century. With luck and hard work, you have grown to your current level. If I must say, you are comparable to those in history. Seeing his brother's inner demons resurface, he no longer remained silent. It's a pity that people who are too arrogant and lawless will suffer great losses. Gu Chongqing looked down at him, who looked somewhat similar to Xianting, and said, It seems that you want to avenge Xianting? I am not talented, but I would like to ask you for advice, Kyoto Xuanwu, Xuanqin. Xian Xian raised his hands and clasped his fists, and then a hexagram array appeared. A giant turtle, nearly 5 meters wide and 4 meters tall, walked out. Compared with Xianting's pet, Xian Xian's giant turtle is closer to the black tortoise. Hiss! With a chilling sound, a giant blue python as thick as a bucket crawled out of the turtle's shell and coiled around it. The giant python opened its mouth and spewed out a stream of blue water. Before reaching Gu Chongqing in the air, the water column suddenly froze. It was like an extended sword, exuding coldness. Little Jean cried out. The blazing sun flames turned into a simple bell, and the hot waves rolled. The icicles hit it, causing only ripples of fire heat. Then it melted and evaporated. Xian Xian frowned, knowing that he had met a very tough opponent. The black tortoise stomped on the ground fiercely, and saw several spikes wrapped in icicles. Like a blue spear rising into the sky, it attacked Gu Chongqing again. At the same time, Xiao Jin gathered his strength, and the flame beam also spewed towards the icicles on the ground. Boom! The two extremely powerful forces collided, causing dust and rocks to fly. Wow! Xian Xian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. On the surface of his pet, the black tortoise, blue energy bloomed, expelling and extinguishing the flying flames. He could feel that the flames were extremely powerful. The two attributes that were originally counteracting were completely suppressed. At this time, the man shrouded in the shadow of an angel stepped forward, patted Xian Xian on the shoulder, and said, You alone are no match for him. That big bird is too different. I doubt it is of legendary bloodline at all. As he spoke, he looked around the crowd behind him and said with a smile, Our people have been bullied, and you guys are still able to sit down. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Chongqing saw 3 contestants walking out of the crowd. The aura emanating from each person is only strong, never weak. Moreover, the rank badges on the chests of 2 of them were actually spiritual level. Chapter 85, Tianjiao? Just a stepping stone. Heaven, Earth, Xian, Jiang, Kyoto. 5 people, 5 different energy fluctuations, 5 majestic auras. At the moment of fighting side by side, like a tiger coming down the mountain. Then 5 sharp and fighting looks were directed at Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing stood at the highest point of the no-fly zone, looking down at the people below. He was not afraid of the mental pressure from the 5 people. When their eyes met, even the air seemed to freeze. Xian Xian was not overconfident. He took a few pills and restored himself and his pet to their peak state. Everyone else, stand back! The fat but friendly contestant from Xian province was all smiles and spoke in a warm tone that made people want to get close to him. Brother Lin, I won't retreat. Gu Changqing has gone too far. I will cut him into pieces. Wu Yu's face was red and murderous, and he was filled with resentment about being killed yesterday. Xiao Yu, I, Lin Yi, am not discussing with you, I am informing you. Could it be that during the few days I was resting, the top position in Xian province was handed over to someone else? It was still a calm and warm tone, but to Wu Yu it was like a bolt from the blue. He hurriedly said, Brother Lin, I don't dare. I'll leave now. That's right. Don't worry. Once we defeat him, it will be up to you to decide whether he lives or dies. Wu Yu said happily. Thank you, Brother Lin, you will definitely win. Lin Yi's eyes narrowed into a line, and he glanced at Gu Changqing in the air and said, I hope so. After the true genius finished speaking, the others also took their people and left the depression. Looking at the 20 or 30 people who were slowly retreating, Gu Changqing just turned his eyes to Su Qing and the others. Qi Xing was seen calling his men and retreating down the hillside, 1,000 meters away from the next battlefield. Sensing Gu Changqing's gaze, Su Qing waved her hands and shouted, Brother Changqing, we all remember what you said. Stay calm, stay calm. Gu Changqing burst into laughter, so cute. People on both sides stepped out and watched from afar. But there was still one person who had not left. He sat down as if watching a show and looked at both sides with interest. The geniuses from the 5 provinces also noticed this man and tacitly approved of his actions. Come, fight! Luo Xian of Tian province took a deep breath, and at the moment of exhaling, a dazzling golden light flowed across his body. As soon as the word, war, came out, his clenched right fist flew heavily towards Gu Changqing. Behind him, the shadow of an angel emerged, and then a pair of dazzling golden wings slowly spread out. A powerful golden fist came at high speed with a humming sound as it broke through the air. Xiao Jin wanted to dodge flexibly, but he heard Luo Xian snort. The sky is no longer your advantage! Behind Gu Changqing, a golden light suddenly appeared. A winged angel nearly 2 meters in height suddenly appeared. He held a long and narrow golden lightsaber in his hand and thrust forward. There is a golden fist in front and a winged angel behind. This killing move was completed almost in the blink of an eye. Gu Changqing frowned. Any one of these 5 people had the strength to challenge Xian Ting and his 5 men. Although the process will not be as powerful as his, the result will not change. What is terrifying is their combat experience, and their development and application of Beastmaster skills. Is this, the elite educated by a truly wealthy and prestigious family? Moreover, whether it is Luo Xian's double-winged angel or Xian Xian's black tortoise, the quality of his bloodline has far surpassed the king level and is infinitely close to the legendary level. Even, one can break through the blood portal at any time and gradually approach the perfect form of the tribe's pet. Having a perfect evolutionary path means you can do whatever you want. Only Xiao Jin! In front of the super god-level beast pet, everything is false. It's all dust. The light of fireflies dares to compete with the bright moon. Fire control! As the huge blazing sun flames covered his body, the surging firepower traveled throughout Gu Changqing's body. Destroy! Gu Changqing shouted expressionlessly. With the energy blessing of the true master, the power of fire control has reached the peak of this level. The same punch was thrown out, the fire fist wrapped in blazing sun flames, like a burning small sun, intertwined and collided with the golden fist. There was a loud bang, like a thunder in a clear sky. Golden light and fire points dance in the wind. The two Beastmasters' skills collided with each other, and the result was evenly matched. Although Luo Xian was shocked, he still had a triumphant smile on his face. But the next moment, his smile froze at the corner of his mouth. The golden lightsaber that was about to pierce Gu Changqing's body was unable to penetrate. A black stick blocked his way. "Hey! Where did you come from, you mixed-up bird? You want to attack Hai's master? I will pluck out all your hair!" The black egg immersed in the blessing of the war drum, although the attributes have not changed much. But its stick is extremely powerful, and each blow is as powerful as 1,000 pounds. The familiar sound of war drums is still ringing. Haydn followed the drum beats, completely abandoned defense and focused on attacking. The thick black energy seemed to be piecing together something, constantly improving and evolving the armor. Although the winged angel has extraordinary blood and has reached the lord level, it has an absolute advantage in attributes. But under Haydn's desperate attack, all they could do was defend themselves. Moreover, the power of the black egg is gradually increasing, approaching and surpassing it. "No, help me!" The pet and the Beastmaster are in telepathic communication and realize that the double-winged angel is in a bad situation. Luo Xian didn't care about anything else and started calling for help. "He is indeed a ruthless person. If we don't help, I'm afraid none of us will be able to escape." After Lin Yi finished speaking, a hexagram formation appeared. A bird chirped. Then, a huge bird wrapped in green flames flew out and flew straight towards the winged angel. The other two did not hide their secrets. The beast pet he summoned turned out to be a green dragon with wings on its back and claws on its feet. And a roaring sky-horned tiger with a mixture of white and gold, and a single horn and the word King on its forehead. The blue dragon followed the green firebird, and the roaring sky-horned tiger's horn burst into a murderous Gingjin aura. It transformed into hundreds of Gingjin tiger claws, rising into the sky with murderous intent. The mountains and rivers reunite, and Xuanwu shakes the sky. Xian Xian's palms were one yellow and one blue, and the moment they merged, the snake suddenly turned into blue liquid, filling the pattern on the turtle's back. A true black tortoise shadow flew out from the pattern. Countless ice pillars and ground spikes rose up, carrying a dragnet of heaven and earth, determined to kill Gu Changqing. "Oh!" Gu Changqing narrowed his eyes slightly. Firebird, dragon, horned tiger, black turtle. 4 kinds of pets for great families. Could it be that the corresponding one is the Four Symbols Academy? Master, Haydn is immersed in the sound of the heart drum, and seems to be showing signs of awakening. Feeling the fighting spirit burning like a raging fire, Gu Changqing smiled slightly. The road to destiny, this ambiguous and confusing golden term, is it finally going to be solved? Xiao Jin, don't hold back. Let alone 4 fake beasts, even if the real ones come, we will have to compete with them. Let them see that all geniuses and prodigies are just stepping stones. Chapter 86, Path of Destiny activated. F***CK. Is this really something a high school beastmaster can do? That green firebird is the most recognized new generation genius in Xian province, Lin Yi from the Lin family. I have relatives there, and I heard that the Lin family has a close relationship with the Suzaku College of the Four Symbols College. Goddess Tang Luo from our province publicly expressed her love for him and helped him share some of the pressure. The part you mentioned is dispensable. Luo Xian from Jiang province, his winged angel is no worse than others. The Luo family's pet beast has 6 wings. Stop bragging. Let me tell you one thing, Gu Changqing is invincible. He has challenged so many geniuses on his own. This is unprecedented in the national exams. Yes, Gu Changqing is invincible. Gu Changqing rises. This really gives face to Mayor Jinhai. Even if we lose, we will become famous in one battle. There's an undercover agent, someone get him out. Our youth fan club doesn't need fans like this. Zhao Zhanxiong had a smile on his face. For the first time, he felt very strong in front of his elder sister. Yu Ruyan's eyes were filled with affection as she stared at the face in the light curtain. The beautiful woman snorted. How reckless! You could have easily won, but you chose to become a public enemy. You're exactly like those 2 annoying guys. Sister Xian, I remember those 2 people cheated me of my resources. Before Zhao Zhanxiong could finish his words, he was frightened back by the look in the beautiful woman's eyes. The waist is stiff, but the courage is still timid. Isn't it said that his main pet is the foundation of his survival? But look at that black monkey. As the battle continues, it is also undergoing drastic changes. The main pet is also the first pet. The Beastmaster's first skill comes from this. As for future job promotions, although other pets can be obtained, but the main pet always has one more pet than other pets. The ability absorption is also greatly improved because of the extra time. Unless you break through to the king level, you won't distinguish between the main and the deputy. Because of this, Beastmasters are extremely cautious in choosing their first pet. I don't know. This kid is full of mysteries. I heard from Yan Yan that the third pet has been contracted. An intermediate Beastmaster with 3 pets, there are more and more surprises. The beautiful woman smiled coldly. Aren't you afraid that he will get out of control, find out what you did behind your back, and come after you to settle the score? Zhao Zhanxiong clapped his hands and said, That's great. I can retire early, too. Humph, let's see how he breaks through this level. The 4 pseudo-holy beasts released their strongest skills, rushing over with strong murderous intent and might. Under Gu Changqing's instructions, Xiao Jin went all out. In an instant, the shadow of a bloody golden crow stretched out behind him. The rich blood and flames intertwined with each other, constantly amplifying and strengthening. Ever since the sun came out, the golden entry of fighting will has gradually become useless. Especially after Xiaojin's rank was upgraded and his bloodline skills were strengthened again. Now, before noon, the desire to fight is rekindled. It seemed as if it was dissatisfied with being discarded. Once it was used, the momentum was completely different from before. Gu Changqing was also stimulated by the blood and suddenly became full of heroic spirit. He pointed at the 4 beasts and shouted angrily, How dare you, a mere little beast, be so presumptuous? With the help of Xiao Jin, Gu Changqing had a lot of thoughts in his mind. Fire control is back. Under the guidance of his thoughts, 4 raging waves of fire surged out. Under Gu Changqing's will, they transformed into 4 fire dragons and pounced on the beasts from all 4 directions. War! 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 Below, Xian Xin and the others shouted in unison. The brilliance of the 4 beast pets' skills has been strengthened again. There is a faint aura of power from the 4 holy beasts. The horned tiger controls the sharpness of gunmetal, the dragon brings life to wood, the firebird drives away the extinguishing of fire, and the black tortoise controls the solidity of water and soil. The 4-province genius, the best of the new generation of Sixiang College. Abandoning the cumbersome temptations and tricks. The first move is a killing move, either you die or I live. In everyone's eyes, Gu Changqing in the sky was like a big devil. Showing mercy or being hesitant will only lead to your own destruction. The 4 fire dragons collided violently with the 4 beast pets. The waves are rising like waves on a calm sea. Powerful shock waves swept outward from the sky. The contestants who were watching the battle from a distance summoned their pets to resist the shock waves. Everyone's heart is filled with turmoil. Especially the Avengers, who were temporarily formed, were almost like seeing a ghost. Xian Ting, Wu Yu, Wu Tian and others opened their mouths wide. Seeing this scene, they finally understood. Gu Changqing has the capital to be arrogant. If any one of the geniuses from the 4 provinces was picked out and put in the previous national examinations, he would have been a crushing opponent. Not to mention getting first place for sure, being in the top 3 is more than enough. But now, there are 5 of them, no matter the maturity of the pet bloodline or the evolutionary path. They have all reached their most perfect state in the past decade. Although it is not a sacred beast, it already possesses the rudiments of the 4 symbols. It took countless resources to produce these few people. That man, who was bathed in fire, like the god of fire. A person of the lower class born in poverty. Fighting alone without losing. Instead, they gained the upper hand. How could they not be shocked? How could they not be afraid? The fire dragon was entangled with the beasts of all directions, and every explosion touched the hearts of the people below. Until Xian Xin and the others started to swallow the pills. After absorbing the energy and spirit of the Beastmaster, the pet's power increased again, breaking through the fire dragon's blockade in one fell swoop. You have some skills! Xiao Jin's bloodline is extraordinary, but it has only evolved once. The 4 beast pets had the feedback advantage after their evolution, and the 4 of them joined forces to barely even the situation. Master, I'm going to get serious! While there was enough time, Xiao Jin suddenly began to restrain the flames. The progress bar of the Golden Crow's roar was growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. At this moment, a shout interrupted Xiao Jin's accumulation of strength. Big sister, please be patient, I am extremely strong now. It's Haiden's voice. Gu Changqing shifted his attention over there, and immediately showed a look of surprise. Dedicate yourself to dealing with the beasts from all directions. At some point, Haiden was fighting against the 2-winged angel again. It actually attracted part of the scorching sun's flames. Now, the black egg is completely engulfed in a thick black flame that cannot be melted. The heart beats faster and faster. It seems like it will crack and break at any time. You bastard, Master He doesn't want to play with you anymore. In the black flames, a burning black stick danced out after images all over the sky. Then he hit the winged angel on the head, who was unable to react. The latter was like a falling star, smashing straight into the ground, turning into white light and returning to the beast-taming space. For scoundrels, take a beating from high! Crack! Along with Haiden's shout, the beating of the war drum in his heart suddenly stopped. But at the moment of stopping, it seemed as if something. It's broken. Suddenly, a hint from the abyss came to Gu Changqing's ears. Congratulations on activating the only limited gold item for your pet, Path of Destiny. Chapter 87, The Circle Drawn by the Great Sage. In the black flames, Gu Changqing seemed to see a familiar figure. A suit of black and gold chain mail, a phoenix wing purple gold crown that reaches to the sky, and a pair of lotus silk shoes. Especially the eye-catching black flame stick, held in the right hand. The monkey alone launched the strongest attack against 4 beast pets, and he seemed to be at ease and full of dominance. The hard days of Haimalu are finally over. Gu Changqing was filled with emotion, especially as a time traveler, when he saw Haiden transform. Quite a few tears welled up in my eyes. Take this stick from high. The power of the black egg is entirely accumulated by the sound of the heart's war drum. After the golden entry of the Road of Destiny was fully activated, it clearly felt that the strength in its body was rapidly draining away. This weird and strange golden entry, if you are not familiar with its triggering method, it may stay safely in the body for the rest of its life. The black egg leaped into the air, and the black stick, under the gathering of black energy, was already 15 feet long and was about to touch the ground. Suddenly it danced with all its might. The powerful and overbearing power found a place to vent. It gritted its teeth, picked up the black stick, and drew a circle towards the 4 pet beasts. It's a circle. Black circle. After including all 4 pet beasts in the circle, Gu Changqing immediately put them into the beast-taming space. He didn't know what Haiden saw or gained from the awakening of the golden entry. But with that circle, it's stable. Humph! You will pay the price for your arrogance. Xian Xian and the others were furious. They fought with all their might and without reservation. Gu Changqing, however, asked a secondary pet to deal with it. Humiliation. Naked humiliation. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Idiot, you have already lost. The skills released by the 4 pets were about to break through the circle drawn by the black egg and attack him. The next moment, a wall of air formed by black gas blocked their skills and bounced them back. Boom! 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 The 5 different elemental skills interweave and collide, and the resulting skill power has the attributes of mutual promotion and mutual restraint. While weakening each other, they also have the effect of amplifying each other. At what moment the circle was filled with the collision of the 5 elements, and only a few screams of pet beasts could be heard. Rays of white light flew out from the chaotic skill lights and shadows. When the 4 beast pets all returned to the beast-taming space in the beast-tamer's body, the 4 of them were struggling to hold on despite the backlash of their injuries, their faces gloomy and dejected. Defeated. And the defeat was so complete and humiliating. The 4 great heroes came out together. still giving it your all without reservation. Although they have other pets, when the main pet fails, their fighting spirit has sunk to the bottom. The opponent was just an intermediate Beastmaster. The lowest among them is a high-level Beastmaster, and there are even 2 spirit-level Beastmasters. He couldn't last more than a round and was eliminated by his own skills. However, there is an element of underestimating the opponent and being careless. At this moment, they experienced the feelings of the common mediocre people who were trampled underfoot and looked down upon. In the air, Xiao Jin was bombarded with blazing flames without mercy. This is a competition, a brutal escape battle where only one person can survive. Being kind to your enemies is being cruel to yourself. Brother! Brother Lin! Boss! The elite troops from the 5 provinces faced the falling flames. He rushed in from a distance without fear. He used his own strength to protect the 5 people who had lost their will to fight. Gu Chongqing turned his head and pressed down with his right hand. The shadow of the golden crow behind Xiao Jin is like a divine bird resurrected. The bloody atmosphere of boiling fighting spirit was even stronger than before. As the gold attribute of the spiritual attribute increases, the power and oppression of the flame gradually increase. It seemed that everyone was unable to withstand the pale golden flames and was reduced to burning ashes. At this time, a colorful, auspicious light enveloped everyone's body. And with the help of everyone, a rainbow bridge was built. Just barely managed to hold up the blazing sun flames. The young man who had been watching the show flicked the dust off his butt, looked at Gu Chongqing in the air, and said calmly, "Student Gu, why do you have to kill them? They are no longer a threat to your first place, why not show mercy?" This person is an expert, and Gu Chongqing has been keeping an eye on him. Just hearing his words, Gu Chongqing frowned. Similar words from more people rang in his ears. He remained unmoved, and Xiao Jin maintained the flame energy. "Oh? Killing? Showing mercy? Brother, may I ask which college you are from? Which family are you from? Are you from Notre Dame College? You really have a compassionate heart." The young man frowned and was about to reveal his identity. Gu Chongqing raised his hand, looking like he didn't want to hear it, and said, "Don't let me know. Have you ever heard of a saying, in troubled times, kill the saint first? As the new force of humanity, we should unite, not." He still wants to argue. Gu Chongqing snorted coldly. "Brother, you are also in the team that is besieging me, right? When they attacked me, did you tell them not to kill me and to show mercy?" "I..." The young man was speechless. "If not, then stand aside. At this moment, they are my enemies, do you understand? Besides, the purpose of escape battle is to kill people." "Good. You have a sharp tongue. Then, don't blame me for being rude." After the young man finished speaking, a beast pet with scales, a sheep's head, wolf hooves, and a blue body appeared from the hexagram formation amidst the colorful auspiciousness. As soon as Pui appeared, the ground beneath his feet began to seep out with turbulent water. In an instant, it rose to a height of more than 10 meters. The water is deep blue, carrying a strong water power. As the waves rose and fell, a wave almost as high as Gu Chongqing came crashing over. "Water Qilin!" Gu Chongqing frowned. Xiao Jin's flame showed signs of being extinguished after colliding with the waves. This is the bloodline of Xiao Jin and Dai Jinyan that has been given to him, except for the fierce beasts in the dungeon. The first Beastmaster who gave him the feeling of being equally matched. Of course, in addition to the difference in job titles, the most important thing is that the young man's water unicorn must have a high bloodline level. Several levels higher than other geniuses. For a moment, Gu Chongqing was eager to fight. "I finally found an opponent who was very close to me in level." He immediately swallowed a handful of pills. He shouted, "Well, it's great that you came." At the moment when the wave came over, Gu Chongqing's body suddenly became empty. The divine bird in the shadow of the golden crow let out a cry that resounded through heaven and earth. Then he flew out of it. All the fire power is concentrated. The golden crow's flaming body became increasingly solid. The young man frowned. The solid flame body of the golden crow put a lot of pressure on him. "Auspicious light!" He shouted again, and the colorful bridge that had been protecting everyone gradually rose into the air, taking away part of the collective strength. Rainbow Bridge! Suppress it! The colorful bridge emerged from the huge waves and, together with the waves, pressed down heavily towards Gu Changqing. 3 consecutive pet skills are used at the same time. The young man's tense spirit relaxed. To date, no one has escaped from his rainbow bridge. The golden crow roars. Destroy it! Sudden. Under the waves submerged by the waves and the rainbow bridge, the mighty firepower bursts out. The divine bird with a body of fire spread its wings. Like a bright sun rising from the sea level. Chapter 88. What is power? It's just the mind. Colorful mist rises. It is magnificent and beautiful surrounding the rainbow bridge. The blazing temperature and the surrounding scenery became blurred. The distortion makes the scene even more beautiful. But the young man below suddenly changed his expression. The water qilin carried the waves away, and its painful wail resounded throughout the beast-taming space. He clearly felt that the energy of the water qilin was rapidly dissipating. Immediately, a decisive recall order was issued. But, as the dazzling sun and the waves jumped out of the water, the rainbow bridge on top of it broke in the middle with a crack. Then, the bridge that was broken into 2 sections turned into tiny dots of starlight. Along with the rising mist, it gradually dissipated. The surname is Gu! The young man shouted loudly, his eyes almost spitting fire. When the sun rises, everything falls. Even if it's a real wave, follow it. What's more, it's a unicorn that stirs up trouble. The waves collapsed, and the huge water flow turned the depression into a small lake in an instant. The water qilin, which was originally so majestic, lay flat on the water, with a burning breath constantly emanating from its body. The surrounding water energy kept pouring into the body, trying to expel the heat invading the flesh. Gu Changqing stood on Xiao Jin's back, the scorching little sun. With a crisp snap of fingers, it began to expand and split into dozens of pieces. Go! Dozens of tiny suns with tremendous flame energy are like meteorites that destroy the world. It smashed down heavily on the Avengers below. Suddenly, a pair of arms held up the tiny sun that was hitting the young man. A giant nearly 7 meters tall held it up with both hands. However, when the flesh palm touched the flame, a hissing sound was made and a burst of meaty aroma wafted in the air. The young man quickly put the water qilin into the beast controlling space, and his tone softened. Gu Changqing, you should have guessed my identity. There are no more than 5 people in the entire human race who can control the water qilin. If you raise your hand today, I will definitely accept your favor when he enters the 4 Symbols Academy. Gu Changqing curled his lips. Sorry, I don't need any affection. Seeing that Gu Changqing was unmoved, the young man said anxiously. As long as you stop, you can ask for any conditions. Whether it's money or materials, as long as you say it, I won't refute it. The murderous intent in Gu Changqing's eyes became even stronger. He simply turned his head away, allowing the roaring tiny son of the golden crow to slaughter him. Boom! Boom! Flames burst one by one. All contestants who were affected were transformed into white light and sent out of the map without any escape. Hints of the abyss came one after another. The tall giant could no longer bear it, and was soon engulfed in flames. The young man roared. Even if you kill us, you can't kill the Beast King, and you can't get what you want. Gu Changqing, I will remember you. From now on you. He had not even finished his last words when he turned into ashes in the fierce flames. Phew, it's over. Gu Changqing took a deep breath and fell down weakly. The shadow of the golden crow behind Xiao Jin dissipated, and he fell from the air, equally exhausted. Lion Arhat! In vain! Qi Xing and Su Qing summoned their pet beasts at the same time, and caught the man and the pet who were unable to move. At the same time, the few contestants from Jinhai City tacitly formed a circle and protected Gu Changqing inside. This left the provincial and municipal contestants standing by stunned. What's wrong? I was so focused just now. Are you going to prevent me from stabbing you in the back? Su Qing was very thoughtful. After feeding Gu Changqing the pill, she said, Sorry, it was a natural reaction. We didn't mean anything else. It's okay, everything is normal. We understand. If there was such a person in the province or city, we would probably go even further. Let's not talk about whether Gu Changqing is really unable to fight again. The feat of one person killing 20 or 30 people in an instant was enough to shatter all the evil thoughts in their hearts. Coupled with the reaction of the people in Jinhai City. For a time, people in the provinces and cities were somewhat envious. What's going on? At this time, Tang Luoyao came back riding on the Kaiyuan Linghu. The originally gorgeous clothes were already tattered and torn into beggar's clothes by sharp claws. Seeing Gu Changqing being protected by the others, he immediately understood what was going on. He took out a fiery red fruit from his backpack and threw it to Su Qing, saying, "The vermilion blood fruit is much better than those elixirs." As the daughter of a wealthy family in Jinhai City, Su Qing has seen the world. But when he saw Tang Luoyao casually throwing away the fruit worth a fortune, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. There are also gaps between aristocratic families. Gu Changqing originally wanted to let Xiao Jin eat the fruit. Xiao Jin shook the golden hair and quickly returned to the beast-taming space. After eating the fruit, the whole body is enveloped by a warm current, and within a moment, he got off the back of the lion Arhat in high spirits and murmured, "This fruit is many times stronger than the elixir." Unexpectedly, Tang Luoyao's next words made Gu Changqing, who had just completed the team's annihilation, ashamed. "Not enough? I'll give you a few more. I'm in a hurry to go out, so I don't have much with me." For a moment, Gu Changqing was quite emotional. So what if you are strong? Protected by the rules of the abyss, there are many things that he cannot access. A scarlet blood fruit is a treasure. In other people's eyes, they are just candy beans that can be found everywhere and are nothing special. Tang Luoyao turned over and got off the tiger, saying, "What should we do next? Kill the Beast King?" After that, she declared, "Don't worry, everything is yours. We are not opponents, we can withdraw on our own. Otherwise, you will feel sorry for killing me." Gu Changqing was suddenly shocked. It was as if two sharp gazes were staring straight at me from behind, and my hair suddenly stood up. "Ha!" Tang Luoyao laughed. "I was just teasing you, but you took it seriously. I found out some things about you, come on." Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. "Sister, this is the wrong time to make a joke." After resting for a while, Gu Changqing and his companions left the slope that had been blown to pieces and headed towards the Beast King in the center of the map. Despite Tang Luoyao's assurance, Gu Changqing didn't take it to heart. In the end, I chose to try my luck with the Beast King. The main reason is that the map is too big. It takes a lot of time to find them one by one, except like the Avengers. On the way, Gu Changqing asked Tang Luoyao, "Will that Beast King produce something good?" The words the young man said before he died seemed to have a meaningful meaning. Tang Luoyao nodded. "If it weren't for that thing, the geniuses in every province and city would probably choose to remain silent. We, the group, would not easily reveal our identities even in a major event like the national exam." Gu Changqing asked in surprise, "Why?" "To stop you from thinking too much." Tang Luoyao was simple and direct. "It should be to prevent you from thinking too much." Immediately, she looked up at the scenery along the way and said to herself, "The children of noble families, especially those from higher-ranking noble families, have their fate determined from the moment they are born. Student Gu, you are a beast master gifted by God. What is the percentage of beast pets above the Lord level that can be awakened at the Abyss altar? 1 in 100,000. How many people can keep the beast pet contract card after obtaining it and grow up through all the difficulties? Not many, you are one of the only two. I know you have a grand plan in your heart, but before you realize it, please look at the reality clearly. Not all injustice is evil, and not all fairness is good." Chapter 89. The power of the Beast King is unrivaled. Tang Luoyao's words came from the bottom of her heart, and were sincere and heartfelt. It's not about rendering or explaining anything. It's more like a kind of self-mockery after being misunderstood. "Maybe you are right." Gu Changqing neither agreed nor objected. Different growth trajectories, huge status gaps, and the influence of the surrounding environment. Different growth paths will lead to completely different things in what you see, hear, and experience. Tang Luoyao nodded. "Just keep your words to the point. After a great war, the journey was quite leisurely. The ferocious beasts in the map seemed to be frightened by the energy wave. There were only a few of them, and they were beaten to death by a group of people. Soon, there were more hilly areas around. The undulating mountains rise one after another, stretching into the depths for thousands of miles. Gu Changqing stood on the ridge and looked out. The map was much larger than he had imagined. Su Qing and others observed the surrounding terrain and determined that this was the center of the map. But looking for a ferocious beast in such a large area is undoubtedly like looking for a needle in a haystack. In addition, if a Beast King level beast is encountered alone, the probability of being sent away is too high. What do you mean? Tang Luo looked at Gu Changqing. Are we going to act separately or together? Team up in groups of 3 or 2. If you find any trace of the Beast King, don't act rashly. Can. Just as everyone was divided into groups and prepared to rush into the hills. Boom! A shocking sound came from a distance, followed by a wisp of smoke rising into the air. Are the contestants hunting vicious beasts? Tang Luo saw it but didn't care. But the next moment, fierce criticism came again. Roar! At the same time, the roar of the ferocious beast sounded like thunder, echoing over the hills. Suddenly, a huge black hand appeared out of thin air in the sky. With a strange breath, pressed down mercilessly. There are still experts. Tang Luo was also attracted by the fluctuation of energy. Just as I was about to ask Gu Changqing for his opinion, he summoned Xiao Jin, who had rested well, and flew towards the giant palm. Wait for me! Tang Luo shouted, rode on the Kaiyuan spirit tiger, and chased after him. Let's go over there too. With such a fierce collision of power, I'm afraid someone must have activated the Beast King. At this time, Gu Changqing on Xiao Jin's back kept urging him to speed up. The aura emanating from that giant palm is so familiar. It is very similar to the hand of the evil god in the wild copy. The three-headed dragon once said that someone was deliberately making a secret deal with the hand of the evil god. It is one of the beneficiaries. Although he had some guesses about that person in his mind, he had no evidence. Now that the clues have appeared, how can we not be anxious? He desperately wanted to know what happened during the last beast tide. The closer you get to the battlefield, the stronger the energy emanating from the giant palm becomes. Master, the breath is correct. After getting Xiao Jin's confirmation, Gu Changqing frowned slightly. If it really is the hand of the evil god, then the one who summoned it is a vicious beast master. He entered the escape map as a contestant. Could it be that it is also for the things dropped by the Beast King? At this time, in the spectator seat, Li Haoran's palms were full of sweat. He stared at the view on the screen, turned his head and said to Zhonggo fiercely, What's going on? I asked you what's wrong? Zhonggo was also sweating profusely. I've already told him that he can only summon a third pet beast when fighting Gu Changqing. Maybe he was suppressed too much by the Beast King level beast, so he had no choice. Li Haoran's eyes turned red with anger. Okay, Yuchen family. You are plotting against me behind my back, right? Even if I am exposed, someone above will protect me. And you will be labeled as traitors and despised by everyone in Jinhai City. The loyal dog was so frightened that he could not speak. Li Haoran thought again and suddenly laughed. Jinhai, you want to kill someone with a borrowed knife? Is that black hand the same as the thing in the Forbidden Sea? Compared to the hysteria after Chen Ziming and Li Haoran's conspiracy was exposed. Zhao Zhanxiong and the beautiful woman fell into rare silence the moment the giant hand appeared. It should be. Those two are indeed geniuses. They took advantage of the loopholes in the rules of the Abyss and forcibly left strong evidence. Unfortunately, over the years I have only found out who transferred them away. The other party did it very cleanly, and they only sent out small fry. Upon hearing this, the beautiful woman snorted. Who else could it be except that group of people? Now that the border is in a tight spot, they are thinking of using forbidden means to maintain a short-lived peace. What a foolish dream! Yi Ruyan listened to the conversation between her mother and Zhao Zhanxiong, and it seemed that some memories deep in her heart that she didn't want to recall were touched. She whispered, Those things are too scary. Master, that's the Beast King. Gu Changqing flew to the location where the giant hand appeared. I happened to see a strange and ferocious beast with white wings on its back, a tiger body, a leopard head, and 2 horns on its head. At this moment, it is releasing invisible wind sickles that are nearly 3 meters long. It seems to be forcing the rats hiding in the dark to show up. Suddenly, the Beast King turned around and caught a glimpse of Gu Chongqing in the air. A roar like a tiger or a leopard was heard. Afterwards, he began to speak human language. "You ain't like human, give me back my child!" Then, a pair of white wings flapped, and hundreds of wind sickles came with the sound of breaking through the air. "Hey! Stop being so arrogant, you bastard! Take this from Black Master!" Black Egg appeared, holding a thick and long black stick, dancing with great vigor. "Block all incoming wind sickles." The wind sickle collapsed, and Haydn hadn't made his signature 2 sarcastic remarks yet. There was a dong sound. The scattered wind sickles gathered together miraculously. It chopped down Haydn's body silently. The black energy condensed from the armor on his body dissipated from his chest. Even the defense of the Wanjian god's body could not withstand it. "Nima!" Haydn only had time to curse before he was knocked away by the powerful force of the wind sickle. He fell heavily to the ground, his life or death unknown. The wind sickle is coming with unabated force. Xiao Jin offered up the flame bell. But after the bell rang, the flames also dissipated. A man and a bird fell from the sky and landed next to the black egg. "Master!" Xiao Jin shouted weakly. Gu Chongqing brushed off the dust on his body and saw that Xiao Jin's body was covered with deep scars that could be seen to the bone and blood was flowing. Its strength had not yet fully recovered, and it could not withstand the attack from the Beast King. The black egg lay in the pit it had created and did not return to the beast controlling space. When the Beast King saw that Gu Chongqing was not dead, he flapped his wings again. Gu Chongqing had the time to put Xiao Jin into the beast control space, trying hard to avoid the wind sickle. At the same time, the Beast King's information appeared before his eyes. Beast King Wind Slayer Fusion Beast. Chapter 90, No Destruction, No Construction. Destruction before construction. Beast King Wind Slayer Fusion Beast. Level 30. Attributes: Strength plus 500, Constitution plus 1000, Agility plus 800, Spirit plus 1300. Skills: Wind Spirit Heart, 10,000 Blade Wind Scythe, Wind Spirit Body, Wind Domain Cage, Extreme Wind 10,000 Kills, Extreme Wind Ultimate Penetration. Introduction: He was once the Beast King of the Hegemony area, but he lives here for special reasons. Oh my god! This is the Beast King. Luxurious 4-dimensional attributes, coupled with 6 skills. 2 of them are powerful weapons just by hearing their names. The key is that the Wind Spirit Heart and the Wind Spirit Body, one restores spiritual power, and the other increases physical strength. Not to mention killing, even if he can get close to him, he's considered a top-notch fighter. After Xiao Jin evolved, he had never been so embarrassed even when facing the incomplete and weakened memory versions of Wan Yuntian and Tongtian belong in the artificial copy. Is the gap really that big? Stop watching the show, come on together! At this time, Tang Luo began to give orders, pulling back those contestants who were intimidated by the Beast King's aura. Defense, use your defensive skills to push forward. Where's the auxiliary pet? Hurry up and get it in shape. Attack pets look for opportunities. Don't blindly send yourself to death. Watch for the cooldown period of its skills before attacking. Tang Luo gave orders while forming the arrowhead formation with Qixing. Both of them fought without reservation, and it was very strenuous to withstand the wind scythe of the Wind Killer. Medicines were stuffed into his mouth continuously. Su Qing was too lazy to recite those spells. After the skill of the Templar Unicorn cooled down, he immediately activated it. With everyone working together, they were able to barely block the attack of the Wind Killer. But Gu Chongqing knew that collapse was only a matter of time. The gap between the two sides cannot be made up by quantity alone. Now, Xiao Jin is still recovering in the beast-taming space. Haydn was seriously injured and in critical condition. Master, call the cat over here! Suddenly, Haydn at the bottom of the pit struggled to stand up, leaning on a half-broken black stick. Gu Chongqing slapped his head and forgot about the mimic beast in a hurry. As soon as it was summoned, the cat-like mimic beast walked up to Haydn with cat steps. Don't hold back, suck as hard as you can. I want you to heal Big Sister's injuries in the shortest possible time, do you understand? The mimic nodded and barked twice. Gu Changqing quickly summoned Xiao Jin out of the beast-taming space. As soon as it landed on the ground, the mimic's 2 cat claws placed on its wounds. For a moment, the green light became brighter. I saw a 10-mile radius with the mimic beast as the center. Thousands of green rays of light poured into its body from all directions. After the green light entered Xiao Jin's body, the wound caused by the wind sickle was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pooh! Haydn opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood foam. Looking at Xiao Jin, who was gradually recovering, he said, Big Sister, my life is in your hands. Xiao Jin nodded slightly, with fire gradually rising in his eyes. Master, through your guidance, I have discovered a different path from before. Perhaps that is what you hope to see. Haydn's words made Gu Changqing unable to understand for a moment. I saw a thick black mist reappear. The difference is that it is mixed with blood in public. Black and blood interweave, reorganizing the gorgeous armor on the body surface. And a black and red long stick that is almost solid. Haydn, you! Gu Changqing was horrified. Haydn's spiritual and physical strength had long been exhausted. It can also burst out with a stronger force than before, it can only be burning the essence of blood. Just like Xiao Jin back then. Destroy and then build. Nothing can be done without destruction. War. It doesn't matter whether you are the Beast King or the Beast God. If you want to make Heyi surrender, just dream on. Black and red mist emerged from under Haydn's feet. Stepping on the mist, Haydn shouted loudly. In an instant, it flew over the head of the Wind Slayer. The heavy black and red stick, wrapped in a flame-like mist, hit the Beast King heavily. Feeling Haydn's strong murderous intent, a strong wind suddenly rose from the Wind Killer's body. The double horns on the top of the head overflowed with spiritual power, and a shock wave suddenly appeared, quickly spreading in all directions. Gu Changqing secretly said that it was not good. This is a beast domain skill that only Beast King level beasts have. It seemed that everyone's movements slowed down several times. But Gu Changqing saw the clue. It's not that the people have become slower, but that the Beast King has become faster. Boom! The Beast King's horns once again released a surge of spiritual power. In a flash, the wind domain was filled with thousands of wind sickles that appeared out of nowhere. The wind sickle attacked mercilessly in the wind domain. The speed-enhanced skills were simply unstoppable. But I saw a flash of white light. Many people have been sent off the map. Only Tang Luoyao, Qixing, Su Qing and the other 2 masters from the province and city. Relying on the power of the pet beast, it has not been sent out yet. However, his body was cut by the wind sickle and was bleeding profusely. He was afraid that he had no strength to fight again. The worst one is Haydn. The burning blood of the Wanzhan god allowed his injured body to be reorganized. Injured again after reorganization. This lasted for nearly 5 minutes, until the burning power of the bloodline was greatly weakened. The 2 horns of the Beast King mercilessly pierced Haydn's body. With a strong swing, it was sent back to the big pit. This time, Haydn didn't get up. As the blood burned out, the last wisp of black air brushed across his cheek and closed his open eyes. Meow! Cracking! The mimic beast cried out weakly and lay on the ground motionless. Xiao Jin was reborn, and the huge shadow of the golden crow appeared on the surface of his body. At this moment, the reminder of the abyss suddenly sounded. The sun is shining in the sky, it is noon, your pet's attributes and skill power increase by 1000%. At the same time, the full energy bar in the shadow of the golden crow instantly reached the bottom. The huge image of the golden crow raised its head to the sky and then spewed out a breath of fire. This fire is not big. But the scorching temperature instantly made the earth boil, and all the trees, flowers and plants turned to ashes. Xiao Jin's target was the black egg at the bottom of the pit. Oh my god, it's too hot, I'm going to be cooked. Brother, are you the reinforcements invited by the Beast King? You can't distinguish between friend and foe with your skills. Did the shop miss? Damn it, we're all going to be sent out. I can't stand it anymore. Some of the few people who were struggling to survive in the wind region could not stand the scythe of the wind and the scorching heat. He actively let go of his defense and was sent out by Feng Jian. Su Qing's face turned pale, and his consciousness entered the beast-controlling space. Are you still holding on? A charming voice was heard in the space filled with pink. I can feel a powerful blood aura slowly awakening. Girl, let me talk to him alone when you have time. Your child is here. At the critical moment. Suddenly, from one side of the battlefield, Chen Hai, wearing king-level armor, suddenly appeared. In his hands he held the screaming animal cub. He gathered all his strength and threw the cub far away. The Beast King instantly released the wind domain and ran towards the child with all his strength. As soon as the Beast King left, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Chen Hai took out the thunder halberd and walked towards Gu Chongqing step by step. Gu Chongqing, are you surprised? As Chen Hai was speaking, a black arm climbed up from his back to his left shoulder. Chapter 91. Destiny is in my hands, what can you do to me? Gu Chongqing sighed, a trace of panic in his eyes. Although it was only a moment, Chen Hai still caught it. Ha ha, you're panicking. All your cards have been played, and one of your pets is dead and another is injured. There won't be any more miracles. And there will be no chance of getting out. Chen Hai's pupils turned blood red in an instant. Before his eyes was his father lying in a pool of blood, and the noble families who had once been on good terms with him, but had immediately distanced themselves from him when something went wrong. In his heart, a cold voice kept stirring up his anger. The breath of bloodthirsty desire overwhelmed all rationality. The black hand on the shoulder seemed to enjoy the breath and softened. The place where the shoulder touches secretes tentacles as thick as needles. It penetrated into his body little by little through his clothes. Chen Hai, this is a copy, what are you thinking about? Are all the candidates from Jinhai City so perverted? First, Gu Chongqing wiped out that group of geniuses, and then a ruthless person appeared to wrestle with the Beast King. Sister Tang, as a provincial capital, aren't we too inferior in comparison? Tang Luoyao didn't listen to her companion's chatter. His eyes never left Chen Hai, and his brows furrowed deeper and deeper. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger beside her bared its teeth and growled at her, but didn't dare to be too loud. As if afraid. Shut up, can't you see? That hand is not a pet at all. The pink light in Su Qing's eyes faded away. What is that? Your power is so unfathomable, could it be also a mythical beast pet? In the beast-taming space, the seductive voice of a queen was heard. No, that is a chaotic aura, and I cannot detect it normally. The spiritual power I can exert is limited. If possible, block the sword for him. Su bit her lip and said, I can do it without you reminding me. No wonder you reminded me that he had problems at the beginning. The problem isn't with him, it's with the beast. Judging from this hand alone, it's comparable to a legendary beast pet. However, it relies on the negative emotions of the beast master to maintain its strength. It's almost there, very soon. I can clearly hear the overwhelming heartbeat when the bloodline awakens, gradually approaching. Buzz! The thunderous war halberd swept across, and the violent lightning turned into an electric net, covering Gu Chongqing. Die, Gu Chongqing, I just want you to die! Chen Hai went completely crazy, and half of the hand slowly penetrated into his body. The dark gas, which is completely different from the black egg, is discharged from the body like steam with breathing. Don't touch him! Tang Luo took a deep breath. The medicinal power of the scarlet blood fruit had not yet taken effect. Just an ordinary punch. The Kaiyuan spirit tiger whimpered immediately, gave its remaining spiritual power to Tang Luoyao, and then returned to the beast-taming space. A tiger-shaped fist print collided with the raging lightning. In an instant, two forces overflowed, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. But after being infected by that hand, Chen Hai's strength increased greatly. Lightning is indestructible and disintegrated the fist mark in the blink of an eye. Mad, what is this? Qi Xing murmured, and the wounded lion Arhut continued to block. The next second it turned into white light and disappeared. And me! Behind Su Qing, a white foxtail stretched out. with the force of splitting manhwaecap mixed with thunder and lightning. The pink spiritual power was like a sponge, and the lightning that struck it was instantly submerged in the sea. But the next second, Su Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, and lightning threads were flowing on the surface of his body. She is using her flesh and blood to resist the thunder. Gu Changqing looked at them weakly, and couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Just as he was about to stand up, all his strength was instantly drained away. Not only him, Xiao Jin is the same. Let's go, his target is me. Gu Changqing didn't want to add any more damage. Su Qing gritted his teeth and insisted. No, you always protect us. This time, it's our turn to protect you. Get lost. Shanhai swept with his thunderous halberd again, and Su Qing could no longer withstand it, and was swept away like a kite with a broken string. Qixing was shocked and rushed over to catch it, and then gave her a pill to take. Why? Why do you, a pariah, get so much love from so many people? In school, your beast-taming grades are always number 1. Do you know how hateful those people look at you? So what if I'm the offspring of a hero? So what if I'm a top student? Why is the abyss so blind that even awakening can give birth to a legendary beast pet? I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Just when I was about to give up, it was you who caused my father's tragic death. Gu Changqing, you can't leave the dungeon. Because everything within a 30-meter radius is in my domain. If you die, you're dead. Don't you worship and respect him? Then, stay with him. Everyone then realized that the surrounding trees and mountains were fixed and motionless. Moreover, with the Beast King's speed, it would be impossible for it to take so long to pick up the child. Everyone's eyes turned to Shanhai. And the hand that was about to completely merge into the body. The hand of the evil god! Gu Changqing lowered his eyes and recited slowly. What I hate most is your expected attitude. It only makes me angrier. Shanhai had a ferocious look on his face, and he thrust the thunder halberd forward, placing it in front of Gu Changqing. Kneel down! I'll consider it and spare their lives. Gu Changqing sighed. You have been admitted to the White Tiger Academy, and you should have a better and brighter future. But you chose to take a path that will lead to your death. Haven't you learned the lesson from Wang Yutian in the dungeon? Also, you really underestimated the Beast King. Can he hold up with a domain like this alone? Crash! Just as Gu Changqing finished speaking, he saw the 2 horns of the Beast King piercing through the forest on the hill. You think I wouldn't expect it? The domain was broken, but the capabilities were still there. Shanhai stopped talking, and the thunder halberd released an arc of electricity and stabbed down with force. Xiaohai, don't! A familiar voice rang in Shanhai's ears like a thunderclap. An expression of disbelief appeared on his face. Father! Father! Behind Gu Changqing, Chen Ziming was seen walking towards him slowly with 2 tear marks on his face. Father, is that you? Chen Ziming nodded. Xiaohai, it's me. Laugh. The thunderous halberd pierced through Chen Ziming's body. Shanhai grinned and said, Trying to trick me. Chen Ziming looked at the halberd in disbelief, his body gradually turning into a fluorescent light. The mimic beast was stabbed in the abdomen, and was immediately taken back by Gu Changqing. And Xiao Jin, with a weak low cry, returned to the beast controlling space one after another. Have you stopped struggling? Go to hell! Hey! Which bastard dares to hurt my master? Suddenly, a loud shout came from the bottom of the pit. Immediately afterwards, a pillar of fire shot up into the sky. Xiao Jin concentrated all his strength and released the flame, which instantly created a big hole in the domain. In the pillar of fire, a cloak of flames fluttered. A stick made of flames appeared in front of Shanhai in an instant. Shanhai raised his halberd to block it. But the overbearing and brutal force easily pushed him back several meters. The fire stick was called back to the fire column. The reminder sound of the abyss then sounded. Gold item. The path of destiny is triggered, and all attributes of your pet are increased by 300%. The bloodline of the Road of Destiny has been successfully integrated, and your pet Black Egg has been successfully upgraded. Chapter 92, Heavenly Destiny Monkey, Destroying Heaven with a Stick. Black Eggs! Gu Chongqing's voice trembled as he looked at the shadow that was constantly taking shape in the pillar of fire, his heart surging. Master, don't be afraid. Little Doyle is just a useless coward. Well, it seems that I have to change your name. Gu Chongqing opened Haiden's message and his heart skipped a beat. Pet Destiny Monkey. Grade Bronze. Level 10. Bloodline Destiny, Gold, Fighting All Around, Gold, Reset. Attributes: Strength plus 150, Constitution plus 150, Agility plus 150, Spirit plus 150. Spiritual Power, 5000. Skills: 100 Battle Staff, Spiritual Body. Equipment? Introduction: A monkey dared to raise his middle finger to the gods, and then, he was beaten to death. Done! The black egg is done. All the attributes attached to Wenjian Sifeng are reset. But the black egg's basic four-dimensional attributes even exceeded Xiao Jin's, reaching a terrifying 150 points. Due to the special conditions of destiny, it tripled. Destroy and then build. Without destruction, there is no construction. In the past, Gu Chongqing believed that the road to destiny and the Great Sun Golden Flame were basically at the same level. It turns out that what I have been seeing and dominating is the unknown bloodline. Gu Chongqing could hardly suppress his excitement. This is the real God in every man's mind. Irreplaceable God. 100 Battle Stick, a mysterious stick technique that has been through hundreds of battles and condensed into its essence. Each attack increases the skill power by 10%. After 100 attacks, the ultimate move, Heaven Destroying Stick, is triggered. Heaven Destroying Stick concentrates the power of hundreds of sticks to release an unparalleled large-scale group attack. Spiritual Power Consumption, 3000. Spiritual Body, a special physique with unparalleled defense. Defense increased by 500%, skill resistance increased by 200%, ignoring all kinds of negative effects. Spiritual Power Consumption, 100 per second. This Xiao Jin's pressure can be greatly reduced. Now Gu Chongqing couldn't wait to leave the escape map. Dive into various dungeons to upgrade. I am eager to upgrade the Black Egg and see its subsequent evolution path. Will the legendary god reappear? Gu Chongqing! Just as he was sinking into joy, Chen Hai roared angrily. I saw a black substance like liquid extending from his arm and covering the thunder halberd. The crackling black thunder carries a breath of destruction. It transformed into a giant black thunder hand and pressed down towards Gu Chongqing. His domain, the power, is constantly fading. It was about to collapse. Chen Hai didn't want to waste this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Allow the evil god to invade the body and consciousness. There was only one thought lingering in my mind: kill. Assuming your Lord He doesn't exist, right? Xiao Jin's pillar of fire also went out at the same time. The golden blazing flames of the sun swirled around its entire body. A pair of red eyes, emitting a heart-pounding light. The flames beneath my feet turned into a cloud of fire. Haiden shouted fiercely, as fast as lightning. The fire stick hit Chen Hai's forehead. Go back! Chen Hai roared in a low voice. The black thunder giant hand turned around and blocked the black egg stick. The strange thunder instantly turned into lightning snakes. Bang! The black egg was blown away by the powerful shock. Then he used the fire cloud as a stepping stone and charged towards the thunder snake again. Its surface shimmers with the color of glass. The lightning snake bombarded it, leaving only white marks. Then it was quickly repaired under the burning flame. Gu Chongqing watched the black egg go in and out of the black thunder. My heart was beating in my throat. At this time, a scarlet blood fruit was handed over. Gu Chongqing took it and put it in his mouth. He looked at the embarrassed Tang Luoyao and said, "Thank you?" "No need to thank me, I was just protecting myself." Then, a pair of beautiful eyebrows frowned. "What's his situation? What's the origin of that hand?" Gu Chongqing shook his head. "I don't know. A beast pet is not a beast pet, and a fierce beast is not a fierce beast. In the beast taming encyclopedia, there is no such thing as one." Tang Luoyao couldn't help but be suspicious. "Really? I feel like you're lying to me." Gu Chongqing asked sincerely. "Why would I lie to you? What good would that do? He really didn't know much about the hand of the evil god. Apart from the little information I learned from those foreign beast masters. The rest is the description of the copy. Hurry up and get rid of him. There is another beast king waiting for us. No hurry, wait until the domain is broken. The power of the beast king was too brutal. Under the continuous attacks, the barrier formed by the domain is already covered with cracks. Gu Changqing didn't want Shanhai to die. To be precise, he cannot be allowed to die here. After all, he owed Teacher Baihu a favor. The right and wrong should be left to the city lord's mansion, instead of him coming to judge. The power of Haiden's 100 battle stick is getting stronger and stronger. A blow hit the giant hand of thunder. The originally unshakable giant hand caused ripples to spread out, and the lightning and thunder disappeared. Are you a human? Watching Haiden gradually gaining the upper hand from a disadvantageous position, Tang Luo stared at her master, Gu Changqing, with a passionate look in her eyes. Want to see through him? Gu Changqing felt a little uncomfortable being stared at and took 2 steps back. It's just luck. I'd never trust you. Tang Luo stopped asking questions. After all, it is a taboo to find out other people's cards. Ka. At this moment, Shanhai's domain barrier was finally broken. Like cracked glass. Scattered piece by piece. Call! Haiden distanced himself from it, and the fire on it belonged to Xiao Jin. It also weakened with each attack. At this time, the 100 battle stick had hit exactly 100 times. Young man, Master He won't play with you anymore. Haiden's hand stroked the fire stick. In an instant, the remaining flames enveloped it. Cracking! A loud bird's cry suddenly came from the fire stick. Xiao Jin's shadow lingered and flew from the bottom of the stick. The volume of the fire stick rapidly expanded and grew. It has reached 10 feet. You're lucky, you bastard, you got to experience the combined skills of Big Sister and I for the first time. With this move, either you die or you perish. Haiden held up the thick, hard and long fire stick with one hand, and the fire cloud under his feet slowly rose into the air. Combination skills. Golden Crow fell on the sky. Like a pillar of heaven falling down. Suddenly, countless flames burned the sky. Real fire sparrows, holding fire sticks in their mouths, rushed out from the sea of fire. Shanhai was buried in the blink of an eye. Hey! Look at me, Lord He, I'm going to kill the sky! Haiden raised his hand and swung it downwards vigorously. All of a sudden, all the spiritual energy in the body was gone. Fuck! Run! Gu Changqing, you uncle, if you give me advance notice you will die! Brother Changqing, that's too much! Gu Changqing, who had eaten the scarlet blood fruit and recovered most of his strength, also in the running team, listened to their complaints. A helpless, bitter smile. I also wanted to give you advance notice, but the point is that I was also caught off guard. Boom! When Gu Changqing ran away, he looked back. All I saw was a stick that could cut down the sky, falling vertically heavily. Then, the abyss prompt descended. Jinhai City 666 Examinee, kill the Jinhai City Examinee. Chapter 93 Beast Tamer Set, Heaven-Shaking Beast Taming Whip. Like a meteorite falling to the ground, it caused a huge wave. The shock wave pushed up the rocks and sand, spreading in all directions with terrifying force. Gu Changqing and others could only flee for their lives, as they did not want to die at the hands of their own people. After releasing this black egg that was as powerful as a devastating blow, the flames surrounding Xiao Jin went out, revealing his true appearance. He still had that dark appearance, but his frame was a little bigger, no different from the body shape of a normal person. It panted heavily, put one hand on its waist, pointed at the big hole in the ground with the other hand, and snorted. If the master didn't want to save your life, you would have died long ago. Then he looked at the Beast King who was avoiding him and taking his child away, and spat. Xiao Pa Kai, go take a shower and go to bed. After saying that, it turned into a brilliant light, and returned to the beast taming space. With the awakening of destiny and Xiao Jin's full might, it delivered a blow beyond imagination. I have reached my limit. This bitch is obviously pretending and is so domineering. Cough, cough, cough. Hands stretched out from the thick dust. Gu Changqing stuck his head out and took 2 breaths of fresh air. After sensing Haiden's return, he checked his condition and confirmed that everything was fine before he asked, "Are you all okay?" "Fine." Each of their heads sticking out looks as funny as a mole. "The kill report just now has come out. Shanghai should have been sent out." Gu Changqing came out of the soil. When they returned to the battlefield, they were dumbfounded. The ground collapsed within a radius of 100 meters, and the deepest center reached 7 or 8 meters. At the bottom of the pit, a figure was lying, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. "Shanghai?" Su Qing was surprised. It didn't die under such an attack. How could the hand of the evil god withstand the combined skills of 2 mythical pet beasts? "Don't be afraid. Even though he's not dead yet, he's almost dead. And the strange aura from that hand has also dissipated into nothingness." The sound of the royal sister and the beast controlling space put her mind at ease. Since Shanghai is not dead, then the report of the person who was killed is. She turned around and looked at the few people there. There is indeed one missing, Qi Xing. In front of the copy's light gate, Qi Xing walked out with a bitter face. "Damn it, Gu Changqing, this is so unfair, why did it have to be me?" In response, the audience tried to hold back their laughter and burst into wave after wave of applause. Gu Changqing felt sorry for accidentally killing Qi Xing, but he didn't care. He jumped down the pit and slowly walked to Shanghai. Sensing the approaching footsteps, Shanghai opened his eyes and murmured, "I lost, completely. Gu Changqing, you said I was on the wrong path. What about you?" As for Shanghai, when Teacher Baihu killed Chen Ziming, his hatred towards the Chen family was not as strong as before. Because he knew who the real person behind the scenes was. Win or lose, none of that matters if you don't have that arm. Tell me, how did you get it? Did you get it when you were out of town? Shanghai sneered. Do you think I will tell you? The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Indeed, you don't have to answer me. After you get out, someone will look for you later. Gu Changqing turned around, dagger in hand, and threw it backwards. Zhenhai City 666 candidate Gu Changqing killed the Zhenhai City candidate. Gu Changqing will not be involved in what happens afterwards. At this moment, he was standing at the bottom of the pit, staring at the Beast King on the edge of the pit from a distance. Roar! The Beast King opened his bloody mouth towards Gu Changqing, and then rushed over at a rapid speed riding the wind. Brother Changqing, be careful! Su Qing reminded loudly. Tang Luoyao wanted to summon the Kaiyuan spirit tiger, and everyone else rushed to help. However, they were all too exhausted and could not summon their pets. At that time, Xiao Jin and Haiden were recovering in the beast-taming space. The mimic beast is a badge space, and its speed is far less fast than the transformed space. Gu Changqing pulled out the dagger that had sent Shanghai away, and stood ready. There wasn't much fear. Kill me if you want, my score is still among the best. Holding the dagger, he made an attacking gesture. At the moment when the Beast King descended, Gu Changqing rushed forward suddenly, trying to hit a rock with an egg. But the next second, a small beast jumped out from the Beast King's arms. Pressed Gu Changqing to the ground. The wet, sandpaper-like tongue kept licking my face. Gu Changqing looked at the Beast King cub who was like a pug, and turned his head to look at it. I don't know when the mimic beast came out. The wound from that shot was very severe, and only part of it healed. The blood is still flowing. This is... Golden entry, Flower's ability to smile at me? But shouldn't it be targeted only at the pet itself? Meow. The mimic beast cried out, but felt that it was not majestic enough. A fluorescent light flashed, and he transformed into the form of a Beast King, roaring softly. The Beast King cub stopped licking and looked back and forth between the Beast King and the mimic beast. Then he arched his nose, identified who was the real one, and ran back happily. From time to time, he would bark at the mimic beast. The mimic beast squatted down and carried Gu Changqing on its back. Human, I misunderstood you before. I thought my child was stolen by you. Oh ah! Gu Changqing was a little confused. The Beast King was apologizing to him? You know, this guy's attributes and abilities. Even if Xiao Jin and Haiden used the heaven-destroying stick again, they might not be able to defeat them. For the rank of Beastmaster, the king level is a huge watershed. The same is true for ferocious beasts and beast kings. That's because, domain. The unique ability of a pet is to influence space and even time within a certain range for its own use. After a Beastmaster passes the king level promotion ceremony, he will also obtain the skills of that domain from one of his pet beasts. For a moment, Gu Changqing didn't know how to respond. Your ability has impressed me. The human race has finally welcomed its second truly powerful person. It's a pity that the disgusting arm escaped. However, it was severely damaged and will not be able to cause any trouble for a while. Is that a ferocious beast? The skills it possesses should be at the Beast King level, but... The Beast King crouched down, protecting the cub, and said, It's not a pet, nor is it a fierce beast. It's a fusion made from pets with high bloodlines. I only know that this race has no entity, and is controlled and fused as a separate core. Another unknown species. Gu Changqing frowned. The unknown difficulty of the dungeon outside the city. Maybe there is a secret about it. Thank you for telling me, and thank you for showing mercy. Since you have no intention of killing us again, we will leave first, and will not bother you anymore. The Beast King nodded his huge head. When the mimic beast was carrying him away, suddenly a strong wind came. Gu Changqing dodged to the side and saw a colorful whip made of unknown material falling in front of him. Before Gu Changqing turned around, another strong wind blew him out of the pit. When I looked again, the Beast King was already galloping towards the depths of the hills with his cubs. He picked up the whip, and immediately, the colorful robe on his body was activated and began to flash. Congratulations on obtaining the unique equipment for the Beast Tamer, the heaven-shaking Beast Taming Whip. Chapter 94, The Curtain Falls, 2 Paths. Heavenly Beast Taming Whip No Grade. Ability: increase the damage of Beastmaster skills by 10%, increase the success rate of capturing fierce beasts by 30%, and increase the damage to fierce beasts by 10%. Introduction: originally an ordinary beast-taming whip, it has gained extraordinary magical powers due to being soaked in the blood of the Tongtian Jade Dragon. It can grow and is a unique equipment. It is also the only equipment that has no grade and can grow. Gu Changqing put it away silently and started to think about it. According to Saint Wang, the bloodline of Tongtian Jade Dragon should be at the top level of legend, and is only one step away from becoming a myth. Its blood and flesh can be used to create such extraordinary equipment. Then, Xiao Jin and Haiden, aren't they? Will I become a wholesaler of magic tools from now on? The two beasts that were still recuperating in the beast-taming space couldn't help but shiver. After getting out of the pit, Su Qing and the others all breathed a sigh of relief. If the Beast King fights again, they won't have the strength to fight even one more round. Gu Changqing patted the mimic beast's head and took it back. A rare moment of rest. Several people took medicine at the same time, and only after they recovered almost completely did they start to discuss their next plan. Let's look at the map. There are more than 20 people left. Let's split up. I agree. I really don't know what those leaders who designed the escape battle were thinking. They really think highly of us by letting a group of us fight the Beast King. Tang Luoyao has different opinions on this. There's nothing wrong with the map and mode design. The only bug is... His gaze slowly turned to Gu Changqing. What are you looking at me for? It's none of my business. Su Qing and others understood what Tang Luoyao meant. Brother Changqing, if you hadn't sent those people away, you should have been able to kill the Beast King. Well... Gu Changqing stood up, greeted everyone, and ran in one direction. He won't take the blame for this. It was their first time to fail, and everyone was happy to see it. Soon they dispersed. In the following time, elimination prompts in the map sounded every now and then. Until candidates from Tuqing, Huang Province, withdraw from the competition. The candidate from Zhenhai City withdrew from the competition. Candidates from Tuqing, Huang Province, withdraw from the competition. After Gu Changqing killed the contestant, a prompt came for Su Qing and others to withdraw. Gu Changqing smiled bitterly. I have cleared you out, I still have a long way to go in terms of points. Congratulations on winning the first place in the escape battle. Rewards will be distributed later. The map will be closed in 30 seconds. Gu Changqing opened his portable store and checked his points. He had just exceeded 5,000. Without hesitation, he exchanged the 5 spiritual pearls. Then you were teleported out of the map. Gu Changqing! Gu Changqing! Gu Changqing! I love you, Qingmi will always support you. Qingqing, look here. Damn, this is so satisfying. What is a hero? This is what a hero is. God has eyes. We almost forced our own genius out of the city. The moment Gu Changqing stepped out of the copy's light gate, the entire Pingding Square was in a state of chaos. The noble families who had cursed him yesterday and united to crush him. After Qinhai was exposed, he immediately changed direction and tried his best to show goodwill to Gu Changqing. Even several daughters of wealthy families came on stage holding flowers and showed their courtesy. Everyone, be quiet! Shenlin came on stage, suppressed the noisy voices, and said, I feel the same as you, but now, let our Tianjiao say a few words. Gu Changqing was stunned. No one told me there would be a speaking session. Seeing the beautiful woman and Yi Rian sitting in the front row, he walked up to Shenlin with a smile and said, Sister, I promise you, I did it. The words were spoken to Yi Rian. He was looking at the beautiful woman. Yi Rian cried with joy and nodded vigorously. The beautiful woman still had a stern expression on her face, and it was impossible to tell whether she was happy or sad. Sister Xian, I still say the same thing, let the young people solve their own problems. Humph! Save this for later and tell old Ji. After saying this, the beautiful woman stood up and was about to leave. Gu Changqing jumped off the platform and stood in front of the beautiful woman. Auntie, I. Before he finished speaking, the beautiful woman snorted. Don't forget the 2 conditions you promised me. If Yan Yan is not well by the time you return home, I will kick you out of the house myself. Auntie, do you agree? Zhao Zhanxiong, who followed behind, pushed him away and said dissatisfiedly. What are you doing? Don't go too far. Don't think you can make more demands just because you won first place. Be happy in secret, kid. Don't dare, enough is enough. You are not as shameless as those 2. While Gu Changqing was confused, the beautiful woman and Zhao Zhanxiong left. Yi Rian walked forward and held Gu Changqing's hand. Sis, the most invincible duo is finally complete. Gu Changqing held his hands tightly. Yi Rian's face was wet with tears and she kept rubbing his cheek. Just when the 2 were holding hands and about to live together forever, Shenlin on the high platform couldn't bear it anymore. Gu de Tianjiao, don't you want the reward anymore? Yes. Of course. Why wouldn't I want to? The 2 said in unison. Shenlin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then why don't you come up? The sound of the abyss also rang out in every corner of Zhenhai City. Congratulations to Gu Changqing for winning first place in the National Exam Escape Battle. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations on obtaining a clue about pet equipment. Congratulations on your score ranking first in the national exam and earning you the title Unparalleled. No more? Number 1 in the country, that's it? Just a title as a reward? Gu Changqing opened his backpack and inside were 2 glowing notes. Unparalleled wearable fusion equipment. Ability: Beastmaster skill level increased by 1, experience bonus increased by 50%, and the drop rate of top quality items increased by 20%. Rookie King wearable fusion equipment. Ability: experience bonus increased by 20%, top quality drop rate increased by 5%. Should I use the title and merge it with the emblem? Yes. The 2 notes disappeared one after another. The special badge on Gu Changqing's chest represented his rank, with the words, Rookie King, and Unparalleled shining brightly. Combined with the Tongtian Lukai robe, it pushes the B level to the peak. Hide the shine! It's not that one should be Loki, but it's too dazzling. With Shenlin's final words, the national exam came to an end. Before Su Qing, Qi Xing and others could congratulate Gu Changqing, they were hurriedly dragged away by the elders of the clan. Xiaoqing, let's go home! Okay, let's go home! Gu Changqing knew that there must be a college that had admitted them. But till now, no college has extended an olive branch to him. Gu Changqing was not discouraged. As long as there are gold entries, it's the same everywhere. At worst, we can just break out of the city. The relationship between the two was completely established. At the dinner table, pink bubbles filled the air, floating between the two people's glances. Bang! The door was suddenly opened. A careless voice sounded. Yes, cooking skills are getting better and better. I hope I didn't disturb you guys. Zhao Zhanxiong came in holding a wine gourd and sat down between the two of them. Gu Changqing's eyes were slightly cold. Zhao Zhanxiong didn't care. He took out a piece of paper and placed it in front of Gu Changqing. So far, no academy has accepted you. With your score, if you insist on going, no one will stop you. However, you still have a way out, which is to join the Jinhai City Guard. Chapter 95, Where Parents Fought. Gu Changqing picked up the paper that Zhao Zhanxiong pushed over to him. It is an invitation letter from the Beast Tamer Association. There wasn't much content, but what really caught his eye was North City District Guard Elite 6 Team. This team was the team that was led and built by my parents before they died in battle. It also stated that both the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Master Association would delegate power to Gu Changqing. Whether it is personnel deployment or action deployment, everything is decided and implemented by him. Zhao Zhanxiong added, Members of the City Guard will enjoy the subsidies and benefits that regular members should have when they join. The path for advancement will also be opened, and everyone will be treated equally, whether they are poor or children of wealthy families. This invitation letter suddenly became heavy in my hand. What does it mean to treat everyone equally? There will be no distinction between high and low. As long as Gu Changqing likes and is willing, anyone can join the City Guard. Eat a fixed ration. Is the City Lord testing me? Zhao Zhanxiong waved his hand. There is no need to test it. It has been like this since ancient times. Think about it carefully. I will be waiting for your decision in the City Lord's mansion tomorrow. As he said this, he looked at Urian and said, Girl, it's time to put down your burden. The promise has been fulfilled. Live for yourself. Urian nodded heavily. I know, Uncle Zhao. Uncle? I'm so sad. You used to call me just brother. Go away, go away. You keep poking my heart. Zhao Zhanxiong left. After a brief silence, Urian was the first to break the atmosphere. Don't worry about it. Whether it's the academy or the city guard, they are just a form of advanced training. Gu Changqing looked at the invitation letter and said, Sister, tell me about the Elite 6 teams in those years. Good. The next morning, Gu Changqing wore a formal suit, which was rare. In front of the mirror, Urian carefully arranged his hair. Gu Changqing's hands were rubbing her arms, neck and back dishonestly. The latter's face turned red and he kept releasing the plum blossom finger skill. After the erotic grooming, looking at Gu Changqing's changed temperament in the mirror, Urian laughed. Handsome, really handsome. That's right, I never doubt my sister's judgment. Nonsense and narcissistic. After breakfast, before leaving, Gu Changqing asked, Sister, aren't you coming with me? No, I'll wait for your good news at home. Good. Gu Changqing quickly touched Urian's lips, then ran out of the door dancing with joy. Urian didn't expect a sneak attack. She touched her lips in a daze and said shyly, You little brat. Jinhai City, as a battlefield city on the frontier of the East China Sea, is divided into 3 areas. Buffer Zone, Outer City and Inner City. In the Inner City, there are important high-level departments such as the City Lord's Mansion and the Beast Tamer Association. When Gu Changqing arrived at the gate of the Inner City, the guard on duty stopped him. He was allowed in only after he took out the invitation letter. When he stepped into the Inner City, Gu Changqing's pupils widened, as if Granny Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. The buildings are extravagant and luxurious, with exquisitely carved buildings and various shops that are more impressive than the largest pet shop. The beastmasters that come and go in the city are all of the best quality, both in their attire and in the beasts they contract. Gu Changqing seemed to have entered another world, which was completely different from the outer city. Hey, brother Changqing! Someone is calling him. Gu Changqing looked back and saw Gao Han and Qixing coming forward, talking and laughing. Gao Han has a standard square face, which gives people a very honest feeling. He scratched his head and said embarrassedly, "Brother Changqing, don't take what my old man said to heart." Gu Changqing knew what he was referring to and said, "I'm not that petty. Besides, everyone is doing what they want, so there's no question of right or wrong." Qixing clicked his tongue twice. "Sun Min was so scared by you that he almost lost his soul. I heard that he was chosen by a higher education college. When the admissions teacher arrived at his home and saw that he looked dazed, he immediately cancelled his admission." Gu Changqing laughed awkwardly twice. "I really didn't mean to target him deliberately. Maybe his bad luck has come?" "That's right, Brother Changqing is not the kind of person who would take revenge for any slight. By the way, you came to the inner city too." "Oh, City Lord Zhao wants to talk to me about something. You two can go shopping first. I'm leaving now. We'll meet again another day." The two of them looked at Gu Changqing's departing back, and Qixing said, "Why did the excitement of being accepted suddenly disappear?" Gao Han sighed. "Yeah, I even missed the moments when we fought side by side in the dungeon. Let's go, he is destined to be the most dazzling star." In front of the city lord's mansion, Shenlin came down to pick him up in person. When we arrived at Zhao Zhanxiong's office, he had already prepared some drinks, and was drinking by himself. "Here I come." Gu Changqing walked straight forward and sat on the sofa opposite. "How does it feel along the way?" Gu Changqing shook his head and smiled. "Paradise on earth is nothing more than this. The ruins of the buffer zone, the struggles of the outer city. The inner city is magnificent." Gu Changqing had never encountered or compared such a gap. "Just get used to it. Don't feel it's unfair. Everyone has the opportunity to climb up. And then, after seeing and experiencing another world, you want to join in and become a wall or a knife to protect this world?" Zhao Zhanxiong was stunned for a moment, then he sighed. "This personality is exactly the same. I can only tell you that it is like this. No matter who comes in or out, it will not change easily. If you really don't like it, then try to adapt to it, or overthrow it. Shenhua has existed for thousands of years, and there have been countless geniuses. There are also many people with ambitions and ideals, but in the end, no one can or wants to shake it. Do you know why? Strength." In response to Gu Changqing's answer, Zhao Zhanxiong shook his finger. "Wrong, it's the rules. The rottenness of the rules has penetrated to the root, and although they still retain vitality, they are only barely surviving. The medicinal power seeps in, but most of it is expelled and assimilated, leaving only a small part of it persisting in curing the disease, which is a drop in the bucket." Gu Changqing lowered his head and thought. He thought of many things, but could not give himself an answer. "Okay, let's get off topic. The fact that you can come here today means that you have made a decision. After you have a drink with me, you can go to the 6 team's base. As for resources, I have already informed the higher-ups. It will cost a lot to keep you here." Gu Changqing was stunned, and understood the whole cause and effect. No wonder teachers Baihu and Zhuke got so angry that day. "It turns out that you made me lose the qualification to be admitted to the academy." Zhao Zhanxiong did not argue, and said directly, "Those colleges are not short of a genius student. But Jinhai City, the place where your parents fought for their entire lives and even lost their lives, is short of a soul." Chapter 96, Invitation from the Murong family. Something happened in the Forbidden Sea? Why me? There are many things that Gu Changqing can't understand. What Li Haoran and the Qin family did behind the scenes had already violated the rules of the Beast Master. Then after a failed robbery, he was secretly executed in order to keep the secret. Yu Rian does have a strong background, but she can still hide her true identity in Jinhai City. After all, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. But he still managed to gain his most precious development time. He didn't understand before, but now he understands. If Zhao Zhanxiong could secretly protect him, everything would go smoothly. It's a promise to an old friend, I guess. Old friend? Do you know my parents? I've met them a few times, and I admire the couple very much. Well, go do what you have to do. I'll urge for resources again, and follow special procedures. As for how the city guards are doing, we won't ask. Okay, I'll be leaving first. Zhao Zhanxiong's ambiguous transfer. Gu Changqing didn't ask any further questions. Now that we are living under the same roof, some things will eventually come to light. As Gu Changqing left the city lord's mansion, he saw Shenlin coming towards him. Do you want me to accompany you to the station? Then I'll have to trouble Secretary Chen. Shenlin called a car and introduced some buildings and departments in the inner city to Gu Changqing. After leaving the inner city, head straight north. After about half an hour's journey, the car stopped at the junction of the outermost part of the outer city and the buffer zone. The scene here is nothing but desolation. Occasionally you can see a few poor people picking up something in there. After the brutal battle with the beast tide, many items were buried in the ground. The poor people who live close to this place often come to the battlefield to search. Gu Changqing had searched here before and found a broken animal stone. He was so happy that he couldn't sleep all night. Every time I see this, I feel a lot of emotion. Shenlin sighed, as if recalling the past. Let's go, Captain Gu. Patting Gu Changqing on the shoulder, the two of them entered a yard next to them. The yard is very large, but the houses have collapsed severely. Only a large building similar to a stable is still intact. Once upon a time, the powerful Falcon city guards of Jinhai City were submerged in the ruins. However, I believe that one day, you will be able to build an invincible team that belongs to you alone. After Shenlin finished speaking, he summoned the snow ape and said, I'm leaving first. I'll leave the car to you. Gu Changqing walked through every corner of the yard. Scenes of memory seemed to reappear. A handsome middle-aged man and a child were playing with a baby fiery falcon. A beautiful woman was smiling and scolding the middle-aged man, and the happiness in her eyes could not be concealed. Finally, everything is gone. Only a frail figure took his hand and left. I'm back, Gu Changqing muttered to himself. As soon as Gu Changqing returned home, he saw the note left by Yurian. I have to go to Jinhai No. 1 High School to complete the resignation procedures. At this moment, a sudden brake sound was heard outside the house. Murongqin opened the door and said with a smile, Jinhai City's unparalleled genius, I am here on the orders of my family to invite you to a banquet. How dare I trouble Miss Murong to come in person? Just tell me. Come on, don't play this game with us. As she spoke, she looked around and asked, Where's Teacher Yi? I'm out for something. Okay, ask Teacher Yi first. I'll wait for you at the door. Murongqin's smile was particularly heartbreaking. Gu Changqing snorted coldly. Don't you know who is in charge of this family? Let's go! Before getting on the car, he secretly sent a message to Yurian. Which college did you get accepted to? Either of them went. So you want to stay and inherit the family business? My parents and grandpa are in good health. Well, that's good. Murongqin secretly glanced at the slightly embarrassed Gu Changqing and said, Are you afraid that Teacher Yi will misunderstand? How is that possible? I'd be scared. Then he honestly took out his cell phone and started sending voice messages one after another. If your friends knew you were like this, they would be so sad. Gu Changqing rolled his eyes at him. What does a little kid know? Happiness, this is happiness, you know. Decisively terminate the heart-wrenching conversation with Murongqin. Gu Changqing remembered that he had not yet looked at the reward for the first place in the escape battle. An ancient book lies quietly in the backpack. Gu Changqing tapped lightly, and immediately a series of information appeared in front of him. You open a book that has been sealed for a long time, and the contents recorded on it stun you. You discovered a hidden message about pet equipment. The book turned into dust and slowly dissipated. Congratulations on obtaining a piece of pet equipment information. On the shore of the East China Sea, under the Forbidden Sea, there is an abandoned palace. I don't know which tribe left it there. Go take a look, and you will gain something. Fuck! After reading the message, Gu Changqing couldn't help but exclaim. Murongqin was so frightened that she almost drove the car into a house on the side of the road. What are you doing? You scared me. Gu Changqing ignored it. It is obvious that this piece of pet equipment belongs to Haydn. East China Sea Palace, the direction is too obvious. Moreover, after the black egg burned out the unknown blood and awakened the destiny blood. There is a whole new set of equipment slots. I just don't know if this piece of pet equipment is the magic needle that can stabilize the sea. If so. Gu Changqing's mouth was drooling. Hey, what are you thinking about? I'm telling you, I'm not interested in you. Humph, your figure is not even half as good as my sister's. Gu Changqing, you are looking for death. Look at the road, look at the road. As soon as it got dark, Gu Changqing got out of Mirankin's car. There were several bloody marks on the neck. At the door of the detached villa, Murong Yuan and several senior members of the Murong family came out to greet them in person. Gu Changqing glared at Murong Qin, stepped forward quickly and said, "Thank you for your trust at that time. It's okay. This is what our Murong family should do. Come in. The food is ready." The huge banquet hall was filled with delicious food. Gu Changqing was very hungry and ate voraciously. The Murong family members looked on with smiles on their faces. His eyes kept turning to Murong Qin. Murong Qin snorted. "Don't look at her. Teacher Yi is so outstanding, with such a beautiful figure and face. How can I compare to her? Wow, the little girl still holds a grudge." Murong Yuan smiled helplessly, and waited until Gu Changqing had almost finished eating before saying, "My friend, I won't bother you unless it's necessary. I heard that you joined the city guards, which is good, as the development potential there is greater than that of some first-class colleges." Gu Changqing swallowed the last bite of rice and said, "Senior, please tell me directly. Is there something wrong in the Forbidden Sea?" Chapter 97, The Third Pet, A White Fox. Changqing, I admit that after my girl disappeared, there was a period of time when I suspected that it was a trap set by your parents. Back then, when the beast tide came, the North District City Guard that was supposed to be guarded by your parents disappeared. All that was left was a promotion order handwritten by my girl. We investigated afterwards and found out that the three of them had conspired before the promotion order was written. Then my girl led an elite force out of the city and headed straight for the Forbidden Sea. When talking about the past, Murong Yuan's wrinkled face showed a look of pain and struggle. Gu Changqing listened carefully. Several other senior executives of the Murong family were also worried. So, the Murong family has been in retreat for these years, and they have a special and complicated relationship with you. On the one hand, he is the son of the girl's best friend. On the other hand, he may also be the child of her enemy, so... Gu Changqing picked up the water cup and took a sip. So for quite a long time, it was the Murong family who followed me. Many times, Gu Changqing felt that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He told Yi Rian, but couldn't find out the reason. Yes, until one day, Xiaoxiong found me and told me about his investigations and speculations over the years. Then I realized how many stupid things he had done. Gu Changqing smiled calmly. I am still sitting here, and you have always remained rational. Murong Yuan stood up and bowed deeply to Gu Changqing. Senior, there is no need to do this. Gu Changqing tried to support him but was pushed away by Murong Yuan. According to my people's investigation, the Forbidden Sea will experience a major change within a week. For unknown reasons, the seal of the Abyss rules on the Forbidden Sea has loosened. So, I hope you can go to the Forbidden Sea and save my daughter. Gu Changqing didn't know the exact location of the Forbidden Sea. However, the location of Haiden's equipment is clear at a glance. However, just as he got the clues, the seal on the Forbidden Sea loosened. Just a coincidence? The Abyss has always been determined to kill him. Could it be a trap? Suddenly, Gu Changqing felt a surge of warmth flowing through his body. Then, the badge of rank on his chest lit up with colorful luster. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission and becoming the first in Jinhai City. Hidden rewards will be issued. Congratulations on gaining 100,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining a skill experience gem. Congratulations on obtaining a king-level beast pet card. Congratulations on obtaining a unique consumable item, a beast taming space expansion card. Subsequent hidden mission triggered. Investigate the mysterious palace under the Forbidden Sea. Task rewards. Rewards will be issued according to the progress of the investigation. Failure penalty. All pets will be downgraded to white ordinary. Why didn't you come earlier or later, but came at this time? Gu Changqing's level also reached level 11. As much as 100,000 experience points, my scalp tingles. Is this considered an advance payment? In preparation for entering the Forbidden Seas? Changqing Yu. It's okay, just level up. People from the Murong family, look at me, I look at you. You can upgrade by eating a meal. What a monster! Senior, even if you didn't tell me, I would have come to you in the next few days. But for the sake of insurance, I need a lot of equipment and materials. No problem, leave it to me. Fourth brother, get ready immediately. Okay, big brother. Gu Changqing thought for a moment and said, Will we be able to make it in time if we set off the day after tomorrow? Murong Yuan nodded. It's still in time. In order to pursue the girl, we have opened a route to the Forbidden Sea. Although it is dangerous, the full combat power of the Murong family will safely send you to your destination. Okay, senior, I will go back and prepare first. Thank you for your hospitality. Go ahead, Xiaoqin, why don't you send Changqing back? Murong Qin replied unhappily. I know. On the way back, Gu Changqing checked the rewards for the hidden tasks. Skill Experience Orb, consumable item. After use, you can gain 50,000 skill experience points. Beast Taming Space Expansion Card, a unique consumable item that can be used to open up a new beast taming space. King Level Pet Card, Polar Silver Fox. After signing the contract, you can obtain a King Level Bloodline pet. 50,000 points of skill experience are enough to allow Gu Changqing's fire control skills to be improved to the next level. With the additional attribute of Wishwang, the fire control technique jumped to the 5th level. The beast taming space and the king level beast pet card made Gu Changqing's heart fall into an ice cave in an instant. Although Xiao Jin and Haiden are becoming more and more powerful, what Gu Changqing faces is the doubling of experience after each level. If his level cannot be raised, he will not be able to be promoted. Correspondingly, the beast taming space cannot be opened and a new beast pet cannot be contracted. This wave of hidden tasks is a timely help, and it seems crucial. In fact, it hides murderous intent. This time, I might have to give up. What are you thinking about? How are you going to explain this to Teacher Yi when we get back? Murong Qin is a nice person, but she is a bit rude. It's not relevant to bring up this issue. Too lazy to care. Gu Changqing, we are going to Forbidden Sea the day after tomorrow. Will Teacher Yi go too? Gu Changqing shook his head. He had originally planned to take Yi Ruyan with him. Plans cannot be changed. Won't. Then, can you take me with you? Gu Changqing subconsciously wanted to say that he would never do that. Murong Qin hurriedly said, Don't reject me, actually I really want to see her, even if it's just from a distance. Gu Changqing was stunned. Through the lights from the street lamps on both sides of the street, one could vaguely see a sparkling gleam in the corner of Murong Qin's eyes. Aren't City Lord Murong and Murong Qin aunt and niece? Judging from the situation, there is a secret that cannot be told in public. Okay. It's hard to refuse. Besides, we'll be escorted by people from the Murong family throughout the trip, so nothing should go wrong. Really? Thank you. Just stop arguing with me. When they got home, Gu Changqing came in and Yi Ruyan was packing. Sister, I'm back. Gu Changqing walked behind her and naturally put his arms around her waist. The fragrance of the long hair embroidered on her head makes me feel fascinated. Go take a shower, it stinks. Gu Changqing chuckled. Sister, my arms are too short, what should I do if I can't reach my back? Yi Ruyan glared at him and said with a smile. I just bought a new toilet brush, it will definitely be enough. All right. Gu Changqing went into the bathroom disappointed. While taking a shower, he used the beast taming space expansion card. Not long after, the third beast taming space opened next to Xiao Jin and Haiden. Then, he made a contract with a king-level beast pet and gave it the Heart of Qingqiu. Do you want to give the golden entry, Heart of Qingqiu, to your pet Polar Silver Fox? Yes. The gold entry was given successfully, and the Heart of Qingqiu was activated successfully. Your pet Polar Silver Fox has been successfully upgraded to a white fox. Directly and successfully activated the bloodline? Gu Changqing clicked on the information about the new pet. Open your mouth into an O shape. With it, it's taking off again. Chapter 98. The golden entries are so abnormal. Pet, a white fox. Grade bronze. Level 1. Bloodline, Heart of Qingqiu Gold. Attributes, Strength plus 10, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 30, Spirit plus 40. Spiritual Power, 3000. Skills, Extreme Speed, White Fox Claw, Fox Heart Chain, Enchanting Eyes. Introduction, there's a fox in Qingqiu, the most charming in the wilderness. Extreme Speed, greatly increases agility speed, up to 600% increase. Level 1, Spiritual Power Consumption, 100. White Fox Claw, attack skill, has a high probability of breaking shield skills, spiritual power consumption, 100. Fox Heart Chain, binding skill, unique bloodline ability of the Qingqiu Fox clan. Can be linked to a pet, increasing all attributes by 10%, skill damage by 10%, and spiritual power recovery by 10%. Once locked, it cannot be released until the pet dies in battle. Eyes of Enchantment, a Qingqiu Fox bloodline skill that can instantly confuse the enemy. The success rate and duration increase as the spiritual attribute improves. Evolution tips. The restrictions on the evolution of this bloodline are 1. When evolving, a large amount of Fox Beast stones are required to stabilize the Qingqiu Heart bloodline. 2. The location and time must be chosen when the spiritual power is sufficient and the moon is full. An auxiliary pet is what Gu Changqing lacks now. Mimics can only be used for treatment and surprise attacks. If they enter high-level battles, they will be useless. A white fox just completes this point. Gu Changqing communicated with the beast control space with his spirit. In the newly opened third space, a snow-white fox about 2 meters long was lying quietly inside. Feeling Gu Changqing's observation, it raised its head and called out in a low voice. "A new friend has arrived!" Haydn appeared out of nowhere, and walked around in the space like he was visiting a friend, saying, "Brother, it's too white. No, let me clean it up for you." Cracking! A ball of fire blasted the black egg out of the space. Little Jean spread out a pair of wings, and the huge bird's body was wrapped in blazing flames. Looking down at the white fox, she maintained her big sister's aura firmly. "Are you blind? She's obviously my sister. Also, don't wander around without the master's permission." Haydn was covered in black smoke and came back with a grin. "What the big sister is saying is, fourth sister, it was second brother who was rash. You have a third brother, but he can't be contacted in our beast-taming space. I'll take you to meet him tomorrow." Looking at Haydn's reckless appearance, Gu Changqing was speechless. He really doesn't match up with that great sage. Let's wait for it to evolve slowly, maybe there will be some changes. Although they both have mythical bloodline, the power of Xiao Jin and Haydn is a little too strong. The suppressed white fox lay on the ground, a little scared. "Okay, take a good rest and recover in the next 2 days. The comfortable days are about to end." Haydn rubbed his hands together. "Great, I'm almost bored." Xiao Jin didn't say much and blew out another blazing flame, burning Haydn so hard that he screamed. After exiting the space, Gu Changqing wiped himself clean and put on a bathrobe. In the living room, Yurian divided the various medicines into 2 parts. When he came out, he pointed to one of the piles and said, "Those are yours, this is mine." "Sister, are you going too?" Yurian was stunned for a moment, then grabbed his ear with her finger. "Were all the things you said before just to coax me?" No, how could that be? It's just that. Nothing but. Yurian was firm, loosened her fingers, turned her back, and whispered, "I don't want to be worried at home, do you understand?" Gu Changqing smiled gently, put his arm around her waist, and whispered in her ear, I know everything." The hot air blew and Yurian trembled all over. After stiffening, her body instantly became soft as water and she leaned in Gu Changqing's arms. The atmosphere is gradually heating up. Both of them could hear each other's increasingly rapid heartbeats. "Sister, I." Feeling a rapid change somewhere in his body, Gu Changqing's inner desire continued to be strong. The same is true for Yurian. That kind of overbearing aura is like a drug. Every time you smell it, your rationality collapses a little. "Xiaoqing, we don't want to." Gu Changqing's hand slowly moved upwards amid the sound of Yi Ruiyan's voice. We were about to climb those two majestic peaks. Suddenly, a series of telephone rings rang. Like a bolt of thunder out of the blue, it pulled the two back in an instant. You answer it. I'm going to sleep. Yi Ruiyan's face was as red as blood, and she trotted into the bedroom. Gu Changqing wants to kill someone, preferably for some reason. I looked at the number and didn't recognize it. I picked up the phone and was about to start cursing. Then I heard Murong Yuan's voice coming from the other end. Changqing, everything is ready. Just come to the warehouse tomorrow. This is the equipment and materials you prepared? In the Murong family warehouse, Gu Changqing stared at the mountains of equipment and materials with his eyes widened. Murong Yuan thought that there were not enough, so he hurriedly said to the people around him, Go to the inner city again and ask them to bring all the survivors here. Gu Changqing quickly stopped him. That's enough, that's too much. That's good. I'll be leaving first. If you need anything, just call the people outside. Wow, the Murong family is so generous. Just the things in this warehouse would cost at least tens of millions. It's just that there are quite a lot of them, and there are too many repetitions. Gu Changqing summoned Xiao Jin. After Xiao Jin came out, he flew to its shoulder, which was the daily intimacy mode. Go and eat, it's all yours. Xiao Jin let out a joyful cry and dived into the mountain of equipment and materials. Seeing the hill disappear at an alarming speed, the reminder of the abyss sounded desperately. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet eats the golden axe, and its strength increases by 10. Gourmet Spring Trigger, your pet eats an intermediate beast stone, increasing its agility by 7 and its spirit by 9. The Spring of Foodies is triggered your pet. With the continuous triggering of gold entries, Xiao Jin's attributes soared like a rocket. Half an hour later, a burp came from deep inside the warehouse. Then I saw Xiao Jin coming out with a round belly, looking very satisfied. Without waiting for Gu Changqing to ask, he returned to the beast-taming space to digest it. Good job. If I advance a few more times, I still won't be satisfied. However, this improvement is substantial. Pet True Fire Sparrow. Rank Silver. Level 12. Bloodline entries: Big Sun Golden Flame, Gold, Fighting Will, Gold, Foodie's Spring, Gold, Sun Shining in the Sky, Gold. Attributes: Strength plus 400, Constitution plus 400, Agility plus 400, Spirit plus 2,400. Spiritual Power, 10,000. Skills: Form Transformation, Blazing Sun Flame, Fire Immunity, Passive, Golden Crow Shadow, Energy Storage, 100%, Golden Crow Roar, Bloodline Combination Skill, Burning Sun, Bloodline Taboo Level. So much equipment and materials. It directly raised Xiao Jin's 4-dimensional attributes to the peak of the Silver Grade True Fire Sparrow. 2,400 points of spirit. This time, the Forbidden Sea trip has one more trump card. Small Forbidden Sea. Your Master Gu is here. Chapter 99. What is inside the Huanyang Jinseng copy? It's a little earlier than expected. Looking at the waist badge of the Elite 6 team that had been reserved in advance on the table, next to it was a leave request from Gu Changqing. Zhao Zhanxiong held his chin with one hand and called out, Chenlin. Chenlin pushed the door open and walked in. City Lord, what's the matter? Zhao Zhanxiong pointed at the leave request and said, The Murong family has already taken action. They must keep an eye on Lihaoren and Shanghai. The reports have been sent up nonstop, but there is still no conclusion on the matter. Obviously, there are people up there who want to protect them or eliminate them. The evidence we collected is totally insufficient. Shanghai in prison insisted that he knew nothing about this. City Lord, is it necessary to let the person from White Tiger Academy? Zhao Zhanxiong shook his head. Don't cause him any trouble. I've lost a favor, and the landlord doesn't have any surplus food. So, you go and arrest the guards yourself. Also, call a car for me to go to Murong's house. On the other side, after Xiao Jin had a feast, Gu Changqing started to pick out the leftover equipment and materials. As he is blessed with special and unique equipment, he naturally looks down on equipment of the highest grade, which is only gold grade. Soon, he picked out 2 pieces of gold-level beast pet equipment that were considered good. Haydn, just use it for now. A black chain mail and an iron rod. Haydn came out, put on his equipment, and squinted his lips. Master, it's too light. It feels like I'm not wearing anything at all, but it's better than nothing. Just use it as it is. Maybe I can get you a weapon that suits you when we go to the Forbidden Sea this time. Haydn's eyes lit up. Is that true, Master? That's great. After your original bloodline was wiped out by me, you can no longer use that black energy. Really? After getting a definite answer, Haydn entered the beast-controlling space and began to show off to Xiao Jin and Xiao Bai. Student Gu! At this time, the closed warehouse door opened, and the guard outside came in and said, The master said that if you are done with your work, please go to the reception room. City Lord Zhao is here. Gu Changqing nodded. Okay, then please lead the way. In the reception room, Zhao Zhanxiong and Murong Yuan were chatting about something, but when they saw Gu Changqing coming, they stopped talking. Zhao Zhanxiong smiled and said, I just promoted you to be the captain of Team 6. You haven't cleaned up the base yet, but you have to ask for leave. Ha ha, that can't be helped. Changqing has an agreement with us. Don't worry about the station. I will make sure that the newly built 6th team will be the most luxurious in Jinhai City. Gu Changqing bowed to the 2 of them one by one and said, Thank you, Patriarch. City Lord Zhao is looking for me. Is there something wrong? Zhao Zhanxiong threw the sign to Gu Changqing. Team 6 sign. I'm also telling you that Li Haoran and Shanhai haven't said a word about the hand of the evil god so far. The attitude above is ambiguous, so you have to be careful. It's just like what I thought. Shanhai didn't say it for the sake of his family. After all, the consequences of revealing the truth are far-reaching. Although Chen Ziming is dead, the plate he left behind is still there. As for Li Haoran, he also obeys orders from others. Yeah, that's right. Let's take it one step at a time. I wanted to go to the Forbidden Sea with you guys, but now I can't go. Then, he took out a bag from his backpack. Here are some of the stocks from these years. Thank you, City Lord. Gu Changqing didn't hesitate and took it and put it into the space. Let's go and clean up the mess. Gu Changqing and Murong Yuan saw him off to the door. Before he got into the car, Zhao Zhanxiong stopped and said, Changqing, if possible, bring her back. The car drove away slowly. Gu Changqing looked at the car disappearing around the corner and said, Okay. Almost everything is ready. In the afternoon, the team heading to the Forbidden Sea outside the city had gathered. Urian's condition is better than before. The mimic beast's natural power repaired some of the hidden injuries. But it will take some time to heal before the battle. Murong Qin seemed to be worried and anxious, feeling both happy and worried. The Forbidden Sea has been a restricted area that is difficult for humans to enter since the arrival of the ferocious beast. After so many years, it is still unknown whether Murong Danya is alive or dead. Urian held Murong Qin's hand and said, Don't worry. City Lord Murong is not a weak girl. You should know that many geniuses in the past could not overshadow her brilliance. Since she dared to do it, she must have a backup plan. Really? Touching Murong Qin's head, under her hopeful gaze, he said, Really? If you don't believe me, ask Xiaoqing. Gu Changqing, who was getting into the car, nodded when he heard this. In my memory, I still vaguely remember that heroic figure, and I put my heart in my stomach. Murong Qin's sorrow faded away. Teacher Yi, Gu Changqing, thank you. Murong Yuan, who was outside the car, was also in tears. After planning for so long, the moment of unveiling has finally arrived. The old man couldn't help but feel uneasy. Let's go and come back safely. The huge convoy drove out of the Murong family villa. Turn onto the road outside the city and go straight towards the city gate. After checking at the east city gate, everyone abandoned their cars and walked into the teleportation array leading out of the city. Smelling the air that was different from the air in the city, Urian sighed heavily. Gu Changqing summoned a white fox, climbed over it, and pulled her forward. Now, there are nearly 100 Murong family masters protecting him. The group just kept on going. When it was getting dark, we found a relatively secluded place at the foot of a mountain to rest. Uncle Tai, where are we now? Hearing Murong Qin's question, The burly man named Uncle Tai took out a hand-drawn map and placed it in front of Gu Changqing and others. At our speed, we are already about 100 kilometers away from Zhenhai City. Our current location is here, Molan Mountain. After crossing this mountain, we will enter the plain area. We will reach the shore of the East China Sea by tomorrow night. Tomorrow? Gu Changqing stared at the map, on which the conditions around the road were drawn in great detail using the simplest strokes. Suddenly, at the lower left of the end of this route, there is an animal head. Uncle Tai, what is this animal head? Uncle Tai took a quick look and said, It's a wild instance, located in a small town. We suffered a lot here when we were exploring the route. The level of the ferocious beasts lurking there is not high, but it is very difficult to kill. The weirdest thing is that after we got in, we couldn't even get into the wild instance. They said we didn't meet the requirements, we weren't seriously injured or dying, etc. I don't know what the abyss is doing. Listening to Uncle Tai's mumbling, Gu Changqing and Yi Rian's expressions changed at the same time. According to Uncle Tai's description, this location is similar to the location mentioned by Director Qi of the private independent company. An inexplicable overlap. No, Shaoqing, don't. Yi Rian suddenly grabbed Gu Changqing's hand, pleading. Our goal is to find the Forbidden Sea and save City Lord Murong. Don't create any more trouble. Gu Changqing was surprised. Although the Millennium Jinseng has the natural power of a mimicking beast, its appeal has been greatly reduced. But Yi Rian's reaction to hearing the news twice was, each time more intense than the last. What is she afraid of? Is it really because it is particularly dangerous? Chapter 100 Evil Map Altar. The starry sky outside the city at night is like a huge red cloth wrapping up the light source. In the dim, low, and faint scarlet color, there is an inexplicable irritability that is hard to describe. Gu Changqing sat on a stone platform protruding from the mountain wall, looking at the scenery in the distance. I feel mixed emotions inside. After finishing the topic of the Millennium Resurrection Jinseng, Gu Changqing carefully asked the mimic beast. The answer he got made him depressed. According to the current progress, if he wants to rely on the power of nature to repair the hidden injuries suffered by Yi Rian, a conservative estimate is that it will take a year. During the treatment time, she cannot summon pet beasts or use beast master skills. Although she can equip herself with medicine, it must be compatible with her body, otherwise it will be counterproductive, and even have the side effect of ruining all the previous efforts. Gu Changqing would naturally not joke about Yi Rian's body. Now that I know the exact location of the Millennium Resurrection Jinseng, I want to explore it. But this is not the time to be impulsive. Just when he was in a dilemma. What? Are you struggling over whether Teacher Yi should take priority or my aunt should take priority? Murong Qin came up at some point, facing the weak wind, and ruffling her hair around her ears. You are not an indecisive person. You just do whatever you think of. I understand your feelings. Many times you should focus on the present, not the future that has not yet happened. It is true that if you don't think about the future, you will worry about the present, but the premise is that you have the power to grasp the overall situation. Gu Changqing listened to Murong Qin's words silently, and quickly made a decision in his mind. The depression disappeared, he smiled and said thank you, wondering, if you understand so much, why do you leave yourself with regrets? The one he was referring to was the former city lord Murong Danya. Murong Qin did not show any reaction after her secret was exposed. She said calmly, Since I was born, I have been taught by my grandfather how to communicate with beast pets. However, I am not allowed to touch the family's inherited beast pets. Until one day I accidentally discovered that the aunt who loved me the most had another identity. Each family's inherited pet beast is very picky about the bloodline of the noble family's children. The direct lineage is what they favor the most, but I am only a side line. Murong Qin started talking, taking off the mask of strength and courage. Every time I contracted a pet beast, I could feel a guiding light appearing from nowhere. It came from the forbidden land in the back mountain of the Murong family. It was the call from the inherited pet beast. Gu Changqing listened and understood the whole story. The inherited pet has a special sensitivity to the direct bloodline. The fact that she could accept it proved that she was not from a collateral family. In addition, Mr. Murong's excessive favoritism increased her suspicion. Can you be sure that City Lord Murong is? Murong-chin shook her head. I'm not sure, but I really miss her. She has been with me throughout my childhood. She is not my biological mother, but she is better than my biological mother. Gu Changqing nodded in agreement. I didn't expect Murong-chin's experience to be so similar to hers. Oh, why did I talk to you so much tonight? Murong-chin tilted her head and looked straight at him playfully. Gu Changqing immediately moved his butt to the side. Well, empathy is empathy, it doesn't mean anything else. Murong-chin rolled her eyes. You wish for it. Even though you have become a famous figure in Jinhai City, you are still not worthy of my attention. Gu Changqing breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you for your keen eyes. What are you still standing there for? Let's go. If Teacher Yi wakes up, we won't have a chance. Okay, wait for me at the agreed location, I'll be back soon. Gu Changqing called out Xiao Jin, jumped onto its back, and soon disappeared into the dark night. How can I not like a man like this? Murong-chin shook his head and jumped off the stone platform, just in time to bump into Yi Ruyan. He's gone? Murong-chin nodded. I really envy Teacher Yi, such a devoted heart is precious. Yi Ruyan looked gloomy. I hope he can think more about me. Huh! I heard that Mr. Ye's mother agreed. Since you are in a relationship, isn't your problem his problem? Xiao Jin, go west! The sky was dimly lit. After a whole night, Gu Changqing finally saw the familiar area drawn on the map. Directing the direction, Gu Changqing took out a pill from his backpack. After taking it, the weak body will be rejuvenated. Master, take a rest. It's okay. I'm young and strong, so staying up all night is nothing. At this time, the mimic beast came out of the badge space, and the green natural force was transmitted into his body. In an instant, I felt refreshed and no longer tired at all. What a good thing! Gu Changqing couldn't help muttering to himself. If I fight Yi Ruyan for tens of thousands of rounds and am exhausted. Use the power of nature then. She had no choice but to surrender and submit completely. The mimic beast was frightened by Gu Changqing's eyes wrapped in flames, fearing that it would be eaten alive by its master in the next second. Master, it should be there. Xiao Jin reminded aloud. Gu Changqing stood up and looked forward. I saw a small town, located between a hill and a lake. Hundreds of houses have collapsed and fallen into ruin. Inside the town, there are dense trees and overgrown weeds, and the vitality is frighteningly strong. Look, meow, 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 meow. Suddenly, the mimic beast cried out uneasily. Master, it said there is a very strong natural energy not far away. This energy should be able to cure the mistress' hidden injuries. That's right, it must be the 1,000-year-old Jinseng. Xiao Jin! Clear the obstacles! Clear! The blazing sun flames transformed into fireballs, whistling towards the town below. Like an anti-aircraft gun. With the spiritual blessing of 2,400 points. Every time it landed, it set off rolling waves of fire. The small town was instantly filled with flames. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast Yang Grass. You gained 20 experience points and 14 extra experience points. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast Jiangshu. You gained 20 experience points and 14 extra experience points. Although we have little experience, we have sufficient numbers. With the experience of the two title notes. Gu Changqing's long and narrow experience bar moved violently. However, apart from the Yang grass and the Xiangyang tree, there are no other ferocious beasts. Gu Changqing frowned slightly. That's not right. It's different from Uncle Tai's description. What's even weirder is that the trees and weeds were burned out, but the red light gate of the wild copy was not seen. Could it be that I have found the wrong place? The mimic beast's perception of natural energy should not be wrong. Xiao Jin, let's go down! Gu Changqing was extremely careful and did not enter the town. Instead, it landed on the periphery. After confirming that there was no unusual movement, he took a step forward. You have entered the undeveloped map, the Evil Altar. Suddenly, the reminder of the abyss sounded. Then, the town that was originally burning fiercely changed its appearance in an instant. Chapter 101, Triangle Hunter, Charming Eyes? Evil Altar. Gu Chongqing drew out the Tongtian beast taming whip, and the fire controlling technique lingered around the whip, making him cautious and alert. In an instant, the flames disappeared. The scene changed to a pile of ashes and ruins, with scarlet eyes appearing from behind the broken and ruined wall. Hiss! Sounds that made one's back shiver and one's scalp explode came from all directions. Haiden! Xiao Bai! Gu Chongqing was not overconfident, even though he hadn't found the entrance to the dungeon yet, since it was an out-of-city map after all. If you underestimate it, you may lose your life. Haiden appeared, waving the iron rod in his hand, his bloodshot eyes circling around him, and snorted coldly. You coward, if you have the guts, get out of here! The clamor of chirping has just died down. They saw the red dots hidden in the dark rushing towards them like a tide. You're an idiot! Xiao Jin cursed in dissatisfaction, and flames spewed out of his mouth, forming a huge circle of fire and wrapping himself in it. Xiao Bai rolled his eyes in a humane way and looked at Gu Chongqing with pleading eyes. It seems to be saying, "My master, please do not tie my chain to it." Gu Chongqing's attention was focused on the red dots outside the circle of fire. Seeing the right opportunity, he swung out with the Tongtian beast taming whip. I saw the front end of the chain whip suddenly twisted into a circle when it was about to approach the red dot. While trapping the ferocious beast, tighten it vigorously. Entangle! Gu Chongqing let out a low shout, and the flame attached to the chain whip split into thousands of fire lines, strengthening the restraint. Let me see what's going on! With a strong pull, the trapped beast had no ability to resist and passed through the fire circle. In the light of the fire, the face of the ferocious beast also appeared in his eyes. This is... Gu Chongqing's pupils widened and he became instantly furious. The person caught by the chain whip is a human being. To be more precise, he was a human in his previous life. Hundreds of black spikes grew out of his flesh all over his body. The spikes were in the shape of curved hooks and flashed with a strange luster. All of its limbs were neatly chopped off, and on both sides of its chest and belly, there were 3 spider horn-like spikes as sharp as swords. Triangle Hunter Intermediate Ferocious Beast. Level 45. Attributes: Strength plus 170, Constitution plus 200, Agility plus 130, Spirit plus 50. Skills: Belly Blade, Black Poison, Decomposition. Introduction: A ferocious beast that mutated after drinking the altar spirit fluid. It is very dangerous, be careful of the deadly toxin. Such a high-level intermediate beast. The 4-dimensional attributes are also good. Haiden was ready to strike. Before the triangular hunter landed on the ground, the iron rod hit its head with a whistling sound. Puff! Like a bursting watermelon, black mucus burst out. Gu Chongqing waved a flame with one hand, melting all the mucus. The scattered mucus fell to the ground, and there was a continuous hissing sound. The ground was corroded with holes. So poisonous! Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast Triangle Hunter. You will gain 800 experience points and 560 extra experience points. One chicken gives nearly 14,000 experience points. And it's not hard to kill. As expected of a ferocious beast outside the city, it feels quite comfortable. However, this ferocious beast seemed familiar. This made Gu Chongqing think of the enslaved beast masters who died in the hand of the evil god dungeon. Obviously, despite having human bodies, they are not those fused beasts. The evil altar is indeed evil. Go in! Gu Chongqing gave the order, and Xiao Jin and Haiden could no longer contain their eagerness to try. Big sister, can you lend me your flame? The iron rod in Haiden's hand reached into Xiao Jin's flames. When it was drawn out, sparks flew all over the sky. The whole monkey took the lead and rushed into the darkness. Scorching sun flame! Endless fire gathered in the sky above Xiao Jin like a burning cloud. With one cry, almost half of the map was covered. Gu Chongqing, who was about to charge out with the chain whip, stared at Xiao Bai and the mimic beast with wide eyes. I can't help but sigh. There are also disadvantages to having a powerful pet, as it has no place to use its abilities. There is no need for any amplification. The damage alone is not something the Triangle Hunter can resist. Under the rain of fire, the triangular hunters were hit by the flames one by one. It turned into ashes in an instant. Soon, the experience bar, which was already half full, soaring up like a rocket until your level has been raised by 1 level. Unlimited gold terms are triggered. Please draw your gold terms. The flames were spreading. Gu Changqing bathed in them and sat down bored. Open personal information. Name: Gu Changqing. Pet: Chuang bird, mythical level, destiny monkey, mythical level, mimic beast, ordinary level, one-tailed white fox, mythical level. Level 12. Experience: 3200/204800. Equipment: Tongtian Lukai robe, Tongtian beast taming whip, 10,000 beast atlas, king badge, title badge, fusion unparalleled, newcomer king note, etc. Beast tamer skill: beast power, fire control level 5. Talent: unlimited gold items, unique. Although the mimic beast has been given a gold entry, it is still a normal level because it is not a bloodline entry. Its capabilities are enough to rival the mythical level. The eldest sister and the second brother were fighting in the front, and as the third brother, with elegant cat steps, walking between ferocious beasts and skills. When the triangular hunter encountered it, it acted as if it couldn't see it, passed by it, and attacked the black egg that was surrounded by the cups and killed everyone at once. Trigger: your pet Tianming monkey's 4-dimensional attributes increase by 1. In less than 10 minutes, the last triangle hunter was killed by Haiden's stick. It came back limping, covered with scars. The mimic beast hurried forward to release the power of nature. Haiden spat out a mouthful of blood foam, the color of which was red with black. Little beast is good, he knows how to use his ability to heal my second brother. That dog thing is really hard to kill, the poison is too strong, I can't stand it. Meow 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 meow. Xiao Jin translated. The little beast said that these poisons are not ordinary poisons. They are produced by the fusion of natural energy and certain things. Since this is an altar, there should be other things. Gu Changqing stood up and, with the help of Xiao Jin's fire, attached a layer of fire armor to his Tongtian Lukai robe. He said, "This is about the Millennium Resurrection Jinseng. Even if it's the underworld, we have to give it a try." The first batch of monsters were cleared. Gu Changqing, along with his 4 pets, walked along the dark road towards the depths. The further you go in, the lower the temperature becomes. The breath is like mist. The darkness gradually faded away and was replaced by a faint green light. A white fox was walking in front, and suddenly it stopped. In the lively eyes, pink energy gathers. Just heard a low roar. The pupils are covered with a silver moon pattern. The pink energy spread out in all directions like fireflies. At the same time, Gu Changqing felt his vision becoming blurry, and snowflake patterns appeared. After a while, the strange phenomenon disappeared. When I opened my eyes again, it was still the same place. However, in the faint green light, some blurry shapes appeared that looked like either human nor ghost. Ahead of these blurry bodies, a tall red altar stands quietly. Is this the Eye of Charm? Chapter 102, The Soul of the Evil One, the Traitor. Ha! Fourth Sister's skills are really useful. She can see the hidden beasts. These are all souls, right? If it weren't for my fourth sister, I would have really suffered. Meow meow meow, that's right, fourth sister is awesome. Gu Changqing noticed that the 3 pets and he had an extra pink eye. Eye of Enchantment, a special ability of the white fox that can see through illusions, mirages, and weaknesses of formations. It can only be used by contracted beast masters and beast pets. Duration 10 minutes. The Eye of Charm has this usage. Slowly walk towards those vague souls, and when they were at a certain distance. Suddenly, the souls seemed to wake up, turned around and looked at Gu Changqing. Heads that looked like bubbles popping up appeared from all over the body. Go! Gu Changqing swung out the Tongtian beast taming whip, a chain whip wrapped in flames, and it moved very quickly. But it passed through the soul's body and hit the ground directly. Physical attacks are ineffective? Xiao Jin and Haiden also took action. Without exception, the blazing sun flame and the 100 battle staff all hit nothing. Instead, several triangular hunters that were mixed in were killed. Let me do it! The voice of a white fox sounded in the beast control space. Xiao Jin and Haiden stopped. I saw a white fox walking straight to the soul body. The soul that had been constantly emerging suddenly stopped showing strange phenomena. Under the gaze of one person and 3 pets, the soul body suddenly pounced on the nearest one of its kind. It opened its bloody mouth and swallowed half of the soul body like eating a cake. Fuck! Witnessing this scene, Gu Changqing was so shocked that his jaw dropped. At the same time, the information of the soul body also comes into view. Soul Absolute Fierce 1 special type of high-level fierce beast. Level 40. Attributes: Strength +0, Constitution +0, Agility +100, Spirit +1000. Skills: Physical Immunity, Skill Immunity, Multi-Head Devouring, Evolution. Introduction: A mysterious altar where the worshippers die mysteriously, their bodies are taken over and their souls are manipulated. They seem to have no weaknesses and can only move and survive by relying on their spiritual perception. Status: Under the control of the Eye of Charm, will unconditionally follow orders and instructions. Duration 1 minute. It is another special beast with a biased attribute. With Xiaobai's spiritual attributes, he was lucky enough to be able to successfully charm her in one go. However, its skills are displayed in the altar map. Beyond original capabilities. Master, hurry up and leave while there is chaos. Before Gu Changqing could think or hesitate, Xiaobai reminded him again. The enchanted soul killer swallowed up its fellow creature, and its body became several times bigger. Heads with faint mist floating in them split out from it. Then it floats towards other of its kind. Suddenly, the entire open space in front of the altar looked like a fight between thousands of ghosts. The instigator has been torn into pieces and eaten by his fellow harassers. Then, it continued to devour other creatures of the same kind based on instinct. Walk! To be on the safe side, Gu Changqing took back all 3 pets except the mimic beast. The mimic beast transformed into the appearance of a soul killer and wrapped around Gu Changqing. Walk along the outermost edge towards the altar. With the bug-level ability of Flowers Smile at Me, the man and his pet safely passed through the battlefield and arrived under the altar. And those souls with extremely fierce spirits seemed to be particularly wary of the altar. A few were attracted here by accident, and immediately turned around and left when they were 20 meters away. Good job, little beast! Gu Changqing bent down and stroked the mimic beast that had transformed into a cat. He turned his head and looked at the wide altar several meters high, his eyes thoughtful. Obviously, the current map is completely different from what Uncle Tai said. Not to mention those groups of triangle hunters, just the level of the soul killer is difficult to pass. Physical and skill-free. If it weren't for Xiaobai's extraordinary performance. Even with 3 mythical pets by his side, he still had to go back home. Let me, Lord He, take a look at the origin of this altar. After Xiao Jin and Haiden came out, the latter picked up the stick and was about to walk up the steps to the altar. But the next second, a streak of black light shone straight down from the altar. Haiden raised his stick to resist, but was blasted away more than 10 meters by the powerful force, and almost fell into the battlefield where the soul-killing monsters were fighting each other. A gap was made on the gold-grade iron rod. Evil altar, pets cannot log in. Black egg! Gu Changqing called out to the unbelieving Tianming monkey. Under the gaze of Xiao Jin and the other 4 pets, he stepped onto the first step of the altar. Suddenly, a bone-chilling coldness spread from the soles of my feet to my entire body. You have been chosen by the evil altar, please go up, it will guide you to the great road of light. Gu Changqing took out a pill and swallowed it, but the expected effect did not work. The medicine is ineffective? He stepped onto the step again, and the next second, his arm suddenly felt a sharp pain. It felt like someone was peeling off the flesh with a knife. Damn, the altar is poisonous. Gu Changqing wanted to step down, but found it was too late. Behind me, there are no stairs. It has been covered by white powder. Let's fight! With the 5th level fire control technique, Gu Changqing's body turned into an ancient bell. The surging firepower absorbed Xiao Jin's energy through the beast control space. In an instant, the inhuman pain was slightly relieved. Gu Changqing comes on again. It's the right arm. Gu Changqing gritted his teeth and continued forward. There are not many steps, only 6. But the pain it brings is no less than Ling Qi. Limbs, chest and abdomen, step on the last step. I just felt a buzzing in my brain, as if someone was hammering at it. Starting from the temple, hammer after hammer hit him. Gu Changqing's mind gradually became numb amid the overwhelming pain. Owner! Owner! Meow! The 3 pets shouted anxiously. In their eyes, Gu Changqing seemed to have lost his mind and was like a walking corpse. Strands of blood flowed out from under the colorful robe. The shadow of the little golden crow appeared, trying to attack the altar. Big sister, don't be impulsive. The master is fine. He seems to have been pulled into another illusionary space. Xiao Jin bit off the flames he had stored up by closing his mouth. Are you sure? A white fox nodded. My enchanting eyes no longer work on the master. This is the only explanation. When Gu Changqing regained consciousness, to my horror, I discovered that my body was still there. But it has become a bloody skeleton. Huh! Here comes a tough guy. Even in this state, his soul is still alive! A childish voice sounded from behind Gu Changqing. Oh, so you rely on your beast pets. 3 mythical beasts. Wow, one of the bloodlines looks so familiar. Gu Changqing could no longer find words to describe the fear he was feeling now. The thing behind him easily revealed all his secrets. White powder began to float. Flying to Gu Changqing's side, slowly gathered into a figure that looked like a child. Is it you who pulled me here through the altar? The powder gradually solidifies. The child's facial features gradually became clear. At the same time, a spear appeared in his hand. On the forehead, a lotus mark was forming. This image is so apt. Gu Changqing stared carefully. The abyss lived up to expectations. Information about him appeared. Fuck! Traitor! Chapter 103, The 3 Traitors, Lotus Root Powder? Abyss Contract Summoner Evil Destiny Unknown Species of Ferocious Beast. Grade? Property? Skill? Introduction. The mysterious unknown awakened by the ancient mysterious evil altar has an unknown and terrifying ability. But it seems to have lost its memory. Anyone who steps on the altar will suffer inhuman torture, and then become a part of it. Warning, very dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Did I make a mistake? Gu Changqing became suspicious. But the various visions after stepping onto the altar all indicate that. He is indeed the traitor in my memory. Ling Qi equals cutting off the bones to return to the father, cutting off the flesh to return to the mother. Spear equals fire spear. Mark equals lotus mark. As for the white powder, it is clearly lotus root powder. The identity of the unknown species is exactly the same as Haiden's origin. It's just the title of Abyss Caller plus Evil Destiny. For a moment he thought they were just alike. The movement of your soul is different from those of the other humans and beasts. The child, who was condensed from the white powder, walked around Gu Changqing's skeleton twice. There was no fear or panic, only a brief moment of retreat in my heart. Tell me, do you know me? Did you summon me here? Why don't you speak? Are you scared by me? Gu Changqing really wanted to respond, but he couldn't because the skeleton couldn't make any sound. Oh? Interesting, those things didn't assimilate you. Well, according to the procedure you passed. Afterwards, Gu Changqing felt his whole body relax, and when he came to his senses, his flesh and blood were all there. At this moment, he was already in the center of the altar. In front of him was a huge cauldron 3 meters wide, from which pungent black and red gases floated. He was drawn to the children and then immersed in them. The child jumped to the edge of the cauldron, sat down, looked at Gu Changqing below, and said, Can I tell you now? Gu Changqing organized his words. I should know you. Your appearance and experience are very similar to those of a great hero I admire. But you are too far away from me, or too far away from this world of beast control. The little kid was a little confused. Gu Changqing continued. Is it possible that you are the one I know? You have been asking me if I summoned you. I have a guess that it was this altar that summoned you from the position I am familiar with. In the face of uncertainty, Gu Changqing could only give full play to his imagination to fool people. Facing an unknown species with all numbers, he knew he had no chance of winning. I don't know. I don't know anything. My place is empty. The little boy tapped his temple and raised his right hand. The black and red gas in the cauldron is even thicker. The next second, inhumane screams rang out throughout the entire evil map. The soul-killing killers who were still fighting hard and devouring each other suddenly became extremely painful. Countless heads split from their souls and flew into the cauldron. Then strange beads floated out one by one. The little boy picked up one and put it in his mouth and started eating. He threw another one at Gu Changqing. Soul regeneration pill, special consumable item. Effects: can stabilize the soul and absorb the memories in the elixir for one's own use. Side effects: too many complicated memories can cause the user to have a mental breakdown. He has no memory and is in the same situation as Haydn at that time. Gu Changqing couldn't help but frown. The black egg was nurtured in the black jade man, and fell into this world as the abyss descended. The children were summoned here by others for sacrifice. Both of them are highly similar to the two in memory. All previous memories are blank. The current Haydn has already embarked on that person's path. The starting point of everything is I. Gu Changqing was stunned and shook his head. It's not me, but the only talent, infinite gold entries. All coincidences started from it. If you want to find yourself back, I have a way that might work. The little boy just glanced at Gu Changqing and said calmly. This set of rhetoric was said by a coward a few years ago. Don't think you can fool me just because I lost my memory, kid, you are still naive. May I ask what that rat looks like? Anyone who could summon him into this world must be no unknown person. I don't know. I didn't see him clearly. His whole body was covered in black fog, but the people in the town used to call him the evil god. Evil god. It's the evil god again. What is the origin of the god believed in by this foreign vicious organization? If you don't believe me, just look at my pet and you'll know. Your beast pet is nothing more than, huh? The child seemed to have seen something, and grabbed the air with his right hand. Haydn appeared beside Gu Changqing in an instant. The latter was still confused. Seeing the child on the cauldron, he said, Where did you come from, you bastard? How dare you attack Master He? Watch out for the stick! It was too late for Gu Changqing to stop it. The iron rod carried a raging fighting spirit, and the momentum spread out without stopping. Hit the kid right on the forehead. Puff! I saw white dust floating around. Haydn's stick encountered no resistance, and scatters the children. That's it. Hey, have I seen you somewhere before? You look so familiar, I can't remember where. But there is something about you that I care about very much. I think we belong to the same species. Now, Gu Changqing was basically certain. He is the well-known great god of the three altars and sea assembly. As for the same kind, what the same species? It's clearly a rebellious character. Hey! Don't try to get close to Master He, I won't fall for that. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and bring what my master wants. Master He will let you go if he's happy. Black egg! Gu Changqing stopped him. Maybe the thing you care about most is with me. How about listening to my advice? The scattered dust condenses again. The little boy nodded and said, Tell me about it. It's very simple. Become my pet. Don't worry. I can help you. This is the necessary prerequisite for my method to work. The little boy pointed at the black egg and said, If I become your pet, can I recover my memory? Under the guidance of my power, there is a chance that a part of you will be revived. You can also choose not to believe it, but I want to make one thing clear. Relying on such a pill, you will only reshape the present, not awaken the past. As if it hit the nail on the head, the little boy snorted. I know that rat has bad intentions. Fine, I'll be your pet. If you're lying to me, I'll have my own way to get out of that contract and take your life. No, no! He is indeed one of the three great traitors. Then, Gu Changqing took out a blank contract card and handed it to the child. How do you use it? Gu Changqing was busy teaching. This way, that way, right? Okay. An unknown beast wants to be your pet. Do you agree? Agree. Until all the white dust that the child had transformed into was sucked into the contract card. Congratulations on obtaining the common pet lotus root powder. Chapter 104. Am I a robber? Lotus root powder? Abyss, you uncle. Is the discrimination against unknown species so obvious? First it was the black egg, then they are both equally famous. One first and one later, no one is favored. Gu Changqing looked at the future prince who was full of question marks, but suddenly received a hint from the abyss. This pet does not allow any beast master to explore it. Wow, it's worthy of him. Even after turning into lotus root powder, he still has such style. Boom! Suddenly, the altar under my feet shook. Having lost its main pillar, the cauldron on the altar was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Until it became the size of a palm, a piece of brick suddenly moved away and the cauldron fell down. There's something down there! Without any instructions, Haydn slammed the iron rod heavily on the altar. With a loud bang, the bricks and stones on the surface of the altar shattered in an instant, and the sand and gravel fell down, revealing the hole in the middle. A beam of red light gradually brightened, and then the outline of an elliptical copy of the light gate slowly took shape. Gu Changqing was greatly surprised. No wonder there are no wild copies here, they were originally embedded in the altar. At the same time, he turned his head and looked at the mimic beast below. When it first arrived, the mimic felt the rich natural energy. Unexpectedly, it was in the altar. The altar was built by the so-called evil god. In addition to being used for summoning, could it be that those soul-regenerating pills also draw on the power in the copy? It's terrifying when you think about it. Gu Changqing knew that outside the city, the abyss rules had little power to restrain the evil god. I didn't expect it to be this weak. And they are used in return. The existence of such an unknown super boss outside Jinhai City is truly a major concern. Gu Changqing increasingly felt that the last beast tide had a lot to do with foreign organizations. His hand touched the light door of the copy. Wild copy paradise. Instance level, hell. Instance description. This was once a paradise that everyone envied, free, happy and peaceful. One day, endless black water gushed out from the lake and flooded the place. There was a magical medicine deep in Taoyuan that saved the villagers from the suffering of the black water. Until one day, a pair of evil hands reached out to it. Instance rewards, depends on the level of clearance. It's a hell-level copy, and everything mentioned in the introduction points to the evil god. Do you want to enter the hell-level difficulty dungeon paradise? Yes. It has been detected that you meet the conditions for entering the dungeon, and the transfer begins. Enter the copy successfully. Gu Changqing's body was sucked into the light gate. The next second, the fragrance of green flowers and plants wafted into the air, and fallen leaves fluttered all over my head and feet. This is a unique town built on the lake and the mountain. The lake is covered with lush green grass and fish can be seen swimming and playing in the clear water from time to time. The small hill not far away is lush with trees and greenery, with peach trees in full bloom. A gentle breeze blew, stirring the blue waves and creating ripples. What a beautiful scene! What a paradise! How weird! So depressing! How dull! Meow! The four beast pets each expressed their feelings. Gu Changqing finally regained his focus from the beautiful scenery and asked in surprise, "What do you mean? Master, don't you think something is missing? What's the shortcoming?" Gu Changqing frowned slightly and said, "People. According to the copy description, a town submerged by black water shouldn't be like this. If it was before, there should be someone there." Xiaobai nodded in agreement with what Xiaojin said. "My enchanting eyes can't see the problem, unless it's a higher-level illusion." Haydn snorted. "What you see may not be false, but some things can be tested out this way." It swung the stick, infused it with spiritual power, and a stick shadow several feet long stretched out. It hit the calm lake's surface heavily. The next second, this stick seemed to have stirred up a hornet's nest. In the lake, streams of black water with bubbles surged up from the bottom. On the lake, The silver waves sparkle. 1-meter-long fish after another jumped out of the water, and when they opened their mouths, they revealed a row of sharp teeth on the upper and lower parts. They bit the air frantically. Xiao Jin! Xiao Jin was well prepared. He saw a large net of flames stretched out above the small lake. He cast the net towards the schools of fish. Congratulations on killing the lower-level beast soul-eating fish. Experience added by 200 and additional experience added by 140. Countless kill prompts rolled in. Although I don't have much experience, this amount is enough to fill me up. The experience bar grew to about 40,000 before slowly decreasing. Master, look! Just then, Haydn pointed to some fish in the fire net that had not yet been burned to death. Gu Changqing looked in the direction and was surprised. I saw those spirit-eating fishes devouring Xiao Jin's flames. The silver-white body is turning into red with some gold undertones. Gu Changqing swung out the Tongtian beast-taming whip in his hand, hooked onto one of the beasts, and pulled it back. High-level fierce beast, spirit-eating firefish. Level 45. Attributes: Strength plus 0, Constitution plus 300, Agility plus 100, Spirit plus 400. Skills: Soul Eating, Soul Transformation and Evolution. Status: Transforming and Evolving. Haydn was about to take action angrily. The mimic beast came to the soul-eating firefish that was tied up by a chain whip, and put its cat claws on the fish's head. The fire energy it swallowed turned into pure natural energy, and was absorbed into the body of the mimic beast. Meow meow meow. Xiao Jin translated. The little beast said, "It's over the mountain." "Okay, let's go." The fire net shrank, and the fish that had no time to digest the flame energy were strangled to death in an instant. More than 8,000 experience points were instantly credited to the account. Gu Changqing didn't even look at the lake again. My goodness, if it weren't for the feelings of a few little guys. He really wanted to go to the lake and take a look. At that time, I guess it has become fish food. As he walked, Gu Changqing felt more and more that something was wrong. Hell-level copy, no one does not say. We were almost at the town, but we didn't see a single ferocious beast. On the distant mountain, suddenly, a wave of pink petals rose up. The petals flutter in the wind, gathering more and more. Like the Milky Way in the sky, it descended vertically from the sky. What the hell are you still looking at? Attack quickly! Those are not petals at all. In the backpack space, the sound of lotus root powder reached Gu Changqing's ears. Then, there was a sound of breaking air. Those petals sparkled in the sunlight without knowing when. Like a sharp knife. Fuck! Gu Changqing quickly used the fire control technique to wrap himself up. All I heard was the sound of ding ding ding. The fire shield and fire armor created by the fire control technique. Under the attack of the petals, it gradually weakened. Even the fire released by Xiao Jin is the same. As the petals hit and collided, they also took away a little bit of the power of the flame. Damn, the car is not going to flip over again. Gu Changqing took out the pills and swallowed 2 of them, then said to Xiao Jin, "Xiao Jin, go find the nest." The black egg and iron rod danced tightly. But the stick of the gold-level equipment had more and more wounds. Xiao Jin did not hesitate. The shadow of the golden crow appeared on his body. Flying over the hills, no matter where the nest is. Super-large fireballs fell down like a meteor shower. Suddenly, the petals attacking Gu Changqing stopped. Then he flew back. The petals in the sky turned into shields. Resist Xiao Jin's attack. At the same time, an old voice came from the mountain. You bunch of demons and bandits, you come to rob again and again, do you really think I won't be angry? Chapter 105, The Second Hidden Mission, 2 Oversized Monsters. This time, I seem to have hit a wall, Master. Haydn lovingly touched the cracked iron rod and looked at the sky filled with flames and flower petals. His bloodshot eyes were filled with shock. The flame released by Xiao Jin was actually blocked by the petals. Even when the golden crow's shadow is fully activated, the whole hill seemed to come alive. Tree roots over 10 feet long broke out of the ground like dragons escaping from their cages. The whistling wind raged, and invisible air waves broke through the sky. going around the petal shield, wherever it passes. The blazing sun flames were blown away, and even rolled back and pounced on Xiao Jin. Danger! Gu Chongqing was shocked and hurriedly called Xiao Jin back. Countless flying tree roots missed the target and completely covered the place where Xiao Jin had just been. The huge roar was like thunder rolling in the sky, shaking the sky. Wenai Ma, what kind of monster is this? Xiao Jin, who was summoned again, had a look of dissatisfaction on his face. But it understands the gap and holds its head high proudly. Devil, today you will never come back! The flying tree roots supported the ground and forcibly pulled it out of the hill, approaching Gu Chongqing at an extremely fast speed. Run! Gu Chongqing retreated decisively. Can't play. Totally unplayable. But after running a few dozen meters, he found that the mimic beast did not run away. Instead, he looked up at the monster, whimpering softly. Etc. Gu Chongqing stopped and said, Why should we run? We didn't do anything wrong. Master, it seems to have calmed down a bit. The mimic ignored the monster's huge size and power and meowed. Maybe the golden entry worked. The monster poked the mimic beast twice with one of its tree roots, and it slowly fell to the ground. Gu Chongqing breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. Another stroll on the edge of death. At this moment, he wanted to finish it quickly, get the Millennium Resurrection Jinseng and run away. A wild dungeon is not something that one can just rush into. You are not one of his men! The tree roots passed the mimic beast and stretched straight towards Gu Chongqing. A pair of white eyes protruded from the surface, followed by a nose and mouth. Gu Chongqing didn't dare to breathe, but his pupils were gloomy. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, Have you ever been to a dungeon? The reason why Yurian didn't let him touch this copy was because the guardian beast was too terrifying. But at this moment, he was looking directly at the human face that appeared on the tree roots. No. The tree root answered simply. Then I understand. It seems that those robbers and bandits you mentioned have stolen a lot of your power. Xiao Jin also noticed it at this time. Master, it escaped from under our noses. You guys follow me. The tree roots re-entered the hill and settled back down. The mimic beast called out twice to the man and three pets, then ran towards the hill first. Xiao Jin followed with Gu Chongqing on his back, approaching slowly, looking down from above. Seeing the environment on the hill, he exclaimed, How could it be like this? On the surface of the hill, where every tree root was pulled out, hot black water seeped out. All the trees, flowers and plants that were contaminated by the black water died. The vitality was forcibly drained, until the roots returned to their original position and secrete a large amount of milky liquid from the surface. Only then did the black water retreat. You are that magical herb! The hill returned to calm, and the petals formed an arch bridge at the bottom. Xiao Jin! Xiao Jin's form switched to Night Crow and landed on his shoulder. Gu Chongqing stepped onto the arch bridge and walked towards the end of the bridge step by step. There is a paradise, where a woman in pink clothes holds a mimic beast in her arms, gently stroking its soft fur. Meow! Seeing its master coming, the mimic beast had no intention of leaving. Sex beast! Gu Chongqing cursed in dissatisfaction. He clasped his fists and bowed to the woman, saying, Thank you for showing mercy, otherwise I would have left this place behind. The woman turned around, revealing a graceful figure. The only pity was that her face could not be seen. It told me the purpose of your coming here. Meow. Senior, the Millennium Resurrection Jinseng is extremely important to me. Please be kind and exchange it for something else. What can you give me? When the woman asked, Gu Chongqing was confused. Yeah, what can I exchange for it? That thing, is it on you? Suddenly, the woman's tone changed. Even though he couldn't see her face clearly, Gu Chongqing knew that she looked unhappy. You mean that lotus root powder? Lotus root starch? Gu Chongqing nodded sincerely. I originally thought it was a powerful beast, but after signing the contract, I found out that it was just a ball of lotus root powder. Ordinary level, not worthy of being on the stage. How could it be lotus root powder that was summoned from that altar? You are lying to me! Gu Chongqing raised his hand and swore. If I ever lie to you, I am willing to become the nourishment of this place. It is indeed lotus root powder. Abyss certified. Fortunately, she did not delve into the lotus root powder. It's not impossible for you to recover the Yangshin, but you have to help me do something. Congratulations on triggering the only hidden mission, Save Utopia. Here comes another hidden mission. Please tell me, if I can do it, I will do my best. In the East China Sea, there is a spring with a dragon's spring pearl in it. Bring it back to me, and in addition to the resurrection ginseng, I will also give you an opportunity. It's the East China Sea again. What does abyss mean? A slap in the face and then a sweet date? Okay, but the East China Sea is too dangerous. Can we go first? I was too embarrassed to say the word deposit. Cunning human race! The woman waved her hand lightly, and a golden ginseng broke through the ground and flew into Gu Changqing's hands. Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, a divine consumable delicacy with mysterious effects. Discover it yourself. Gu Changqing stared at it and quickly put it into his backpack. For the sake of the Huanyang Ginseng, I won't bother with you if you say I'm cunning. Okay, our goal has been achieved. This little beast will stay with me for now. You can go now. With a wave of her hands, the petal bridge was built again. With the help of the east wind, Gu Changqing went towards the exit of the copy like riding a slide. As he passed over the lake, which had calmed down, began to wave again. Under the clear water, Gu Changqing vaguely saw a huge black creature swimming past. Tornadoes of water emerged from nowhere and swept towards Gu Changqing. Fuck you, Abyss! Damn you! For a hell-level copy, having one copy that exceeds the standard is already a violation. At the end, another one came out. For the first time, Xiao Jin's flame felt so helpless. When facing the Beast King, I was not as helpless as I am now. The black water rushed up, and the blazing sun flames seemed to have met their nemesis, extinguished as soon as they touched them. Evil beast! Stop being so arrogant! At the critical moment, the pink-shirted lady came riding on peach blossoms. He calmly struck out towards the lake. Immediately, a huge palm formed by petals pressed hard into the lake. Two light screens flashed before Gu Changqing's eyes. See the above information. His whole heart was at peace. If I die at the hands of any monster, it's not unfair at all. Chapter 106, Silver Moon Rises, Forbidden Sea Appears. Supreme Divine Medicine Peach Essence Beast King. Grade? Property? Skill? Introduction, a magical medicine of unknown origin, don't mess with it. Unrivaled Sea King Flood Dragon Beast King. Grade? Property? Skill? Introduction, a sea overlord of unknown origin, don't provoke him. You guys are awesome. You guys are the tyrants. You are thumbs up. I can't afford to offend you. I absolutely can't afford to offend you. When the pink-shirted woman suppressed the Sea Emperor, Gu Changqing left the copy without hesitation. Can't play. The Beast King has run out. Master, I want to upgrade. Xiao Jin spoke angrily as he just came out of the dungeon. Haydn was also hit hard. Even when facing the Beast King, I didn't feel so powerless. Just a grade difference. The gap is as insurmountable as a chasm. Gu Changqing gently stroked Xiao Jin's head and said, I was careless, thinking that I could suppress them with my bloodline. I've made you suffer. Okay, we will upgrade. Then we will come back for revenge and destroy them. After obtaining the Millennium Resurrection Ginseng, Gu Changqing did not stop but rushed to meet Yurian and the others according to the location noted on the map. Along the way, Xiao Jin's flames never stopped. From the town all the way to the shore of the East China Sea, the radiance of the blazing sun's flames spread all the way. The three pet beasts also became unusually serious. Haydn's iron rod was smashed to pieces, and he was filled with murderous intent. What surprised Gu Changqing the most was Xiao Bai. Its charming eyes are a magical skill to attract monsters, controlling the beasts to gather together and kill each other. Then Xiao Jin will finish it. Gu Changqing happily lay on Xiao Jin's back, looking at the rapid increase in the experience bar, and sighed. There are only bad beast masters, but no useless beast pets. As it was getting darker, when they were about to reach the gathering place, Gu Changqing's level soared to level 15. With a 70% experience bonus, the upgrade speed is greatly improved. Although there is still a certain gap in speed compared to a normal Beastmaster. Sister, I'm back! Gu Changqing jumped off Xiao Jin's back. Yi Ruyan heard the sound and ran over in a hurry. You little brat, you dare not listen to me and learn to run away! Gu Changqing smiled foolishly, letting his weak fist fall on his chest, and then he took Yi Ruyan into his arms. With a faint sob, Gu Changqing smiled and said, I'm fine, not hurt at all. Hey, you're already showing off your love just as we're about to eat. Just right, it saves food. Murong Qing rolled her eyes at him. You're repaying kindness with enmity. Gu Changqing looked at the other Beastmasters setting up camp, and there were obviously fewer people. Did you encounter a ferocious beast? Uncle Tai was making a fire, and his expression darkened when he heard this. We ran into a pack of wolves, and the leader was an elite beast. The level was too high, and more than a dozen brothers. Map outside the city, danger lurks. The rest of the people were injured to varying degrees. After a simple meal, Gu Changqing pulled Yi Ruyan aside. He took out a 1,000-year-old ginseng that was as golden as gold from his backpack and handed it to Yi Ruyan. Sister, I got the Millennium Resurrection ginseng. I just don't know how to use it. Should I eat it raw or make medicine? Yi Ruyan's pupils widened, her eyes full of disbelief. Xiaoqing, how did you get it? Gu Changqing briefly explained the process, emphasizing the ferocity of several pet beasts and downplaying the power of the ferocious beasts. But Yi Ruyan noticed that the expressions of several pets were not right, especially the dejected Haiden. I know Gu Changqing is comforting me. She didn't expose him, but stroked his cheek and said, It's my sister who caused you trouble. What's the trouble? My sister's business is the most important thing. Use it now and see if it is as magical as the legend says. Good. Yi Ruyan took out a dagger and gently scraped off a thin slice along the root. Along with a gray pill, he put it into his mouth. The medicinal properties of the Millennium Rejuvenating Ginseng are extremely strong. When taking it, you must use heme deficiency pills to neutralize the medicinal properties. 1 minute after taking the medicine, Yi Ruyan suddenly raised her head and groaned in pain. The next moment, wisps of white smoke came out from the pores. Immediately afterwards, black, smelly grease was also discharged along with the white gas. A mark of 3 colored petals appeared on Yi Ruyan's forehead. Under the nourishment of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, another petal extends out from the middle of the petals. The whole process lasted about 5 minutes before the effect of the medicine gradually wore off. Sister, how is it? Gu Changqing asked hopefully. Yi Ruyan slowly opened her eyes, and in her pupils, an image of a white, phoenix-like bird flashed by. It is indeed a 1,000-year-old treasure. Just one piece has healed 1/10 of my hidden injuries. Yi Ruyan's body brought back the long-lost aura of Gu Changqing. That's good, that's good. Yi Ruyan's condition has become a heart disease. He has been thinking, if Yi Ruyan did not accompany him, but returned to the Yi family, she might have recovered long ago. Now, through his own hands, the healing is accomplished. The depression in my heart was completely released. It's so dirty and smelly, I need to take a shower. You, help me ventilate. This place is very close to the shore of the East China Sea, and there is a small pond nearby. Gu Changqing turned his back with relief only after checking that there were no ferocious beasts in the pond. Listening to the rustling sound of clothes being undressed, I felt itchy and wanted to turn around to take a look. In the end, reason triumphed over desire. Phew! So comfortable! Yi Ruyan's perfect figure was immersed in the water, leaving only her stunning face exposed on the surface. At this moment, the dim moonlight shines down. In the clear water, a blurry body can be vaguely seen. Sister, wash quickly, I'm afraid it's dangerous. Gu Changqing swallowed his saliva wildly. The moonlight casts the pond into one color, which cannot compare to the fleeting beauty of the beauty. You little brat, I know you have bad intentions. Do you want to come down and take a shower together? Yes, yes. Gu Changqing did not hesitate and immediately began to unbutton his Tongtian Lukai robe. Just solved half of it. Suddenly, a golden beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, and a lion but not a lion, half the height of a man, appeared. Jumped out of the water. Pressed Gu Changqing to the ground. Hey, golden retriever, don't hurt my master! Haydn was murderous and held out a beast's bone, ready to attack. Haydn, you are a beast! The golden-haired pet moved its head closer, stretched out its broad tongue, and licked Gu Changqing's cheek continuously. Xiaoho, stop licking me. Can't I just stop going down? Little roar! Only when Yurian spoke did the golden-haired roar stop licking. He squatted down, stuck out his tongue and wagged his tail. It looks like a golden retriever trying to please its owner. Gu Changqing stood up and sighed softly. During the time of playing around, Yurian had already washed and put on her clothes. A wonderful double bath is considered a bath. The moonlight is rising. Let's go. It's time. Gu Changqing was confused. You didn't listen carefully when Uncle Tai was talking. The silver moon shines on the river waves, and the forbidden waterway appears. Chapter 107. Is there a magic needle in the Forbidden Sea? You're back? You're pretty fast. Staring at Gu Changqing's red face and the water stains that had not yet been wiped clean, Murongqing looked at the young man with a look that was full of ridicule and mockery. Is it going to start? Gu Changqing ignored the provocative look and looked at the vast ocean shrouded in night fog and water vapor not far away. We have to wait for a while. When the moon reaches the top of our heads, the gate to the Forbidden Sea will open. But... Uncle Tai paused, looking determined. If the Forbidden Sea is opened and we can get in, then the ferocious beast can also come out. Is it very strong? Uncle Tai shook his head. That depends on how long the Forbidden Sea gate is open. Last time, it was only open half a finger, and sea cockroaches ran out. Although they are level 30 intermediate beasts, their number is not ordinary. Oh? Are there many? Gu Changqing smiled widely, not showing any nervousness at all. What you need will come to you. What he was least afraid of were the low and middle-level ferocious beasts that showed off in large numbers. At this time, Yurian came over riding on a golden retriever. After being cured by the 1,000-year-old Jinseng, her complexion became more rosy and delicate. The silvery moonlight is not obvious, but it still reflects a faint light. TSK, it's really different. After being moisturized, Teacher Yi is even more beautiful and charming. Yurian smiled and nodded. I had only heard about it before, after all, I had never really seen it. After eating it, I realized that it is several times stronger than the legendary effect. Well... Murongqing was stunned by Yurian's frank answer. Her eyes lingered on Gu Changqing. She swallowed her saliva and said, Teacher Yi, did you eat? Yes, I ate it. It tasted good except that it was a little astringent. You just ate it, with your mouth? Yurian asked in confusion. Of course I used my mouth. Xiaoqin, what's wrong with you? Your face is red, are you feeling uncomfortable? No, I'm just curious. What's so attractive about him that makes you? Yurian smiled warmly. I guess it's what I wanted. Gu Changqing listened to the conversation between the two people who were not on the same channel but driving at a very fast speed, and could not help but hold his forehead in frustration. This bus doesn't go to the kindergarten. Yurian reacted belatedly and pinched Gu Changqing's skin with her fingertips, twisting it gently, causing him to grimace in pain. You little brat, you said some unhealthy things to that little girl while I was away. Gu Changqing cried out that he was wrong, but what he got in return were more flower-picking finger seals and pianpio punches. The leisurely time of playing and playing passed quickly. Until Uncle Tai shouted, everyone gathered quickly. The silver moon rose overhead, and the pale moonlight shone on the calm and misty sea. Suddenly, a strong sea breeze blew in from the sea, and water vapor rushed onto the coast like an avalanche. There was white all around, and the strong smell of the sea made me want to vomit. Family guards, stand ready! Uncle Tai shouted loudly, and the remaining dozen or so beast masters of the Murong family summoned their beasts one after another. Surround Gu Changqing and the other two in a circle and protect them. This is the soul-crossing sea smoke. Some of the fierce beasts in the sea will come ashore with this smoke. Xiao Jin! Gu Changqing shouted. Xiao Jin immediately left his shoulder, and the blazing flame turned into a ring and then spread out in all directions. The soul-dusting sea smoke is, at best, formed by water vapor mixed with other things, but the main component is still water. Under the blazing flames of the sun, they all turned into their original forms and evaporated without leaving a trace. This was the first time Urian witnessed Xiao Jin's power up close, although I have seen it on the light screen during the national examination. The shock brought by being there in person still makes my heart surge and I feel inexplicably excited. Uncle Tai and others were also amazed. They knew that the patriarch had chosen a young man with extraordinary talent, who was the best in Jinhai City and even in the whole country. At first, he was just regarded as the strongest of the new generation. I didn't expect it to be so strong. Here it comes! The smoke from the Soul Crossing Sea dissipated, but there were still a few ferocious sea beasts approaching the shore. Uncle Tai and the other family guards were about to take action. Then I saw a black shadow carrying a white object rushing forward like lightning. Every time the white thing was waved, it seemed to leave an afterimage that would not disappear, until the ferocious beasts in groups of 3 or 2 were surrounded by the afterimages. Then all the afterimages merged into one. Sand and sea water flew like a grenade exploding. In the spilled water and sand, a black shadow returned carrying something white. With the other hand, he was dragging a 3-meter-long fish with its head smashed. Congratulations on killing the intermediate-level beast rodent fish. Experience added 600, additional experience added 420. Congratulations on killing the intermediate beast sea turtle. Experience added 700, extra experience added 490. Trigger: your pet Tianming monkey's 4-dimensional attributes increased by 1. Not bad, but the level is a bit low. Haydn shook off the blood on the bone stick and spat. Too weak, I can't help but kill him. On the way to the rendezvous, Haydn had already stacked Wanjian Sifang's passive ability 100 times. All attributes are 251, making low-level intermediate ferocious beasts become ants. Are we just here to lead the way? Uncle Tai was shocked. Damn. It would be fine if a pet animal was abnormal. There are actually 2. You should know that the ferocious beasts on the shores of the East China Sea have certain water attributes. When close to the coast, its actual combat power can approach that of high-level ferocious beasts. Still got killed in seconds. It appeared. Murong Qin pointed to the sea. The sea surface began to boil like boiling water. The range of the silvery moonlight is getting smaller and smaller. Finally, it turned into a beam more than 2 meters wide, shooting directly to the bottom of the sea. A red and blue copy light gate slowly rises from the sea. Squeak! There was a teeth-grinding sound of the door opening. The light gate opened a gap. Woo 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 woo! A strange sound came out from it, like the roar of a deep-sea monster. Xiao Jin, Haydn! The 5th-level fire control technique turned into fire armor and fire shield on the body. Gu Changqing habitually asked everyone to be cautious. He walked towards the light gate of the copy. The 2 doors opened very slowly. Gu Changqing walked forward and touched the light gate with his right hand. Special Dungeon Forbidden Sea. Difficulty: Hell Dash? Instance rewards. Rewards will be issued according to the exploration progress. Instance description: above the East China Sea, there used to be a fairy mountain and a fairy palace, with mythical beasts and treasures everywhere. For unknown reasons, the fairy mountain collapsed and the fairy palace sank. Only those mythical beasts and treasures are still guarding the ruins, looking forward to rebuilding their homeland. Warning: this is a special copy. The rules of the abyss are uncontrollable. Difficulty level hell and above. No wonder early rewards are what people need. But Gu Changqing still went in without hesitation. Even if it's not to find City Lord Murong. We must also find that magic needle for Haydn. Just when he was about to activate the copy, suddenly in the door that gradually opened, countless red dots lit up densely. Chapter 108, Forbidden Sea Relics, Clues to the Divine Needle. Hurry up, the sea cockroach is coming out. Be careful, it's... Uncle Tai hadn't finished his warning yet. The raging flames transformed into fire dragons and poured into the open door. Before the sea cockroach could rush out, it was engulfed by the sea of fire. The blazing fire waves, along with the sea water, evaporated instantly. The rank badge on Gu Changqing's chest shone with colorful light, changing from 15 to 16. Congratulations on killing the intermediate level BC cockroach. Experience added 500, extra experience added 350. This fire killed at least 2,000 sea cockroaches. Gu Changqing had just upgraded and his empty experience bar was full and empty again in an instant. Your level is increased by 1 level. Unlimited gold entries. Please draw gold entries. Gu Changqing ignored the abyss's reminder and continued to increase the output of flames into the door. I took one look at the 7-digit experience bar and couldn't help but tremble. No words to say, just do it. Haydn was in charge of hitting the back with a club. Those sea cockroaches that narrowly escaped the flames were all killed by the bone stick. Experience continues to grow. After nearly 5 minutes, the temperature was still increasing. How many are there in here? I hope you won't disturb the cockroach nest. The Murong family guards behind were staring at Gu Changqing as he watched the fire drain out. This? How much damage does it take to prevent the sea cockroaches from getting out of the firewall? Legendary pet? Why am I so unconvinced? Can you tell me that a legendary pet can do that? Whether you believe it or not, I don't. I guess I was too tired today. I was dreaming about going on missions. Not only did he go on a mission, but he was also on a team with a pervert. When I wake up, I'll definitely ask for his autograph. Yurian's eyes widened, and no words could describe the shock she felt at the moment. Xiaoqing, he. Teacher Yi, these are just appetizers. This bastard is even stronger than he was during the national exam. But after brushing the sea cockroach for so long, how come he only got 1 level higher? Perhaps the secret of his strength comes from this. He gave too much experience to his pet. Listening to Yurian's lame excuse, Murongqing smiled and said, Is that really the case? Another 10 minutes passed, and Gu Changqing's level finally lit up again. At the same time, the door was already half open. The growth rate of the experience bar also slowed down. It seems that we have reached our limit. Gu Changqing took 2 sips of the medicine and signaled Xiao Jin to slow down his attack. Haydn Yuwa stood guard at the door, took a look inside and said, Master, the red dot is gone. Gu Changqing turned to look at Uncle Tai. What comes after the sea cockroach? Uncle Tai said, It seems that there are no more. The ones I encountered before were all mixed with other kinds of ferocious beasts. How about you wait a little longer? No need to wait, let's go in. Gu Changqing touched the copy's light door again, prompting him whether to enter. This time, there is no talk of forming a team. Special copy scenes are on the public maps. I'll go in first, you guys come in 5 minutes later. After saying that, Gu Changqing walked into the open door. Be careful! Behind the door is a long and narrow corridor made of blue crystals. On both sides of the corridor, at intervals, a domineering dragon statue is carved into the wall, lifelike. It seemed as if it would break through the stone wall and reveal its true form in the next second. Haydn walked in front, knocking on the dragon's body with a bone stick from time to time, and said with a pout, In the Forbidden Sea, the last thing to be knocked is these loaches, right? And in the backpack space, a voice came from the pet card that was contracted to Ofen. Such familiar beasts. Just one look at them makes me want to slaughter them all. Haydn heard the sound and became interested. Oh? You, a little ball of lotus root powder, also have such an idea. That's great, wait until the master contracts you, and then we'll come again. Little black monkey, why do I like you more and more the more I look at you? You really touched my heart. Listening to the conversation between Haydn and Ofen, Gu Changqing kicked him on the butt and said, Lead the way carefully, don't do anything useless. Okay. Brother, let's talk about it in detail after we get out. Okay, you go ahead and get busy. Gu Changqing laughed out of anger. The 2 traitors conspired to slaughter the dragon clan. Please, even in a different world. Is the inheritance hidden in our bones so hard? Xiao Jin stood on his shoulders and snorted disdainfully. You 2 good for nothings. One day I will blow up the sun in the sky. Gold. Just don't join in the fun. Fuck the sun, you want to replace it. Gu Changqing just felt a headache. As the level of advancement became higher. The money is hidden in the golden entry and the pride is also activated. There was a light ahead. This corridor also came to an end. Haydn carried the bone stick and jumped into the light, and then... Master, save me! Gu Changqing was shocked and used his fire control technique to extend several lines of fire, pulling Haydn in. Damn, I almost fell to death! When he reached the end, Gu Changqing looked down. This corridor is built 1,000 meters above the seabed. Below is the endless underwater world. A bottomless ravine lies below, like a winding dragon. At this time, Yurian and others also rushed over. It's so deep? How do we get down? Xiao Jin, it's up to you. Good. Xiao Jin revealed his true form as the fire sparrow, and the blazing sun flames transformed into a large platform. A chain of fire extended from its neck to Gu Changqing's wrist. Superior! Gu Changqing jumped up first, followed by Yurian. When everyone went up, Xiao Jin cried out, pulling them towards the underwater world below. On the platform, everyone in Murong's guard team couldn't help but touch the guardrail formed by the flames. Damn it! This dream is becoming more and more unreal. I stood in the flames and was not hurt at all. Can you believe it? Yes, I must be dreaming. Every one of them has some potential. Uncle Tai shouted, looking grim, to one of them. Do you have your phone? Take a picture for me. Murong Qin smiled bitterly. Indeed, such a scene and treatment may only happen once in a lifetime. Slowly descending, soon, a huge dilapidated palace appeared before his eyes. Forbidden Sea! This is the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Sea. City Lord Murong and his brothers are trapped here. Xiao Jin landed outside the huge palace. Uncle Tai came down excitedly, touching the knife marks left on a collapsed pillar, with tears in his eyes. City Lord Lao Tai am back. Gu Changqing looked at Murong Qin with doubt. Uncle Tai was a member of that team at the time. Before the Forbidden Sea was closed, City Lord Murong and his brothers sent him out. Gu Changqing nodded. No wonder he could accurately find the entrance and exit of the Forbidden Sea outside the foggy city. There are signs of a fight here. We have some here, as well as the skeletons of sea beasts. The guards spread out to search and soon found the information. According to the traces, the direction in which City Lord Murong and his party disappeared was right in the palace. At this time, Haydn arched his nose and pointed in a direction. Master, the smell coming from there is very familiar. Gu Changqing was overjoyed when he heard this. Is it so easy to find exclusive equipment? Chapter 109, Are you provoking me? Dihai Stick. In Gu Changqing's world, nothing can compare to this exclusive equipment. He immediately asked Haydn to lead the way, and the team walked into the boundless underwater palace. This place seemed to have experienced an unimaginable brutal battle. Looking from above, I didn't notice anything. As soon as I walked into the dilapidated gate of the palace, I felt like I had walked into a kingdom of giants. The corpses of giant sea beasts are everywhere. Jade and colored glaze were everywhere, and the broken pieces looked like small hills. Only the stone pillars, hundreds of feet long, still stood. It shows that this place once had a glorious past. But along the way, there were more and more corpses, and there was no trace of City Lord Murong and others. Suddenly, a roar came from the direction of the magic weapon that Haydn had sensed. Then, brilliant skills exploded. Someone! Uncle Tai said excitedly. Should it be the Lord Mayor? Murong Qin could not hide her joy and ran towards that direction recklessly. Xiao Jin, follow up! Troublesome woman. Special scene maps mean that they are not as reproducible as copies. If they can come, others can come too. Acting blindly without knowing whether someone is a friend or an enemy can kill people. Yurian chuckled. What's wrong? Do you have a headache? Xiaoqing, you feel the same way when you ask them to be steady and charge into battle alone. Gu Changqing was helpless. He was the first to rush forward, regardless of the team, because he had the capital. However, the trip to Utopia made him understand a lot of things. The same level can be blindly impulsive. If you cross the level, You should tuck your tail between your legs. Hey, someone from Jinhai City. When Gu Changqing and others caught up with Murong Qin, they saw her standing there in disappointment. Opposite her, there were nearly 100 Beastmasters. The robes were of the same style, with a green dragon-shaped badge on the chest. Someone from Qinglong Academy? Gu Changqing was also stunned. He didn't expect to meet a student from one of the four symbols colleges in the Forbidden Sea. Gu Changqing! Suddenly, a shout filled with anger rang out among the team of more than 100 people. Gu Changqing heard the voice and looked at the handsome face of the person shouting, as if he had seen him somewhere. May I ask, who are you? When the man heard this, he became even more furious. Are you humiliating me? Humiliation? Gu Changqing was confused. I don't even remember you, how can I humiliate you? Hateful! The man became even angrier, and saw circles of green light spreading out in all directions. Behind him, a green dragon with 2 wings on its back appeared. He opened his bloody mouth and roared at Gu Changqing to vent his dissatisfaction. The black egg bone stick was on his shoulder and said, Hey, isn't this the long-haired worm, one of the 4 pseudo-sacred beasts? Gu Changqing only remembered it after Haydn reminded him. In the great battle of escape, he was the one ranked as the Azure Dragon. So it is, what is your name? You're going too far. How can I, Lu Zi, not take revenge? Gu Changqing said quickly. Yes, classmate Lu Zi. You guys damaged my brain in the last battle, and I keep forgetting things. Don't be surprised. You have already entered Qinglong College. Congratulations, classmate Lu has a bright future. Snort! I know I am no match for him, and he gave me a way out. Lu Zi stepped down and snorted. Why are you here? Gu Changqing smiled and said, I was just about to ask classmate Lu the same question. Why did you come to the Forbidden Sea as well? The first test for admission to Qinglong Academy is to practice in the Forbidden Area. However, something went wrong and a portal suddenly appeared. We mistakenly entered and ended up here. After Lu Zi finished explaining, he suddenly asked, Wait, what did you say? Where is this place? Forbidden Sea! Fuck! Lu Zi exclaimed, and the other students couldn't help whispering to each other after hearing this. Quiet, everyone, be quiet! At this time, several seniors who were older than them walked out of the Qinglong Academy team. The leader had a strong aura of oppression. The rank badge on his chest had the number 49 on it. A spiritual level beast master who is about to reach his limit, and is expected to break through level 50 and enter the king level ranks. Lu, Senior Jiang. Lu Zi, who was known as a genius, was also very respectful when he met this person. Gu Changqing glanced at it. Except for Senior Lu, everyone else is also at the spiritual level, probably between 45 to 48. It is rare to have such a high rank and title at such an age. Because if you want to upgrade, your pet and yourself must do it simultaneously. If you are strong in one thing, you will have weaknesses. Of course, Kryptonians and Kryptonians are excluded. Players like Gu Changqing who rely on Kryptonian basically ignore everything. Xiaoyi, do you know him? Senior Lu asked calmly, and when he saw Yi Rian behind Gu Changqing, his pupils brightened. I thought who it was, it turned out to be Sister Rian. Eh? My cousin said he went to Jinhai City to pick you up, why is he not here? And why are you here? Gu Changqing frowned slightly, haha, it's true that enemies often meet on a narrow road. The next place could be life-threatening at any time, and you might run into a love rival. Mr. Lu, don't call me sister-in-law. Your cousin and I are just ordinary friends. Don't take the jokes of the elders seriously. Lu Xing was stunned, and then he noticed Gu Changqing next to him. Lu Zi said, Senior Lu, he is the unparalleled candidate from Jinhai City that I mentioned to you. Well, Gu Changqing, right? Lu Xing obviously knew something. The unparalleled in Jinhai City, the Abyss will not easily grant the title of note. It seems that he really has extraordinary strength, even crushing his peers. Senior Jiang, who was tall and had muscular muscles that could not be covered by his clothes, put on a fierce face and snorted coldly. How could a legendary pet be able to break the joint attack of those 4 kids if it was not relying on some means? By chance I, Jianyu, also want to experience it. Is your legendary pet stronger, or is mine? Legendary beast pets, 1 in 10,000, or even 1 in 100,000. But it is not a solitary piece. The Four Symbols Academy has attracted all the geniuses of Shenhua country. It is not uncommon to have legendary pets. Gu Changqing looked at Lu, Jiang and others who were full of fighting spirit and malice, and waved his hand. Sorry, I have a mission and don't have much time to spar with you, Jiang Yu said disdainfully. Only legendary beasts can enter this place. They must have benefited from you. This battle is inevitable. I really want to meet you and see what makes you so unparalleled. Yu Rian pointed at Lu Xing and shouted, Lu Sheng, what do you want to do? Lu Xing spread his hands and said, Sister Rian, you are wronging me. It was Jiang Yu who wanted to ask for advice from the Wushuang candidate, not me who ordered him to do so. His address changed from sister-in-law to sister. His eyes also became gloomy. I am also very curious, is the person who can make you abandon my cousin really that powerful? Chapter 110, Legend? The one being slaughtered is the legend. You don't need to point fingers or comment on what's going on between me and your cousin. Changqing, let's ignore him and go find City Lord Murong first. Yi Rian pulled Gu Changqing and walked in the opposite direction. Gu Changqing let her pull him along until everyone in the group had moved to find the direction. Lu Xing looked at Gu Changqing's departing back and snorted. What a shitty unparalleled candidate, what a shitty luck. Yi Rian, she is the daughter of a prominent family after all, but her vision in selecting people is really poor. It's a good thing she's not with her cousin, otherwise she would be dragged down to death by a vase sooner or later. He raised his voice when he spoke these words, as if he was afraid that Yi Rian couldn't hear him. Yi Rian ignored him, and suddenly, her hands were empty. When I looked back, Gu Changqing had already walked back with a smile on his face. When he came to Lu Xing, Jiang Yu and other people from Qinglong College, he said with a fake smile. My ears are not working well. What did you say just now? Master Lu just said that trash goes with trash bottles, a perfect match. You, listen carefully. Jiang Yu's big hands grabbed Gu Changqing without any hesitation. At the same time, he spoke rudely. But when he was halfway through his words, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. The powerful and fiery breath, like a wave, hit the chest heavily. The next second, the whole person was shot out like a cannonball and shot into a piece of jade next to him. Boom! Smoke and dust rose, and the extremely hard jade was scattered all over the ground. On Gu Changqing's fist, the golden flame turned into the shadow of a divine bird and slowly dissipated. He waved and dispersed, clapped his hands, and shook his head and said, Xixiang Academy, their talking skills are indeed first-rate, but the rest is a big disappointment. His words shocked more than 100 students of Qinglong Academy, and made them jump up instantly. Those bastards from Jinhai City, a sneak attack is nothing. Are people in small places so uncultured? You have never seen a toad as big as the sky. Let me teach you a lesson. Is a legendary beast pet so great? In our Qinglong Academy, it's nothing great. Don't move, let me do it. One word aroused public anger. Instead, it was Lu Ziyi who stopped the student who was about to take action and advised him to remain rational. People who don't understand can spread rumors, smear and belittle the facts without restraint. As one of the parties involved, he, or even others, after being sent out of the escape copy by Gu Changqing, the first thing they said was that they would personally settle the account. They knew how strong Gu Changqing was. To please? You can't get any advantage from them, let alone win for sure. Gu Changqing looked at Lu Zi with some surprise, intending to calm the anger of both sides. Xiaoyi, as the representative of the freshmen of Qinglong College, are you deliberately shielding him? The woman in a green flowing skirt and with a queen-like face beckoned Lu Zi. After the latter came forward timidly, a pair of beautiful hands held his face, and there was a chill in the soft tone. Sister Jean, Bang! A crisp slap hit his face, and the woman named Jean said calmly, The Lu family has never produced such a shameful result as yours. If it weren't for the instructor trying hard to persuade your father, you would not be qualified to enter Qinglong at all. A spiritual level beast master was defeated miserably by a mid-level beast master. It looks like I have to personally erase the shame you created. I. Lu Zi lowered her head in shame and gave Gu Changqing a helpless look. Just then, there were violent waves in the jade ruins, and the brutal force spread, breaking all the jade into particles. Jian Yu's shirt was torn, revealing his dragon-like muscles. Well, the power of this punch seems to be true. Lu Jin, he is my prey! Jiang Savage, I don't want to repeat my words a second time. Seeing the two arguing, Lu Xing stroked his bangs and said, Jian Yu, he is an unparalleled candidate. Only one of his caliber appears in 100 years. Moreover, he is a legendary beastmaster bestowed by heaven. Don't just look at his level, maybe his combat power is the sum of the two of you. Then tell me, what should we do? Lu Xing raised his lips to a sinister smile. When dealing with such a genius, both of you should fight together. This is the greatest respect for the Wushuang candidate, and it will test his true combat power. Lu Jin and Jian Yu looked at each other and understood what Lu Xing meant. Immediately, the two of them clasped their fists towards Gu Changqing and said, Qinglong Academy Jian Yu, please ask Wushuang for advice. Lu Jin from Qinglong Academy, I want to avenge the humiliation I suffered at your hands on Xiang Wushuang. The pre-battle rituals were completed. I heard two roars. Behind Lu Jin and Jian Yu, two dragons, one red and one blue, flew into the sky from the summoning formation. Different from Lu Zi's blue dragon. These two dragons have evolved and lost their fleshy wings, and have grown fleshy lumps on both ends of their heads. Under the long and narrow dragon body, the two dragon claws are indestructible and extremely sharp. Legendary pet. Both are legendary dragon pets. The true extraordinary evolutionary path has led to the realm of transformation into a dragon. Mr. Lu, do you want the majority to bully the minority? A golden lion-like pet with the appearance of a tiger walked in front of Gu Changqing with earthquake-like vibrating steps. The golden-haired tiger stared directly at the two dragons circling in the air with its pair of golden pupils, opened its bloody mouth and let out a terrifying roar. Golden hair roar! Lu Xing and others looked solemn. Lu Jin stared at the tall golden-haired roar and said, This is the proud girl from Jinling who defeated countless geniuses of her generation and was personally recruited by the dean of Qilin Academy but refused. I thought she was useless, but it seems that there are more and more surprises today. Pieces of armor fragments of unknown material gradually wrapped around Yi Ruiyan's delicate body. The moment he put on the helmet, the golden-haired tiger howled towards the sky again. Excited. That's excitement. It was as if he had been imprisoned for who knows how many years and finally came to light. Golden Lin! Yi Ruiyan called out in a low voice. A flash of gold appeared in the mouth of the golden-haired tiger and then fell into her hands. It was a golden magic spear about 3 meters long. The surging red light spreads out. Legend! Another legendary weapon! For a moment, even the students of Qinglong College were dumbfounded. It is true that they have seen legends, and it is also true that there is more than one legend in Qinglong Academy. 3 can appear at once, which is no less than a competition held within the academy. Golden Roar! Golden Scale Armor! Golden Scale Spear! Lu Xing's eyes were shining, and he was also attracted by Yi Ruiyan at this moment. Sister Ruiyan, considering your injuries, I don't need to tell you the consequences of helping him this time. With the golden scale spear pointed horizontally, Yi Ruiyan felt like she had found her old self again, and shouted, If you want to fight, then fight. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Xing's face was fierce. Since Sister Ruiyan has made up her mind, I have no choice but to apologize. Hey! Why don't you listen to me? Do you really have to force me to spank you in public? Bang! Even through the armor, Gu Changqing's palms still slapped her buttocks. Yi Ruiyan's face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Just watch quietly. Since this is a naughty kid from a friend's family, just teach him a lesson. That's right, Lord He has been coveting those 2 dragons for a long time. He Yi raised his head and yelled at the golden-haired man. Big tall guy, take the mistress away and protect her. He Yi, we must show our power and slay the dragon. Chapter 111, The Yi family was robbed. Dragon Slayer? The golden-haired tiger looked at the black egg, which was not even as tall as his legs, and blinked his lantern-like eyes. Then he took 2 steps back, as if acknowledging its big talk. Xiaoqing, I won't retreat! If Yurian was a gentle lady who managed the household before, her every move affected the entire family. Now, wearing golden armor, he looks heroic and his sharpness is as unstoppable as the golden spear. But Gu Changqing was somewhat worried. The Millennium Rejuvenating Jinseng had a very strong medicinal property, and could only be taken little by little to heal the hidden injuries in the body. It's okay, I'll be careful. Yurian held Gu Changqing's hand and said softly, Aren't we going to make it together? You want to leave me behind? How could that be? There's no need to take the risk here. It's not worth it. I also need to slowly adapt and find my form. Besides, I don't want you to face it alone again while I hide behind and worry about you. Now that things have come to this, what else can Gu Changqing say? Okay, then today is our handsome group's first battle to make a name for themselves. Well, your sister is not a vase. Gu Changqing tapped her nose lovingly. He said you were a vase, and he will beat you into a vase later. Lu Xing and others watched with gritted teeth as the two of them unscrupulously and unconcernedly showed off their love. Especially Lu Xing, the flame of jealousy deep in his eye sockets was burning out of control. What a big tone! I want to see how you turn me into a vase! Lu Xing shouted, and the blue dragon roared, with dazzling light surging all over its body. Icicles as thick as buckets appeared like a violent storm, instantly covering Gu Changqing and the others. The bone-chilling cold began to freeze rapidly along with the open space outside the battlefield. Fuck! Senior Sister Lu is serious! 1,000 miles of ice! It's 1,000 miles of ice! I was fortunate enough to see Senior Sister Lu perform this move in a big competition. Even those seniors who have been famous for many years were defeated by this move. That ignorant fellow is about to be turned into an ice sculpture. Senior Sister Lu killed the provocative Wushuang candidate with one strike. Little roar! Yurian swept her spear across, and a golden aftermath spread out. Just as golden-haired Tiger was about to use his skill, he was stopped by Gu Changqing. I'll do it! Xiao Jin on his shoulder was surrounded by blazing flames. Gu Changqing used his level 5 fire control technique to absorb it with all his strength. Thousands of lines of fire swirled around it. Suddenly, there was a loud cry of a phoenix, and Xiao Jin's true form, the true fire sparrow, slowly took shape. Gather! Gu Changqing shouted loudly. The fire body of the real fire bird wrapped around the entire right arm. Gu Changqing slowly extended his fist, and his target was the blue dragon in the air. Ha! Is he doing Tai Chi? Unparalleled examinee, is that all? You want to melt the ice close to absolute zero with that little flame? Sure enough, the people in the small town are just ignorant. I don't know how the abyss is evaluated. It should be based on the battle record. How much combat power can a country bumpkin have? At most, he can sweep away all the enemies with just gold. Lu Jin looked at the slow little fist shadow, which was covered by thousands of miles of ice, like a candle that could be blown out at any time. There is also a difference in rank between legendary beast pets. I thought that I could show off my power and look down on everyone just because I got a legendary. Candidate Wushuang, pay the price for your arrogance with blood! The blue dragon roared again, and above the underwater ruins, the seawater isolated by a special space. It seemed as if he was inspired by some kind of power. It actually began to surge and penetrate the isolation of the space, spreading out like an ocean entering the sea. Whoever touches the dragon's reverse scale will die. In the vast ocean, countless dragon-shaped water columns formed by water rushed out, carrying with them the murderous intent of annihilation. 10,000 dragons descend. There was murderous intent in Gu Changqing's pupils. This group of senior students from Qinglong College had been aiming to kill him from the beginning to the end. Even though it's just a request for advice, every move is deadly. If you want to die, don't blame me. The blazing sun's flames grew stronger, and the fist mark that was thrown suddenly became like a cracked egg. The outer shell of fire broke open. A handsome golden crow mythical bird slowly opened its eyes. When Gu Changqing and Lu Jin were fighting, Jian Yu, who was restless, was about to take action but was stopped by Haydn. Jian Yu had a playful look on his face as he engaged in hand-to-hand combat with Haiden in a playful manner. Qinglong's 2 legendary beast pets have besieged Gu Changqing. Lu Xing watched with interest and said to Yi Rian, Sister Rian, do you think that in a few moves the person you love will be killed? Mr. Lu, you have completely inherited the fine traditions of Lu Jiao. Hasn't anyone ever taught you that there are always people better than you, and there are always things better than you? Lu Xing snorted. You're the one who hasn't learned anything. Do you really think that my Lu family only has one auxiliary pet? Sister Rian, come back. I don't think your cousin will mind how many detours you took after being deceived. Humph, this attitude of yours is what I hate the most. Do you want to take action? If not, I will. Seeing that Yi Rian was stubborn and unyielding, Lu Xing said, Okay, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Xing pointed with his index finger. A sharp golden beam of light headed straight towards Yi Rian. Yi Rian was startled and waved the golden scale spear to block the attack. When the golden beam touched the golden scale spear, Yi Rian and golden-haired Howler were both shocked. That feeling is the affinity of the same blood. This sharp gold energy. Seeing Yi Rian dazed by shock, Lu Xing laughed like a madman. How is it? Not bad, right? Do you think that just with a marriage contract, my Lu family can treat your family's pet beasts for free? You are so naive. The Yi family is a joke. Now that you have seen the sharp gold energy, you should also take a look at this. Golden light filled the air, and the next moment, a golden-haired roar that was even more majestic and powerful than the little roar stood in front of Lu Xing. After this golden-haired beast appeared, its loud roar echoed in the underwater world. That feeling is like the pleasure of an illegitimate child coming back for revenge after gaining the ability to fight against the legitimate son. Lu family! You deserve to die! Yi Rian was furious. She never expected that the Lu family would use despicable means to seize the bloodline of the Yi family's pet beast under the guise of treatment. Moreover, the clan's pet beast hadn't even noticed it. With your broken body, how much of the Golden Howler's power can you unleash? I forgot to tell you that my golden-haired tiger was cultivated using a special secret method. I wonder how much stronger it is than yours. Just when Lu Xing had everything in his hands, everything was just a matter of seconds. Suddenly, he felt very hot, extremely hot. Looking up at the battlefield in the sky, the confident eyes suddenly became confused. What is that? How can there be a sun in an underwater world? Chapter 112. You are very good, but you have to die. Sun Dragon Fist! I'll kill you! With the level 5 fire control technique, the energy drawn from Xiao Jin as the source has reached 30% of the normal form. In other words, with a full-strength attack, Gu Changqing's damage is increased by more than 700 points of spiritual attribute. This punch is to restore the grace of the Golden Crow shadow. Although it cannot be as grand as Xiao Jin's. But in the underwater world where there is no sunlight, that fist mark is just like the sun we see in reality. You do have some skills, but it's not enough. Lu Jin restrained his contempt and summoned his pet again. A graceful woman covered in ice and snow appeared, but she had no feet but a blue fish tail. The king-level pet beast Hanjiang fish girl. Fuck, it's so cold. If anyone has a fire-type pet, summon it out to keep warm. The blue dragon's absolute zero, plus the cold river fish girl's wind and water. Is Senior Lu going to turn us all into ice sculptures? What about being a peerless candidate? What about a legendary pet? In front of absolute strength, they are still ants. Come on, Senior Sister Lu. Senior Sister Lu is invincible. As soon as the cold river fish girl appeared, the cold that was originally beginning to be melted by the high temperature was reduced several times in an instant. The 10,000 dragons that were evaporated by the Golden Crow Fist Seal were amplified by both wind and water. Sweeping in again. This time, the power was even stronger, and the heat of the Golden Crow Fist was suppressed. Die! Combination skill freeze the miles! In the hand of the Hanjiang fish girl, there is a bright blue staff. The top of the staff was inlaid with a gem that exuded a chilling aura. At the same time, the blue dragon Longshao suppressed the wild, and the 10,000 dragons and ice pillars, with the help of wind and water. They merged together and turned into a majestic 3-clawed dragon that was about dozens of feet long, and had a green body. The wind is coming! Rain is coming! Around the huge body of the three-clawed dragon, tornadoes formed, absorbing the water from the ocean. Like a tornado of water reaching the sky. The biting wind of the wild hunt suddenly arose, and wherever it passed, a thick layer of ice instantly formed on the ground. The onlookers from both sides squeezed in front of the fire-type pet companions, huddled together for warmth and to resist the coming cold. Die! Lu Jian's murderous intent was revealed. Immediately, a three-clawed dragon swam in the ocean and then dived down. Its movement trajectory was simple, it went straight to Gu Changqing. But the space around him seemed to slow down a lot. The extreme cold has the divine power to freeze everything. Lu Xing's golden-haired roar released a golden light wave, which prevented the coldness from getting close to him. He laughed coldly. A mere intermediate beastmaster is just that good without the difference in pets. Lu Jian's spiritual level is different from that of other beastmasters. The beastmaster skills she obtained from her pets when she was promoted are fusion skills. Just as Lu Xing said, a long cut appeared on Lu Jian's wrist at some point. The flowing blood is extracted, making the combined skills of Blue Dragon and Frost River Fish Girl even more powerful. Most of the students at Qilong Academy have snakes, chickens and other animals as their pets, which are said to have transformed into dragons. And blue is the color that symbolizes supreme honor. Whenever the beast pets show signs of approaching, it means that their Qilong technique has been recognized by that person. Facing the roaring three-clawed dragon, Gu Changqing spared no effort in mobilizing the flames to fight back, but was defeated step by step. They are worthy of being students of Sixiang College, and they are also famous and outstanding ones among them. Compared with what he had encountered before, it was completely on two different levels of power. His heart was pounding, and a strong excitement filled his mind. A strong fighting spirit burst out from the body. Blazing sun, blazing flames! Xiao Jin's flame has reached a new level of quality. Lines of fire covered every part of Gu Changqing's body. Gradually they intertwined and converged, turning into an ancient large bell. Come on, good! Gu Changqing shouted loudly, and the surging firepower in his right fist was filled again. Still a simple punch. But this punch, when it came into contact with the three-clawed dragon Pooh, immediately, the fire lines split into thousands and thousands. Like chains of fire, or like a gigantic flaming lotus, they closed in and instantly enveloped it. How could it be? Senior Lu's combination skills were broken? Is this a dream? He is only at the intermediate level. As Lu Jian's younger brother, Lu Ziyi sighed when he saw this scene. Promotion in job title level can indeed allow the Beastmaster to gain the power of his pet for his own use. But the roots of a Beastmaster are laid by his pet beasts. After a brief moment of distraction, Lu Jian said tenderly, "It's not over yet." The bright red blood splashed out and sank into the fire lotus. The next second, the trapped three-clawed dragon burst out with might again. He rushed out of the encirclement at the cost of having 1/3 of his body burned by the fire lotus. His body gradually solidified and turned into a real ice dragon, crashing into the big bell of Gu Changqing. Boom! Crash! In the rising smoke and dust, tiny pieces of ice flew everywhere. The terrifying thing is that the ice cubes will fall and touch anything within a 5-meter radius. A thick layer of ice covered the ground in an instant. The ice is thousands of miles long, it is not just a shout. It's truly terrifying. Lu Jian's face turned pale, and he took a few high-quality pills before the bleeding stopped. I won! Lu Ziyi looked at her sister's almost crazy eyes, opened her mouth, and swallowed back what she wanted to say. In the distance, the hand-to-hand fight between Jiang Yu and Haiden was still going on. The scene suddenly became quiet. If the Beastmaster dies, the summoned beast pet will also disappear into thin air. However, the violent explosions nearby showed no signs of stopping. Oh, I was almost killed! In the center of the battlefield, which was covered by ice, a fire was slowly burning under the ice. Melt the ice. Gu Changqing patted the water stains on his colorful robe, and with the flames under his feet, he slowly rose out of the ice. The blood at the corner of his mouth had not yet dried, his face was as rosy as before, and there was no sign of injury at all. He rubbed the little golden furry head and said, "Thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to withstand that combination of skills by myself." What? Everyone present had question marks in their heads. From what he said, the fire skill just now is a Beastmaster skill. Oh my god! Which Beastmaster skill can transform into a small sun? Which Beastmaster has 2 major titles and uses his own skills to fight against the skills of the beast pet? Unparalleled candidate? What a bullshit candidate, a monster, it must be a transformed ferocious beast. Lu Zi sighed again. This was the truth he wanted to tell his sister. The other person's pet didn't do anything from beginning to end. Just set some fire and be a mobile energy source. The spiritual attribute of that blue dragon is about 1,500, and the other attributes should not exceed 300. The fish girl is a pure auxiliary pet, and can bless and amplify the power of the blue dragon. Around 1,500 spiritual attributes, very strong. Gu Changqing finished muttering to himself, and immediately looked up. Very good skills, but you have to die. Chapter 113. Slaying the dragon is as easy as slaying you. But you have to die. You must die. The voice was not loud and the tone was very flat. But after hearing it, an inexplicable chill spread in my heart and mind. The killing intent was pure, so pure that it was not mixed with any emotion. Just to let you die. Lu Xian's heart suddenly contracted, and then his whole body felt cold. But she did not lose. The blue dragon hovering above her head still had strong power after releasing its combination skills. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability to do so. As the proud daughter of the Lu family, she has been ahead of and even surpassed the male members of the family since she contracted her first pet beast. The Lu family also spared no effort and invested countless resources in her growth path. After 4 years of study and training at Qilong Academy, and 3 years of staying at the spirit level, he finally found the way to advance to the king level when he graduated. It can be said that she is not afraid of a fight even against Lu Xing. Now, a freshman who had just started out was threatening to kill him. The arrogance and pride that had been cultivated over the years completely erupted at this moment. Sister Jean! Lu Zi couldn't bear it any longer, and risked being scolded and humiliated, and stood between her and Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing, you took so much trouble to come here, are you here just to fight? My sister doesn't need to settle the score between us. I will come to your door one day. Gu Changqing fell to the ground, and flames spread instantly, melting the ice. He looked at Lu Zi for a while before saying, Let me give you a favor, sister. Let's go. Gu Changqing turned around and walked towards the direction of the exclusive equipment. Good. Yi Ruyan patted the golden-haired lion, jumped up, and caught up with Gu Changqing. Murongqin and others were on guard to cover their retreat. Bang! There was another crisp sound. Lu Zi covered his face, lowered his head, but his eyes were cold. You want to leave? Did I give you permission? Lu Jin shouted, and behind the blue dragon, a vast ice field appeared. Dragons broke through the solid ice and flew out, emitting deafening roars. Then they turned into sharp blue ice pillars several feet long, covering the sky and the ground. Include all the people brought by Gu Changqing within the attack range. Oh! Lu Zi sneered. Since he was determined to die and couldn't be stopped, there was no need to persuade him anymore. Stubborn! Xiao Jin flew away from Gu Changqing's shoulder. The true fire bird transformed its true form, spread its wings, and the golden blazing flames of the sun suddenly made the entire underwater world illuminated in golden light. Every time it flapped its wings, the suffocating heat spread all around. The skill effect left by Bingfeng Wanli vanished in an instant. Even the vast ocean attracted by the blue dragon quickly turned into mist and filled the sky above the seabed. What kind of beast pet is this? Oh my god, it's going to be dried out! Hurry up and summon your pets to resist the high temperature together. Unparalleled candidate! He has been playing the pig and eating the tiger. Look at its beast pet, it is indeed of silver grade. But the power it displays is many times stronger than senior sister Lu. Only Lu Zi clenched his fists so tightly that he seemed unaware of the nails digging into his flesh. Become stronger again. It's much stronger than during the escape battle. Destroy it, for me! Gu Changqing no longer holds back. Hitting a girl may leave a stain on the moral level. But there is no psychological burden at all in killing an enemy who has been trying to kill him from the beginning to the end. Besides, he doesn't need morality. Cracking! With a loud cry, Xiao Jin's body seemed to be in a sea of fire. The spiritual damage is nearly twice as high as that of the blue dragon. He attacked with all his strength without holding back. Lu Jian's eyes were dull. All he saw was countless icicles that were evaporated by the golden flames just as they fell halfway. The realm of fire, like a dragnet, is tightening towards the blue dragon, leaving it with nowhere to escape. Lu Jian was panicking as he watched the blue dragon being wrapped in the flaming net. Miserable and painful dragon roars rose one after another. Only now did she come to her senses and wonder why Lu Zi tried so hard to stop her. Unfortunately, it's too late. The double attribute suppression will cause the damage to be geometric in nature. Lu Jian was anxious and shouted, "Long Long, come back to me!" But her instructions received no response. The blue dragon also failed to return to the beast-taming space smoothly. Suddenly, her body shook, and her brain felt as if it was pierced by thousands of tiny needles. The first beast control space was like a glass hit by a heavy hammer, which disappeared into nothingness with a ruthless shattering sound. Congratulations on killing a Lord-level, legendary bloodline beast pet. You will gain 10 million experience points and 7 million additional experience points. Your level has been raised by 1 level. Unlimited gold terms triggered. Please draw gold terms. A brilliant light blooms on the badge of rank. Especially the word unparalleled is particularly eye-catching. Knock off! At the same time, Xiao Jin returned to his normal form, took back the fire, landed on his shoulder, and rubbed his face affectionately. Boom! A heavy object fell to the ground, causing a loud noise. The blue dragon had been burned into a carbon dragon by the flames. After landing, it broke into pieces, looking extremely miserable. Gu Changqing was quite surprised. I didn't expect that killing the blue dragon would give me so much experience. If you think about it carefully, it makes sense. After all, the time and financial resources spent on such a pet beast is a bottomless pit. Lu Jin was completely stunned. The backlash from the blue dragon's death caused her 7 orifices to bleed. My physical condition is also approaching the bottom. Not to mention Gu Changqing, anyone present could kill her. Gu Changqing, I owe you 2 favors. Just don't kill my sister. Lu Zi looked pleading. Is your favor valuable? It's not worth much, but at least it will be better than killing her. Gu Changqing thought about it carefully and suddenly had an idea. I don't want your favor, just agree to 1 request and I'll let her go. Lu Zi was delighted. He couldn't stop Lu Jin, so he wouldn't try to stop her. But it doesn't mean that I can just watch my sister die. Okay, just tell me what you want, as long as I can do it. Even if it means working like a slave for you. Gu Changqing shook his finger. I have no interest in being served by men. You know I am a failed candidate. The city lord's mansion did not despise me and gave me the position of captain of the city guard. I am alone and have a lot to do. My request is to quit Qinglong Academy and join my city guard. The students of Qinglong College who were present heard this request. They all observed a moment of silence for Lu Zi. The city guard was a hard-working job that only the failed candidates and the poor who were struggling to make a living would choose. Choosing to join means his life is ruined. While everyone was discussing what choice he would make, Lu Zi let out a long sigh and said, Okay, I agree. But the next second, something happened that surprised Gu Changqing. Chapter 114. I want to leave, can you stop me? Lu Zi intends to draft an agreement for you, please read the content in detail. Lu Zi submitted it to the abyss, and a gray contract paper appeared. He cut his finger and signed his name. The piece of paper flew towards Gu Changqing. Gu Changqing looked at the content above, which was nothing more than joining the city guard. As for the penalty for breach of contract, it can be ignored. Gu Changqing was quite surprised and asked in astonishment, Don't you want to consider it? Lu Zi shook his head and tapped his temple. Many things that are easy to understand become complicated because of the prejudice in my heart. After you broke down my prejudice, my mind became much clearer. This guy has something. Gu Chongqing signed his name on the contract, and then a flame burned the paper to ashes. When dealing with smart people, no extra constraints are needed. Lu Zi nodded, then took off her Qinglong Academy uniform and walked to Gu Chongqing's side. Wait! At this moment, Lu Xing's eyes were red with anger, and he looked at Gu Chongqing fiercely and said sternly, "You want to kill Jin's pet and just walk away? If you don't leave, can you keep me here?" Gu Chongqing walked forward with a faint smile, tilted his head to look at Lu Xing, and clicked his tongue twice. "Compared to your cousin, you are still far behind in character. At least when facing me, he knows how to lower his head and use other crooked ways to suppress me." After a pause, he pointed at the stolen golden-haired tiger bloodline and said, "You should think carefully about how to explain this to your family and the Yi family." "You!" Lu Xing clenched his teeth, making a chattering sound. But when he saw Xiao Jin standing on his shoulder, he forced himself to hold it back. Gu Chongqing was right about one thing. "I want to stay, but I can't. As for mobilizing the students of Qinglong College to attack in groups, that is also unrealistic. This is not a copy, but a special scene. Once dead, you are really dead. Even if he wins by chance, he can't escape the punishment of Qinglong Academy." "Haydn, stop playing!" Gu Chongqing walked straight past him. Haydn heard Gu Chongqing's call and responded. Then, on another small battlefield, a golden stick fell from the sky. Boom! Dust flew up, jade flew out. The earth shook violently several times before gradually calming down. After a while, Haydn was seen walking out of the smoke and dust carrying a broken bone stick. As he walked, he muttered, "Little Locha's skills are so abnormal that Hai's stick was broken. Work hard and I will play with you next time." Gu Chongqing saw that Haydn's body was also covered with scars. He had suffered a great loss in the close combat with Jiang Yu. However, the four-dimensional attributes that surged by 30 points proved that the man and his pet charged and fought 30 times. "Senior Jiang!" Students who were on good terms with Jiang Yu ran over to check on him. After a while, several people came back carrying Jiang Yu. His injuries were more serious than Haydn's, and several parts of his limbs were deformed. However, he still managed to sit up, bowed to Haydn, and said, "Gu Chongqing, I owe your pet a favor. If you have any problems in the future, you can send a message to Qinglong College or the Jiang family in Yunnan City." Haydn raised his head and waited proudly for Gu Chongqing's praise. "Good job!" Gu Chongqing was not stingy with words and simply gave a compliment. "Oh, it's just SOSO. I just gave him some pointers. This guy will become even stronger in the future." Lu Xing's teeth were about to break. The situation that seemed to be a sure win was unexpectedly reversed by the two pet beasts. Lu Xing looked at Jiang Yu with unfriendly eyes. Jiang Yu noticed this and said seriously, "He is worthy of the title of peerless. I thought I could easily defeat the monkey, but it seems to be tireless and gets stronger with each fight." "Humph, it's not my Lu family that's embarrassed, so it has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yu knew the temperament of this gifted boy who was highly regarded by the college's top management, so he did not explain too much. "When you actually fight him, you'll know what it feels like." Gu Chongqing didn't want to listen to their chatter. He had already led his men in the direction of the exclusive equipment. Lu Zi had just joined and seemed very shy. Especially the look he gave Murong Qin, there was something more intriguing in it. Gu Chongqing naturally held Yi Rian's hand and walked in front. Perhaps because his mental preparation had become stronger, he did not ask too many questions about Xiao Jin and Haydn's performance, which was far beyond his imagination. "Sister, the Lu family did such a dirty thing. Uncle Yi, you won't be angry out of shame, right?" Yi Rian shook her head. "No, the so-called aristocratic families value their reputation more than anything else. Even if they suffer a great loss, they will not make a fuss about it in public, but will only seek redemption in secret. I can't believe that the Lu family would do something so abominable." "Fine." Gu Chongqing played with her jade hands and said, "The little blood that the Lu family stole was destined to be in vain. The natural power of the mimic beast has a chance to enhance the pet's bloodline. It's just a few more treatments." Yurian turned her head and Gu Changqing's confident look calmed her restless heart. The group gradually went deeper, and the light around them dimmed. Above my head, there is no longer the deep blue, isolated sea water. They are naturally formed reefs. Block out all the light. Everyone, be careful. According to our progress, we have already entered deep into the palace. Good! Everyone said in unison, and formed their formations in tacit agreement. The outermost area is guarded by pets. Suddenly, a breeze blew from the underwater world, and after it brushed against my face, a damp and cold breath remained. What a heavy vapor! On the colorful robe, strings of water droplets gathered and dripped. Yurian moved her small ears and asked, Did you hear the sound of water? Xiao Jin spread his wings and flew into the sky. After observing for a while, he said, Master, there is an entrance similar to a cave over there. The sound of water came from there. Pace yourself! Soon, they arrived in the direction Xiao Jin pointed. A huge rock towering into the deep sea above your head sits like a mountain. You can tell from the shape of the stone and the moss covering it that it is very old. A meter-wide stream flows slowly out of it. It flowed along the undamaged canals to all directions of the palace. The sound of water in that cave was even louder. He Yi stepped forward first, took a look inside, and said, I can't see clearly. The corridor is winding and twisting. He was very active and knocked on both sides of the cave with a bone stick. There was only a crashing sound. The stone debris on both sides of the cave fell off. The moss also fell away with the gravel. Traces of a faint green sheen are revealed. Gu Changqing stepped forward and wiped off the dust on the surface with his hands. 3 large characters written in a flamboyant style appeared before our eyes. Longboat Pavilion. Chapter 115 Exclusive Equipment de Hai Shenzhen. Longboat Pavilion? Facing the 3 big words on the wall, Lu Zi walked forward and gently stroked them, as if he was recalling something. Why? You know? Lu Zi shook his head. I've never heard of it, but there is such a record on the stone tablet at the entrance of Qinglong College. There is a short story written on it, which roughly means that there is a dragon in the East China Sea, and the dragon clan likes to hide treasures. Because of this, they brought about a catastrophe. After that, the dragon disappeared the treasure, some, and no one has ever found that mysterious place again. We came here by mistake because we took the wrong path through the trial gate. I have a bold guess. Maybe Qinglong Academy is related to that mysterious place. That mysterious place is the Forbidden Sea. He Yi sneered disdainfully. What's the point of thinking so much? You'll know once you go in and take a look. Lu Zi smiled and said, Does your pet think I talk too much? Ignore him, a nagging monkey. Gu Changqing agreed with Lu Zi's analysis. Maybe there is another possibility. The dragon clan encountered disaster because of their precious treasure. The sacred beast of Qinglong Academy might be one of the dragons that escaped. Otherwise, the teleportation light gate that leads directly to the Forbidden Sea cannot be explained. Haydn, lead the way! Because the corridor of Longbao Pavilion is narrow, it can only accommodate 2 people side by side. To be on the safe side, the Murong family's guards stayed outside. Only Uncle Tai was allowed to go in with them. The group walked for a long time and calculated the distance. They should have reached the middle of this huge natural rock. Suddenly, a blue light appeared in front of the corridor. As Haydn stepped into the light, the reminder of the abyss sounded. Do you want to enter the special scene Longbao Pavilion? Gu Changqing looked at the expressions of others and got the clue. Enter! After Gu Changqing finished speaking, a blue light shone on him. The next second, he was horrified to find that he was sucked into the Longbao Pavilion by the light. And the body remained before the blue light. Owner! 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 The 3 calls brought Gu Changqing's heavy spirit back to normal. Fortunately, Xiao Jin and the others entered in their real bodies. What the hell? Is this the Dragon Treasure Pavilion? A loud exclamation came from Uncle Tai, who was standing beside him. Without exception, except for the pets, they all entered this place as souls. At this moment, they were in a vast blue ocean. It is said to be an ocean, but in fact it is flowing blue gas. Because it is in a soul state, it is too light and floats, as if it is soft and weak in water. Directly in front of us, there stands a stone pillar that reaches to the sky and the earth. Around it are piles of bones. There are humans, ferocious beasts, and even dragons. Complete dragon skeleton corpses, with their heads facing the stone pillar, surrounded the center in different directions. Gu Changqing looked weird no matter how he looked at it. It didn't seem like a great war, but more like a kind of sacrifice. Charm! Xiaobai uses the charming eyes. Gu Changqing only felt his body become heavy and slowly fell to the ground. At the same time, others were also bewitched and fell from midair. There is an additional command attribute in their status bar. Command finger, controlled state, controlled by the enchanted master, unable to escape. One of the abilities of my enchanting eyes is just random, Xiaobai explained. Gu Changqing nodded. Qingqiu bloodline is quite interesting. However, the control of the command finger was ineffective for him. He slowly approached the stone pillar and observed the corpses around it. Suddenly, a long sword with an ancient shape and rusty spots attracted his attention. He bent down to pick it up. When he turned around, Uncle Tai saw the sword in his hand and exclaimed, "That's the sword of City Lord Murong!" As soon as the words came out, Murong Qin's soul body suddenly fluctuated violently. The shadows were hazy, as if they would collapse in the next second. Hold on, a sword doesn't prove anything. It just proves that they have been here, that's all. Murong Qin's misfortune finally stabilized a little. Gu Changqing walked around again but found no valuable clues. Even though there were a lot of equipment, they were all damaged and could not be used. The dragon bones turned into scattered ashes with the slightest touch. The only thing in the entire Longbao pavilion that cannot be described is that stone pillar. Black egg! Gu Changqing called out. Haydn closed his eyes, then slowly opened them and said, "That inexplicable attraction disappears here. Master, did you find the wrong place?" Gu Changqing suddenly smiled, his heart surging. Wrong place? If there is no stone pillar, it is indeed wrong. He pointed at the stone pillar and said, "Go, pull it out." Haydn was stunned and blinked his eyes, seeing that Gu Changqing was not joking. Following the principle that the master's words are orders, he came to the stone pillar. It looked up and saw that the stone pillars were so high that they were beyond the reach of the naked eye. In front of it, you are as small as a speck of dust. Throwing the bone stick aside, it rubbed its hands with its breath, and grabbed the protruding groove of the stone pillar. Use all your strength and pull hard. Crack! The edge of the stone trough was crushed, and the strong inertia caused it to roll backwards and rolled to Gu Changqing's feet. Master, it's like an ant trying to shake a tree. It won't move at all. Gu Changqing leaned close to his ear and whispered a few secrets. Haydn's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stepped forward again and shouted, "Small! Small! 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 Small for me!" In Longbao Pavilion, there was only Haydn's idiotic cry. Wrong password? Gu Changqing was also in a dilemma. It was different from the TV series. Haydn shouted until his voice was hoarse, but to no avail, he immediately became more angry. He punched the stone pillar again and again, cursing as he beat him. "You bastard, I'm your master, and you dare to put on airs in front of me. Show your true form quickly if you know what's good for you, or I, Hei Yi, will cut off your roots and destroy this treasure pavilion." Lu Zi was stunned and asked in astonishment, Is this how you train a pet?" Gu Changqing was embarrassed, coughed, and said calmly, "The power of pets sometimes comes from their imagination. As the saying goes, the bigger the heart, the greater the power." Lu Zi's face turned black and I believed your lies. Shouldn't the stage be as big as your heart? Is it too late for me to regret now? Sorry, once you join my team, you are mine in life and in death. Just as the two of them were talking nonsense, the blue gas in the Dragon Treasure Pavilion slowly flowed towards the black egg. In a few blinks of an eye, the speed of the gas flow became faster and faster. The powerful suction force generated seemed to swallow them up as well. What's going on? Could it be that some mechanism was triggered? Just when several people were puzzled, Gu Changqing's eyes suddenly lit up. At some point, Haydn, venting his anger, smashed a big hole in the stone pillar. The bloody fist was pressed against the hole. The blue gas was absorbed by it. And a touch of golden color, getting brighter and brighter. The entire Longbao pavilion began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse. Congratulations on your pet making a blood pact with a magic weapon and obtaining the exclusive equipment Dehai Shenzhen.